Hello, dear listener. We're so glad to have you here. Before we begin, a quick note. In the description you'll find a link to get the physical book, in case you'd like to keep this work in your personal library. And if this audiobook inspires you even a little, we kindly ask 3 small favors that help us grow immensely. Leave the podcast a 5-star rating, follow us so you don't miss upcoming titles, and comment on which idea resonated with you the most today. Your voice helps more people discover this content. And if you'd like to listen to complete audiobooks filled with powerful ideas and premium knowledge, check out our other collections. Pigeon Audiobooks, Philosophy, Pigeon Audiobooks, Finance, Pigeon Audiobooks, Classics, and Pigeon Audiobooks, Top 100 Bestsellers. They're hours of learning designed to accompany you while you build the life you want. Now, get comfortable, turn up your headphones, take a deep breath, and let's grow together.
Pigeon Publishing House presents Iliad. Author, Homer. Narrated by Henry Wells. The Iliad is one of the oldest and most influential works of literature in human history. Attributed to Homer and composed around the 8th century BCE, this epic poem recounts a crucial episode in the legendary Trojan War, focusing on the wrath of Achilles and its far-reaching consequences. Set during the final year of the conflict between the Greeks and the Trojans, the Iliad is far more than a tale of warfare. Through its vivid portrayal of heroes, kings, warriors, and gods, the poem explores timeless themes of honor, pride, fate, mortality, friendship, and the human cost of violence. Its characters confront profound questions about duty, glory, loss, and the meaning of a life destined to end. Homer's masterful storytelling combines dramatic action with deep psychological insight, creating a narrative that has captivated readers for nearly 3,000 years. While the battles and heroic deeds remain unforgettable, it is the poem's exploration of human emotion, grief, anger, compassion, and courage that gives the Iliad its enduring power. The influence of this epic extends far beyond the ancient world. It has shaped literature, philosophy, art, and education across centuries and cultures, serving as a foundational text of the Western tradition and a source of inspiration for countless writers and thinkers. Whether approached as a historical legend, a literary masterpiece, or a profound reflection on the human condition, the Iliad remains one of the greatest achievements of world literature. Iliad. Rage. Sing, goddess, Achilles' rage, black and murderous, that cost the Greeks incalculable pain, pitched countless souls of heroes into Hades' dark, and left their bodies to rot as feasts for dogs and birds, as Zeus' will was done. Begin with the clash between Agamemnon, the Greek warlord, and godlike Achilles. Which of the immortals set these two at each other's throats? Apollo, Zeus' son and Letos, offended by the warlord. Agamemnon had dishonored Chryses, Apollo's priest, so the god struck the Greek camp with plague, and the soldiers were dying of it. Chryses had come to the Greek beachhead camp hauling a fortune for his daughter's ransom. Displaying Apollo's sacral ribbons on a golden staff, he made a formal plea to the entire Greek army, but especially the commanders, Atreus' 2 sons. 2 sons of Atreus and Greek heroes all, may the gods on Olympus grant you plunder of Priam's city and a safe return home. But give me my daughter back and accept this ransom out of respect for Zeus' son, Lord Apollo, who deals death from afar. A murmur rippled through the ranks. Respect the priest and take the ransom. But Agamemnon was not pleased and dismissed Chryses with a rough speech. Don't let me ever catch you, old man, by these ships again, skulking around now or sneaking back later. The god staff and ribbons won't save you next time. The girl is mine, and she'll be an old woman in Argos before I let her go, working the loom in my house and coming to my bed, far from her homeland. Now clear out of here before you make me angry." The old man was afraid and did as he was told. He walked in silence along the whispering surf line, and when he had gone some distance the priest prayed to Lord Apollo, son of silken-haired Leto. "Hear me, Silverbow, protector of Christ, lord of holy Scylla, master of Tenedos, and Smithian god of plague. If ever I've built a temple that pleased you or burnt fat thigh bones of bulls and goats, grant me this prayer. Let the Danaans pay for my tears with your arrows." Apollo heard his prayer and descended Olympus crags pulsing with fury, bow slung over one shoulder, the arrows rattling in their case on his back as the angry god moved like night down the mountain. He settled near the ships and let loose an arrow. Reverberation from his silver bow hung in the air. 3. He picked off the pack animals first, and the lean hounds, but then aimed his needle-tipped arrows at the men and shot until the death fires crowded the beach. 9 days the god's arrows rained death on the camp. On the 10th day Achilles called an assembly. Hera, the white-armed goddess, planted the thought in him because she cared for the Greeks and it pained her to see them dying. When the troops had all mustered, up stood the great runner Achilles and said, "Well, Agamemnon, it looks as if we'd better give up and sail home. Assuming any of us are left alive, if we have to fight both the war and this plague. But why not consult some prophet or priest or a dream interpreter, since dreams too come from Zeus, who could tell us why Apollo is so angry? If it's for a vow or a sacrifice, he holds us at fault. Maybe he'd be willing to lift this plague from us if he savored the smoke from lambs and prime goats." Achilles had his say and sat down. Then up rose Calchas, son of the Esther, bird reader supreme, who knew what is, what will be, and what has been. He had guided the Greek ships to Troy through the prophetic power Apollo had given him, and he spoke out now. "Achilles, beloved of Zeus, you want me to tell you about the rage of Lord Apollo, the arch-destroyer. And I will tell you, but you have to promise me and swear you will support me and protect me in word and deed. I have a feeling I might offend a person of some authority among the Greeks, and you know how it is when a king is angry with an underling. He might swallow his temper for a day, but he holds it in his heart until later and it all comes out. Will you guarantee my security?" Achilles, the great runner, responded, "For don't worry. Prophesy to the best of your knowledge. I swear by Apollo, to whom you pray when you reveal the god's secrets to the Greeks, Calchas, that while I live and look upon this earth, no one will lay a hand on you here beside these hollow ships. No, not even Agamemnon, who boasts he is the best of the Achaeans. And Calchas, the perfect prophet, taking courage. The god finds no fault with vow or sacrifice. It is for his priest, whom Agamemnon dishonored and would not allow to ransom his daughter, that Apollo deals and will deal death from afar. He will not lift this foul plague from the Greeks until we return the dancing-eyed girl to her father unransomed, unbought, and make formal sacrifice on Christ. Only then might we appease the god." He finished speaking and sat down. Then up rose Atreus' son, the warlord Agamemnon. Furious, anger like twin black thunderheads seething in his lungs, and his eyes flickered with fire as he looked Calchas up and down, and said, "You damn soothsayer! You've never given me a good omen yet. You take some kind of perverse pleasure in prophesying doom, don't you? Not a single favorable omen ever. Nothing good ever happens. And now you stand here uttering oracles before the Greeks, telling us that your great ballistic god is giving us all this trouble because I was unwilling to accept the ransom for Chryse's daughter, but preferred instead to keep her in my tent. And why shouldn't I? I like her better than my wife Clytemnestra. She's no worse than her when it comes to looks, body, mind, or ability. Still, I'll give her back, if that's what's best. I don't want to see the army destroyed like this, but I want another prize ready for me right away. 5. I'm not going to be the only Greek without a prize. It wouldn't be right. and you all see where mine is going. And Achilles, strong, swift, and godlike. And where do you think, son of Atreus, you greedy glory hound, the magnanimous Greeks are going to get another prize for you? Do you think we have some kind of stockpile in reserve? Every town in the area has been sacked, and the stuff all divided. You want the men to count it all back and redistribute it? All right, you give the girl back to the god. The army will repay you 3 and 4 times over, when and if Zeus allows us to rip Troy down to its foundations. The warlord Agamemnon responded, You may be a good man in a fight, Achilles, and look like a god, but don't try to put one over on me. It won't work. So while you have your prize, you want me to sit tight and do without? Give the girl back, just like that? Now maybe if the army, in a generous spirit, voted me some suitable prize of their own choice, something fair, but if it doesn't, I'll just go take something myself, your prize perhaps, or Ajax's, or Odysseus, and whoever she belongs to, it'll stick in his throat. But we can think about that later. Right now we launch. A black ship on the bright salt water, get a crew aboard, load on 100 bulls, and have Chryses board her too, my girl with her lovely cheeks. And we'll want a good man for captain, Ajax, or Idomeneus, or godlike Odysseus. Or maybe you, son of Peleus, our most formidable hero, to offer sacrifice and appease the arch-destroyer for us. Achilles looked him up and down and said, You sorry, profiteering excuse for a commander. 6. How are you going to get any Greek warrior to follow you into battle again? You know, I don't have any quarrel with the Trojans. They didn't do anything to me to make me come over here and fight. Didn't run off my cattle or horses or ruin my farmland back home in Phthia. Not with all the shadowy mountains and moaning seas between. It's for you, Dogface, for your precious pleasure and Menelaus' honor, that we came here, a fact you don't have the decency even to mention. And now you're threatening to take away the prize that I sweated for and the Greeks gave me. I never get a prize equal to yours when the army captures one of the Trojan strongholds. No, I do all the dirty work with my own hands. And when the battle's over and we divide the loot, you get the lion's share, and I go back to the ships with some pitiful little thing, so worn out from fighting, I don't have the strength left even to complain. Well, I'm going back to Phthia now. Far better to head home with my curved ships than stay here, unhonored myself, and piling up a fortune for you. The warlord Agamemnon responded, Go ahead and desert, if that's what you want. I'm not going to beg you to stay. There are plenty of others who will honor me, not least of all Zeus the counselor. To me, you're the most hateful king under heaven, a born troublemaker. You actually like fighting in war. If you're all that strong, it's just a gift from some god. So why don't you go home with your ships and lord it over? Your precious Myrmidons. I couldn't care less about you or your famous temper. But I'll tell you this, since Phoebus Apollo is taking away my Chryses, whom I'm sending back aboard ship with my friends, I'm coming to your hut and taking Briseis, your own beautiful prize, so that you will see just how much stronger I am than you, and the next person will wince at the thought of opposing me as an equal. 7. Achilles' chest was a rough knot of pain twisting around his heart. Should he draw the sharp sword that hung by his thigh, scatter the ranks and gut Agamemnon, or control his temper, repress his rage? He was mulling it over, inching the great sword from its sheath, when out of the blue Athena came, sent by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loved and watched over both men. She stood behind Achilles and grabbed his sandy hair, visible only to him. Not another soul saw her. Awestruck, Achilles turned around, recognizing Pallas Athena at once. It was her eyes, and words flew from his mouth like winging birds. Daughter of Zeus, why have you come here? To see Agamemnon's arrogance, no doubt. I'll tell you where I place my bets, goddess, sudden death for this outrageous behavior. Athena's eyes glared through the sea's salt haze. I came to see if I could check this temper of yours, sent from heaven by the white-armed goddess Hera, who loves and watches over both of you men. Now come on, drop this quarrel, don't draw your sword. Tell him off instead. And I'll tell you, Achilles, how things will be. You're going to get 3 times as many magnificent gifts. Because of his arrogance. Just listen to us and be patient. Achilles, the great runner, responded. When you two speak, goddess, a man has to listen no matter how angry. It's better that way. Obey the gods, and they hear you when you pray. With that he ground his heavy hand onto the silver hilt and pushed the great sword back into its sheath. Athena's speech had been well-timed. She was on her way to Olympus by now, to the halls of Zeus and the other immortals, while Achilles tore into Agamemnon again. You bloated drunk, with a dog's eyes and a rabbit's heart. You've never had the guts to buckle on armor in battle or come out with the best fighting Greeks on any campaign. Afraid to look death in the eye, Agamemnon? It's far more profitable to hang back in the army's rear, isn't it? Confiscating prizes from any Greek who talks back and bleeding your people dry. There's not a real man under your command, or this latest atrocity would be your last, son of Atreus. Now get this straight. I swear a formal oath. By this scepter, which will never sprout leaf or branch again since it was cut from its stalk. In the mountains, which will bloom no more now that bronze has pared off leaf and bark, and which now the sons of the Greeks hold in their hands at council, upholding Zeus' laws, by this scepter I swear. When every last Greek desperately misses Achilles, your remorse won't do any good then. When Hector the man-killer swats you down like flies, and you will eat your heart out, because you failed to honor the best Greek of all. Those were his words, and he slammed the scepter, studded with gold, to the ground and sat down. Opposite him, Agamemnon fumed. Then Nestor stood up, sweet-worded Nestor, the orator from Pylos with a voice high-toned and liquid as honey. He had seen 2 generations of men pass away in sandy Pylos and was now king in the 3rd. He was full of goodwill in the speech he made. 9. It's a sad day for Greece, a sad day. Priam and Priam's sons would be happy indeed, and the rest of the Trojans too, glad in their hearts, if they learned all this about you two fighting, our 2 best men in council and in battle. Now you listen to me, both of you. You are both younger than I am, and I've associated with men better than you, and they didn't treat me lightly. I've never seen men like those, and never will, the likes of Perithous and Dryas, a shepherd to his people, Caeneus and Exadius and godlike Polyphemus, and Aegeus' son, Theseus, who could have passed for a god, the strongest men who ever lived on earth, the strongest, and they fought with the strongest, with wild things from the mountains, and beat the daylights out of them. I was their companion. Although I came from Pylos, from the ends of the earth, they sent for me themselves. And I held my own fighting with them. You couldn't find a mortal on earth who could fight with them now. And when I talked in council, they took my advice. So should you too now. Taking advice is a good thing. Agamemnon, for all your nobility, do not take his girl. Leave her be. The army originally gave her to him as a prize. Nor should you, son of Peleus, want to lock horns with a king. A scepter-holding king has honor beyond the rest of men, power and glory given by Zeus himself. You are stronger, and it is a goddess who bore you. But he is more powerful, since he rules over more. Son of Atreus, cease your anger, and I appeal personally to Achilles to control his temper, since he is, for all Greeks, a mighty bulwark in this evil war. And Agamemnon, the warlord. Yes, old man, everything you've said is absolutely right. But this man wants to be ahead of everyone else. He wants to rule everyone, give orders to everyone, lord it over everyone, and he's not going to get away with it. If the gods eternal made him a spearman, does that mean they gave him permission to be insolent as well? 10. Oh, and Achilles, breaking in on him. And think of the names people would call me if I bowed and scraped every time you opened your mouth. Try that on somebody else, but not on me. I'll tell you this, and you can stick it in your gut. I'm not going to put up a fight on account of the girl. You, all of you, gave her to me, and you can all take her back. But anything else of mine in my black sailing ship, you keep your goddamn hands off, you hear? Try it. Let everybody here see how fast your black blood boils up around my spear." So it was a standoff, their battle of words, and the assembly beside the Greek ships dissolved. Achilles went back to the huts by his ships with Patroclus and his men. Agamemnon had a fast ship hauled down to the sea, picked 20 oarsmen, loaded on 100 bulls due to the god, and had Chryse's daughter, his fair-cheeked girl, go aboard also. Odysseus captained, and when they were all on board, the ship headed out to sea. On shore, Agamemnon ordered a purification. The troops scrubbed down and poured the filth into the sea. Then they sacrificed to Apollo oxen and goats by the hundreds on the barren shore. The smoky savor swirled up to the sky. That was the order of the day. But Agamemnon did not forget his spiteful threat against Achilles. He summoned Talthybius and Eurybates, faithful retainers who served as his heralds. "Go to the hut of Achilles, son of Peleus. Bring back the girl, fair-cheeked Briseis. If he won't give her up, I'll come myself with my men and take her." And freeze his heart cold. It was not the sort of mission a herald would relish. 11. The pair trailed along the barren seashore until they came to the Myrmidon's ships and encampment. They found Achilles sitting outside his hut beside his black ship. He was not glad to see them. They stood respectfully silent, in awe of this king, and it was Achilles who was moved to address them first. "Welcome, heralds, the gods' messengers and men's. Come closer. You're not to blame. Agamemnon is, who sent you here for the girl, Briseis. Patroclus, bring the girl out and give her to these gentlemen. You two are witnesses before the blessed gods, before mortal men and that hard-hearted king, if ever I'm needed to protect the others from being hacked to bits. His mind is murky with anger, and he doesn't have the sense to look ahead and behind to see how the Greeks might defend their ships. Thus Achilles. Patroclus obeyed his beloved friend, and brought Briseis, cheeks flushed, out of the tent and gave her to the heralds, who led her away. She went unwillingly. Then Achilles, in tears, withdrew from his friends and sat down far away on the foaming white seashore, staring out at the endless sea. Stretching out his hands, he prayed over and over to his beloved mother. "Mother, since you bore me for a short life only, Olympian Zeus was supposed to grant me honor. Well, he hasn't given me any at all. Agamemnon has taken away my prize and dishonored me." His voice, choked with tears, was heard by his mother as she sat in the sea depths beside her old father. She rose up from the white-capped sea like a mist, and settling herself beside her weeping child, she stroked him with her hand and talked to him. 12. Why are you crying, son? What's wrong? Don't keep it inside. Tell me so we'll both know. And Achilles, with a deep groan. You already know. Why do I have to tell you? We went after Thebes, Aetion's sacred town, sacked it, and brought the plunder back here. The army divided everything up and chose for Agamemnon fair-cheeked Chryseis. Then her father, Chryses, a priest of Apollo, came to our army's ships on the beachhead, hauling a fortune for his daughter's ransom. He displayed Apollo's sacral ribbons on a golden staff and made a formal plea to the entire Greek army, but especially the commanders, Atreus' two sons. You could hear the troops murmuring, "Respect the priest and take the ransom." But Agamemnon wouldn't hear of it, and dismissed Chryses with a rough speech. The old man went back angry, and Apollo heard his beloved priest's prayer. He hit the Greeks hard, and the troops were falling over dead, the gods' arrows raining down all through the Greek camp. A prophet told us the arch-destroyer's will, and I demanded the god be appeased. Agamemnon got angry, stood up, and threatened me, and made good his threat. The high command sent the girl on a fast ship back to Chryse with gifts for Apollo. And heralds led away my girl, Briseis, whom the army had given to me. Now you have to help me, if you can. Go to Olympus, and call on the debt that Zeus owes you. I remember often hearing you tell. In my father's house how you alone managed 13 of all the immortals to save Zeus' neck when the other Olympians wanted to bind him, Hera and Poseidon and Pallas Athena. You came and loosened him from his chains, and you lured to Olympus' summit the giant with 100 hands whom the gods call Briareus, but men call Aegeon, stronger even than his own father Uranus. And he sat hulking in front of cloud-black Zeus, proud of his prowess, and scared all the gods who were trying to put the son of Cronus in chains. Remind Zeus of this, sit holding his knees, see if he is willing to help the Trojans hem the Greeks in between the fleet and the sea. Once they start being killed, the Greeks may appreciate Agamemnon for what he is. And the wide-ruling son of Atreus will see what a fool he's been because he did not honor the best of all the fighting. Achaeans. And Thetis, now weeping herself. Oh, my poor child, I bore you for sorrow, nursed you for grief. Why? You should be spending your time here by your ships happily and untroubled by tears. Since life is short for you, all too brief. Now you're destined for both an early death and misery beyond compare. It was for this I gave birth to you in your father's palace under an evil star. I'll go to snowbound Olympus and tell all this to the Lord of Lightning. I hope he listens. You stay here, though, beside your ships and let the Greeks feel your spite. Withdraw completely from the war. Zeus left yesterday for the river Ocean on his way to a feast with the Ethiopians. All the gods went with him. He'll return 14 to Olympus 12 days from now, and I'll go then to his bronze threshold and plead with him. I think I'll persuade him. And she left him there, angry and heartsick at being forced to give up the silken-waisted girl. Meanwhile, Odysseus was putting in at Chryse with his sacred cargo on board. When they were well within the deep-water harbor, they furled the sail and stowed it in the ship's hold, slackened the forestays and lowered the mast, working quickly, then rowed her to a mooring, where they dropped anchor and made the stern cables fast. The crew disembarked on the sea beach and unloaded the bulls for Apollo the archer. Then Chryse's daughter stepped off the seagoing vessel, and Odysseus led her to an altar, and placed her in her father's hands, saying, Chryses, King Agamemnon has sent me here to return your child and offer to Phoebus formal sacrifice on behalf of the Greeks. So may we appease Lord Apollo, and may he lift the afflictions he has sent upon us. Chryses received his daughter tenderly. Moving quickly, they lined the 100 oxen around the massive altar, a glorious offering, washed their hands and sprinkled on the victims sacrificial barley. On behalf of the Greeks, Chryses lifted his hands and prayed aloud. Hear me, Silverbow, protector of Chryse, lord of holy Scylla, master of Tenedos, as once before you heard my prayer, did me honor, and smote the Greeks mightily. So now also grant me this prayer. Lift the plague. 15 from the Greeks, and save them from death. Thus the old priest, and Apollo heard him. After the prayers and the strewing of barley, they slaughtered and flayed the oxen, jointed the thigh bones, and wrapped them in a layer of fat with cuts of meat on top. The old man roasted them over charcoal and doused them with wine. Younger men stood by with 5-tined forks in their hands. When the thigh pieces were charred and they had tasted the tripe, they cut the rest into strips, skewered it on spits, and roasted it skillfully. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. When they had all had enough to eat and drink, the young men topped off mixing bowls with wine and served it in goblets to all the guests. All day long these young Greeks propitiated the god with dancing, singing to Apollo a paean as they danced, and the god was pleased. When the sun went down and darkness came on, they went to sleep by the ship's stern cables. Dawn came early, a palmetto of rose, time to make sail for the wide beachhead camp. They set up mast and spread the white canvas, and the following wind, sent by Apollo, boomed in the mainsail. An indigo wave hissed off the bow as the ship surged on, leaving a wake as she held on course through the billows. When they reached the beachhead, they hauled the black ship high on the sand and jammed in the long chocks. Then the crew scattered to their own huts and ships. All this time Achilles, the son of Peleus in the line of Zeus, nursed his anger, the great runner idle by his fleet's fast hulls. He was not to be seen in council, that arena for glory, 16, nor in combat. He sat tight in camp consumed with grief, his great heart yearning for the battle cry and war. 12 days went by. Dawn. The gods returned to Olympus, Zeus at their head. Thetis did not forget her son's requests. She rose from the sea and up through the air to the great sky and found Cronus' wide-seeing son, sitting in isolation on the highest peak of the rugged Olympic massif. She settled beside him and touched his knees with her left hand, his beard with her right, and made her plea to the Lord of Sky. Father Zeus, if I have ever helped you in word or deed among the immortals, grant me this prayer. Honor my son, doomed to die young, and yet dishonored by King Agamemnon, who stole his prize, a personal affront. Do justice by him, Lord of Olympus. Give the Trojans the upper hand until the Greeks grant my son the honor he deserves. Zeus made no reply but sat a long time in silence, clouds scudding around him. Thetis held fast to his knees and asked again. Give me a clear yes or no. Either nod in assent or refuse me. Why should you care if I know how negligible a goddess I am in your eyes? This provoked a troubled, gloomy response. This is disastrous. You're going to force me into conflict with Hera. I can just hear her now, cursing me and bawling me out. As it is, she already accuses me of favoring the Trojans. 17. Please go back the way you came. Maybe Hera won't notice. I'll take care of this. And so you can have some peace of mind, I'll say yes to you by nodding my head, the ultimate pledge. Unambiguous, irreversible, and absolutely fulfilled, whatever I say yes to with a nod of my head. And the son of Cronus nodded. Black brows lowered, a glory of hair cascaded down from the Lord's immortal head, and the holy mountain trembled. Their conference over, the two parted. The goddess dove into the deep sea from Olympus' snow glare, and Zeus went to his home. The gods all rose from their seats at their father's entrance. Not one dared watch him enter without standing to greet him. And so God entered and took his high seat. But Hera had noticed his private conversation with Thetis, the silver-footed daughter of the old man of the sea, and flew at him with cutting words. Who was that you were scheming with just now? You just love devising secret plots behind my back, don't you? You can't bear to tell me what you're thinking, or you don't dare. Never have and never will. The father of gods and men answered. Hera, don't hope to know all my secret thoughts. It would strain your mind, even though you are my wife. What it is proper to hear, no one, human or divine, will hear before you. But what I wish to conceive apart from the other gods, don't pry into that. And Lady Hera, with her oxen eyes wide. Oh my, the awesome son of Cronus has spoken. Pry? You know that I never pry. And you always, 18-0 cheerfully volunteer, whatever information you please. It's just that I have this feeling that somehow the silver-footed daughter of the old man of the sea may have won you over. She was sitting beside you up there in the mist, and she did touch your knees. And I'm pretty sure that you agreed to honor Achilles and destroy Greeks by the thousands beside their ships. And Zeus, the master of cloud and storm. You witch, your intuitions are always right. But what does it get you? Nothing, except that I like you less than ever. And so you're worse off. If it's as you think it is, it's my business, not yours. So sit down and shut up and do as I say. You see these hands? All the gods on Olympus won't be able to help you if I ever lay them on you. Hera lost her nerve when she heard this. She sat down in silence, fear cramping her heart, and gloom settled over the gods in Zeus' hall. Hephaestus, the master artisan, broke the silence, out of concern for his ivory-armed mother. This is terrible. It's going to ruin us all. If you two quarrel like this over mortals, it's bound to affect us gods. There'll be no more pleasure in our feasts if we let things turn ugly. Mother, please, I don't have to tell you. You have to be pleasant to our father Zeus, so he won't be angry and ruin our feast. If the Lord of Lightning wants to blast us from our seats, he can. That's how much stronger he is. So apologize to him with silken soft words, and the Olympian in turn will be gracious to us. He whisked up a two-handled cup, offered it to his dear mother, and said to her, I know it's hard, mother, but you have to endure it. 19. I don't want to see you getting beat up, and me unable to help you. The Olympian can be rough. Once before when I tried to rescue you, he flipped me by my foot off our balcony. I fell all day and came down when the sun did on the island of Lemnos, scarcely alive. The Sintians had to nurse me back to health. By the time he finished, the ivory-armed goddess was smiling at her son. She accepted the cup from him. Then the lame god turned serving boy, siphoning nectar from the mixing bowl and pouring the sweet liquor for all of the gods, who couldn't stop laughing at the sight of Hephaestus hustling through the halls. And so all day long until the sun went down they feasted to their heart's content, Apollo playing beautiful melodies on the lyre, the muses singing responsively in lovely voices. And when the last gleams of sunset had faded, they turned in for the night, each to a house built by Hephaestus, the renowned master craftsman, the burly blacksmith with the soul of an artist. And the Lord of Lightning, Olympian Zeus, went to his bed, the bed he always slept in when sweet sleep overcame him. He climbed in and slept, next to golden-throned Hera. Iliad 2. The gods slept soundly that night, and the men, by their war horses. But Zeus lay awake in the dark, thinking of how to honor Achilles and destroy Greeks by the shipload. His thoughts parted like storm clouds, and in the clear space between them he saw what seemed to be the best plan, to send to Agamemnon, son of Atreus, a woolly menace, a dream, and to it he spoke these feathery words. Go, deadly dream, along the Greek ships until you come to the hut of Agamemnon, and deliver this message to him exactly. Order him to arm his long-haired Greeks. Now is his time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will, and targeted the Trojans for pain. The dream listened and went. Shadows flew around the Greek ships. It found Agamemnon wrapped in deep, starlit slumber. 21. The dream stood above his head. It looked like Nestor, the old man that Agamemnon respected the most. Looked just like Nestor, and this dream that was a god addressed the king. Asleep, son of Atreus, horsebreaker, wise man? You can't sleep all night. All those decisions to make, so many people depending on you. I'll be brief. I am a messenger from Zeus, who is far away, but loves you and pities you. He orders you to arm your long-haired Greeks. Now is your time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will, and targeted Troy for sorrow from Zeus. Think it over. Keep your wits about you, and don't forget this when sleep slips away. And the voice trailed off, leaving him there dreaming of things that were never to be. He thought he would take Priam's city that day, the fool. He didn't know what Zeus had in mind, the pain and groans for both Trojans and Greeks in the unendurable crush of battle. He woke from sleep, the god's voice eddying around him. He sat upright, pulled on a silky shirt, threw on a cloak, laced a pair of sandals on his shining feet, and hung from his shoulder a silver-worked sword. And he held his imperishable, ancestral staff as he walked through the ships of the bronze-kilted Greeks. Dawn had just reached the peak of Olympus, speaking light to Zeus and the other immortals. Agamemnon ordered the heralds to call the Greeks to assembly. 22. The call went out, and the people gathered. Agamemnon seated the elders first by Nestor's ship and unfolded his plan. Listen, my friends. A dream from Zeus came to me last night in my sleep. It looked just like Nestor, same face, same build, and it stood above my head and spoke. Asleep, son of Atreus, horsebreaker, wise man? You can't sleep all night. All those decisions to make, so many people depending on you. I'll be brief. I am a messenger from Zeus, who is far away, but loves you and pities you. He orders you to arm your long-haired Greeks. Now is your time to capture Troy. The Olympian gods are no longer divided. Hera has bent them all to her will, and targeted Troy for sorrow from Zeus. Think it over. The dream said all this, and off it flew, and I awoke from a sweet sleep. We'd better move if we're going to get the men in armor. But I'm going to test them first with a little speech, the usual drill, order them to beat a retreat in their ships. It's up to each one of you to persuade them to stay. He had his say and sat down. Then up rose Nestor, king of sand-swept Pylos. He was full of goodwill in the speech he made. Friends, Argive counselors and commanders, if any other Greek told us this dream, we would call it a lie and turn our backs on him. But this is a man with a claim to be the best of the Greeks. We'd better move if we're going to get them in armor. And he headed out. The other commanders stood up, convinced he was right. 23. The troops were moving now, swarming like insects over the beach, like bees that hum from a hollow rock in an endless line and fly in clusters over flowers in spring, grouping themselves in aerial throngs. The Greeks made like that as they swarmed out of the ships and the huts clutched beneath them, filing through the deep sand into assembly, swept along by Zeus' emissary, Wildfire Rumor. They milled about in the assembly ground, and the earth groaned as the unruly crowd eased itself down, and 9 bawling heralds tried to stop their shouting and get them to listen to their Zeus-spawned kings. They settled down finally, and kept their seats, and stopped all the noise. Up stood Lord Agamemnon, holding a staff. Hephaestus had crafted this staff, and Hephaestus had given it to Cronian Zeus. Zeus in turn gave it to Quicksilver Hermes, and Hermes to Pelops, the charioteer. Pelops handed it on to Atreus. And when Atreus died, he left it to Thyestes. Thyestes left it for Agamemnon to bear and rule over the islands and all of Argos. Leaning on it now he addressed the Greeks. Danaan heroes and soldiers. Zeus is a hard god, friends. He's kept me in the dark after all his promises and nods my way that I'd raise Ilion's walls before sailing home. It was all a lie, and I see now that his orders are for me to return to Argos in disgrace, and this after all the armies I've destroyed. 24. I have no doubt that this is the high will of the God who has toppled so many cities and will in the future, all glory to his power. But it will be shame for generations to come that such a large and powerful army of Greeks has fought this futile war against a few puny men. There is no end in sight, nor has there ever been. Look, if the Greeks and the Trojans agreed to a truce, and both sides counted off, all of the Trojans who live in the city and all of the Greeks, and if we Greeks formed up in platoons of 10, and each platoon picked a Trojan to pour our wine, there would be many platoons with no one to pour. That's how much our Greek forces outnumber the Trojans who live in the city. It's their allies, reinforcements from other cities, who keep hitting me hard and won't let me capture Ilion's serried fortress no matter how hard I try. 9 years of great Zeus have passed. Our ship's timbers are rotten and their tackle loose. Our wives and little children are no doubt sitting at home waiting for us. And here we are, the job that we came to do unfinished. Now this is what I say, and I want us all to obey. Let's clear out with our ships and head for home. There's no more hope we will take Troy's tall town. This speech roused the spirits of the rank and file, the masses who had not been in on the council. The army started to move on the shore. Long waves form. On the Icarian Sea when winds east and south explode from the clouds of Patriarch Zeus, or the west wind rapes a field of deep wheat, rippling and tasseling the ears as it blows. So too these troop lines. Then the shouting began. 25, and the mad rushed to the ships, dust rising in plumes from their feet as confused yells, to fasten boat hooks, Clear out launchways and drag the ships down to the shining sea, rose to the sky. They were going home. They had already begun to remove the chocks from under the hulls, and there might have been an unordained homecoming then for the Greeks if Hera had not had a word with Athena. This is awful. Child of Zeus, mystic daughter of the Aegis holder, are we going to allow the Greeks to go home just like that, run away to their own country over the sea's broad back? They're just going to hand Priam and the Trojans the glory, not to mention Helen of Argos, for whose sake many a Greek has perished in Troy, far from his homeland. Go down there now along the ranks of the bronze-shirt Greeks. 26. And with your mild words restrain each man. Don't let them haul their curved prows to the sea. And Athena streaked down from Olympus' crags, her eyes like owls, gray in the blue air, and came quickly to the ships in the beachhead camp. She found Odysseus there, his mind like Zeus' own, standing in thought. He had not laid a hand on his benched, black ship, and his heart was heavy. The owl-eyed goddess stood close to him and said, Son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, wily Odysseus, are you Greeks going to run away just like that, home to your fatherland over the sea's broad back? Are you just going to hand Priam and the Trojans the glory, not to mention Helen of Argos, for whose sake many a Greek has perished in Troy, far from his homeland? Now go down along all the ships of the bronze-shirt Greeks, and with your mild words restrain each man. Don't let them haul their curved prows to the sea. Odysseus knew that voice, and he set off at a run, throwing his cloak behind him. Eurybates, the herald, his man from Ithaca, gathered it up, and he went up to Agamemnon and got from him his ancestral staff, that splinter of eternity, and with it went along the ships of the Greeks. Whenever he encountered a chieftain or the like, he tried to restrain him with gentle words. What's gotten into you? I don't mean to frighten you as if you were a coward, but sit down here yourself and make your men sit down. You don't really know Agamemnon's mind. He's just testing us now, but before long he's going to come down on us hard. Didn't we all hear what he said in council? If he gets angry, the whole army had better watch out. Kings are bred by Zeus and have tempers to match. But if he caught any of the ordinary soldiers yelling, he would belt him with the staff and bawl him out. You there, who do you think you are? Sit still and listen to your betters. You're a weakling, unfit for combat, a nothing in battle and in council. Do you think every Greek here can be a king? It's no good having a carload of commanders. We need one commander, one king, the one to whom Zeus, son of Cronus the Crooked, has given the staff and the right to make decisions for his people. And so Odysseus mastered the army. The men all streamed back from their ships and huts and assembled with a roar. Away from the restless, churning sea crashes on a beach, and the water seethes and thunders. 27. They had all dropped to the sand and were sitting there, except for one man, Thersites, a blathering fool and a rabble-rouser. This man had a repertory of choice insults he used at random to revile the nobles, saying anything he thought the soldiers would laugh at. He was also the ugliest soldier at the siege of Troy, bow-legged, walked with a limp, his shoulders slumped over his caved-in chest, and up top scraggly fuzz sprouted on his pointy head. Achilles especially hated him, as did Odysseus, because he was always provoking them. Now he was screaming abuse at Agamemnon. The Achaeans were angry with him and indignant, but that didn't stop him from razzying the warlord. What's wrong, son of Atreus? Something you need. Your huts are filled with bronze, and with women we Achaeans pick out and give to you first of all whenever we take some town. Are you short of gold? Maybe some Trojan horse breeder will bring you some out of Ilion as ransom for his son whom I or some other Achaean has captured. Maybe it's a young girl for you to make love to and keep off somewhere for yourself. It's not right for a leader to march our troops into trouble. You Achaeans are a disgrace, Achaean women, not men. Let's sail home in our ships and leave him here to stew over his prizes so he'll have a chance to see whether he needs our help or not. Furthermore, he dishonored Achilles, who's a much better man. Achilles doesn't have an angry bone in his body, or this latest atrocity would be your last, son of Atreus. That was the abuse Agamemnon took from the mouth of Thersites. Odysseus was on him in a flash, staring him down with a scowl, and laid into him. Mind your tongue, Thersites. Better think twice. 28. About being the only man here to quarrel with his betters. I don't care how bell-toned an orator you are, you're nothing but trash. There's no one lower in all the army that followed Agamemnon to Troy. You have no right even to mention kings in public, much less badmouth them so you can get to go home. We have no idea how things are going to turn out, what kind of homecoming we Achaeans will have. Yet you have the nerve to revile Agamemnon, son of Atreus, the shepherd of his people, because the Danaan heroes are generous to him? You think you can stand up in public and insult him? Well, let me tell you something. I guarantee that if I ever catch you running on at the mouth again as you were just now, my name isn't Odysseus, and may I never again be called Telemachus' father if I don't lay hold of you, strip your ass naked, and run you out of the assembly and through the ships, crying at all the ugly licks I land on you. And with that he wailed the staff down on Thersites' back. The man crumpled in pain, and tears flooded his eyes. A huge bloody welt rose on his back under the gold stave's force, and he sat there astounded, drooling with pain and wiping away his tears. The troops, forgetting their disappointment, had a good laugh at his expense, looking at each other and saying, "Oh man, you can't count how many good things Odysseus has done for the Greeks, a real leader in council and in battle, but this tops them all, the way he took that loudmouth out of commission. I don't think he'll ever be man enough again to rile the commanders with all his insults." That's what they were saying in the ranks. Then Odysseus, destroyer of cities, stood up holding the staff. Allied Athena transformed herself, 29, into a herald and silenced the troops so that every last man in the Greek army would listen closely to what he had to say. "Son of Atreus, the Greeks are out to make you, my lord, the most despised man on earth, and they have no intention of keeping the promise they made to you when they set out from Argos, not to return until you pulled down Ilion's walls. They are like little children or widow women, the way they whine to each other about going home. God knows it's hard enough to make a man give up and go back. A man gets discouraged when he spends even 1 month away from his wife on his ship, battling winter winds and the surging sea. For us, it's 9 years we've been here now. I can't blame our men for getting discouraged as they wait beside their beaked ships. But still, it would be a disgrace to go home empty-handed after all this time. So bear up, friends, and let's stay long enough to find out whether Calchas has prophesied truly or not. Everyone here, and I'm talking about all of us not carried off by the wings of death, remembers it. It seems like just yesterday when the ships were mustered at Aulis with their cargo of sorrows for Priam and the Trojans. We were gathered around a spring, offering sacrifice on sacred altars, perfect hecatombs, beneath a beautiful plane tree from under which the shining water flowed. Then we saw it, a serpent, its back blood-red, horrible, the Olympian himself. Must have brought it into the daylight. It slithered out from the altar and up the plane tree. A sparrow's fledglings were nested on the topmost branch, 8 little birds trembling under the leaves, or 9, counting the mother who hatched them, and the serpent devoured them all as they cheeped pitifully. The mother fluttered around, mourning her nestlings, 30, but he coiled and got her by the wing as she shrieked. After he had eaten the sparrow and her young, the very god who revealed him turned him to stone, an unmistakable portent from Zeus, son of Cronus. We stood there in awe of what had happened, this prodigy that crept into our sacrifice. Calchas was quick to pronounce its prophetic meaning. Why are you silent, all you long-haired Greeks? This great portent is a message from Zeus, whose glory shall never die, a portent late in coming and late to be fulfilled. As this serpent devoured the sparrow's children and the bird herself, 8 hatchlings, 9, counting the mother, so will we for as many years wage this war, but in the 10th year we will capture the city. That was his prophecy, and it has all come true. So let's have every Greek who ever strapped on armor stay put, until we capture Priam's great city." He finished, and the Greeks cheered, so loud that the wooden hulls of the ships boomed with their approval of godlike Odysseus' speech. Then Nestor, the Gerenian writer, addressed them. "Bah, you're carrying on like silly boys who have no business at all fighting a war. What will become of our compacts and oaths? Into the fire with our resolutions and plans, the pure wine we poured out, the handclasps we trusted in. We are wrangling with words now, and will not find thereby the ways or means to stay the course for long. Son of Atreus, assert yourself, and resume your command of the Greek forces in all their grueling battles. To hell with those 1 or 2 Achaeans with private plans, which will come to nothing, to return to Argos before we know for sure whether Zeus' promise was a lie or not." 31. I say that the aegis holder nodded his assent on that day when the Argives came in their ships with their cargo of carnage and death for the Trojans. Lightning on the right, favorable signs revealed. No man here should be in a hurry to go home until he has spent the night with some Trojan's wife, as revenge for Helen's struggles and groans. But if anyone is so almighty eager to go back home, let him touch his black ship, so he can seal his fate before the whole army. But now, my lord, be prudent and take the advice, hardly negligible, that I am about to give. Divide the men by tribes and clans, Agamemnon, so that clans and tribes can support each other. If you do this and the army complies, you will know which of your captains is a coward and which is brave, and so too with the soldiers, for they will fight as units. You will know too whether it is heaven's will that you not take the city or that your men are cowards and witless in war." He spoke, and Lord Agamemnon answered. Once again, Nestor, the best speech of all. "Father Zeus, Athena, and Apollo, give me 10 such counselors, and Priam's city would lay her head in our lap, taken and ravaged. But Zeus, son of Cronus, has given me grief, embroiling me in pointless quarrels. Yes, Achilles and I argued over a girl, and it was I who grew angry first. If we two could agree, there would not be the slightest postponement of evil for Troy. But go eat now, so we can get this battle together. Sharpen your spears and dress your shields, lay out fodder for your horses, and inspect your chariots. We're going to war. We're going to fight all day and hate every minute without any breaks until it's too dark to see. It's going to be chests sweating under shield straps, 32 hands sore from gripping spears, horses sweaty from pulling us around in our polished cars. And if I catch anyone even thinking about staying out of the fight back here with the ships, the dogs and birds will have him by nightfall." The cheer that followed this speech came on like a wave that pounds a high cliff, a wave swollen by wind against a jutting crag that is constantly worried by wind-driven waves from every direction. The men stood up and scattered to their ships, made fires in their huts, and took their meal. And each made sacrifice to his favorite god, praying to escape from battle alive. The warlord Agamemnon sacrificed a fat bull, 5 years old, to Cronus' almighty son, and he summoned the elders, the best of the Achaeans, Nestor first of all, and the warlord Idomeneus, then the 2 Ajaxes, and Tydeus' son, Diomedes, and as the 6th, Odysseus, Zeus' match in wisdom. Menelaus, the rallier, came on his own, knowing what his brother was up against. They stood round the ox and took up the barley grains, and the warlord Agamemnon led them in prayer. Zeus, most glorious, most great, dark cloud that art in heaven, may the sun not set nor darkness gather until I have cast Priam's roof beams smoldering to the ground, and burned his doorways with consuming fire. And may I tear Hector's heart out with bronze, and may many of his comrades fall headlong around him, face down in the dust. But Zeus would not grant his prayer, not yet. He accepted Agamemnon's sacrifice, 33, but blew upon his woes and increased them. After the prayers and the strewing of barley, they cut the ox's throat and flayed it, jointed the thigh bones, and wrapped them in a layer of fat with cuts of meat on top. These they roasted over split kindling wood. When the thigh pieces were charred and they had tasted the tripe, they cut the rest into strips, skewered it on spits, and roasted it carefully. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. When they had eaten and drunk to their heart's content, Nestor the Gerenian horseman spoke. Son of Atreus, my lord Agamemnon, let us remain gathered here no longer, nor delay the work that the gods have given us. Have the heralds of the bronze-armored Greeks make proclamation all through the ships and muster the army. We will patrol camp in a group to waken Ares more quickly. He spoke, and the warlord Agamemnon ordered the heralds to muster the troops in battle formation. They gave their skirling cry, and all the commanders around Atreus' son hurried to have their men fall in. And in their midst Athena, eyes like slate, carried the aegis, priceless and out of all time, pure gold tassels flying in the wind, each woven strand worth 100 oxen. And the goddess herself, glowing like moonlight, rushed over the sand, sweeping them on and stiffening their hearts, so that for each of them to die in battle was sweeter than going home. A fire raging through endless forests in a mountain range can be seen far away as a distant glow. Likewise the glare. 34. From the advancing army's unimaginable bronze, an eerie light that reached the stratosphere. Migratory birds, cranes, geese, or long-necked swans, are gathering in a meadow in Asia where the river Castrius branches out in streams. For a while they fly in random patterns for the pure joy of using their wings, but then with a single cry they start to land, one line of birds settling in front of another until the whole meadow is a carpet of sound. Likewise from the ships and huts, tribe after tribe poured out onto the Scamander's floodplain, and the ground groaned and reverberated under their feet and the hooves of their horses. And they stood in the flowering meadow there, countless as leaves or as flowers in their season. Innumerable throngs of buzzing flies will swarm all over a herdsman's yard in springtime, when milk wets the pails. Likewise the throngs of long-haired Greeks who stood on the plain facing the Trojans, intent on hammering them to pieces. And as goat herds easily separate out wide flocks of goats mingled in pasture, so the commanders drew up their troops to enter battle, and Lord Agamemnon moved among them like Zeus himself, the look in his eyes, the carriage of his head, with a torso like Ares or like Poseidon's. Picture a bull that stands out from the herd head and horns above the milling cattle. 35. Zeus on that day made the son of Atreus a man who stood out from the crowd of heroes. Tell me now, muses, who live on Olympus, for you are goddesses and are present, and know all things, while we hear only reports and know nothing. Who were the Greek captains and lords? The rank and file I could never name, not even if I had 10 tongues, 10 mouths, a voice that never broke, and a bronze heart. Unless the Olympian muses, daughters of Zeus, called to my mind all those who came under Ilion's walls. Now I will call the roll of the ships. The Boeotians were led by Peneleus and Leotus, with Arcesilaus, Pertoener, and Clonius. Their towns were Heria, rocky Aulis, and Scenus. Scolus, ridged Edeonius, Thespia, Gria, broad Mycalessus, Harma, Ilesian, Erythri, Elion, Hyle, Petion, Ocalia, Medion, Copi, Eutresis. 36. Dovecot, Thisbe, Coronia, grassy Haliartus, Plataea, Glycis. Lower Thebes, Onchestus, Pisidion, with its grove, and Arn, its vineyards, Midiae, sacred Nisa, and on the coast, Anthedon. 50 ships, and aboard each ship, 120 young men of Boeotia. The minions from Aspaldon and Orchomenos were led by Ascalaphus and Ialmenus, sons of Ares, born to Astyache, then a virgin, in the palace of Actor, son of Asius, when she had the god in her upstairs room. Their 30 vessels were drawn up in rows. The Phocians were led by Schedius and Episdrophus, sons of Ephitos, grandsons of Nobilus. Their towns were Cyparissus and rocky Pytho, sacred Crisa, Daulis, Panopeus, Anamoria, Hyampolis, on the river Cephisus, and Liliae, by the springs of Cephisus. 40 black ships formed their contingent, 37, and their leaders marshaled their ranks left of the Boeotians as they readied for war. The Locrians were led by swift Ajax, son of Oileus, not as great as Telamonian Ajax, not nearly, a small man who wore a linen corselet, but with a spear the best soldier in Greece. They lived in Sinus and Ophus and Calliaris, in Bessa and Scarphi and lovely Auge, in Tarphi and Thronion by the streams of Boagrius. Ajax led 40 black ships, manned by Locrians who dwell over against sacred Euboea. The Abantes, who hold Euboea and Chalcis, Eretria and the vineyards of Histia, seaside Cerinthus, and the steep stronghold of Dios, and those in Charistus, and also in Styra, were led by Eliphener, a scion of Ares and son of Chalcedon. He was chief of the Abantes, a spirited people, swift and hot-tempered, their hair long in the back, spearmen eager with outstretched spears to rend enemy corselets. 40 black ships followed Eliphener. Those who held Athens, the well-founded citadel and the land of Erechtheus, whom Athena fostered after the grain field bore him, and made him live in her own rich precinct, where Athenian youths still propitiate him yearly with rams and bulls. These were led by Emeanius, Peteo's son. This man had no equal anywhere on earth at marshaling chariots and infantry. 38, rivaled only by Nestor, who was his elder. 50 black ships followed Menestheus. Ajax led from Salamis 12 ships and stationed them by the Athenian contingent. Those who held Argos and walled Tiryns and Hermione and Asini, on the deep gulf, Treason and Ione and vine-clad Epidaurus, and the Achaean youths in Aegina and Mazes. All these were led by Diomedes and Sthenelus, son of Capaneus, with Euryalus as a third. But the commander-in-chief was Diomedes. And 80 black ships followed him, those who held Mycenae's citadel, and wealthy Corinth, and those in Cleone, and in Orne, and lovely Erytheria, and in Sicyon, where Adrastus first was king, and those in Hyperesia and steep Gonoessa, and in Polene, and around Aegium, throughout all Aegialis and around wide Hellas. All these were commanded, 100 ships, by Lord Agamemnon, son of Atreus. His contingent was far the largest and best, and among them he put on his gleaming bronze, glorying, preeminent among all. 39, and the army he led was largest of all. Those who lived in Lacedaemon's gulches, in Pharis and Sparta, in dove-haunted Mess, and those in Brisea and lovely Auge, and Amyclae and Hellas, a citadel by the sea, and those in Los and the environs of Aeolus. These were led by Agamemnon's brother, Menelaus, whose voice carried in battle, in 60 ships marshaled separately. And he moved among them with confidence, urging them into war. He wanted most of all requital for Helen's struggles and groans. Those who lived in Pylus and lovely Arene, in Thyron, fort of Alpheus, and Ipe, in Cyparissus and Amphigenia, in Telios and Hellas and Dorium, where the Muses met Thamyris and stopped his song as he journeyed from Eurytus' house in Oechalia, boasting he would win even if the Muses, daughters of Zeus, were to sing against him, and in anger they maimed him, took away his melody, and silenced his lyre. All these Gerenian Nestor led, and had 90 hollow ships drawn up in rows. Those who held Arcadia and Cylene's shadow beside Epidus' tomb, where men fight hand to hand, and those in Phenios and Orchomenos, 40, in Ripe and Stratia and windy Anisp, those who held Tegea and Mantinea. Those who held Stymphalus and lived in Parasia. All these Agapenor led, and Cea's son, 50 ships, and each ship had on board many Arcadians who knew how to fight. Agamemnon himself had given them ships to cross over the sea's gray wine. For the Arcadians knew nothing of sailing the sea. Those from Buprasium and shining Elis, and the land that Hermione and Myrsinus enclose. On the coast, and between Olin Rock and Elysium. All those had 4 leaders, each with 10 ships with many Epeans aboard. The captains were Amphimachus and Thalpius, both of Actor's line, one Teudas' son, the other of Eurytus. Third was mighty Diores, son of Amarynceus. Fourth was godlike Polyxenus, Augea's son. Those from Dulichium and the Holy Islands. The Achines, that lie in the sea offshore from Elis, had Meges as leader, peer of Ares, whom Phyleus dear to Zeus had begotten, the horseman Phyleus who once upon a time had moved to Dulichium angry with his father. 40 black ships followed Meges to Troy. Odysseus led the proud Cephallenians who held Ithaca and forested Naraton. 41, and those in Crocelia and rugged Aegyptus, in Zacynthus and Samos, and all those who lived along the mainland coast opposite these islands. Odysseus led them, peer of Zeus in council, and 12 vermilion prows followed him to Troy. The Aetolians were led by Adremon's son, Teichoius. They lived in Pleuron, Olinos, Pylene, in seaside Chalcis and rocky Calydon. 4 great-hearted Enu's sons were gone, and he himself was dead, and blond Meleager, who once was told to rule all Aetolia. 40 black ships followed Thoas to Troy. The Cretans were led by Idomeneus. Their cities were Knossos and walled Gordes, Lyctus and Miletus and lime-white Lycastus, Festus and Rhydium, well-peopled cities, and all who dwelled in Crete's 100 towns. Idomeneus, famed for his spear, was captain, as was Marius, who could kill like Ares. 80 black ships sailed with them to Troy. Heracles' son Lipolemus, a good man, and big, led 9 ships from Rhodes. The Rhodians were divided into 3 contingents, Lindos, Ialysus, and lime-white Camyrus. They were led by the warrior Lipolemus, born to great Heracles by Astyochia, 42, whom he had taken out of Ephyre and away from the river Selleis, after pillaging the cities of many a hero. But when Lipolemus came of age in the palace, he killed his father's dear uncle, Lysimnius, a scion of Ares, then getting on in years. He quickly built a fleet, gathered a following, and took flight on the sea, threatened by the other sons and grandsons of mighty Heracles. He came to Rhodes in his painful wanderings, and his people settled in 3 regions by tribes. They were loved by Zeus, who rules gods and men, and the son of Cronus showered them with wealth. Nereus led 3 trim ships from Cyme. Nereus was the son of Aglaea and Charops, king of Cyme, and was the handsomest man of all the Danaans who came to Troy, after the flawless son of Peleus. But he was weak, and few men followed him. Those who held Nisyrus and Carpathus, Casus and Cos, Eurypylus city, and the Calydnian islands, were led by Pheidipus and Antiphus, the 2 sons of Thessalus, Heracles' son. Their 30 vessels were drawn up in rows. Those who inhabited Pelasgian Argos and lived in Alos, Alope, and Trachis, and held Phthia and Hellas, land of fair women. 43, and were known as Myrmidons, Hellenes, Achaeans. Achilles commanded their 50 ships. But none of them now thought of gruesome war, since there was no one to lead them into the ranks. The great sprinter lay idle in their beachhead camp, nursing his wrath because of the girl, fair-haired Briseis, whom he had taken, after great effort, out of Lyrnessus when he sacked that town and leveled Thebes' walls and cut down Mainz and Epistrophus, King Ivino's sons, great warriors both. Heartsick for her, and angry, Achilles lay idle, but he would rise again soon. those in Phylace and flowering Piraeus, Demeter's sanctuary, and those in Iton, mother of flocks, in Antron, by the sea, and in the grasslands of Telios. All these were led by Protesilaus, while he still lived. The black earth now held him. His wife, cheeks torn, was left in Phylace, his house half built. A Dardanian killed him as he leapt from his ship, the first Greek ashore. His men were not leaderless, though they missed their leader, for Podarces marshaled them, son of Iphiclus Phylacides, rich in flocks, and Protesilaus' brother. But Protesilaus was older and a better man, a hero, and though his men did not lack a leader, they yearned for him. 40 black ships followed Protesilaus to Troy. Those in Phery beside Lake Bobais, and in Bebe, Glaphyri, and well-built Iolcos, were in 11 ships led by Eumelus, Admetus' son by a glorious woman, Alcestis, loveliest of Peleus' daughters. Those in Methone and Thaumatia, in Melibea and rugged Olizon, came in 7 ships led by Philoctetes, the great archer, and aboard each ship were 50 oarsmen skilled with the bow. But Philoctetes now lay in pain on an island, sacred Lemnos, where the Achaeans stranded him, afflicted with a wound from a deadly snake. He lay there in anguish, but the Greeks at Troy would soon remember Lord Philoctetes. Nor were these men leaderless. Medon marshaled them, Oileus' bastard son, whom Rhene bore to the pillager Oileus. Those in Tricca and craggy Ithome, and those in Oechalia, Eurytus' city, were led by the 2 sons of Asclepius, Podalirius and Machaon, good healers both, with 30 vessels drawn up in rows. Those who held Ormenios and the spring Hyperiae, and Asterion and Titanos' white peaks, were led by Eurypylus, Euaemon's great son. 40 black ships sailed with him to Troy. 45, those who held Argisa, and lived in Gertone, in Orth, Alone, and white-bricked Olucin, were led by Polypides, staunch in battle, son of Perithous, whom deathless Zeus begot. Gloried Hippodamia conceived Polypides that day when Perithous punished the shaggy centaurs, drove them from Pelion into the Ethices. Leontius shared the command, Seneus' grandson. 40 black ships sailed with them to Troy. Gaunius led 22 ships from Cyphus, and with him came the Anines and Peribi, who had settled around Wintry, Dodona, and in the fields around the stream Tidaresus, a tributary of the Peneus. Its lovely water does not mingle with Peneus' silver eddies but glides on its surface like olive oil, a branch of Styx, the dread water of oaths. The Magnates, who lived around Peneus and forested Pelion, were led by swift Prothous, son of Tenthredon, in 40 black ships. These were the leaders of the Danaans. But tell me now, Muse, who were the best of men and of horses in the Atreides' army? The best horses were the Mares of Eumelus, swift as birds, of the same age, with matching coats, and their backs were as even as a leveling line. Apollo Silverbow had bred them in Perea, 46, a team of Mares who bore panic in battle. The best warrior was Telamonian Ajax, while Achilles was in his rage. For Achilles was second to no one, as were the horses that bore Peleus' flawless son. But now he lay idle among his beaked, sea-going hulls, furious with Agamemnon, the shepherd of the people, the son of Atreus. Achilles' men amused themselves on the shore, throwing the discus and javelin and shooting their bows. The horses stood beside their chariots champing lotus and marsh parsley. The chariots lay covered in their owners' huts. The men missed their leader. They tramped through the camp and had no part in fighting. The army marched, and it was as though the land were swept with fire. Earth groaned beneath them. As beneath Zeus when in his wrath he thunders and lashes the country of the Eremi with lightning, where men say Typhoeus lies in the ground. So the earth groaned under their feet as they pressed on quickly over the plain. Zeus notified the Trojans of all this by sending Iris streaking down to Ilion. She found the citizens assembled in one body, young and old alike, near Priam's gate, talking. Iris positioned herself nearby and made her voice sound like Polites, a son of Priam who, trusting his speed, often sat as lookout on top of the barrow of old Aesites, watching for any movement of Greek troops from their ships. Using his voice, the goddess said to Priam, 47, Sir, you are as fond of endless speeches now as you were in peacetime. But this is war. I have been in a battle or two, but never have I seen an army like this, covering the plain like leaves or like sand as it advances to attack the city. Hector, you're in charge of this operation. But because there are so many allies here with different languages from points abroad, each captain should give the word to his own men and lead them out marshaled by cities. Hector knew this was a goddess's speech and dismissed the assembly. They rushed to arms. All the gates were opened, and the troops poured through them, on foot and in war cars. In front of the city there is a steep hill out in the plain, level terrain all around it. Men call this hill Batia. Immortals call it the barrow of Myrine the dancer. It was here that the Trojans and their allies drew up their troops in companies. The Trojans were led by great Hector, son of Priam, in his shining helmet. His contingent was far the largest and the best, arrayed for battle, resolute with their spears. The Dardanian troops were led by Aeneas, whom bright Aphrodite bore to Anchises, a goddess lying with a mortal man. In the foothills of Ida, sharing the command were Antenor's two sons, Archelicus and Acamas, skilled in all forms of combat. The Tros, who lived in wealthy Zelia at Ida's foot, and drank the Aesepus dark water, were led by the glorious son of Lycaon, Pandarus, whose bow was a gift from Apollo. 48. Those who held Adrastea and the Demi-Epesis, and Pityia, and the steep Mount Triae, were led by Adrastus and Amphius, with linen corselets, sons of Merops and Percote. This man knew divination, and forbade his sons to go to war, but they would not listen, for death's blackbirds were calling them on. Those who lived around Percote and Praxios, who held Cestus and Abydos and bright Arisbe, were led by Asius Herticides, a born leader, Asius, whom his great chestnut horses had drawn from Arisbe and the river Celiais. The Pelasgian tribes, ferocious spearmen from fertile Larissa, were led by Hippothous, with his brother Pylaeus. They were sons of Pelasgian Lethus, grandsons of Titamus. Acamas and Pyrrhus led all the Thracians beyond the strong current of the Hellespont. Euphemus captained the Ciconian spearmen, son of Troezenus and grandson of Ceas. Perechmes led the distant Paeonians, with curved bows, from Amydon and the river Axius, whose water flows fairest over the earth. Pylaemenes, shaggy heart, led the Paphlagonians from the land of the Eneti, where the mules run wild. Their cities were Cytoros and Sesamos, and they lived around the river Parthenios and Cromna, Aegialos, and High Erythene. Odius and Epistrophus led the Halizones from distant Alybe, ancient source of silver. The Mysians were led by Chromis and Inimus, who foretold the future, 49, from the flight of birds, but could not ward off the blackbirds of death. They would be slain in the river by the terrible sword of swift Achilles, Aeacus' grandson, when he killed many there. Phorcys and Ascanius led the Phrygians from distant Ascania, battle-hungry troops. The Meonians were led by Mesthles and Antiphus, Telemone's sons, whose mother was the nymph of Lake Gygaea, under Mount Molus. Nas led the Carians, who spoke a foreign tongue. Their strongholds were Miletus and Mount Thyers, the streams of Meander and Mycale's steep crests. Amphimachus shared the command with Nasts, who came to the war wearing gold like a girl, the fool, but it could not save him from death. Achilles killed him in his rush through the river without a second thought and bore off the gold. Sarpedon and Glaucus captained the Lycians who came from the faraway, swirling Xanthus. Iliad 3. Two armies, the troops in divisions under their commanders. The Trojans advancing across the plain. Like cranes beating their metallic wings in the stormy sky at winter's onset, unspeakable rain at their backs, their necks stretched toward oceanic streams and down to strafe the brown pygmy race, bringing strife and bloodshed from the sky at dawn. While the Greeks moved forward in silence, their breath curling in long angry plumes that acknowledged their pledges to die for each other. Banks of mist settle on mountain peaks and seep into the valleys. Shepherds dislike it, but for a thief it is better than night, and a man can see only as far as he can throw a stone. No more could the soldiers see through the cloud of dust the armies tramped up as they moved through the plain. And when they had almost closed, 51, was it a god? No, not a god. But Paris, who stepped out from the Trojan ranks, leopard skin on his shoulders, curved bow, sword, and shaking two bronze-tipped spears at the Greeks, he invited their best to fight him to the death. When Menelaus, who was Ares' darling, saw him strutting out from the ranks, he felt, as a lion must feel when he finds the carcass of a stag or wild goat, and, half-starving, consumes it greedily even though hounds and hunters are swarming down on him. It was Paris all right. Who could have passed for a god? And Menelaus grinned as he hefted his gear and stepped down from his chariot. He would have his revenge at last. Paris' blood turned milky when he saw him coming on, and he faded back into the Trojan troops with cheeks as pale as if he had almost stepped on, a poisonous snake in a mountain pass. He could barely stand as disdainful Trojans made room for him in the ranks, and Hector, seeing his brother tremble at Atreus' son, started in on him with these abusive epithets. Paris, you desperate, womanizing pretty boy. I wish you had never been born, or had died unmarried. Better that than this disgrace before the troops. Can't you just hear it, the long-haired Greeks chuckling and saying that our champion wins for good looks, but comes up short on offense and defense? Is this how you were when you got up a crew and sailed overseas, hobnobbed with a warrior caste in a foreign country, and sailed off with a beautiful woman with marriage ties to half of them? You're nothing but trouble for your father and your city, a joke to your enemies, and an embarrassment to yourself. 52. No, don't stand up to Menelaus. You might find out what kind of a man it is whose wife you're sleeping with. You think your lyre will help you, or Aphrodite's gifts, your hair, your pretty face, when you sprawl in the dust. It's the Trojans who are cowards, or you'd have long since been dressed out in stones for all the harm you've done. And Paris, handsome as a god, answered him. That's only just, Hector. You've got a mind like an axe, you know, always sharp, making the skilled cut through a ship's beam, multiplying force. Nothing ever turns your edge. But don't throw golden Aphrodite's gifts in my face. We don't get to choose what the gods give us, you know, and we can't just toss their gifts aside. So all right, if you want me to fight, fine. Have the Trojans and the Greeks sit down, and Menelaus and I will square off in the middle to fight for Helen and all her possessions. Winner take all. And everyone else will swear oaths of friendship. You all to live here in the fertile Troad, and they to go back to bluegrass Argos and Achaea with its beautiful women. Hector liked what he heard. He went out in front along the Trojan ranks holding a spear broadside and made them all sit down. Greek archers and slingers were taking aim at him and already starting to shoot arrows and stones when Agamemnon boomed out a command for them to hold their fire. Hector was signaling that he had something to say, and his helmet caught the morning sun as he addressed both armies. Listen to me, Trojans, and you warriors from Greece. Paris, on account of whom this war began, says this. He wants all the Trojan and Greek combatants to lay their weapons down on the ground. 53. He and Menelaus will square off in the middle and fight for Helen and all her possessions. Winner take all. And everyone else swears oaths of friendship. Utter silence. Until Menelaus, who was good at the war shout, said, Now listen to me, since my pain is paramount in all this. It may be that the Greeks and Trojans can at last call it quits. We've had enough suffering from this quarrel of mine that Paris began. Whichever of us is due to die, let him die. Then the rest of you can be done with each other. Bring a pair of lambs, a white one and a black, for Earth and Sunday. Our side will bring another for Zeus. And have Priam come, so he can swear oaths himself, in person, since his sons are arrogant perjurers who would just as soon trample on Zeus' solemn word. Younger men always have their heads in the clouds. An old man looks ahead and behind, and the result is far better for both parties involved. You could see their mood brighten. Greeks and Trojans both, with the hope that this wretched war would soon be over. They pulled their chariots up in rows, dismounted, and piled up their weapons. There was not much space between the two armies. Hector dispatched 2 heralds to the city to fetch the lambs and summon Priam. Agamemnon sent Talthybius back to the ships with orders to bring back a lamb. While these human heralds were off on their missions, Iris, the god's herald, who is also the rainbow, came to white-armed Helen disguised as Lesi, her sister-in-law, and Priam's most beautiful daughter. 54. She found Helen in the main hall, weaving a folding mantle on a great loom and designing into the blood-red fabric the trials that the Trojans and Greeks had suffered for her beauty under Ares' murderous hands. Iris stood near Helen and said, "Come and see, dear lady, the amazing thing the Greek and Trojan warriors have done. They've fought all these years out on the plain, lusting for each other's blood, but now they've sat down in silence, halted the war. They're leaning back on their shields, and their long spears are stuck in the sand. But Paris and Menelaus are going to fight a duel with lances, and the winner will lay claim to you as his beloved wife." The goddess's words turned Helen's mind into a sweet mist of desire. For her former husband, her parents, and her city. She dressed herself in fine silvery linens and came out of her bedroom, crying softly. 2 maids trailed behind, Ether, Pythius' daughter, and cow-eyed Clymene. They came to the western gate, where a knot of old men sat. Priam, Panthous, Thymoetes, Lampus, Clitius, Hystan, who was in Ares' bloodline, Eucaligon, and Antenor, who lived and breathed wisdom. These veterans sat on the wall by the western gate, too old to fight now, but excellent counselors. Think of cicadas perched on a branch, their delicate voices shrill in the woods. Such were the voices of these Trojan elders, 55, sitting on the tower by the western gate. When they saw Helen coming, their rasping whispers flew along the wall. Who could blame either the Trojans or Greeks for suffering so long for a woman like this? Her eyes are not human. Whatever she is, let her go back with the ships and spare us and our children a generation of pain. But Priam called out to her, "Come here, dear child, sit next to me so you can see your former husband. And dear kinsman, you are not to blame for this war with the Greeks. The gods are. Now tell me, who is that enormous man towering over the Greek troops? Handsome, well-built? I've never laid eyes on such a fine figure of a man. He looks like a king." And Helen, the sky's brightness reflected in her mortal face. "Reverend you are to me, dear father-in-law, a man to hold in awe. I'm so ashamed. Death should have been a sweeter evil to me than following your son here, leaving my home, my marriage, my friends, my precious daughter, that lovely time in my life. None of it was to be, and lamenting it has been my slow death. But you asked me something, and I'll answer. That man is Agamemnon, son of Atreus, a great king and a strong warrior both. He was also my brother-in-law, shameless bitch that I am, if that life was ever real." The old man was lost in reverie and wonder. 56, the son of Atreus, born to power and wealth. Blessed by the gods. Now I see. How many Greek lads you command. I thought I saw it all when I went to Phrygia once and saw thousands of soldiers and gleaming horses, under the command of Otreus and Mygdon massed by the banks of the Sangarios, an army in which I myself served. On that fateful day when the Amazons swept down to fight against men. They were nothing compared to these wild-eyed Greeks. Then he saw Odysseus and asked, "Now tell me about this one, dear child, shorter than Agamemnon by a head, but broader in the shoulders and chest. His armor is lying on the ground, and he's roaming the ranks like a ram. That's it, just like a thick-fleeced ram striding through a flock of silvery sheep. And Helen, Zeus' child, that is Laertes' son, the master strategist Odysseus, born and bred in the rocky hills of Ithaca. He knows every trick there is, and his mind runs deep." Antenor turned to her and observed astutely, "Your words are not off the mark there, madam. Odysseus came here once before, on an embassy for your sake along with Menelaus. I entertained them courteously in the great hall and learned each man's character and depth of mind. Standing in a crowd of Trojans, Menelaus, with his wide shoulders, was more prominent, but when both were seated Odysseus was lordlier. 57. When it came time for each to speak in public and weave a spell of wisdom with their words, Menelaus spoke fluently enough, to the point and very clearly, but briefly, since he is not a man of many words. Being older, he spoke first. Then Odysseus, the master strategist, rose quickly, but just stood there, his eyes fixed on the ground. He did not move his staff forward or backward, but held it steady. You would have thought him a dull, surly lout without any wit. But when he opened his mouth and projected his voice, the words fell down like snowflakes in a blizzard. No mortal could have vied with Odysseus then, and we no longer held his looks against him. The third hero old Priam saw was Ajax. And who is that giant of a Greek over there, head and shoulders above the other Achaeans? And Helen, shining in her long, trailing robes, that is big Ajax, the army's mountain. Standing beyond him is Idomeneus. Like a god, with his Cretan commanders, he used to come often from Crete. And Menelaus would entertain him. In our house, and now I can make out all the other Greeks, those I know, and whose names I could tell you. But there are two commanders I do not see, Castor the horsebreaker and the boxer Polydeuces, my brothers, born of one mother. Either they didn't come here from lovely Lacedaemon, or else they did come in their sea-going ships, but avoid the company of the fighting men in horror of the shame and disgrace that are mine. But they had long been held by the life-giving earth there in Lacedaemon, their ancestral land. 58. And now the heralds came up to the town with the sacrificial victims, the 2 rams, and as fruit of the fields, hearty wine in a goatskin bag. The herald Idaeus held a gleaming bowl and a golden chalice and roused the old man with this speech. Rise, son of Laomedon. The best men of Troy and Achaea summon you down to the plain to swear solemn oaths. Paris and Menelaus will fight. A duel for the woman, and she will follow the winner with all her possessions. Everyone else will swear oaths of friendship, we to live here in the fertile Troad, and they to go back to bluegrass Argos and Achaea with its beautiful women. The old man stiffened. He ordered his companions to yoke his horses, then mounted himself and took the reins. Antenor rode with him in the beautiful chariot, and they drove out through the western gate and onto the plain. They pulled up in the space between the 2 armies and stepped down to the earth. Agamemnon rose, and Odysseus, deep in thought. Heralds brought the animals for the oaths and mixed wine in the great bowl. They poured water over the king's hands. Then Agamemnon drew the knife that hung by his sword scabbard and cut hairs from the rams' heads. The heralds gave these to the leaders on both sides, and Agamemnon lifted his palms to the sky. Zeus, Father, Lord of Ida, greatest and most glorious. 59. Helios, who sees all and hears all, rivers and earth, and powers below, who punish perjurers after death. Witness and protect these sacred oaths, if Paris Alexander kills Menelaus. Helen and all her goods are his, and we will sail away in our ships. But if Menelaus kills Paris, the Trojans will surrender Helen with all her goods and pay the Argives a fit penalty for generations to come. If Priam and Priam's sons refuse, upon Paris' death, this penalty to me, I swear to wage this war to its end." He spoke, then slashed the rams' throats and put the gasping animals on the ground, their proud temper undone by whetted bronze. Then they all filled their cups with wine from the bowl and poured libations to the gods eternal and prayed, Greek and Trojan alike, in words like these: "Zeus almighty and most glorious, and all you other immortal gods, whoever breaks this oath and truce, may their brains spill to the ground, like this wine, theirs and their children's, and may other men master their wives." But Zeus would not fulfill their prayers. Then Priam spoke his mind. "Hear me, Trojans and Achaean soldiers. I am going back now to windswept Ilion, since I cannot bear to see with my own eyes my dear son fighting with Menelaus, who is dear to Ares. Zeus and the other immortals, 6, doubtless know whose death is destined. And this man who was a god's equal loaded the rams onto his chariot for interment in Trojan soil, mounted, and took the reins. Antenor stood behind him, and together they drove back to Ilion. Priam's son Hector and brilliant Odysseus first measured off an arena, and then shook lots in a bronze helmet to decide which of the two would cast his spear first. You could see hands lifted to heaven on both sides, and hear whispered prayers. "Death, Lord Zeus, for whichever of the two started this business. But grant us your peace." Great Hector shook the helmet, sunlight glancing off his own as he looked away, and out jumped Paris' lot. The armies sat down, rank after rank, tooled weapons and high-stepping horses idled by each man. The heroes armed. Paris, silken-haired Helen's present husband, bound greaves on his shins with silver clasps, put on his brother Lycaon's breastplate, which fit him well, slung around his shoulders a bronze sword inlaid with silver, and a large, heavy shield. On his head he placed a crested helmet, and the horsehair plume nodded menacingly. Likewise Menelaus' gear. 61. They put their armor on in the ranks, and then stepped out into no man's land, a cold light in their eyes. Veterans on both sides, horse-breaking Trojans and bronze-kneed Greeks, just sat and stared. They stood close, closer, in the measured arena, shaking their spears, half mad with jealousy. And then Paris threw. A long shadow trailed his spear as it moved through the air, and it hit the circle of Menelaus' shield, but the spear point crumpled against its tough metal skin. It was Menelaus' turn now, and as he rose in his bronze he prayed to Zeus. "Lord Zeus, make Paris pay for the evil he's done to me. Smite him down with my hands, so that men for all time will fear to transgress against a host's offered friendship." With this prayer behind it, Menelaus' spear carried through Paris' polished shield and bored into the intricate breastplate, the point shearing his shirt and nicking his ribs as Paris twisted aside from black fatality. Menelaus drew his silver-hammered sword and came down with it hard on the crest of Paris' helmet, but the blade shattered into 3 or 4 pieces and fell from his hands. Menelaus groaned and looked up to the sky. "Father Zeus, no god curses us more than you. I thought Paris was going to pay for his crimes, and now my sword has broken in my hands, and my spear's thrown away. I missed the bastard." As Menelaus spoke, he lunged forward and twisted his fingers into the thick horsehair, 62, on Paris' helmet, pivoted on his heel, and started dragging him back to the Greeks. The tooled leather chinstrap of Paris' helmet was cutting into his neck's tender skin, and Menelaus would have dragged him all the way back and won no end of glory. But Aphrodite, Zeus' daughter, had all this in sharp focus and snapped the oxhide chinstrap, leaving Menelaus clenching an empty helmet, which the hero, spinning like a discus thrower, heaved into the hands of the Greek spectators. Then he went back for the kill. But Aphrodite whisked Paris away with the sleight of a goddess, enveloping him in mist, and lofted him into the incensed air of his vaulted bedroom. Then she went for Helen, and found her in a crowd of Trojan women high on the tower. A withered hand tugged at Helen's fragrant robe. The goddess was now the phantom of an old woman who had spun wool for Helen back in Lacedaemon, beautiful wool, and Helen loved her dearly. In this crone's guise, Aphrodite spoke to Helen. "Over here. Paris wants you to come home. He's propped up on pillows in your bedroom, so silky and beautiful you'd never think he'd just come from combat, but was going to a dance, or coming from a dance, and had just now sat down." This wrung Helen's heart. She knew. It was the goddess, the beautiful neck, the irresistible line of her breasts, the iridescent eyes. She was in awe. For a moment, and then spoke to her. "You eerie thing, why do you love? Lying to me like this? Where are you taking me now? 63 Phrygia? Beautiful Meonia? Another city where you have some other boyfriend for me? Or is it because Menelaus, having just beaten Paris, wants to take his hateful wife back to his house that you stand here now with treachery in your heart? Go sit by Paris yourself. Descend from the gods' high road. Allow your precious feet not to tread on Olympus. Go fret over him constantly. Protect him. Maybe someday he'll make you his wife, or even his slave. I'm not going back there. It would be treason to share his bed. The Trojan women would hold me at fault. I have enough pain as it is." And Aphrodite, angry with her, said, "Don't vex me, bitch, or I may let go of you and hate you as extravagantly as I love you now. I can make you repulsive to both sides, you know, Trojans and Greeks, and then where will you be?" Helen was afraid, and this child of Zeus pulled her silvery white linens around her and walked silently through the Trojan women, eluding them completely. The goddess went ahead and led her to Paris' beautiful house. The servants suddenly all found something to do. Helen moved like daylight to the vaulted bedroom, where Aphrodite, smiling, placed a chair for her opposite Paris. Helen, daughter of Zeus, sat down and, averting her eyes, said reproachfully, "Back from the war? You should have died out there, beaten by a real hero, my former husband. You used to boast you were better than Menelaus when it came to spear work and hand-to-hand combat. Why don't you go challenge him to fight again, right now? I wouldn't recommend it, though, a fair fight between you and Ares' redhead darling. You'd go down in no time under his spear." 64, Paris answered her. "Don't insult me, Helen. Menelaus beat me this time, with Athena's help. Next time I'll beat him. We have gods on our side too. Enough of this. Let's go to bed now and make love. I've never wanted you so much, not even when I first took you away from Lacedaemon in my sailing ship, and made love to you on the island of Crane. I want you even more now than I wanted you then." He walked to the bed, and Helen followed. While the two of them slept in their bed, Menelaus prowled the ranks looking for Paris. The Trojan troops, as much as they would have liked to, could not produce him, to a man. They hated Paris as they hated death itself. So Agamemnon, as commander-in-chief, proclaimed, "Hear me, Trojans, allied troops, and Dardanians. The victory clearly belongs to Menelaus. Surrender therefore Argive Helen, and all the possessions that come with her. We will further assess a suitable penalty, a tribute to be paid for generations to come." Thus Agamemnon, and the Greeks cheered. Iliad 4. The gods were seated with Zeus on his golden terrace, and Hebe was pouring them nectar. They toasted each other with golden cups as they looked out at Troy. Zeus all at once started to provoke Hera with taunts. "Well, Menelaus has a pair of goddesses to help him, Hera of Argos, and Athena the defender, but they prefer to sit on the sidelines enjoying themselves. Aphrodite now, smiling as always, stays with her hero and manages to stave off his doom. Did you see how she saved him just now when it looked like he was about to die? Still, Menelaus, Ares' favorite, clearly won. But we should decide all this now. Should we let war rage again, or establish peace between the two sides? If somehow we all could agree to do this, Priam's city might still be a place to live, and Menelaus could take Argive Helen home. 66. He had no sooner finished than Athena and Hera were whispering to each other with their heads together, plotting trouble for the Trojans. Athena didn't say a word, although she was furious with her father. Hera, however, couldn't contain her anger and said, "Awesome son of Cronus, what a thing to say! How dare you undo all my hard work? The sweat I sweated driving my poor team to raise an army against Priam and his sons. Do it, but don't expect us all to approve." Zeus brooded like a thunderhead and answered, "I don't understand you, woman. What have Priam and his children done to you that you are so fixed on demolishing Ilion's stronghold down to its last well-laid brick? Do you think if you were to enter its gates, get inside its long walls, and chew up Priam and Priam's children raw, and the rest of the Trojans, you might find some relief from this livid hate? Do as you please. I don't want this quarrel to become a source of strife between us. But I'll tell you this, and you take it to heart. The next time I have a passion to smash a city and I choose one with men dear to you in it, don't try to curb my anger. Just let me do it. I've given in to you, though unwilling at heart. For of all the cities under the sun and stars, of all the cities on earth that men inhabit, sacred Ilion is the dearest to my soul, and Priam, and the people of Ashen Spear Priam. My altar there has never lacked libations, or the steamy savor that is our due worship. 67. Oh, and Hera, the queen, her eyes big as an ox's. There are 3 cities especially dear to me, Argos, Sparta, and broad Mycenae. Waste these if they ever annoy you. I won't stand in the way or take it too hard. Even if I begrudged you their destruction, what could I do against your superior strength? Still, it's not right to cancel all my hard work. I too am a god, from the same stock as you, the eldest daughter of devious Cronus, and honored both by position of birth and as the wife of the Lord of all the immortals. Let's call this a draw and yield to each other, I to you, and you to me, and the other gods will all fall in line. Quickly now, dispatch Athena into the war zone, to maneuver the Trojans to break the truce and do some damage to the exultant Greeks. Zeus had no wish to argue this, and he winged these words to Pallas Athena. Go down instantly to the battlefield, get the Trojans to break the truce, and do some damage to the exultant Greeks. Athena had been longing for action. She flashed down from the peaks of Olympus, like a star that the son of devious Cronus sends as a portent to sailors, or to an army camped on a wide plain, a brilliant meteor that sheds sparks all along its shining furrow. This was Pallas Athena rocketing down into no man's land. They were frozen with awe, horse-breaking Trojans and bronze-kneed Greeks, soldiers glancing at each other, saying things like, 68, we'll be fighting again soon. This could mean peace. It means war, if Zeus wants to bring it. While they exchanged words to this effect, Athena blended into the crowd, disguised as a Trojan, Antenor's son Leticus, a good man with a spear, and went in search of Pandarus and found that son of Lycaon, strong and not a blemish on him, standing with rank on rank of tough, shield-bearing troops around him, his men from the banks of Aesepus. Athena stood next to him, and her words flew fast. If you listen to me, wise son of Lycaon, you would take a shot at Menelaus, and win glory and gratitude from the Trojans, especially from Prince Alexander. He would give you splendid gifts. If he saw Menelaus, Atreus' warrior's son, felled by your arrow and laid on the pyre. Come on, one swift arrow aimed at Menelaus, and vow to Apollo, the wolf-born archer, that you will offer 100 firstling lambs when you come home to your city, sacred Zelia. Athena spoke and convinced the fool. He took out his polished bow, made of the horns of a wild ibex that he himself had killed as it came from behind a rock, waiting for it. He shot it in the chest, and it fell back in a cleft. The horns measured 16 palms from the head, and the worker in horn fitted them together, smoothed it all, and tipped it with gold. This was the bow he bent, bracing it carefully on the ground while his men concealed him with shields, so the Greeks couldn't react before Menelaus was hit. He took the lid 69 from the quiver and drew out a feathered arrow, barbed with black pain, that had never been shot. He fit the bitter arrow quickly to the string and vowed to Apollo, the wolf-born archer, he would offer 100 firstling lambs when he came home to his city, sacred Zelia. He drew back the notched arrow until the string reached his nipple and the iron arrowhead the bow, which bent until it arched into a circle, then snapped back twanging, and the string hummed as the arrow needled over the crowded plain. But the gods were watching you, Menelaus, yes, and especially Athena, who stretched out her immortal hand and whisked the arrow away from your bare flesh as lightly as a mother sweeps a fly from her sleeping child. The goddess redirected the arrow to the golden clasps of your belt, where the corselet had an extra fold. The bitter arrow hit the buckled belt and drove right through its rich design and pierced the filigreed corselet, and penetrated even the kilt piece beneath that he wore as proof against javelins. The arrow's tip just grazed the human skin, and dark blood started to flow from the wound. In Meonia and Curia, women stain ivory with scarlet, to be cheek pieces for horses. Such a piece will lie in a treasure chamber, and though many horsemen pray to use it as an ornament for the horse and glory for the driver, it lies there as a king's prize. That, Menelaus, was how your thighs were stained with blood, and your fine shins and ankles beneath. The warlord Agamemnon went numb when he saw black blood flowing from the wound. 70, as did Menelaus himself, whom Ares loved. But when he saw that the ferrule and barbs had not gone in, he breathed easier and revived. Agamemnon, though, was still groaning deeply, holding Menelaus' hand, and his comrades added their groans. Agamemnon spoke for them all. "Dear brother, my oath was your death, setting you up to fight the Trojans for us, and now they've trampled their oath and hit you. But oaths are not empty. We pledged lamb's blood, poured strong wine, and clasped our right hands. If the Olympian does not act on this immediately, he will in good time, and they will pay heavily with their heads, their wives, and their children. Deep down inside, I know this for sure. There will come a day when holy Troy will perish, and Priam and the people under Priam's ashen spear. Zeus himself, throned in heaven on high, will shake his dark aegis over them all in his wrath for this treachery. This shall be done. But dreadful grief will be mine if you die, Menelaus, and meet your destiny now. I will return to Argos in utter disgrace, for the Greeks will turn their minds homeward now, and we will leave Priam and the Trojans to boast they have Argive Helen, and your bones will rot as you lie in Trojan soil, your work unfinished. And some arrogant Trojan will say as he leaps onto the barrow of glorious Menelaus. So much for the wrath of Agamemnon, who led the Greek army here for nothing and has now gone home to his native land with empty ships and without good Menelaus. On that day may the earth gape open for me." And Menelaus, cheering him up, "It's all right. Don't frighten the others. The arrow didn't hit a fatal spot. My belt, 71, stopped it before it got in very far. That and the banded kilt piece the bronze smiths made." And Lord Agamemnon's response, "May it be so, dear Menelaus. But our physician will palpate the wound and apply medications to stop the pain." And he said to Talthybius, the godlike herald, "Talthybius, call Machaon here on the double, Asclepius' son, our faultless physician, to see Menelaus. Someone has shot him, someone really good with a bow, a Trojan or Lycian, to his glory and our grief." Following his orders, the herald went through the welter of Greek bronze, looking for Machaon, and spotted him, standing in the midst of his men, tough shield-bearing troops from Tricca's pastures. He came up to him and spoke winged words. son of Asclepius, Lord Agamemnon calls you to see Menelaus. Someone has shot him, someone really good with a bow, a Trojan or Lycian, to his glory and our grief. Machaon's heart was pounding as he made his way across the crowded sand and through the troops until he came to where Menelaus lay wounded. All the army's best gathered around him in a circle, into which he stepped like a god and quickly drew the arrow from the clasped belt. As it came out, the barbs were broken backward. Then he undid the metallic belt, and, beneath it, the band with the beaten bronze kilt piece. When he saw the wound the arrow had made, he sucked out the blood and smeared on 72 soothing ointments Chiron had given his father. While they were attending to Menelaus, the Trojans came on under their shields, as the Greeks strapped on their gear, and reminded themselves of the joys of war. Agamemnon swung into action. You could not have detected in him then any tendency toward sloth or cowardice. He left his bronze filigreed chariot with his squire, Eurymedon, who held the snorting horses off to the side, and charged him to have them ready. Should he become fatigued, then he set out, on foot, to tour the ranks of his army. He had two set speeches. When he saw men eager to fight, he used encouraging words. Soldiers of Greece, keep up your fighting spirit. Father Zeus will not aid Trojan perjury. Those who violated their sacred oaths will have vultures feeding on their pudgy flesh, and their wives and children will be our cargo after we have taken their city's high rock. But when he saw men shirking the rigors of war, he scalded their ears with words like these. You pansy archers, you're a disgrace to Greece. Standing here like a bunch of knock-kneed fawns worn out from running across a wide field, gaping stupidly, without an ounce of strength left. Are you waiting for the Trojans to come over here where your pretty boats are lined up on the shore, so you can see if Zeus will lend you a hand? Thus Agamemnon, ranging through the troops, and in his tour he came to where the Cretans were arming themselves around their commander, 73 Ominius, a man with a razor-sharp mind and the imposing presence of a wild boar, as he stood in the front ranks, while Marius was busy marshaling the lines in the rear. The warlord Agamemnon liked what he saw and had some cordial words for Idomeneus. Idomeneus, I hold you in the highest regard, both in war and in every other activity, certainly in the feast, when the Argive lords mix wine in the bowl at the council of elders. Even if every flowing-haired Greek chieftain drinks a fixed measure, your cup stays full, and you drink, as I do, to your heart's content. To battle, then, and live up to your old boasts. And Idomeneus, the Cretan commander, son of Atreus, you can count on me to live up to my original pledge. But rouse the other flowing-haired Greeks so we can get into battle. The Trojans have broken their oath. They will suffer and die for violating their sacred word. Agamemnon smiled and moved on, coming next to the two captains who shared the name Ajax as they were strapping on their helmets. Behind them a cloud of infantry loomed. A goatherd standing on a rocky lookout sees a cloud moving in over the purple sea. As a westerly gale sweeps it closer to land, it looks blacker than pitch. The sea ruffles beneath it, the air suddenly turns cold, and the goatherd drives his flock to a cave. So the dark battalions behind the two Ajaxes, squall lines of young men nurtured under the sky, 74, bristling with shields and spears. Agamemnon was glad to see them, and his words flew out. Ajax, both of you, Achaean commanders, I would be out of line if I issued you orders. You push your men to fight hard on your own. By Father Zeus, by Athena and Apollo, if all of my men had your kind of heart, King Priam's city would soon bow her head, taken and ravaged under our hands. He spoke and moved on to the next contingent. There he found Nestor, the clear-toned orator, urging his Pylians on to battle, and arraying them around his captains. Great Pelagon, Alastor, Chromius, Haman, and Bias, shepherd of his people. Nestor positioned the chariots in front and massed the best foot soldiers at the rear. Within this double wall he stationed the riffraff, so that willing or not they would be forced to fight. Nestor briefed his charioteers first, reminding them to control their horses and not drive recklessly into the melee. Now don't get overconfident, any of you, or be too eager to fight the Trojans alone in front of the rest. But no falling back either. Either course will weaken the line. When you make contact with an enemy chariot, stay in your own and thrust with your spear. These are battle-proven, time-tested tactics used by our ancestors to capture walled towns. The old man had years of experience in battle. The warlord Agamemnon was glad to see him and addressed him with winged words. Nestor, old sir, if only your knees. 75, were as strong as your spirit, but old age has worn you down. I'd rather have someone else old, and you among the young. And Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, answered, Son of Atreus, I wish so myself, to be as I was when I killed Ereuthalion. But the gods do not give us all things at once. I was young then, and now I am old. Even so, I will be with the charioteers and urge them on with counsel and words, as is an elder's privilege. Spearwork is for the young men who trust their strength. And Agamemnon moved on, glad in his heart. He found Menesthius next, Peteus' son, standing with his Athenians, masters of the war cry, and farther up the line crafty Odysseus with his tough Cephallenians. These troops had not yet heard a signal, since the armies on both sides were just now starting to move, and were waiting for other Greek battalions to advance and begin the attack on the Trojans. When the warlord Agamemnon saw them, he sent a few barbed words winging their way. Son of Peteus, a king nurtured by Zeus, and you, with all your famous dirty tricks, why are you lagging back here, waiting for others? You too should be taking your stand up front and throwing yourselves into the heat of battle. Both of you are first in line when you hear, I am giving a feast for the council of elders. You like to eat roast meat well enough then and drink cups of honeyed wine all night. But now you'd be glad to see 10 Greek battalions carving up the enemy ahead of you with bronze. Odysseus scowled darkly as he answered, 76. What kind of talk is that, Agamemnon? How can you say we are slack in battle whenever the Greeks engage the Trojans? You will have a chance to see, if you really care, how Telemachus' father mixes it up with the horsewhipping Trojans. What you're saying now is a lot of hot air. Agamemnon could see he was angry. And, with a smile, he took back his words. Son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, Odysseus, the master tactician. I don't mean to give you a hard time. You and I understand each other. Go now. We will make it up later. If there have been any hard words here, may the gods blow them away on the winds. Leaving them there, he went on, and found Diomedes, son of Tydeus, standing by his horses and chariot, with Sthenelus, Capaneus' son, at his side. When the warlord Agamemnon saw them, he sent a few barbed words winging their way. What's this? The son of the hero Tydeus squinting down the lanes of battle from the rear. It wasn't like Tydeus to cower like this. He fought the enemy out front with his friends, as those who saw him in action say. I never saw him myself, but they say he was the best. He came to Mycenae once, not as an enemy, but as a guest, when he and Polynices were taking the field against Thebes' sacred walls. They needed allies, and the Mycenaeans were ready to accede to their request. But Zeus changed their minds with unlucky omens. So they left and came in their journey to the Aesopus' deep reeds and grassy banks. 77, and the Achaeans sent Tydeus out again on another mission, north to Thebes. So he went, and found a crowd of Cadmeans at a feast in mighty Eteocles' house. Alone as he was, and a stranger there, the horseman Tydeus was not afraid. He challenged them all to athletic contests, and easily won every single event. So much help did Athena give him. The Cadmeans were angry, and when he left they laid an ambush along his route back, 50 young men under 2 commanders. Maon, son of Haman, a match for the gods, and Autophonus' son, staunch Polyphonts. But Tydeus brought them to an ugly end, killing all but one, Meon alone. He allowed to return, persuaded by portents. That's what Tydeus the Aetolian was like, but he had a son who cannot fight so well, though he speaks better in council. He spoke, and Diomedes said nothing at all, a mark of respect for the royal reproach. But Capaneus' son, Sthenelus, responded, "Son of Atreus, don't lie when you know how to speak the plain truth. We are proud that we are better than our fathers. We took Thebes with its 7 gates, a lesser army against a stronger wall, trusting in the gods. But our fathers perished by their own recklessness, so don't put them on a level with us." Diomedes frowned at this and said, "Take it easy there, and listen to me. I don't hold anything against Agamemnon for getting the troops into gear. After all, he has more at stake here, greater glory if the Greeks win and capture Ilion. 78, and greater grief if the Greeks are defeated. Let's you and I just keep our minds on fighting." And he jumped down from his chariot. In full metal, the clang of bronze on his chest as he moved out would have unnerved anyone. A swollen wave pushed by the west wind moves closer and closer to a thundering beach. It crests in deep water and then breaks onto the shore with a huge roar and curls over and around the jutting rocks in a spray of brine. So too wave after wave of Greek battalions moving into combat. The captains issued commands, the rest marched on. In such an eerie silence you would have said that not a soldier in the army had a voice, but in fact the silence was terror of their commanders, and only the mute glow from their detailed weaponry signaled their advance. Not so with the Trojan army. More youths than anyone could ever count are pinned in the court of a man of means, waiting to give their white milk and bleeding incessantly when they hear the lambs. Thus the clamor from the immense Trojan muster, not one voice, one language, but a cacophony of tongues from different lands. Behind them, Ares, as behind the Greeks the goddess Athena with sea-gray eyes. And on both sides terror and panic and Ares' murderous sister, Eris, small when her crest first appears, but so ravenous and relentless in her ways, 79, that she soon thrusts her head into the sky, even while she keeps her feet on the earth. This horror now infused equal parts of strife into both armies as she patrolled their ranks, swelling the volume of human suffering. When the two sides closed with each other, they slammed together shields and spears, rawhide ovals pressed close, bronze thoraxes grinding against each other amid the groans and exultations of men being slain. And of those slaying, as the earth ran with blood. Swollen winter torrents flow together where 2 valleys meet. The heavy water from both streams joins in a gorge, and far off in the mountains, a shepherd hears a single, distant roar. Equally indistinguishable the shrieking of these warriors laboring in union. Antilochus drew first blood, killing Echepolus, one of Troy's best. The quick thrust of Antilochus' spear glanced off the rim of his plumed helmet, but the bronze point pegged his forehead and bored through the bone. Darkness enveloped him as he fell like a wall. As he went down, Eliphener, the Abante's captain, grabbed him by the feet and tried to drag him quickly out of range to strip the armor. This effort was short-lived. As Eliphener stooped to haul the corpse, Agenor saw him, and where his shield left his left side exposed Agenor thrust, crumpling him with his spear. The life drained out of him, and over his body the fighting intensified, Greeks and Trojans battering each other like leaping wolves. 80. One early victim was Anthemian's son, Simoeisius, a blossoming lad, whom Telamonian Ajax marked and hit. His mother bore him on the Simois banks on her way down from the slopes of Ida, where she had gone to see her family's flocks. So his parents called him Simoeisius, but he died before he could pay them back for rearing him. As he advanced in the Trojan front lines, the bronze point of Ajax's spear pierced his right nipple and ripped through his shoulder. He fell down to the ground and lay in the dust. a poplar that has grown up in rich bottom soil, with a smooth trunk branching out at top, catches the eye of a Wainwright who wants to curve it into a pole for a fine chariot. He cuts it with a few flashing strokes of his axe, and now it lies drying by the river bank. When Ajax had dispatched him, Antiphus, one of Priam's sons, gleaming in his corslet, threw his javelin at him through the crowd, missing Ajax but hitting a man named Lucas, one of Odysseus' companions, in the groin as he was hauling the body off to one side. The corpse fell from his hands, and he slumped over it. Odysseus took his death hard. He strode forward through the front ranks glowing in his bronze, and, sweeping the enemy lines with his eyes, cast his javelin. The Trojans fell back as the javelin homed in on Demicon, Priam's bastard son from his horse farm in Abydos. With the weight of Odysseus' anger behind it, the spear point entered one temple and came out through the other. Darkness enveloped Demicon's eyes. He fell with a thud, and his armor clattered on his back. The Trojan front lines, and Hector with them, 81, gave ground. The Greeks cheered, dragged off the bodies, and charged far ahead. Apollo, looking down at all this from Pergamum, was indignant and yelled to the Trojans, "Get back into the fight. Greek skin is not stone or iron. It will not deflect bronze. Nor is Achilles, son of Thetis, in combat, but nurses his rage in the beachhead camp." Thus the dread god spoke from the city. But the Greeks were urged on by Zeus' daughter wherever she saw them faltering. Diores, though, was skewered by fate. Pyrrhus, the Thracian leader, had caught him just above the ankle with a jagged stone that crushed both tendons and bones. He fell backward into the dust, hands stretched toward his friends, gasping out his life. Pyrrhus ran up and finished him off with a slicing spear thrust near his navel. His guts spilled out, and everything went black. As Pyrrhus jumped back, Thoas the Aetolian hit him in the chest above the nipple. The bronze caught in his lung. Thoas closed, pulled the spear out, drew his sword, and slashed his belly open. This finished him, but Thoas did not get to strip off Pyrrhus' armor because his men, top-knotted Thracians, with long spears in hand, drove him off, big as he was, and sent him reeling. And so the two lay side by side in the dust, the Thracian leader stretched out by the Epean, and around them many others were killed. No one could trust his immunity any longer. 82. Not even those who had danced their way through unscathed until now, led by the hand of Pallas Athena through the hail of whetted bronze instruments. This was a day many Greeks and Trojans paired off with each other to lie in the dust. Iliad 5. Pallas Athena now gave to Diomedes, Tydeus' son, the strength and courage that would make him shine among the Greeks and win him glory. Starlight flowed from his helmet and shield, as if Sirius had just risen from the sea before dawn in autumn, and that brightest of stars was blazing from his torso and face, instead of from the sky. Athena aimed him to where the battle was thickest. There was a Trojan named Dares, a rich man without a blemish on him, and a priest of Hephaestus. He had 2 sons, Phegeus and Idaeus, trained warriors. These 2 now separated themselves from the crowd and went for Diomedes, they in their chariot, he on foot. When they closed, Phegeus threw. His spear sailed high, passing well over the left shoulder of Diomedes, who kept on coming, launching a shot that hit Phegeus' chest between his nipples and knocked him from his rig. Idaeus jumped for it, abandoning his chariot. 84, and his slain brother, whose prostrate corpse he did not have the courage to defend. He himself would not have escaped Black Death if Hephaestus had not got him out of there, wrapping him in night, so that the old man, his priest, would not be utterly bereaved. Diomedes did get the horses, though, and had his men drive them back to the ships. When the Trojans saw Dares' 2 sons, one in flight, the other dead by his chariot, their hearts shriveled. Athena's cold gray eyes bored in on Ares. She took his hand and said, Ares, you bloodthirsty marauder. Why don't we let the Greeks and Trojans fight, and see to which side Father Zeus gives glory? We both best withdraw and avoid his anger. And with that she led Ares away from the battle and made him sit on the Scamander's sandy banks, while the Greeks pushed the Trojans back. Each leader took out his man. First, the warlord Agamemnon knocked Odius, the Halizone's commander, out of his chariot as he led the retreat, planting a spear between his shoulder blades and driving it out through his chest. He fell with a thud, and his armor clanged on his body. Idomeneus killed Festus, the Meonian who had come from Tarn's black soil. Threading his spear through his right shoulder as he tried to mount his chariot, but instead fell back from it into the loathsome dark. Idomeneus' squires stripped off his armor. Menelaus killed Scamandrius. This man had been taught to hunt by Artemis herself, and could shoot any animal the mountain forest nourished. But neither the goddess nor all his old skill, 85, in archery could help him now. Menelaus planted a spear between his shoulder blades and drove it out through his chest. He fell with a thud, and his armor clanged on his body. Marians killed Pheroclus, whose father was Tecton and grandfather Harmon, and who was himself a skilled craftsman, for Pallas Athena loved him prodigiously. He could build all sorts of intricate things, and had built for Paris the doomed hulls that first spelled evil for Troy, and for himself, since he had no inkling of the gods' oracles. Marians ran him down from behind, and hit him in the right buttock. The spear point slid beneath the bone clear through the bladder. He fell to his knees, and groaned as death took him. Meges took out Pedaeus, Antenor's son. Though he was a bastard, Theano raised him as one of her own, to please her husband. Now Meges got close enough to him to send his spear through the tendon, at the back of his neck and on into his mouth, cutting away the tongue at its root. He fell into the dust, his teeth clenched on cold bronze. Eurypylus got Hypsenor, son of Dolopian and honored priest of the river Scamander. Euaemon's glorious son Eurypylus caught up with him as he sprinted away, and, without breaking stride, slashed at the man's shoulder with his sword, and lopped off his arm, which fell in a bloody mass to the ground. Death covered his eyes with a purple haze. This was their labor in the crush of battle. As for Diomedes, you could not tell which side he belonged to, Greek or Trojan, 86, as he boiled across the plain. A winter torrent will sweep away the thick-set riprap meant to contain it, and flood over also the vineyard walls, when the rain of Zeus makes its swollen waters suddenly rise and obliterate many fine human works. So too before Tydeus' son were driven thick Trojan battalions. Many as they were, they could not withstand this single human tide. When Pandarus saw him storming across the plain and driving entire battalions before him, he bent his curved bow and, taking aim at Diomedes, hit him on the fly in his right shoulder, the arrow piercing the corslet plate, and spattering it with blood as it punched through. And Pandarus whooped, "Got him! Take heart, Trojan horseman, the best of the Achaeans is hit. I don't think he will hold up long under that stiff shaft if Apollo in truth sent me forth from Lycia." Half prayer, half boast, but the arrow didn't kill him. Diomedes took cover next to his horses and car, and, still standing, said to Sthenelus, his driver, "Son of Capaneus, get down from the car and pull this arrow out of my shoulder." Sthenelus vaulted down to the ground, steadied himself, and drew the arrow clean through his shoulder and out the other side. Blood spurted through the linked tunic, and Diomedes, good at the war shout, prayed, 87, hear me, daughter of Zeus. If ever you stood by my father's side, a friend in the heat of battle, stand by me now, goddess Athena. Deliver unto me, and place within the range of my spear the man who hit me before I saw him and boasted I would not see for long the brilliant light of Helios the sun. Pallas Athena heard Diomedes' prayer. She made his body lithe and light, then feathered these words into his ear. Go after the Trojans for all your worth, Diomedes. I have put into your heart. Your father's heroic temper, the fearless fighting spirit of Tydeus the horseman, Tydeus the shield. And I have removed the mist that has clouded your eyes, so that now you can tell God from man. Do not fight with any immortal who might come and challenge you, except Aphrodite, daughter of Zeus. If she comes, you may wound her with bronze. With these words the gray-eyed one was gone, and Diomedes returned to the front. He had been eager before to fight the Trojans, but now his fury was tripled. A shepherd wounds a lion as he leaps a pen's wall. But far from being weakened, the lion gains in strength, and the unprotected flock is little more than a pile of bloody fleece before the angered lion leaps out again. So too Diomedes among the Trojans, killing next Astinus and Hypeiron. 88, one with a spear cast above his nipple, the other with a sword stroke to the collarbone, shearing off the entire shoulder from the neck and back. He let them lie and went after Abas and Polyidus, sons of old Eurydamas, who read dreams, but read no dreams for them when they left home. Diomedes cut them down and moved on. There were two more brothers, Xanthus and Thun, sons of Phenops, who loved them well. He was worn out with old age and its miseries and had no other son to be his heir. Diomedes killed them too, taking their lives and leaving for the father's sorrow and grief. They would not live to be welcomed home, and others would divide their inheritance. His next victims were two sons of Priam, Achaemon and Chromius, in one chariot. Diomedes jumped on them as a lion, leaps on a heifer grazing peacefully in a woodland pasture, and breaks her neck. It was a brutal dismount the son of Tydeus forced them to make. He then stripped their armor, and his men drove their horses back to the ships. Aeneas saw him wrecking the Trojan ranks and made his way through the busy spears searching for Pandarus. When he found him, looking like the match for a god that he was, he went up to him and had this to say: "Pandarus, where are your arrows and bow, and your fame? No one here or in all Lycia can compete with you or claim to be better. Say a prayer to Zeus and take a shot at this man, 89, whoever he is, who is beating the daylights out of the Trojans, some of our best too. It could be he's a god, angry with the Trojans over some sacrifice. That would be tough." Lycaon's splendid son came back with this: "Aeneas, he looks like Diomedes to me, his shield, his grooved helmet, his horses. I'm not at all sure that he's not a god, but if he is who I think he is, Tydeus' son, he's not fighting like this without some god standing at his side and cloaked in mist. I swear one of the immortals turned aside an arrow I already shot at him. Just as it struck, it wound up hitting him in the right shoulder, clean through his breastplate. I thought I had sent him down to Hades, but I didn't get him. Some god is sure angry. Anyway, I don't have a chariot now, or horses to pull it. Not that there aren't 11 beautiful new chariots back in Lycaon's palace, covered with cloths, and a yoke of horses beside each one eating white barley and spelt. Yes, and Lycaon, the old spearman, told me as I left to go to war mounted. Advice I should have taken but didn't, sparing the horses because I was afraid that in an army this big they would lack feed, and they had been used to eating all they wanted. So I left them and came to Ilion on foot, trusting my bow for all the good it has done. I've taken shots at two of their best, Diomedes and Menelaus, and hit them both, drew blood for sure, and only made them madder. Curse the day I took my bow from its peg and led my Trojan troops to lovely Ilion as a favor to Hector. If I ever return and see my land, my wife, and my high-roofed home, 90, may my throat be cut by a thief in the night if I fail to smash my bow in pieces and throw it in the fire. It's been a piece of junk." And Aeneas, the Trojan commander, replied, "Don't talk like that. Things won't get any better until you and I take a chariot and face him in combat. Come on, get in mine, and you'll see what the horses of Tros can do. They know how to eat up the plain and how to cut and turn in pursuit or flight." and they will get us back to the city in safety if Zeus gives Diomedes the glory again. Get in and take the lash and the reins, and I'll dismount to fight, or you. Take him on, and leave the horses to me." Lycaon's splendid son came back with this. "Keep the reins, Aeneas, and drive your own horses. They will pull better for a driver they know in case we have to run from the son of Tydeus. I wouldn't want them to be spooked and shy from pulling us out because they miss your voice, not with Diomedes all over us. He'd kill us both and make off with your horses. No, you drive them, and I'll meet his charge with my spear." So they mounted the chariot and drove off full speed ahead toward the son of Tydeus. Sthenelus saw them coming and said to Diomedes, "Here comes a duo now with muscle to spare and hot to fight you. One is good with a bow, Pandarus, who boasts he is Lycaon's son. The other is Aeneas, who says his mother is Aphrodite, and Anchises his father. Let's retreat in the chariot. Calm down, 91, and get out of action or you'll get yourself killed." Diomedes looked him up and down and said, "Don't talk to me about retreating, Sthenelus. It's not in me to dodge a fight. Besides, I still have my strength. I'm not even going to get in the chariot, much less retreat in it. I'll take them on just like this. Pallas Athena won't let me back down. As for these two, their horses won't be carrying them both away, even if one of them manages to escape. And one thing more, Athena has many plans, but if she does give me the glory here, and I kill them both, hold our horses on this spot, tying the reins to the chariot rail, and rush Aeneas' horses. Drive them back away from the Trojans and to the Greek lines. These horses come from the stock that Zeus gave to Tros as payment for his son Ganymede. The finest horses under the sun. Anchises stole some of the breed from Laomedon by secretly putting his mares to them, and so got 6 colts born in his own palace. For he kept for himself and reared at the stall, and 2 he gave to Aeneas, superb war horses. If we could take these, it'd be a real coup. Thus Diomedes and his driver, their 2 opponents, drove their thoroughbreds hard, and quickly closed the gap, and Pandarus, Lycaon's splendid son, called out, "You're tough, Diomedes, a real pedigreed hero. So I only stung you with that arrow? Well, let's see what I can do with the spear." The shaft cast a long shadow as it left his hand and hit Diomedes' shield. The bronze apex, 92, sheared through and stopped, just short of his breastplate. Pandarus, thinking he had hit him, whooped again. "Got you right through the belly, didn't I? You're done for, and you've handed me the glory." Diomedes answered him levelly, "You didn't even come close, but I swear one of you 2 goes down now, and gluts Ares with his blood." His javelin followed his voice, and Athena guided it to where the nose joins the eye socket. The bronze crunched through the pearly teeth and sheared the tongue at its root, exiting at the base of the chin. Pandarus fell from the car, his armor scattering the hard light as it clattered on his fallen body. His horses shied. Quick movement of hooves, as his soul seeped out into the sand. Aeneas vaulted down with his shield and spear, afraid that the Greeks might drag the body away. He straddled it like a lion sure of its strength, spear straight out, crouched behind his shield's disk, only too glad to kill whoever stood up to him, his mouth open in a battle howl. But Tydeus' son levered up in one hand a slab of stone much too large for 2 men to lift. As men are now, lifted it and smashed it into Aeneas' hip, where the thigh bone turns in the socket that medics call the cup. The rough stone shattered this joint and severed both tendons, ripping open the skin. The hero sank to his knees, clenching the dirt with one hand, 93, while midnight settled upon both his eyes. That would have been the end of Aeneas, but his mother Aphrodite, Zeus' daughter, who bore Aeneas to Anchises the oxherd, had all this in sharp focus. Her milk-white arms circled around him, and she enfolded him in her radiant robe to prevent the Greeks from killing him with a spear to the chest. As she was carrying him out of the battle, Sthenelus remembered the instructions Diomedes had given him. He held his own horses away from the boiling dust, tying the reins to the chariot rail, and on foot, stampeded Aeneas' beautiful horses toward the Greek lines, giving them to Deiphilus, the boyhood friend he valued most and whose mind was like his, to drive back to the ships. Then he mounted his own chariot, took the glossy reins in hand, and drove his heavy-hoofed horses off to find Tydeus' son, who was himself in armed pursuit of Aphrodite. Diomedes knew. This was a weakling goddess, not one of those who control human warfare. No Athena. No Io here, who demolishes cities. And when he caught up to her in the melee, he pounced at her with his spear and, thrusting, nicked her on her delicate wrist, the blade piercing her skin through the ambrosial robe that the Graces themselves had made for her. The cut was just above the palm, and the goddess. Immortal blood oozed out, or rather, the ichor that flows in the blessed god's veins, who, eating no bread and drinking no wine, are bloodless and therefore deathless as well. The goddess shrieked and let her son fall, and Phoebus Apollo gathered him up in an indigo cloud to keep the Greeks from killing him with a spear to the chest. 94, and Diomedes, yelling above the battle noise. Get out of the war, daughter of Zeus. Don't you have enough to do distracting weak women? Keep meddling in war and you'll learn to shiver when it's even mentioned. The goddess, in extreme distress now, went off in a daze. Wind-footed Iris took her and led her through the throng, throbbing with pain, her pale skin bruised. After a while she found Ares, sitting on the left of the battle, his spear propped against a bank of mist, his horses standing by. Aphrodite fell to her knees and begged her brother for his gold frontlet horses. Brother dear, lend me your horses and help me get to Olympus. I'm hurt. Wounded by a mortal, Diomedes, who would fight even Father Zeus. Ares gave her the gold frontlet horses. She mounted the chariot gingerly. And Iris stepped in and took the reins. She cracked the whip and the team flew off and came in no time to steep Olympus, the god's homestead. Iris, a blur of windy light, halted the team, unyoked them, and cast before them their ambrosial fodder. Aphrodite went in to her mother, Dione, and fell in her lap. And Dione, cradling her daughter in her arms and stroking her with her hand, said, "Oh, my poor baby, who did this to you? To treat you like this? What did you do?" 95, and Aphrodite, the goddess who loved to smile. Tydeus' son wounded me, that bully. Diomedes, because I was carrying my son out of range, Aeneas, who is my dearest. The war has gone far beyond Trojans and Greeks. The Greeks are fighting the immortal gods. Dione answered in her lustrous voice. You must bear it, my child. I know it hurts. Many of us Olympians have suffered harm from men, giving tit for tat to each other. Ares did, when Otis and Ephialtes, those bullies, sons of Oloeus, kept him tied him up in a bronze jar for 13 months. They would have destroyed the god of war if their stepmother, beautiful Arabia, hadn't told Hermes. He got Ares out. But the painful bonds had about done him in. Hera suffered too, when Heracles shot her right in the breast with a triple-pronged arrow, and there was no helping the pain she had then. Hades too, formidable as he is, had to endure an arrow the same man shot him with. Among the dead in Pylus, making him suffer. He went to the house of Zeus on Olympus in agony, pierced with pain. The arrow had driven right through his shoulder. Pigeon rubbed on an anodyne and healed him, Hades being no mortal. Heracles was simply outrageous and reckless to provoke the Olympian gods with arrows. And now Athena has set this man upon you, this fool Diomedes, who doesn't understand that a man who fights with gods doesn't last long. His children don't sit on his lap, calling him Papa, to welcome him home from the horrors of war. So as strong as he is, he had better watch out or someone braver than you might fight him. 96. And Aegialia, Adrastus' heroic daughter, the wife of Diomedes, tamer of horses, will wake her family from sleep with lamenting her wedded husband, the best of the Achaeans. And with both her hands she wiped off the ichor. The wrist was healed, and the pain subsided. Athena and Hera were looking on, and making snide remarks to provoke Zeus. The gray-eyed goddess opened with this. "You won't get angry if I say something, will you, Father Zeus? The truth is this. Aphrodite has been urging some Greek lady to traipse after her beloved Trojans. And while she was stroking this gowned beauty, she scratched her frail little hand on a golden brooch." The father of gods and men smiled, and calling Aphrodite said to her, "Dear child, war isn't your specialty, you know. You just take care of the pleasures of love and leave the fighting to Ares and Athena." While these gods were talking to each other, Diomedes leapt upon Aeneas, even though he knew Apollo's hands were there above him. Great as Apollo was, Diomedes meant to kill the Trojan and strip off his armor. 3 times he leapt in homicidal frenzy. 3 times Apollo flicked his lacquered shield, but when he charged a 4th, last time, he heard a voice that seemed to come from everywhere at once, and knew it was Apollo's voice, saying to him, "Think it over, son of Tydeus, and get back. Don't set your sights on the gods. Gods are 97 to humans what humans are to crawling bugs." Even at this, Diomedes only backed up a little, just out of range of the wrathful god. And Apollo took Aeneas from the swarm up to his temple on sacred Pergamum. There Leto and arrowy Artemis healed him in the great sanctuary and made him glorious. And silver-bowed Apollo made a phantom to look like Aeneas, armor and all. And over this wraith the Greeks and Trojans battered each other with their rawhide shields until the edges were tattered into leather fringe. Apollo then called out to the god of war, "Ares, you bloodthirsty marauder, would you be so kind as to take this Diomedes out of action before he goes up against Zeus? He's already wounded Cyprus on the wrist, and came after me like a raging demon." Apollo then sat down on Pergamum's height, while Ares went to spur on the Trojans, disguised as Acamas, the Thracian commander. He called out to the well-born sons of Priam, "You sons of Priam, a king bred by Zeus, how long will you allow your men to be killed by the Achaean forces? Perhaps until they are fighting right in front of our gates? Aeneas is down, son of noble Anchises, a man whom we honored as much as Hector. Let's save our comrade from the boiling dust." This caught their attention, and Sarpedon added his voice, scolding Hector sternly. "Where has your will to fight gone, Hector? You used to say you could hold the city, 98, without any allies, just yourself backed by your brothers and sisters' husbands. I don't see a single one of them now. Who's not cringing like a dog before a lion? The only ones fighting are us, the allies. I'm only an ally myself, from a long way off. It's a long way to Lycia, by eddying Xanthus, where I left my dear wife and baby boy, and all my property and envied wealth. And yet I press my Lycians into battle and take on my man, with nothing of mine here for the Achaeans to take or drive away. But you can't even be troubled to urge your men to take a stand and defend their own wives. Watch out you're not caught like flies in a web, an easy prey for your enemies, who will waste your populous city. You should be worrying about this day and night and begging the captains of your gallant allies to hold their ground, or take the heat yourself." Sarpedon's speech cut Hector to the quick. He leapt to the ground with all his gear, and, brandishing a pair of sharp spears, roamed the ranks, urging everyone to fight. The noise intensified, and with a roar the Trojans whirled to face the Achaeans, who remained in tight formation and did not flinch. Wind carries chaff over the holy threshing floors when men are winnowing, and Demeter herself, blonde in the blowing wind, separates the grain from the chaff, and the piles of chaff that accumulate grow whiter and whiter. So too the Greeks under the cloud of white dust their horses' hooves kicked up from the plain as the chariots wheeled into action again and men locked up in hand-to-hand combat. 99. The bronze sky paled. Ares, who was everywhere at once now, covered the battle with night to help the Trojans, honoring the request of sun-god Apollo, who had asked him to rouse the Trojan spirit when he saw that Athena, who supported the Greeks, had gone off. Apollo chose this moment to send forth Aeneas from his rich sanctuary, infused with strength. Aeneas took his place in the ranks. The men were glad to see him come back to join them, alive and well and in good fighting form. But they did not have time to question him, busy as they were with what Apollo was doing with the help of Ares and ravenous strife. The Greeks were rallied by the two Ajaxes along with Odysseus and Diomedes, not that they quailed before the Trojan attack. In still weather, when the winds that usually scatter the shadowy clouds are asleep, huge banks of mist lie absolutely steady where Zeus has set them on the mountain tops. The Greeks met the Trojans without a tremor. Agamemnon ranged among them, commanding, "Be men, my friends. Fight with valor and with a sense of shame before your comrades. You're less likely to be killed with a sense of shame. Running away never won glory or a fight." And with a quick throw of his spear he hit one of Aeneas' men, Pigeon, son of Pergasus, whom the Trojans respected as much as Priam's sons, quick as he was to fight in the front lines. Agamemnon's spear hit his shield, which did not stop the bronze point, 100 from penetrating all the way through and into his belly, below his belt. He fell with a thud, and his armor clanged. Then Aeneas killed two of Greece's best, Crephon and Orsilochus, the sons of Diocles, a man of substance who lived in Pherai, and was descended from the river Alpheus, whose broad stream flows through the Pylians' land, and who begot Orsilochus to rule over many. This Orsilochus was the father of Diocles, who had twin sons, Crephon and Orsilochus, highly trained warriors. They had just reached manhood when they went with the Argives on the black ships Tawalian, famed for its horses, to win recompense for the sons of Atreus, but death enfolded them both in that land. Two cubs a mother lion has reared in the mountains, where the woods are thick, will begin snatching cattle and sheep from human settlements and continue ravaging the flocks for years until humans finally hunt them down. So these two brothers, beaten to the ground by Aeneas, they fell like tall fir trees. And as they fell, Menelaus pitied them. He strode through the foremost fighters gleaming in his bronze and shaking two spears, spurred on by Ares, whose intention was that Menelaus go down at Aeneas' hands. But Antilochus, Nestor's son, saw him and strode through the front lines, afraid that if anything happened to Menelaus, the Greeks would be robbed of all their hard work. The two had just squared off, their spears pointed directly at each other, when Antilochus took his place right next to Menelaus. Aeneas, quick as he was in battle, 101, did not stay around when he saw the two of them standing their ground together. They pulled the dead brothers back to the Achaean lines and put them in their comrades' arms, then returned to fight in the foremost ranks. Working as a team, they killed Pylaemenes, the great Paphlagonian commander, and Medon his charioteer. Menelaus put his spear through Pylaemenes' collarbone as he stood stock still. His squire Medon was trying to turn the horse's when Antilochus hit him with a stone on the elbow. The reins, white with ivory, fell from his hands to the ground, and Antilochus jumped him, driving his sword through his temple. He gasped and pitched forward, landing headfirst in the soft, deep sand, where he stuck up to his shoulders, feet upright, and held that position for some time, until his horses knocked him over with their hooves. Antilochus drove them back toward the camp. Hector saw all this from across the ranks and charged them with a shout. Trojans poured after him in force, led by Ares, and Io in her power, who held in her hands the deafening, shameless horror of war. Ares cradled an enormous spear in his hands and fell in with Hector, moving ahead of him or a pace or two behind. Diomedes stopped dead in his tracks when he saw him. A man crossing the Great Plains comes to a river and is so startled when he sees the water churning to the sea that he takes a step backward. So Diomedes gave ground and said to his men, Well, my friends, we always thought Hector was a good man with a spear, a real fighter. 102. It turns out a god is always at his side, Ares right now, disguised as a mortal. Keep your face toward the enemy and back up steadily. Don't be too eager to fight with gods. Thus Diomedes and the Trojans closed in. Hector killed 2 men, good fighters, Menestheus and Anchialus, riding together. As they fell, big Ajax pitied them, and came to stand close by. He threw his shining spear and hit Amphius, son of Selagus, a man from Pesis, who had rich farms there, but fate led him to come to the aid of Priam and his sons. Ajax's tree of a spear hit him in the belly, going right through the belt. He fell heavily, and Ajax rushed up to strip his armor, but was met with a hail of Trojan missiles gleaming in the air, many of which he collected on his shield. Still, big Ajax planted his heel upon the corpse and pulled out his bronze spear. He was not able, though, to get the armor unstrapped, pressed as he was by the spears, and fearing a pincer movement by the numerous and now confident Trojans. Big as Ajax was, they pushed him back, and he staggered as he gave ground. While these struggles were going on, fate aroused Lipolymus, a son of Heracles, tall and handsome, to go up against godlike Sarpedon. When these two were in range of each other, son and grandson of Zeus in the clouds, it was Lipolymus who was first to speak. Well, Sarpedon the Lycian, what are you doing skulking around here? You wouldn't know what to do in a fight. They lie when they say you're a son of Zeus. 103. You don't even come close to the heroes who were born from Zeus in the old days, like my father, lion-hearted Heracles, who came here once for Laomedon's Mares with only 6 ships and a few men, but sacked Troy and emptied her streets. You have a coward's heart, and your race is dying. Your coming from Lycia is not going to help the men of Troy. I don't care how strong you are, you're going through Hades' gates, beaten by me. And Sarpedon, the Lycian commander. Lipolymus, your father sacked Iliad because Laomedon was foolish enough to deride the man who had helped him, and withhold the horses he had come so far to get. As for you, I'm going to work out a bloody death for you. You're going to give glory to me, and your soul to Hades. Sarpedon spoke, and Lipolymus lifted his ashwood spear. They both cast at once, and the spears crossed in flight. Sarpedon's hit Lipolymus full in the neck. The point passed completely, and painfully, through an ebony night and folded his eyes. Lipolymus' spear hit Sarpedon's left thigh. The point slashed through with a vengeance and grazed the bone, but his father saved him, for now. Sarpedon's men carried him out of battle, the long spear trailing heavily. In their haste, no one noticed it or thought to draw it out, which would have allowed him to use his legs. It was difficult work tending him at all. On the other side, the Greeks bore Lipolymus away from the fighting. Odysseus, 104, saw all this and longed for action. He debated inwardly whether he should pursue the son of thundering Zeus, or take instead many Lycian lives. It was not Odysseus' fate to kill Sarpedon, so Athena focused his mind on the Lycians. He killed Coeranus, Alastor, and Chromius, Alcandrus, Halius, Nomon, and Prytanes, and he would have killed more, but Hector was quick to see what was going on, and strode through the foremost fighters, helmet shining above his flaming bronze, bringing terror to the Greeks and joy to Sarpedon, who groaned as he spoke. Son of Priam, don't let me lie here as prey for the Greeks. Help me. If I must die, let me die in your city, since I will never return to my own land to make glad my wife and infant son. Hector did not waste any time answering but sprinted past, helmet glancing in light, in his passion to drive the Argives back and kill as many of them as he could. And godlike Sarpedon was made to sit beneath the beautiful oak sacred to Zeus, and Pelagon, his comrade, pulled the spear out of his thigh. His spirit left him, and a mist poured down over his eyes. Then the north wind blew upon him, and he breathed again, though he had gasped out his soul. Under pressure from Ares and Hector, the Greeks neither turned and made for their ships, nor held their own in the fight, but eased themselves backward, now that they knew the Trojans had Ares. 105. The killing began with certain Greeks distinguished as Hector's and Ares' victims, godlike Teuthras, Orestes, a horse driver, Enemaus and Trecus, Aetolian spearmen, Helenus, son of Enops, and Oresbius, a prosperous Boeotian with a gilded corslet. The havoc continued, and when Hera noticed that the Greeks were being crushed in battle, her words flew fast to Pallas Athena. "This is a disaster, daughter of Zeus. Our word to Menelaus that he would go home with Troy demolished will come to nothing if we allow Ares to rage on like this. Come, it's time we remembered how to fight." Athena, the gray-eyed goddess, agreed. And Hera, queen of heaven, daughter of Cronus, got busy harnessing the horses, gold frontlet, while Hebe slid the bronze, eight-spoked wheels onto the car's iron axle, wheels with pure gold rims fitted with bronze tires, a stunning sight, and the hubs spinning on both sides were silver. The car's body was made of gold and silver straps stretched tight, and had a double railing. From it projected a silver pole, and at its end Hebe bound the golden yoke, and on that she hung the golden harness. Hera led the quick-hooved horses beneath the yoke, her heart pounding for war. Athena, meanwhile, Zeus' favorite daughter, let her supple robe slip down to her father's floor, this embroidered garment her own handiwork. She put on one of cloudy Zeus' tunics and strapped on her armor. Around her shoulders she flung the tasseled aegis, bordered with rout and inset with the blood-chilling horrors of war, 106 in the center of which was a Gorgon's head, the dread insignia of Zeus' aegis holder. On her head she put a gold helmet, knobbed and horned, and embossed with 100 cities' soldiery. She stepped into the blazing chariot cradling a spear long and thick enough for Heaven's daughter to level battalions of heroes in her wrath. Hera quickly flicked the horses with the lash, and the automatic gates of heaven groaned open, as willed by the Hours, who control access to Olympus and heaven, opening and shutting the dense cloud banks. Through this gate they drove the patient horses and found Zeus sitting apart from the other gods on the highest peak of ridged Olympus. White-armed Hera reined in the horses there and put her questions to the Most High. "Father Zeus, doesn't Ares infuriate you with his reckless destruction of so many Greeks, much to my sorrow, while Cyprus and Apollo, smug at their success, are lounging around with this mindless bully who knows no law? Father Zeus, will you be angry with me if I knock Ares silly and out of the battle?" And Zeus, clouds scudding around him. "Better to put Athena on him. She's always been the best at giving him grief." White-armed Hera did not disobey. She lashed the horses, and they flew with a will between the starry heavens and earth. One bound of the gods' horses takes them as far into the misty distance as a lookout can see over the wine-blue Aegean. 107. When they came to Troy and to the confluence of the Scamander and Simois rivers, the white-armed goddess reined in the horses, unyoked them, and shed a thick mist around them. Simois made ambrosia sprout up for them. The two goddesses, though passionate to come to the aid of the Greeks, stepped forward as quietly as doves. They were soon in the thick of things where the armies elite, drawn to Diomedes' strength, clustered around him like huge animals, lions or razorback hogs that can rip a man apart. Hera took her stance there and transformed herself to look like Stentor, whose bronze voice sounds as loud as 50 voices combined. And she yelled, "For shame, Greeks! You're all show and no fight." When godlike Achilles used to enter battle, the Trojans wouldn't so much as leave their gates out of fear for what his spear could do. Now they have us backed up against our ships. This got their fighting spirit up. Meanwhile, gray-eyed Athena flashed to Diomedes' side. She found that prince beside his horses and car, cooling the wound from Pandarus' arrow. The sweat where his broad shield strap rubbed was bothering him, and his arm was sore. He was lifting the strap and wiping off the dark, clotted blood when the goddess, casually grasping the horse's yoke, said to him, "You're not very much like your father, you know." Tydeus had a small build, but he was a fighter, even when I wouldn't allow him to fight or show his stuff. Like the time he came to Thebes as a solo envoy to all those Cadmeans. I ordered him to keep his peace at the banquet, 108, but he had a lot of heart, as he always had, and challenged the Cadmean youths and beat them all, effortlessly. Of course I was there beside him. But you, I stand by you. I protect you. I tell you not to worry, to fight the Trojans, and here you are, either bone-tired or paralyzed with fear. No, you're no son of Tydeus or grandson of sharp, old Enyeus. And Diomedes, as tough as they come, answered, "I know it's you, goddess, daughter of Zeus, and so I will answer you frankly. No, I'm not paralyzed by fear, and I'm not slacking off. But I am following the orders you gave me when you told me not to fight face to face with any of the gods except Aphrodite. If she came, you said I could wound her with bronze. That's why I've withdrawn and given orders for all of the troops to fall back to this spot. I know that Ares is controlling the battle, and Athena, whose eyes were as gray as owls. Diomedes, son of Tydeus, I do love you. You don't have to fear Ares or any other of the immortals. Look who is here beside you. Drive your horses directly at Ares, and when you're in range, strike. Don't be in awe of Ares. He's nothing but a shifty lout. He promised Hera and me he would fight against Troy and help the Greeks. Now he's turned Trojan and abandoned us." With that, she pulled Sthenelus back and pushed him off the chariot. Sthenelus went flying, and Athena got in next to Diomedes, who seemed to glow beside the eager goddess, and the solid oak axle groaned under the load of an awesome deity and a hero at his best. 109. Pallas Athena handled the reins and whip and drove the horses directly at Ares, who at that moment was stripping the armor from a warrior named Periphas, a huge man, Aetolia's finest and his father's glory. Ares was busy removing the dead man's armor and getting smeared with blood. Athena put on Hades' helmet so Ares couldn't see her. But Ares did see Diomedes, and when he did, he dropped Periphas to lie in his own gore and headed straight for the hero. As soon as they were in range of each other, Ares leaned out over his horses' backs and thrust, frantic for a kill. Athena's hand deflected the spear in midair and sent it sailing harmlessly over Diomedes' chariot, and when Diomedes thrust next, she drove his spear home to the pit of Ares' belly, where the kilt piece covered it. The spearhead sliced right through to the flesh, and when Diomedes pulled it out, Ares yelled, so loud you would have thought 10,000 warriors had shouted at once, and the sound reverberated in the guts of Greeks and Trojans, as if Diomedes had struck not a god in armor, but a bronze gong 9 miles high. After a period of heat, when the low clouds are massed like wool, you will sometimes see a darker cloud of air whirling off, on its way to becoming a tornado. That is how Ares appeared to Diomedes, moving off through the clouds and up the big sky. He quickly scaled the heights of Olympus, sat down sulking beside Cronian Zeus, showed him the immortal blood oozing from his wound, and whined these winged words. 110. Father Zeus, doesn't it infuriate you to see this violence? We gods get the worst of it from each other whenever we try to help out men. Why did you have to give birth to that madwoman, your marauding daughter, who is always breaking the rules? All the rest of us gods, everyone on Olympus, listen to you. But she can say or do whatever she wants. You even urge her on, your gray-eyed girl. Just now she's been egging on Diomedes to rampage against the immortal gods. He wounded Cypris first, got her on the wrist, then charged at me like an avenging spirit. My fast footwork saved me, or I would be lying in a heap of gruesome corpses, or barely alive from taking hits from his spear. And Zeus, from under thunderhead brows. Shifty lout, don't sit here by me and whine. You're the most loathsome god on Olympus. You actually like fighting in war. You take after your hard-headed mother, Hera. I can barely control her either. One way or another, she got you into this. Be that as it may, I cannot tolerate your being in pain. Your mother did, after all, bear you to me. But if you were born to any other god, you'd be long buried in hell below the Titans. And he called Pigeon to doctor his wound. Pigeon rubbed on an anodyne to kill the pain. And then, as quickly as white milk thickened with fig juice curdles when stirred. 111 Pigeon healed impetuous Ares. And Hebe bathed him and dressed him handsomely, and he sat beside Zeus exulting in glory. Then back to the palace of great Zeus came Argive Hera and Athena the protector, having stopped brutal Ares from butchering men. Iliad 6. The battle was left to rage on the level expanse between Troy's two rivers. Bronze spearheads drove past each other as the Greek and Trojan armies spread like a hemorrhage across the plain. Telamonian Ajax, the Achaean wall, was the first Greek to break the Trojan line and give his comrades some daylight. He killed Thrace's best, Acamas, son of Eusorus, smashing through the horn of his plumed helmet with his spear and driving through until the bronze tip pierced the forehead's bone. Acamas' eyes went dark. Diomedes followed up by killing Axylus, Teuthras' son, a most hospitable man. His comfortable home was on the road to Arisbe, and he entertained all travelers, but not one came by to meet the enemy before him and save him from death. Diomedes killed not only Axylus but Calesius, his driver, two men who would now be covered by earth. Then Ialus killed Apheltius and Dresus and went on after Aesepus and Pedasus, twins whom the Naiad Abarbaria 113 bore to Bucolion, Laomedon's eldest though bastard son. He was with his sheep when he made love to the nymph. She conceived and bore him the twins whom Euryalus now undid. He left their bright bodies naked. Then Polypides killed Astylus. Odysseus got Pittites with his spear, and Teucer took out Areton, a good man. Nestor's son Antilochus killed Ablarus. The warlord Agamemnon killed Elatus, who lived in steep Pedasus on the Satni Oise. Leotus killed Phylacus as he fled, and Eurypylus unmanned Melanthius. But Menelaus took Adrastus alive. Adrastus' terrified horses became entangled in a tamarisk as they galloped across the plain, and, breaking the pole near the car's rim, bolted toward the city with the others. Their master rolled from the car by the wheel and fell face first into the dust. Menelaus came up to him with his long-shadowed spear, and Adrastus clasped his knees and prayed, "Take me alive, son of Atreus, and accept a worthy ransom from the treasure stored in my father's palace, bronze, gold, wrought iron. My father would lavish it all on you if he heard I was still alive among the Achaean ships." The speech had its intended effect. Menelaus was about to hand him over, to be led back to the ships, but Agamemnon came running over to call him on it. "Going soft, Menelaus? What does this man mean to you? Have the Trojans ever shown you any hospitality? Not one of them. Escaped sheer death at our hands, not even." 114. The boy who is still in his mother's womb. Every Trojan dies, unmourned and unmarked. And so the hero changed his brother's mind by reminding him of the ways of conduct and fate. Menelaus shoved Adrastus aside, and Agamemnon stabbed him in the flank. He fell backward, and the son of Atreus braced his heel on his chest and pulled out the spear. Then Nestor shouted and called to the Greeks, "Soldiers of Greece, no lagging behind, to strip off armor from the enemy corpses, to see who comes back to the ships with the most. Now we kill men. You will have plenty of time later to despoil the Trojan dead on the plain." Nestor's speech worked them up to a frenzy, and the Trojans would have been beaten back to Ilion by superior force had not Helenus, Priam's son, and Troy's prophet, approached Aeneas and Hector. Aeneas and Hector, The Trojans and Lycians are counting on you. You two are the leaders in every initiative in council and battle. So make a stand here. Go through the ranks and keep our men back from the gates, before they run through them and fall into their women's arms, making our enemies laugh. Once you have bolstered our troops' morale, we will stand our ground and fight the Danaans, tired as we are. We have our backs to the wall. Hector, go into the city and find our mother. Tell her to take a company of old women to the temple of Athena on the Acropolis with the largest and loveliest robe in her house, the one that is dearest of all to her. And place it on the knees of braided Athena, 115, and promise 12 heifers to her in her temple, unblemished yearlings, if she will pity the town of Troy, its wives and its children, and if she will keep from holy Iliad. Wild Diomedes, who is raging with his spear, I think he's the strongest of all the Achaeans. We never even feared Achilles like this, and they say he is half divine. But this man won't stop at anything. No one can match him. Hector took his brother's advice. He jumped down from his chariot with his gear and toward the ranks, a spear in each hand. He urged them on, and with a trembling roar the Trojans turned to face the Achaeans. The Greeks pulled back. It looked to them as if some god had come from the starry sky to help the Trojans. It had been a sudden rally. Hector shouted and called to the Trojans. Soldiers of Troy and illustrious allies, remember to fight like the men that you are, while I go to the city and ask the elders, who sit in council, and our wives, to pray to the gods and promise bulls by the hundred. And Hector left, helmet collecting light above the black-hide shield whose rim tapped his ankles and neck with each step he took. Then Glaucus, son of Hippolochus, met Diomedes in no man's land. Both were eager to fight, but first Tydeus' son made his voice heard above the battle noise. And which mortal hero are you? I've never seen you out here before on the fields of glory. And now here you are ahead of everyone, ready to face my spear. Pretty bold. I feel sorry for your parents. Of course, 116, you may be an immortal, down from heaven. Far be it from me to fight an immortal god. Not even mighty Lycurgus lived long after he tangled with the immortals, driving the nurses of Dionysus down over the mountain of Nyssa and making them drop their wands. As he beat them with an ox goad, Dionysus was terrified and plunged into the sea, where Thetis received him into her bosom, trembling with fear at the humans' threats. Then the gods, who live easy, grew angry with Lycurgus and the son of Cronus, made him go blind, and he did not live long, hated as he was by the immortal gods. No, I wouldn't want to fight an immortal, but if you are human and shed blood, step right up for a quick end to your life. And Glaucus, Hippolochus' son, great son of Tydeus, why ask about my lineage? Human generations are like leaves in their seasons. The wind blows them to the ground, but the tree sprouts new ones when spring comes again. Men too, their generations come and go. But if you really do want to hear my story, you're welcome to listen. Many men know it. Ephyra, in the heart of Argive horse country, was home to Sisyphus, the shrewdest man alive, Sisyphus son of Aeolus. He had a son, Glaucus, who was the father of faultless Bellerophon, a man of grace and courage by gift of the gods. But Proetus, whom Zeus had made king of Argos, came to hate Bellerophon and drove him out. It happened this way. Proetus' wife, the beautiful Antiaea, was madly in love with Bellerophon and wanted to have him in her bed. But she couldn't persuade him, not at all, 117, because he was so virtuous and wise. So she made up lies and spoke to the king. Either die yourself, Proetus, or kill Bellerophon. He wanted to sleep with me against my will. The king was furious when he heard her say this. He did not kill him. He had scruples about that. But he sent him to Lycia with a folding tablet on which he had scratched many evil signs, and told him to give it to Antaea's father, to get him killed. So off he went to Lycia, with an immortal escort, and when he reached the river Xanthus, the king there welcomed him and honored him with entertainment. For 9 solid days, killing an ox each day. But when the 10th dawn spread her rosy light, he questioned him and asked to see the tokens he brought from Proetus, his daughter's husband. And when he saw the evil tokens from Proetus, he ordered him, first, to kill the chimera, a raging monster, divine, inhuman, a lion in the front, a serpent in the rear, in the middle a goat, and breathing fire. Bellerophon killed her, trusting signs from the gods. Next he had to fight the glorious Salome, the hardest battle, he said, he ever fought, and, third, the Amazons, women the peers of men. As he journeyed back the king wove another while. He chose the best men in all wide Lycia, and laid an ambush. Not one returned home. Blameless Bellerophon killed them all. When the king realized his guest had divine blood, he kept him there, and gave him his daughter and half of all his royal honor. Moreover, the Lycians cut out for him a superb tract of land, plowland, and orchard. His wife, the princess, bore him 3 children, Isander, Hippolochus, and Laodamia. Zeus in his wisdom slept with Laodamia, and she bore him the godlike warrior Sarpedon. But even Bellerophon lost the god's favor, 118, and went wandering alone over the alien plain. His son Isander was slain by Ares, as he fought against the glorious Salome, and his daughter was killed by Artemis of the golden reins. But Hippolochus bore me, and I am proud he is my father. He sent me to Troy with strict instructions to be the best ever, better than all the rest, and not to bring shame on the race of my fathers, the noblest men in Ephyra and Lycia. This, I am proud to say, is my lineage. Diomedes grinned when he heard all this. He planted his spear in the bounteous earth and spoke gently to the Lycian prince. We have old ties of hospitality. My grandfather Ennius long ago entertained Bellerophon in his halls for 20 days, and they gave each other gifts of friendship. Ennius gave a belt bright with scarlet, and Bellerophon a golden cup, which I left at home. I don't remember my father Tydeus, since I was very small when he left for Thebes in the war that killed so many Achaeans. But that makes me your friend, and you my guest, if ever you come to Argos, as you are my friend, and I your guest whenever I travel to Lycia. So we can't cross spears with each other. Even in the thick of battle, there are enough Trojans and allies for me to kill, whomever a god gives me, and I can run down myself, and enough Greeks for you to kill as you can. And let's exchange armor, so everyone will know that we are friends from our father's days. With this said, they vaulted from their chariots, clasped hands, and pledged their friendship. But Zeus took away Glaucus' good sense. 119, for he exchanged his golden armor for bronze, the worth of 100 oxen for 9. When Hector reached the oak tree by the western gate, Trojan wives and daughters ran up to him, asking about their children, their brothers, their kinsmen, their husbands. He told them all, each woman in turn, to pray to the gods. Sorrow clung to their heads like mist. Then he came to Priam's palace, a beautiful building made of polished stone with a central courtyard flanked by porticos, upon which opened 50 adjoining rooms, where Priam's sons slept with their wives. Across the court, a suite of 12 more bedrooms housed his modest daughters and their husbands. It was here that Hector's mother met him, a gracious woman, with Lacy, her most beautiful daughter, in tow. Hecuba took his hand in hers and said, Hector, my son, why have you left the war and come here? Are those abominable Greeks wearing you down in the fighting outside? And does your heart lead you to our Acropolis to stretch your hands upward to Zeus? But stay here while I get you some honey-sweet wine, so you can pour a libation to Father Zeus first and the other immortals, then enjoy some yourself, if you will drink. Wine greatly bolsters a weary man's spirits, and you are weary from defending your kinsmen. Sunlight shimmered on great Hector's helmet. Mother, don't offer me any wine. It would drain the power out of my limbs. I have too much reverence to pour a libation with unwashed hands to Zeus Almighty. 120. Or to pray to Cronion in the black cloud banks spattered with blood and the filth of battle. But you must go to the war goddess's temple to make sacrifice with a band of old women. Choose the largest and loveliest robe in the house, the one that is dearest of all to you, and place it on the knees of braided Athena. And promise 12 heifers to her in her temple, unblemished yearlings, if she will pity the town of Troy, its wives, and its children, and if she will keep from holy Iliad. Wild Diomedes, who's raging with his spear. Go then to the temple of Athena, the war goddess, and I will go over to summon Paris. If he will listen to what I have to say. I wish the earth would gape open beneath him. Olympian Zeus has bred him as a curse. To Troy, to Priam, and all Priam's children. If I could see him dead and gone to Hades, I think my heart might be eased of its sorrow. Thus Hecuba went to the great hall and called to her handmaidens, and they gathered together the city's old women. She went herself to a fragrant storeroom which held her robes, the exquisite work of Sidonian women whom godlike Paris brought from Phoenicia when he sailed the sea on the voyage he made for highborn Helen. Hecuba chose the robe that lay at the bottom, the most beautiful of all, woven of starlight, and bore it away as a gift for Athena. A stream of old women followed behind. They came to the temple of Pallas Athena, on the city's high rock, and the doors were opened by fair-cheeked Theano, daughter of Cisseus and wife of Antenor, breaker of horses. 121. The Trojans had made her Athena's priestess. With ritual cries they all lifted their hands to Pallas Athena. Theano took the robe and laid it on the knees of the rich-haired goddess, then prayed in supplication to Zeus' daughter. Lady Athena, who defends our city, brightest of goddesses, hear our prayer. Break now the spear of Diomedes, and grant that he fall before the western gate, that we may now offer 12 heifers in this temple, unblemished yearlings. Only do thou pity the town of Troy, its wives and its children. But Pallas Athena denied her prayer. While they prayed to great Zeus' daughter, Hector came to Paris' beautiful house, which he had built himself with the aid of the best craftsmen in all wide Troy. Sleeping quarters, a hall, and a central courtyard near to Priam's and Hector's on the city's high rock. Hector entered, Zeus light upon him. A spear 16 feet long cradled in his hand, the bronze point gleaming, and the ferrule gold. He found Paris in the bedroom, busy with his weapons, fondling his curved bow, his fine shield, and breastplate. Helen of Argos sat with her household women directing their exquisite handicraft. Hector meant to shame Paris and provoke him. This is a fine time to be nursing your anger, you idiot. We're dying out there defending the walls. It's because of you the city is in this hellish war. If you saw someone else holding back from combat, you'd pick a fight with him yourself. Now get up before the whole city goes up in flames. 122. And Paris, handsome as a god. That's no more than just Hector. But listen now to what I have to say. It's not out of anger or spite toward the Trojans I've been here in my room. I only wanted to recover from my pain. My wife was just now encouraging me to get up and fight. And that seems the better thing to do. Victory takes turns with men. Wait for me while I put on my armor, or go on ahead. I'm pretty sure I'll catch up with you. To which Hector said nothing. But Helen said to him softly, brother-in-law, of a scheming, cold-blooded bitch. I wish that on the day my mother bore me, a windstorm had swept me away to a mountain or into the waves of the restless sea. Swept me away before all this could happen. But since the gods have ordained these evils, why couldn't I be the wife of a better man, one sensitive at least to repeated reproaches? Paris has never had an ounce of good sense, and never will. He'll pay for it someday. But come inside and sit down on this chair, dear brother-in-law. You bear such a burden for my wanton ways and Paris witlessness. Zeus has placed this evil fate on us so that in time to come poets will sing of us. And Hector, in his burnished helmet. Don't ask me to sit, Helen, even though you love me. You will never persuade me. My heart is out there with our fighting men. They already feel my absence from battle. 123. Just get Paris moving, and have him hurry so he can catch up with me while I'm still inside the city. I'm going to my house now. To see my family, my wife and my boy. I don't know whether I'll ever be back to see them again, or if the gods will destroy me at the hands of the Greeks. And Hector turned and left. He came to his house, but did not find white-armed Andromache there. She had taken the child and a robed attendant and stood on the tower, lamenting and weeping, his blameless wife. When Hector didn't find her inside, he paused on his way out and called to the servants. Can any of you women tell me exactly where Andromache went when she left the house? To one of my sisters or one of my brother's wives? Or to the temple of Athena along with the other Trojan women to beseech the dread goddess? The spry old housekeeper answered him, Hector, if you want the exact truth, she didn't go to any of your sisters or any of your brother's wives, or to the temple of Athena along with the other Trojan women to beseech the dread goddess. She went to Ilion's great tower because she heard the Trojans were pressed and the Greeks were strong. She ran off to the wall like a madwoman, and the nurse went with her, carrying the child. Thus the housekeeper, but Hector was gone, retracing his steps through the stone and tile streets of the great city until he came to the western gate. He was passing through it out onto the plain when his wife came running up to meet him. His beautiful wife, Andromache, a gracious woman, daughter of great Aetion, who lived in the forests of Placos and ruled the Cilicians from Thebes under Placos. 124. His daughter was wed to bronze-helmeted Hector. She came up to him now, and the nurse with her held to her bosom their baby boy, Hector's beloved son, beautiful as starlight, whom Hector had named Scamandrius. But everyone else called Astyanax, lord of the city, for Hector alone could save Ilion now. He looked at his son and smiled in silence. Andromache stood close to him, shedding tears, clinging to his arm as she spoke these words. Possessed is what you are, Hector. Your courage is going to kill you, and you have no feeling left for your little boy or for me, the luckless woman who will soon be your widow. It won't be long before the whole Greek army swarms and kills you. And when they do, it will be better for me to sink into the earth. When I lose you, Hector, there will be nothing left, no one to turn to, only pain. My father and mother are dead. Achilles killed my father when he destroyed our city, Thebes with its high gates, but had too much respect to despoil his body. He burned it instead with all his armor, and heaped up a barrow, and the spirit women came down from the mountain, daughters of the storm god, and planted elm trees around it. I had 7 brothers once in that great house. All 7 went down to Hades on a single day, cut down by Achilles in one blinding sprint through their shambling cattle and silver sheep. Mother, who was queen in the forests of Placos, he took back as prisoner, with all her possessions, then released her for a fortune in ransom. She died in our house, shot by Artemis arrows. Hector, you are my father, you are my mother, you are my brother and my blossoming husband. But show some pity and stay here by the tower. Don't make your child an orphan, your wife a widow. Station your men here by the fig tree, where the city, 125, is weakest because the wall can be scaled. 3 times their elite have tried an attack here rallying around Ajax or glorious Idomeneus, or Atreus' sons or mighty Diomedes. Whether someone in on the prophecy told them or they are driven here by something in their heart. And great Hector, helmet shining, answered her. Yes, Andromache, I worry about all this myself, but my shame before the Trojans and their wives, with their long robes trailing, would be too terrible if I hung back from battle like a coward. And my heart won't let me. I have learned to be one of the best, to fight in Troy's first ranks, defending my father's honor and my own. Deep in my heart, I know too, well, there will come a day when holy Ilion will perish, and Priam, and the people under Priam's ash spear. But the pain I will feel for the Trojans then, for Hecuba herself, and for Priam king. For my many fine brothers who will have by then fallen in the dust behind enemy lines. All that pain is nothing to what I will feel for you, when some bronze-armored Greek leads you away in tears, on your first day of slavery. And you will work some other woman's loom in Argos, or carry water from a Spartan spring, all against your will, under great duress. And someone, seeing you crying, will say, "That is the wife of Hector, the best of all the Trojans when they fought around Ilion." Someday someone will say that, renewing your pain at having lost such a man to fight off the day of your enslavement. But may I be dead, and the earth heaped up above me, before I hear your cry as you are dragged away. With these words, resplendent Hector reached for his child, who shrank back screaming, 126, into his nurse's bosom, terrified of his father's bronze-encased face, and the horsehair plume he saw nodding down from the helmet's crest. This forced a laugh from his father and mother, and Hector removed the helmet from his head and set it on the ground, all shimmering with light. Then he kissed his dear son and swung him up gently, and said a prayer to Zeus and the other immortals. Zeus and all gods, grant that this my son become, as I am, foremost among Trojans, brave and strong, and ruling Ilion with might. And may men say he is far better than his father when he returns from war, bearing bloody spoils, having killed his man, and may his mother rejoice. And he put his son in the arms of his wife, and she enfolded him in her fragrant bosom. Laughing through her tears, Hector pitied her and stroked her with his hand, and said to her, "You worry too much about me, Andromache. No one is going to send me to Hades before my time, and no man has ever escaped his fate, rich or poor, coward or hero, once born into this world. Go back to the house now and take care of your work, the loom and the shuttle, and tell the servants to get on with their jobs. War is the work of men, of all the Trojan men, and mine especially." With these words, Hector picked up his plumed helmet, and his wife went back home, turning around often, her cheeks flowered with tears. When she came to the house of manslaying Hector, she found a throng of servants inside, and raised among these women the ritual lament. And so they mourned for Hector in his house, although he was still alive, for they did not think he would ever again come back from the war, or escape the murderous hands of the Greeks. 127. Paris, meanwhile, did not dally long in his high halls. He put on his magnificent bronze-inlaid gear, and sprinted with assurance out through the city. Picture a horse that is fed on barley in his stall breaking his halter and galloping across the plain, making for his accustomed swim in the river, a glorious animal, head held high, mane streaming like wind on his shoulders. Sure of his splendor, he prances by the horse runs and the mares in pasture. That was how Paris, son of Priam, came down from the high rock of Pergamum, gleaming like amber and laughing in his armor, and his feet were fast. He caught up quickly with Hector just as he turned from the spot where he'd talked with his wife, and called out, "Well, dear brother, have I delayed you too much? Am I not here in time, just as you asked?" Hector turned, his helmet flashing light. "I don't understand you, Paris. No one could slight your work in battle. You're a strong fighter, but you slack off. You don't have the will. It breaks my heart to hear what the Trojans say about you. It's on your account they have all this trouble. Come on, let's go. We can settle this later, if Zeus ever allows us to offer in our halls the wine bowl of freedom to the gods above, after we drive these bronze-kneed Greeks from Troy." Iliad 7. Hector rushed through the gates, and his brother Paris came with him, their hearts eager for battle. Zeus sometimes gives a tailwind to sailors at just the moment their arms and legs can push no more their polished firwood oars. So these two appeared to the Trojans. Each took out his man, Paris killing Menestheus, son of ox-eyed Philomedusa, and Areithous, whose iron mace ruled Arne. Hector's spear blade sliced Ionius' neck beneath his bronze helmet. His limbs went limp. Elsewhere in the crush of battle, Glaucus, son of Hippolochus and Lycian commander, hit Iphinus on the shoulder with his spear as he clambered up behind his racing Mares. He fell from his chariot, and his limbs went slack. Athena's gray eyes had all this in focus, and when she saw the Greeks being beaten, she swooped down from the peaks of Olympus to sacred Ilion. Apollo, who wanted victory for the Trojans, 129, saw her coming as he watched from his lookout on Pergamum, and he rose up to meet her. They met by the ancient oak tree. Lord Apollo, Zeus' son, spoke first. Daughter of great Zeus, why have you come? Again from Olympus? What mission are you on now? Is it to turn the tide of battle for the Greeks, since you have no pity for the Trojans' losses? I have a better idea. Let's halt the bloodshed for today. They can fight later. With Ilion on the line, since you deathless ones have your hearts set on destroying this city. And the gray-eyed goddess Athena replied, So be it, Apollo. This is just what I had in mind in coming from Olympus to the Trojans and Greeks. But how do you intend to stop them from fighting? Lord Apollo, son of Zeus, replied, We could rouse the hard spirit of Hector and have him challenge one of the Greeks to fight against him, man to man. The Greeks would be indignant and rouse someone to battle Hector in single combat. Gray-eyed Athena agreed to his plan. And Helenus, Troy's seer and Priam's son, understood in his heart what these gods had agreed to. He went up to Hector and spoke to him in convincing tones. Hector, son of Priam, Zeus equal in wisdom, will you listen to me? I am your brother. Have all the Greeks and Trojans sit down. Challenge the best of the Greeks to fight you, 130 man to man in single combat. It is not your fate to meet your end now. Thus I have heard from the gods eternal. Thus Helenus, and Hector was persuaded. He went out in front along the Trojan ranks holding a spear broadside, and they all sat down. Agamemnon had his Greeks sit down, and Athena and silver-bowed Apollo sat like vultures in Zeus' tall oak, enjoying the warriors, who sat rank on rank, bristling with shields, helmets, and spears. As a fresh blast of the west wind ripples the sea, and the sea blackens beneath it, so sat the ranks of Trojans and Greeks across the plain. And Hector spoke to them. Hear me out, Trojans and Achaean warriors, until I have spoken what my heart commands. Zeus on high has made our oaths nothing. Hostile to both sides, he means for us to fight until you either take the towers of Troy, or are beaten down beside your seafaring ships. There are among you the best of all Greece. If any of you have the will to fight me, none other than Hector, come forward now. I declare these terms, with Zeus as my witness. If your champion cuts me down with bronze, he can strip my armor and take it back to your ships. My body, though, he will return to my home, to be burned in honor by Trojans and their wives. If I kill him, if Apollo gives me that glory, I will take his armor to holy Ilion and hang it in the temple of the archer god. The corpse I will send back to your hollow ships, so you long-haired Achaeans can give it burial and heap up a tomb by the broad Hellespont. 131. So someone in generations yet to come will say as he sails by on the darkening sea, that is the tomb of a man long dead, killed in his prime by glorious Hector. Someone will say that, and my fame will not die. So he spoke, and they were all hushed and silent, ashamed to refuse and afraid to accept. Finally, Menelaus stood up. He was groaning inwardly, but spoke to them in contemptuous tones. It seems we're good at threatening the Trojans, but when it comes down to it we're women, not men. This day will go down in infamy. If no Danaan meets Hector's challenge now, may you all turn to mud, sitting here without any guts and no call to glory. I'll put on armor myself. win or lose. It's all in the hands of the immortal gods. And with that he put on his armor. And yes, Menelaus, your life would have flickered out then in Hector's palms. Because he was far stronger, had not the Achaean commanders run up and grabbed you, Agamemnon too, the great warlord, holding you back with his right hand, saying, "Have you lost your royal mind, Menelaus? There's no call for you to behave like this. Get hold of yourself. You don't volunteer in the spirit of rivalry to fight someone you're no match for. This is Priam's son Hector we're talking about. Everyone fears him. Even Achilles tightens up at the thought of facing him in battle, and he's far better than you. Just sit down here with your troops now. The Achaeans will come up with another champion, and even if he's a fearless glutton for combat, he'll be glad to bend his knees and rest. 132, if he ever gets out of this one alive." Agamemnon said all the right things, and changed his brother's mind. Relieved, Menelaus' aides took off his armor. Then Nestor stood up and spoke. "It's a sad day for Greece, a sad day. Old Peleus the charioteer would groan. The Myrmidons' great counselor and king who questioned me once in his house and reveled in all our heroic lineages. If he were to hear of all these men cowering before Hector, he would lift his hands to the immortal gods and pray for his soul to leave his body and sink into Hades. O Father Zeus and Athena and Apollo, if only I were young again, as in the days." The Pylians and spear-mad Arcadians gathered near the rushing Celadon and fought under Phea's walls by the streams of Iardanus. On their side Eurythalion, a man like a god, stood forth as champion, wearing the armor of King Areithus, the mace-man, as men and satin-waisted women called him, because he fought with neither bow nor spear, but broke battalions with his iron mace. Well, Lycurgus killed him, by guile, not strength, in a narrow pass where his mace of iron did him no good. Before he could react, Lycurgus skewered him with his spear. Down he went, and Lycurgus stripped from him the armor he had gotten from bronze Ares. And he wore that armor whenever he went to war. And when Lycurgus was an old man in his halls, he gave it to Eurythalion, who had been his squire. Wearing that armor, he challenged all our best. They all trembled with fear. No one dared but me. My heart pumped me up for battle, although I was the youngest of them all. 133, and so we fought, and Athena gave me glory. That was the tallest and strongest man I've ever killed. An enormous hulk sprawled out on the ground. If I were as young now, and my strength still firm, helmeted Hector would have a fight on his hands. But now here you are, the best of the Achaeans, and not one is ready to face off with this Trojan." The old man scolded them, and 9 stood up. First up was the warlord Agamemnon, followed by Tydeus' son Diomedes and the 2 Ajaxes, clothed in fury. Next were Idomeneus and his companion Marius, who weighed in like Ares, and Eurypylus, Euaemon's fine son. And up rose Thoas and brilliant Odysseus, all of them willing to do battle with Hector. Then the horseman Nestor spoke out again. "Now cast lots to see who will be chosen. Whoever it is will enrich the Achaeans, and enrich his own heart, if he gets out alive from the grim business of bloody combat." He spoke, and each man marked his lot and cast it into Agamemnon's helmet. Hands lifted to the gods, the troops said their prayers. Someone would say with a glance at the sky, "Let it be Ajax, Father Zeus, or Diomedes, or the king of golden Mycenae himself." Nestor shook the helmet, and out jumped the lot of the man they all wanted. It was Ajax's. A herald took it down the line from left to right, and showed it to each of the Achaean elite. They all disclaimed it until he came to Ajax, 134, who held out his hand. The herald gave him the lot. When Ajax saw it was his, he smiled inwardly and threw it on the ground by his foot and said, "My friends, the lot is mine, and I'm glad of it, because I think I'm going to beat Hector. But listen, while I am putting on my battle gear, pray to Lord Zeus, the son of Cronus. silently to yourselves, so the Trojans won't hear, or pray openly, since there is no one we fear. No one can drive me off against my will by force or skill. I was born and bred in Salamis, and I know I am no fool. Thus Ajax. You could hear the Greeks saying their prayers to Lord Zeus. Eyes lifted up to broad, flat sky. Father Zeus on Ida above. Grant the splendor of victory to Ajax. But if you love Hector and care for him too, vouchsafe to both equal power and glory. While they prayed, Ajax was clapping on gleaming bronze armor, and when every inch of his skin was covered he hustled forward. Like the giant god of war himself when he enters a soul-devouring battle. That men have joined, but Zeus has ordained. Ajax was that big, a human barricade, a Greek wall, the gristle that was his face arranged in a smile, and with every huge stride the long shadow of his spear sagged and quivered. The Greeks liked what they saw, but the Trojans trembled, and Hector felt his heart pounding in his chest. It was impossible for him, though, to melt back into the ranks. He had issued the challenge. Ajax kept coming, holding a shield that was like a city tower, 7 folds of oxhide mastered with bronze, the work of Tychius. 135, whose shop was in Hyle, the best leather worker on earth, who had made this shimmering shield from 7 tough hides and an 8th layer of bronze. Telamonian Ajax held it in front of his chest now, and put his face in Hector's as he said, "Take a good look, Hector. This is what the heroes are like in the Greek army. Even when Achilles isn't here smashing skulls. He's back there with the ships now, nursing his grudge against Agamemnon. But we still have a few good men to fight you. More than a few. It's your move." Hector's helmet gathered the fading light. Telamonian Ajax, Zeus-born, the captain, don't try to unnerve me, as if I were some kid, or a woman who wouldn't know one end of a spear from another. I've been in a few battles and killed a few men, and I know a few moves. I can go with this shield to the right or the left, dodge through charging horses, or fight hand-to-hand with fancy footwork. But I'm not going to try anything fancy on you. I'm going to hit you straight on, if my aim is good. The taunts were over. Hector carefully balanced his spear, and when he threw it, its long shadow swept over the earth, and it bored through the bronze skin of Ajax's shield and through 6 oxhide layers, but the 7th layer of leather stopped it. It was Ajax's turn now. His long-shadowed spear crashed through the round of Hector's shield and ripped into the intricate breastplate, the point shearing his shirt and nicking his ribs as Hector twisted aside from black fatality. They wrenched their spears back out and went at each other again. 136, like lions after raw meat, or wild boars in rut. Hector stabbed his spear dead center into Ajax's shield, but the bronze point crumpled on its surface, and Ajax was upon him, thrusting his spear hard through Hector's shield. The force of the blow stunned him, and the point grazed his neck, drawing dark blood. This didn't stop Hector. He gave ground and picked up a stone, gripping it in one hand, a huge black slab lying in the plain, and heaved it onto Ajax's massive shield, hitting it on the boss. The bronze rang like a gong. Ajax in turn picked up a much bigger rock, the size of a millstone, and, whirling around, put his enormous strength into the throw, crushing Hector's shield and buckling his knees. He lay curled on his back under his shield, but Apollo quickly put him on his feet again. And they would have gone at each other with swords had not the heralds, Zeus' messengers and men's, come forward from both sides, Talthybius and Idaeus, prudent men both. They held their staffs between the 2 combatants, and Idaeus made this formal pronouncement. "Fight no more, dear sons, nor battle more. Zeus beyond the clouds loves you both, and you are both spearmen, as we all know. Now it is night, and it is good to yield to night." Telamonian Ajax said in response, "Have Hector speak these words, Idaeus. He was the one who challenged our best to fight. It's his call. I'll go along with what he says." And great Hector, helmeted in gold, replied, 137 Ajax, since a god has given you size and strength and wisdom too, and you are the best of the Achaeans with the spear, let us call a truce to our hostilities for today. Another time we will fight again until Zeus grants one of us the victory. Now it is night, and it is good to yield tonight, you to make glad the Greeks beside your ships, and especially the kinfolk and friends you have, myself to make glad throughout Priam's city the Trojans and their wives in long trailing robes who will for my sake throng Ilion's shrines. But now we should exchange glorious gifts, so that the Greeks and Trojans will say of us, they fought each other in soul-devouring strife, but agreed to part in the spirit of friendship. And he gave him his silver-studded sword along with its scabbard and tooled belt. Ajax gave him his own belt, bright with scarlet. Then they parted. Ajax went to the Greeks, Hector to the Trojans, who were glad to see him coming back to join them, having escaped with his life from the grim hands of Ajax. They led him back to the city, scarcely believing he was really safe. On their side, the Greeks led Ajax to Agamemnon, glad he had won. When they were in Agamemnon's quarters, the warlords sacrificed an ox for them, a bull of 5 years, to almighty Cronion. They flayed and dressed it, jointed the limbs and sliced them skillfully, skewered the pieces, roasted them carefully, and drew them off the spits. When they were done and the feast was ready, feast they did, and no one lacked an equal share. The long chine was given in honor to Ajax by the commander-in-chief, Lord Agamemnon, when they had enough of food and drink. The first to spin out his plan was Nestor, 138, whose advice had always seemed best before. He was full of goodwill in the speech he made. Son of Atreus and Greek leaders all, many of our flowing-haired boys are dead. Their blood spilled by Ares near the Scamander, their souls bound for Hades. And so there is need for the army to pause from combat, and at dawn collect the corpses and wheel them back here. By ox and mule cart, we will burn them near the ships, so that when we return to our land, we may bear their bones home to their children. Near the pyre we will heap a common barrow out on the plain, and up against it we will build a high wall, working fast, a defense for our ships and for ourselves, and set in it close-fitting gates, so there will be a way to drive chariots through. Just outside the wall we will dig a deep trench as a hazard for enemy troops and horses, should the proud Trojans ever press us hard. Thus Nestor, and all the kings assented. Meanwhile, on the Acropolis of Troy, an unruly assembly mobbed Priam's doors. Wise Antenor led off with this speech. Hear me, Trojans and Dardanian allies, that I might speak my heart. All right then. Let us give Helen of Argos to Atreus' sons, her and her possessions, for them to take away. We are fighting in false faith and can have no profit from it. This is our only hope. He had his say and sat down. Then up stood rich-haired Helen's husband, godlike Paris, who answered him with these winged words. I don't like what you are saying, Antenor. You know how to speak better than this. 139. But if you really mean what you are saying, then the gods must have destroyed your wits. This is what I have to say to the Trojans. And I'll say it straight out, I won't give her back. But the treasure I brought with her from Argos I will give back, and add some of my own. He had his say, and sat down. Then uprose Dardanian Priam, peer of the gods in council, full of good will in the speech that he made. Hear me, Trojans and Dardanian allies, that I might speak my heart. For the present, take your dinner throughout the city as usual, and each man of you be alert and on watch. At dawn Idaeus will go to the Greek ships, to tell Atreus' sons, Menelaus and Agamemnon, the word of Alexander, who is the cause of this war, and to propose an armistice to burn the dead. Later we will fight again, until the deity decides between us and bestows the victory. He spoke, they listened, and they did as he said. The army took their supper by platoons. At dawn Idaeus went down to the ships and found the Greek warlords assembled beside the stern of Agamemnon's vessel. The wind from the Aegean carried his voice. Son of Atreus, and Achaean princes all, Priam and the other lords of Troy bid me tell you, and may it be sweet to your ears, the word of Alexander, the cause of our strife. All of the treasure he brought back to Troy in his ship's hold, would he had died beforehand, he will give back, and add some of his own. But the former wife of renowned Menelaus, he will not give back, though the Trojans bid him, as they bid me also, propose, if you are willing, an armistice until we can burn the dead. 140 later we will fight again, until the deity decides between us and bestows the victory. He spoke, and they were all hushed in silence until Diomedes' martial voice boomed out. Accept nothing from Alexander, not even Helen. Even a fool can see. The noose is tightening around the Trojans. The Greeks cheered when they heard this, delighted with Diomedes' blunt reply, and Lord Agamemnon addressed Idaeus. Idaeus, you yourself hear the Greeks answer, and it is my pleasure too. As for burning the corpses, I do not begrudge it at all. One does not stint the dead, or deny to them the swift consolation of fire. May Zeus, Hera's thundering consort, witness our oaths. And he lifted up his staff to the gods. Idaeus went back to sacred Ilion, where Trojans and Dardanians sat in assembly. Awaiting his return, he stood in their midst and delivered his message, and they set to work to bring in the dead and gather wood. Likewise the Greeks, hurrying from their ships, brought in their dead and gathered wood. The sun's light lay new on the fields as it rose from deep, soft waters of ocean and climbed the sky. The armies met on the plain. It was difficult to recognize each of the dead, but they washed the clotted blood with water and, shedding hot tears, lifted them onto carts. Great Priam would not allow his people, 141, to wail aloud, so in silence they heaped the corpses on the pyre, grieving at heart. And when they had burned them, they returned to sacred Ilion. And the Greeks, too, heaped the corpses on their pyre, grief in their hearts, and having burned them, returned to the ships. It was twilight before the following dawn, when chosen Greek troops gathered at the pyre. Working fast, they heaped around it a common barrow extending out on the plain, and up against it they built a high wall to protect their camp, complete with tight gates so there would be a way to drive chariots through. Just outside the wall they dug a trench, deep and wide, and in it planted stakes. As the Greeks toiled, their hair flowing around their shoulders and bronze chests, the gods, seated around lightning Zeus, marveled at their work. Poseidon, lord of the islands, was first to speak. Father Zeus, is there now any mortal in all the wide world who will tell the gods what he intends? Do you see that the Greeks have built a wall and trench around their ships without offering us bulls by the hundred? Fame of this will reach as far as dawn spreads light, and men will forget the wall that Apollo and I built with toil for the hero, Laomedon. This provoked a troubled, gloomy response. What a thing for you to say, you, the Templar. Some lesser god might fear this ploy, but not you, whose fame will reach as far as dawn spreads light. Choose your time. When the Greeks have left with their ships for home, smash the wall to bits and sweep it out to sea. 142, and cover the great beach again with sand, so that the Achaeans' wall becomes a dwindling thought. As they spoke to each other in this way, the sun went down, and the Greeks' work was done. They slaughtered oxen and took their supper outside their huts. Wine ships from Lemnos had just sailed in, sent by Jason's son, Euneus, the son Hypsipyle bore to the great adventurer. Euneus had shipped for the sons of Atreus, Agamemnon and Menelaus, a special consignment, 1,000 liters of sweet red. The other Greeks went on board to barter for their wine, some with bronze, others with iron, hides, cattle, or slaves. They made a rich feast. All night long the Greeks feasted, and the Trojans feasted with their allies throughout the city. And all night long Zeus the counselor devised evil for them, thundering terribly. Pale fear seized them, and no man dared drink before spilling wine to Cronus' mighty son. Sleep was welcome when it finally came. Iliad 8. Dawn. Saffron light over all the earth. Zeus, who plays in thunder, had the gods assembled on the utmost peak of the rugged Olympic massif, and now enjoyed their undivided attention. Listen to me, divine ones, so I can tell you what I want. What I don't want is any god, male or female, attempting to brook my word. You are all to assent, so we can get this over with. If I catch any one of you with a private plan to assist either the Greeks or Trojans, he or she will return to Olympus, a crippled wreck, unless of course I hurl him, or her, into moldy Tartarus, down into the deepest underground abyss, iron-gated and bronze-stooped, as far beneath Hades as the sky is above earth. Then you will know who is supreme around here. Or would you like to find out now? Come on, hang a gold cable down from the sky. All you gods and goddesses holding the end couldn't drag down from sky to earth. 144. Zeus the Master, no matter how hard you tried. But if I wanted to, I could haul up all of you, with the earth itself and the very sea. Then loop the cable around a spur of Olympus, and the totality would hang suspended in space. That's how superior I am to gods and men. They were stunned to silence, aghast. At his words, it had been a masterful speech. Finally, gray-eyed Athena spoke up. Well, our Father who art the highest, we know very well your might is unyielding. Still, we have pity for the Danaan spearmen who are now destined to die an ugly death. We will withdraw from the war if you command it, but we will still advise the Greeks, so they won't all be casualties of your wrath. And Zeus, smiling at her, answered, There, daughter. My heart really isn't in it. I want to be gentle to you, child. With that, he harnessed his horses, bronze-hooved, gold-maned, and swift, and clothed himself in gold, and gripped his golden whip, and stepped onto his chariot, and with a touch of his lash they were off, flying between earth and the starry universe. He came to Ida, with its springs and wild beasts, a mountain mother, and to Gargaros there, where his precinct and smoking altar stood. There Zeus reined in his horses, unhitched them from the car, and shed upon them a heavy mist. Then he sat among the peaks, exulting in glory with the city of Troy and the Greek ships in view. The Greeks were taking a hurried meal in their huts, and then armed themselves quickly. 145. Likewise the Trojans throughout the city, a smaller army, but much more desperate to engage the enemy. They were fighting for their children and for their wives. All the gates were opened, and the troops poured through them, on foot and in war cars. When the two sides closed with each other, they slammed together shields and spears, rawhide ovals pressed close, bronze thoraxes grinding against each other, and the groans of men being slain, and the cries of those slain hung in the air as the earth ran with blood. As long as the holy light climbed toward noon, soldiers on both sides were hit and fell. But when the sun straddled heaven's meridian, the Father stretched out his golden scales. On them he placed two dooms of agonizing death, one for the Trojans, one for the Greeks. He held the scales in the middle, and down sank the Greek day of doom, down to the fertile earth, while the Trojans soared up to the sky's expanse. Then Zeus thundered from Ida, and sent a blazing flash into the Greek army. The soldiers gaped in wonder, and their blood turned milky with fear. Idomeneus lost his nerve and ran, followed by Agamemnon and both Ajaxes. Nestor was the only Greek commander left, not that he wanted to stay, but Paris, Helen's fair-haired lord, had hit his trace horse with an arrow to the forelock, and the animal reared in pain, pawing the air frantically, and throwing the other horses into confusion as it writhed against the bronze point in its brain. The old man was cutting the traces with his sword when the horses of an enemy chariot loomed ahead, Hector's horses, and yes, Hector himself at the reins. Nestor's death would have been assured, had not Diomedes. 146 had all this in sharp focus. His soldiers' yell boomed across the plain to Odysseus. Son of Laertes, Odysseus, the clever Ithacon, watch out you don't catch an arrow in your back, retreating like some gutless wonder. Come on, let's save the old man from this maniac. Odysseus didn't hear, or pretended not to. He went right past toward the Achaean ships. No matter. Alone as he was, Diomedes shouldered his way over to Nestor's horses and taking his stand said to the old man, "Here you are, old and broken down, with all these young bruisers at your throat. Your driver isn't much help either, is he? Here, get up into my chariot, and see what the horses of Troas can do. They know how to eat up the plain, and how to cut and turn, in pursuit or in flight. I got them from Aeneas, a pair of real terrors. Our men can mind your horses. As for you and me, let's drive this team straight at the Trojans so that Hector too can feel my spear's bite." That was enough for the old Gerenian horsemen. Sthenelus and Eurymedon tended his mares, and Nestor got in with Diomedes. Taking the silky reins and touching the horses with the lash, they closed ground quickly, and Diomedes threw as Hector came at them, missing his target but hitting Hector's driver, Eniopouius, square in the chest as he held the reins. He fell from the chariot, the horses swerved, and Eniopouius' soul crawled off in the dust. Hector took his death hard, but let him lie there as he went off to find another charioteer, and soon found one, Archeptolemus, Iphitus' son. Hector had him mount 147 behind the horses and put the reins in his hands. Things would have gone badly for the Trojans then, and they would have been pinned in Ilion like lambs, had Father Zeus not had all this in sharp focus. He thundered terribly and threw a white lightning bolt that landed in front of Diomedes' horses and shot up in a flame of burning sulfur. The horses shied and backed into the car. The reins slipped out of Nestor's hands. And with fear in his heart, he said to Diomedes, "Son of Tydeus, turn your horses around. Zeus has given this man the glory today. Another day he may give it to us. But no one can change the purpose of Zeus." And Diomedes, good at the war cry, "Yes, old sir, everything you say is right, but it cuts deep that Hector will someday crow. I made Tydeus' son turn tail and run. When he makes that boast to the men of Troy, I'd just as soon fall through a crack in the earth." And Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, what a thing for wise Tydeus' son to say. Hector may call you a coward and weakling, but the Trojans will not agree with him. Nor will the Dardanians, nor will the widows of all those men you laid low in the dust. And he wheeled the horses around and fled, back through the tumult, with howling Trojans raining barbed missiles on them from behind and Hector's taunting voice in their ears. "Son of Tydeus, the Greeks used to honor you with the best seat, full cups, and red meat. 148 no more. It turns out you're no better than a woman, a rag doll. Get out of here. Did you think I would just stand by and watch while you climbed our walls and carried our women off in your ships? I'll send you to hell first." Diomedes was tempted to wheel around and deal with Hector face to face. 3 times he wavered and was about to turn, and every time Zeus thundered from Ida, signaling that it was the Trojans' turn to win. Hector shouted to his troops, "Trojans, Lycians, Dardanian soldiers, remember to fight like the men that you are. Zeus, I know, has decreed glory for me, and victory, and for the Danaans defeat. Look at this puny wall they've put up. It will never withstand the force of our attack, and our horses will easily jump this ditch. Once I get to their ships, get me some fire so I can burn the fleet and kill dazed Greeks in the smoke." Then he called to his horses, "Xanthus and Podargus, Ethon and Lampus, pay me back now for all the tender care Andromache daughter of Aetion showed you, setting out for you sweet mash with wine. Before serving a meal to me, her husband, now pour on the speed, so we can capture the world-renowned shield of Nestor, solid gold from the rods to the core, and Diomedes' corslet, forged by Hephaestus. If we could take both of these, we could expect the Greeks to sail away this very night. Thus Hector's vaunts, and Hera shook with rage as she sat on her throne, making Olympus tremble. 149. She turned to the great god Poseidon and said, "Ah, Earthshaker, you have all that power, but no pity in your heart for the Danaans dying. And yet they honor you with many lovely gifts at Hellas and Aegae, and up until now. You wanted victory for them. If we had the will, all of us who favor the Greeks, to drive the Trojans back and hold Zeus in check. He would sit alone and frustrated up there on Ida." And the Earthshaker's troubled, gloomy response: "That's reckless talk, Hera. Far be it from me to endorse a fight between Cronian Zeus and all the rest of us. He is stronger by far." While they talked to each other this way, the space between the trenched wall and the ships was crammed with horses and men with shields, corralled there by Hector, son of Priam, and peer of swift Ares, Zeus' glory upon him. And he would have set fire to the upswept hulls had not Hera put it in Agamemnon's mind to make a last-ditch effort to rouse the Greeks. He went through the Achaean ships and huts clutching his great purple cloak, and took his stand on the huge black hull of Odysseus' ship, from which a shout would reach either end of camp, to Telamonian Ajax's quarters at one end, and Achilles at the other, for these two heroes had drawn up their ships at the extremities, trusting their manhood and the strength of their hands. Agamemnon's voice reached every Greek ear. "For shame, Argives! You're nothing but poor excuses for soldiers. What happened to all our boasts, all the big talk that we were the best? Remember Lemnos? 150, all the beef and wine you ate there? Remember saying that each of you could take on 100 Trojans, 200? Well, now we can't match even one. This Hector, who is about to burn our ships. Father Zeus, has there ever been another mighty king, whom you have blinded with blindness like this? Robbed him of glory, as you have robbed me? And yet I never sailed past any altar of yours, I swear, on this misbegotten voyage here, without offering oxen at every single one, in my zeal to make rubble of the walls of Troy. At least, Zeus, grant me this prayer. Let my people escape. Don't let the Trojans annihilate the Achaeans like this." Zeus pitted his tears, and with a nod, agreed that his people would not be destroyed. He sent an eagle, the surest omen on wings, holding in his talons a fawn, which he dropped beside the altar where the Achaeans sacrificed to oracular Zeus. When they saw that the bird had come from him, the Greeks smiled and counterattacked. Of all the Danaans, not one could claim to cross the trench and engage the enemy. Before Diomedes, the armored Trojan he killed was named Agelos, Phradmon's son. He was in the act of wheeling his horses around when Diomedes planted a spear in his back with enough force to drive it out through his chest. He fell from his car with a clang of metal. Next out were the two sons of Atreus, followed by both Ajaxes, clothed in fury. Then came Idomeneus and his companion Marius, who weighed in like Ares, and Eurypylus, Euaemon's fine son. Ninth was Teucer, stretching his bow. 151, as he took his stand behind Ajax's shield. Big Ajax would move his shield aside, and Teucer would spot his target and shoot. His victim would drop in his tracks, and Teucer would run back to Ajax like a child to its mother and take cover again behind his shining shield. Teucer could do no wrong. In short order he killed Orsilochus, Ormenus, and Ophelestes, Dator, Chromius, and godlike Lycophontes, Polyaemon's son Amopaon, and Melanippus. When he had brought these down, one after another, his great bow devastating the Trojan ranks, Agamemnon took notice and came by to say, "Teucer, my man, son of Telamon, keep shooting like this, and you will save the day for the Greeks, and be the light of Telamon's life, who raised and cherished you in his own house though you were a bastard. Today you can bring glory to him, far away as he is. and I give you my solemn word of honor. If Zeus, Aegis holder, and Athena allow me to strip Troy down to its stone foundations, I will place in your hand special reward. Second only to mine, a cauldron, or a chariot and team, or a woman who will go to your bed. And Teucer, who was beyond reproach. Most glorious son of Atreus, why urge me on when I'm at my top speed? I haven't let up. Since we started to push them back to the city, I just pick my spots and shoot Trojans dead. 8 long-tipped arrows I've let fly now, and all of them are stuck in some hero's flesh. There's only this one mad dog I can't hit. And he let another arrow jump from the string straight for Hector. He longed to hit him. 152, but the arrow missed, finding instead the chest of Gorgythion, a son of Priam. By a woman from Aesyme he had taken as wife, Castianira, beautiful as a goddess. His head sagged to one side, like a poppy in a garden, heavy with seeds and spring rain. Gorgythion's head, weighted with his helmet. Teucer let another arrow jump from the string straight for Hector. He longed to hit him, but missed again. This time Apollo made the arrow swerve, and this time it hit Archeptolemus, Hector's charioteer, square in the chest as he hurled himself on. He fell from the chariot, the horses shied, and Archeptolemus' life drained away in the dust. Hector flushed with grief for his fallen driver, but let him lie there, and ordered Cebriones, who was his own brother, and close at hand, to take the reins. Cebriones did so, and Hector vaulted down from his chariot. With a blood-curdling scream, scooping up a stone in one hand, he made straight for Teucer, who had drawn an arrow from his quiver, notched it on the string, and was pulling it back. He was taking dead aim at Hector in his shining helmet, when the stone caught him just where the collarbone divides the neck from the chest, a vulnerable spot. The jagged rock broke the string, his hand went numb. He staggered, fell to his knees, and dropped the bow. When Ajax saw his brother go down, he straddled him and sheltered him with his shield until 2 of his men, Meciscus and Alastor, bore him, groaning heavily, back to the ships. Then once again the Olympian lifted the Trojan spirits, and they pushed the Greeks, 153, straight toward their deep ditch. With Hector out front, thoroughly enjoying himself. A hound goes after a wild hog, or a lion nipping at its buttocks from behind. Sure of its own speed, but always watching for its prey to whirl around. Thus Hector pressed the long-haired Greeks, picking off the hindmost one by one. They were in full retreat until they passed the palisade and ditch. By then many had fallen. When they reached their ships they halted and called out to each other, and to every god they could think of, lifting their arms high, palms flat to heaven, while Hector wheeled his glossy horses right and left, staring toward the Greeks with eyes like a Gorgon's, or like butchering Ares. Watching all this, Hera was moved to pity and said to Athena in a flurry of words, "Don't the 2 of us care any more that the Greeks are being beaten? This may be the end. One single man, Priam's son Hector, is pushing them all to the brink of doom. His rampage is no longer bearable. Just look at how much harm he has done." And the gray-eyed goddess said to her, "I would love to have this man snuffed out, killed by the Argives in his own native land. But my father is on a rampage himself now, and constantly thwarts all my best efforts. He has conveniently forgotten how many times I rescued his son. Heracles, when he was struggling with Eurystheus' labors, he would cry to heaven and Zeus would dispatch me to save his neck. 154, had I been sharp enough to know all this when he was sent to Hades to fetch the hellhound, he never would have made it back up from Styx. At any rate, Zeus hates me now and has executed the plan Thetis sold him on when she kissed his knees and grabbed his beard, begging him to honor her son Achilles, sacker of cities. Well, one day he'll call me his gray-eyed girl again. But for now, you get our horses ready, while I go to the house of Zeus Aegis holder and put on my war gear. I want to see the expression on Hector's helmeted face when we 2 appear in the lanes of battle." Many a Trojan will glut the dogs and birds with their soft flesh after they fall by the ships. Hera, the white-armed goddess, agreed. And the queen of heaven, daughter of Cronus, hastened to harness the gold frontlet horses. Athena, meanwhile, Zeus' favorite daughter, let her supple robe slip down to her father's floor, this embroidered garment her own handiwork. She put on one of cloudy Zeus' tunics, strapped on her battle gear, and then stepped into the blazing chariot cradling a spear, long and thick enough for heaven's daughter to level battalions of men in her wrath. Hera quickly flicked the horses with the lash, and the automatic gates of heaven groaned open, as willed by the Hours, who control access to Olympus and heaven, opening and shutting the dense cloud banks. Through this gate they drove the patient horses. Zeus saw them from Ida and seethed with anger. He sent golden-winged Iris to bear this message. Go, swift Iris, turn them back, and don't let them come face to face with me. 155. It would not be pretty if we had to fight. This is my solemn word on the subject. I will maim their horses, throw them from the chariot, and smash it to bits. Not in 10 circling years will they be healed of the wounds the thunderbolt will inflict. The gray-eyed one must learn what it means to fight with her father. As for Hera, I am not so angry with her, since she always opposes whatever I say. He spoke, and Iris stormed from Ida's peaks to the Olympic range and caught them, just at the gates, and repeated Zeus' words. Where are you two off to in such a hurry? Zeus will not allow you to help the Greeks. This is his solemn word on the subject. He will maim your horses, throw you from the chariot, and smash it to bits. Not in 10 circling years will you be healed of the wounds the thunderbolt will inflict. That's so you, gray eyes, will see what it means to fight with your father. Hera he's not so upset with, since she always opposes whatever he says. But you are awesome indeed, and a fearless bitch, if you dare lift your spear against Zeus. Iris spoke, and was gone in a blur of wind. Hera turned to Athena and said, Daughter of the Aegis holder, I can no longer countenance our fighting with Zeus. For the sake of mere mortals, let one fall and another live, as chance may have it. And let Zeus judge by his own lights, between Trojans and Greeks, as is only proper. With that she turned her hooved horses around. 156. The Hours unyoked them for the goddesses, and tethered them at their ambrosial stalls, and leaned the chariot on the shining gateway. They went inside and sat on golden thrones with the other immortals, and nursed their grief. Zeus wheeled his chariot from Ida to Olympus, where the gods sat assembled. No one less than Poseidon unyoked his team, set the car on its stand, and draped it with a cloth while Zeus rumbled onto his golden throne. And mighty Olympus trembled under his feet. Only Hera and Athena sat apart from Zeus, and failed to address him or ask him a question. He knew what was wrong and said, Why are you two so upset, Athena and Hera? It's not battle fatigue. You two never get tired of pulverizing Trojans, your mortal enemies. It all comes down to this. These two hands are more powerful than all the gods on Olympus combined. As for you two, your shining limbs trembled before you got close enough to see the front lines. And it's just as well, because one thing is certain. Once you had been struck by my thunderbolt, you would never have made it back to Olympus. The two goddesses murmured to each other, huddling close and still scheming against Troy. Athena kept silent and said nothing out loud, although she was furious at her father Zeus. Hera, however, could not contain her anger. The awesome son of Cronus has spoken again. We're all too familiar with your irresistible strength, but we still feel pity for the Danaan spearmen who are now destined to die an ugly death. Fine, we will withdraw from the war, if you command it, but we will still advise the Greeks, so they won't all be casualties of your wrath. 157. Oh, and Zeus, clouds gathering around him. At dawn you will see Cronus' almighty son, if you wish, my ox-eyed lady Hera, making casualties of much of the Greek army. Hector will not be absent from the war until Achilles has risen up from beside his ship on the day when the fighting for Patroclus' dead body reaches its fever pitch by the ship's sterns. That is divinely decreed. Your wrath is nothing to me, not even if you go to the deepest foundations of earth and sea, where Cronus and Iapetus dwell out of the light of Hyperion the sun, cooled by no winds, in the trench of Tartarus. Not even then will I care that you are angry, because there is nothing more shameless than you." He spoke, and white-armed Hera said nothing. The sunlight fell into the ocean, drawing black night over earth's fields, a sunset. The Trojans resented, but to the Greeks' welcome, thrice prayed for ebony night. Hector made camp, leading the Trojans along the river some distance from the ships to an open space that was clear of the dead. They stepped to the ground from their chariots to hear Hector speak. In his hand was a spear 16 feet long, bronze point gleaming, the feral gold. Leaning on this spear, he addressed the troops. "Hear me, Trojans, Dardanians, and allies. I had thought to destroy the Greeks and their ships and be back by now to windy Ilion. But darkness intervened. This more than anything has saved them, and their fleet parked on our beach. So for now, let us yield to black night and prepare our supper. Unyoke your horses, 158, and feed them. Bring cattle and sheep from the city, and get bread and mellow wine from your houses. And gather tons of firewood, so that all night long until early dawn we can burn fires enough to light up the sky, in case the long-haired Greeks have any idea of sailing off by night. We'll not let them board their ships at ease or without a fight. Let them each have a wound from an arrow or spear to brood over at home, a going-away present as they jump on their ships, and a lesson to others not to make war on Troy. Heralds should proclaim throughout the city that boys and graybeards bivouac tonight, all around the city on our God-built walls. As for the women, each of them should light a fire in her house. The city needs to guard against a sneak attack while the army is away. Enough for now. This is sound strategy. In the morning I will address the troops again. I hope and pray to Zeus and all gods to drive off this visitation of foreign dogs the fates have brought us in the black ships. For tonight, we will take care of ourselves. At the crack of dawn we arm ourselves and hit the Greeks hard in their beachhead camp. I will find out whether the great Diomedes will drive me back from the ships to our wall, or whether I will walk off with his bloody gear. And tomorrow he will know what he is made of, and whether he can stand up to my spear. My hunch is that he will find himself lying wounded in the front lines, with his friends all around him, at sunup tomorrow. I wish I were as sure of immortality and eternal youth, and honor like Apollo's and Pallas Athena's as I am that this is a black day for the Greeks." Thus Hector and the Trojans cheered. They unyoked their sweating horses and tethered them with thongs to their chariots. 159, they brought cattle and sheep from the city, got bread and mellow wine from their houses, and gathered firewood. They offered bulls by the hundred to the immortal gods, and onshore winds carried the smoky savor up to the sky, but the blessed ones disdained to partake. They abhorred holy Ilion and Priam, and the people under Priam's ash spear. But the Trojans had great notions that night, sitting on the bridge of war by their watchfires. Stars, crowds of them in the sky, sharp in the moonglow when the wind falls. And all the cliffs and hills and peaks stand out, and the air shears down from heaven, and all the stars are visible, and the watching shepherd smiles. So the bonfires between the Greek ships and the banks of the Xanthus, burning on the plain before Ilion. And 50 men warmed their hands by the flames of each fire. And the horses champed white barley, standing by their chariots, waiting for dawn to take her seat on brocaded cushions. Iliad 9. So the Trojans kept watch, but panic, fear's sister, had wrapped her icy fingers around the Greeks, and all their best were stricken with unendurable grief. When two winds rise on the swarming deep, Boreas and Zephyr, blowing from Thrace. In a sudden squall, the startled black waves will crest and tangle the surf with seaweed. The Greeks felt like that, pummeled and torn. Agamemnon's heart was bruised with pain as he went around to the clear-toned criers, ordering them to call each man to assembly, but not to shout. He pitched in himself. It was a dispirited assembly. Agamemnon stood up, weeping, his face like a sheer cliff with dark spring water washing down the stone. Groaning heavily, he addressed the troops. Friends, Argive commanders and counselors, great Zeus, son of Cronus, is a hard god, friends. He's kept me in the dark after all his promises, all his nods my way that I'd raise Ilion's walls before sailing home. 161. It was all a lie, and I see now that his orders are for me to return to Argos in disgrace. And this after all the armies I've destroyed. I have no doubt that this is the high will of the god who has toppled so many cities, and will in the future, all glory to his power. So this is my command for the entire army. Clear out with our ships and head for home. There's no hope we will take Troy's tall town. He spoke, and they were all stunned to silence, the silence of an army too grieved to speak, until at last Diomedes' voice boomed out. I'm going to oppose you if you talk foolishness, as is my right in assembly, Lord. Keep your temper. First of all, you insulted me, saying in public I was unwarlike and weak. Every Greek here, young and old alike, knows all about this. The son of crooked Cronus split the difference when he gave you gifts. He gave you a scepter and honor with it, but he didn't give you strength to stand in battle, which is real power. Are you out of your mind? Do you really think the sons of the Achaeans are unwarlike and weak? If you yourself are anxious to go home, then go. You know the way. Your ships are here right by the sea, and a whole fleet will follow you back to Mycenae. But many a long-haired Achaean will stay, too, until we conquer Troy. And if they won't, well, let them all sail back to their own native land. The two of us, Sthenelus and I, will fight on until we take Ilion. We came here with Zeus. He spoke, and all the Greeks cheered. The speech of Diomedes, breaker of horses. Then up stood Nestor, the old charioteer. Son of Tydeus, you are our mainstay in battle and the best of your age in counsel as well. 162. No Greek will find fault with your speech or contradict it. But it is not the whole story. You are still young. You might be my son, my youngest. Yet you have given prudent advice to the Argive kings, since you have spoken aright. But I, who am privileged to be your senior, will speak to all points. Nor will anyone scorn my words, not even King Agamemnon. Only outlaws and exiles favor civil strife. For the present, however, let us yield tonight and have our dinner. Guards should be posted outside the wall along the trench. I leave this assignment to the younger men. But you, son of Atreus, take charge. You are king. Serve the elders a feast. It is not unseemly. Your huts are filled with wine, which our ships transport daily over the sea from Thrace. You have the means to entertain us and the men. Then choose the best counsel your assembled guests can offer. The Achaeans are in great need of good counsel. The enemy's campfires are close to our ships. Can this gladden any heart? This night will either destroy the army or save it. They all heard him out and did as he said. The guard details got their gear and filed out on the double under their commanders. Thrasymedes, Nestor's son, Ascalaphus and Ialmenus, sons of Ares, Marians, Apharius, and Diphyrus, and Cryon, the son of Lycomedes. Each of these 7 had 100 men under his command. Spears in hand, they took up their positions in a long line between the wall and the trench, where they lit fires and prepared their supper. Agamemnon, meanwhile, gathered the elders into his hut and served them a hearty meal. They helped themselves to the dishes before them, and when they had enough of food and drink. 163. The first to spin out his plan for them was Nestor, whose advice had always seemed best before, and who spoke with their best interests at heart. Son of Atreus, most glorious Lord, I begin and end with you, since you are king of a great people, with authority to rule and right of judgment from Zeus. It is yours to speak as well as to listen, and to stand behind others whenever they speak to our good. The final word is yours. But I will speak as seems best to me. No one will have a better idea than I have now, nor has anyone ever. From the time, divine prince, you wrested away the girl Briseis from Achilles' shelter, defying his anger and my opposition. I tried to dissuade you, but you gave in to your pride and dishonored a great man, whom the immortals esteem. You took his prize and keep it still, but it is not too late. Even now we must think of how to win him back, with appeasing gifts and soothing words. And the warlord Agamemnon responded, Yes, old man, you were right on the mark when you said I was mad. I will not deny it. Zeus' favor multiplies a man's worth, as it has here, and the army has suffered for it. But since I did succumb to a fit of madness, I want to make substantial amends. I hereby announce my reparations: 7 unfired tripods, 10 gold bars, 20 burnished cauldrons, a dozen horses, solid, prize-winning racehorses, who have won me a small fortune, and 7 women who do impeccable work, surpassingly beautiful women from Lesbos. I chose for myself when Achilles captured the town. 164, and with them will be the woman I took, Briseis' daughter, and I will solemnly swear I never went to her bed and lay with her, or did what is natural between women and men. All this he may have at once. And if it happens that the gods allow us to sack Priam's city, he may, when the Greeks are dividing the spoils, load a ship to the brim with gold and bronze, and choose for himself the 20 Trojan women who are next in beauty to Argive Helen. And if we return to the rich land of Argos, he will marry my daughter, and I will honor him as I do Orestes, who is being reared in luxury. I have 3 daughters in my fortress palace, Chrysothemis, Laodice, and Iphianassa. He may lead whichever he likes as his bride back to Peleus' house, without paying anything, and I will give her a dowry richer than any a father has ever given his daughter. And I will give him 7 populous cities: Cardamyle, Enope, Grassy Hire, Sacred Fairy, Anthea with its meadowlands, beautiful Epea, and Pedasus, wine country. They are all near the sea, on sandy Pilus frontier, and cattlemen live there, rich in herds and flocks, who will pay him tribute as if he were a god, and fulfill the shining decrees of his scepter. I will do all this if he will give up his grudge. And he should. Only Hades cannot be appeased, which is why of all gods mortals hate him most. And he should submit to me, inasmuch as I am more of a king and can claim to be elder. And then spoke Nestor, the Gerenian writer. Son of Atreus, most glorious Agamemnon, your gifts for Achilles are beyond reproach. But come, we must dispatch envoys as soon as possible to Achilles' tent. 165, and I see before me who should volunteer. Phoenix, dear to Zeus, should lead the way, followed by Ajax and brilliant Odysseus. Odius and Eurybates can attend them as heralds. Now bring water for our hands and observe silence, that we may beseech Zeus to have mercy on us. Nestor spoke, and his speech pleased them all. Heralds poured water over their hands. And then youths filled bowls to the brim with drink and served it all around, first tipping the cups. Having made their libations and drunk their fill, they went out in a body from Agamemnon's hut. Gerenian Nestor filled their ears with advice, glancing at each, but especially at Odysseus, on how to persuade Peleus' peerless son. They went in tandem along the seething shore, praying over and over to the god in the surf for an easy time in convincing Achilles. They came to the Myrmidon's ships and huts, and found him plucking clear notes on a lyre, a beautiful instrument with a silver bridge he had taken when he ransacked Aetion's town, accompanying himself as he sang the glories of heroes in war. He was alone with Patroclus, who sat in silence waiting for him to finish. His visitors came forward, Odysseus first, and stood before him. Surprised, Achilles rose from his chair, still holding his lyre. Patroclus, when he saw them, also rose. And Achilles, swift and sure, received them. Welcome. Things must be bad to bring you here, the Greeks I love best, even in my rage. With these words Achilles led them in and had them sit on couches and rugs, dyed purple, and he called to Patroclus. 166. A larger bowl, son of Menoetius, and stronger wine, and cups all around. My dearest friends are beneath my roof. Patroclus obliged his beloved companion. Then he cast a carving block down in the firelight, and set on it a sheep's back and a goat's, and a hog chine too, marbled with fat. Automedon held the meat while Achilles carved it carefully and spitted the pieces. Patroclus, godlike in the fire's glare, fed the blaze. When the flames died down, he laid the spits over the scattered embers, resting them on stones, and sprinkled the morsels with holy salt. When the meat was roasted, he laid it on platters and set out bread in exquisite baskets. Achilles served the meat, then sat down by the wall opposite Odysseus and asked Patroclus to offer sacrifice. After he threw the offerings in the fire, they helped themselves to the meal before them, and when they had enough of food and drink, Ajax nodded to Phoenix. Odysseus saw this, and filling a cup, he lifted it to Achilles. To your health, Achilles, for a generous feast. There is no shortage in Agamemnon's hut, or now here in yours, of satisfying food. But the pleasures of the table are not on our minds. We fear the worst. It is doubtful that we can save the ships without your strength. The Trojans and their allies are encamped close to the wall that surrounds our black ships, and are betting that we can't keep them from breaking through. They may be right. Zeus has been encouraging them with signs, lightning on the right. Hector trusts this, and his own strength, and has been raging recklessly, like a man possessed. He is praying for dawn to come early. 167. So he can fulfill his threat to lop the horns from the ship's sterns, burn the hulls to ash, and slaughter the Achaeans dazed in the smoke. This is my great fear, that the gods make good Hector's threats, dooming us to die in Troy far from the fields of home. Up with you, then, if you intend at all, even at this late hour, to save our army from these howling Trojans. Think of yourself, of the regret you will feel for harm that will prove irreparable. This is the last chance to save your countrymen. Is it not true, my friend, that your father Peleus told you as he sent you off with Agamemnon, my son, as for strength, Hera and Athena will bless you if they wish, but it is up to you to control your proud spirit. A friendly heart is far better. Steer clear of scheming strife, so that Greeks young and old will honor you. You have forgotten what the old man said, but you can still let go of your anger right now. Agamemnon is offering you worthy gifts if you will give up your grudge. Hear me, while I list the gifts he proposed in his hut: 7 unfired tripods, 10 gold bars, 20 burnished cauldrons, a dozen horses, solid, prize-winning racehorses, who have won him a small fortune, and 7 women who do impeccable work, surpassingly beautiful women from Lesbos. He chose for himself when you captured the town. And with them will be the woman he took from you, Briseis' daughter, and he will solemnly swear he never went to her bed and lay with her, or did what is natural between women and men. All this you may have at once. And if it happens that the gods allow us to sack Priam's city, you may, when the Greeks are dividing the spoils, load a ship to the brim with gold and bronze, and choose for yourself the 20 Trojan women who are next in beauty to Argive Helen. 168. And if we return to the rich land of Argos, you would marry his daughter, and he would honor you as he does Orestes, who is being reared in luxury. He has 3 daughters in his fortress palace, Chrysothemis, Laoce, and Iphianassa. You may lead whichever you like as your bride back to Peleus' house, without paying anything, and he would give her a dowry richer than any a father has ever given his daughter. And he will give you 7 populous cities, Cardamile, Inope, Grassy Hire, Sacred Fairy, Anthea with its meadowlands, beautiful Epia, and Pedasus, wine country. They are all near the sea, on sandy Pilus frontier, and cattlemen live there, rich in herds and flocks, who will pay you tribute as if you were a god and fulfill the shining decrees of your scepter. All this he will do if you give up your grudge. But if Agamemnon is too hateful to you, himself and his gifts, think of all the others suffering up and down the line, and of the glory you will win from them. They will honor you like a god. And don't forget Hector. You just might get him now. He's coming in close, deluded into thinking that he has no match in the Greek army that has landed on his beach. And Achilles, strong, swift, and godlike, son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, Odysseus the strategist, I can see that I have no choice but to speak my mind and tell you exactly how things are going to be. Either that or sit through endless sessions of people whining at me. I hate it like I hate hell the man who says one thing and thinks another. So this is how I see it. I cannot imagine Agamemnon, or any other Greek, persuading me. 169, not after the thanks I got for fighting this war, going up against the enemy day after day. It doesn't matter if you stay in camp or fight. In the end, everybody comes out the same. Coward and hero get the same reward. You die whether you slack off or work. And what do I have for all my suffering? Constantly putting my life on the line. Like a bird who feeds her chicks whatever she finds and goes without herself, that's what I've been like, lying awake. Through sleepless nights, in battle for days soaked in blood, fighting men for their wives. I've raided 12 cities with our ships and 11 on foot in the fertile Troad, looted them all, brought back heirlooms by the ton, and handed it all over to Atreus' son, who hung back in camp, raking it in and distributing damn little. What the others did get they at least got to keep. They all have their prizes, everyone but me. I'm the only Greek from whom he took something back. He should be happy with the woman he has. Why do the Greeks have to fight the Trojans? Why did Agamemnon lead the army to Troy if not for the sake of fair-haired Helen? Do you have to be descended from Atreus to love your mate? Every decent, sane man loves his woman and cares for her, as I did, loved her from my heart. It doesn't matter that I won her with my spear. He took her right out of my hands, cheated me, and now he thinks he's going to win me back? He can forget it. I know how things stand. It's up to you, Odysseus, and the other kings to find a way to keep the fire from the ships. He's been pretty busy without me, hasn't he, building a wall, digging a moat around it, pounding in stakes for a palisade. None of that stuff will hold Hector back. 170, when I used to fight for the Greeks, Hector wouldn't come out farther from his wall than the oak tree by the western gate. He waited for me there once, and barely escaped. Now that I don't want to fight him anymore, I will sacrifice to Zeus and all gods tomorrow, load my ships, and launch them on the sea. Take a look if you want, if you give a damn, and you'll see my fleet on the Hellespont in the early light, my men rowing hard, with good weather from the sea god. I'll reach Phthia after a 3-day sail. I left a lot behind when I hauled myself here, and I'll bring back more, gold and bronze, silken-waisted women, gray iron, everything except the prize of honor the warlord Agamemnon gave me, and in his insulting arrogance took back. So report back to him everything I say, and report it publicly. Get the Greeks angry, in case the shameless bastard still thinks he can steal us blind. He doesn't dare. Show his dog face here. Fine. I don't want to have anything to do with him either. He cheated me, wronged me. Never again. He's had it. He can go to hell in peace. The half-wit that Zeus has made him. His gifts mean nothing to me. Not even if he offered me 10 or 20 times his present gross worth and added to it. All the trade Orchomenus does in a year. All the wealth laid up in Egyptian Thebes, the wealthiest city in all the world. where they drive 200 teams of horses out through each of its 100 gates. Not even if Agamemnon gave me gifts as numberless as grains of sand or dust would he persuade me or touch my heart. Not until he's paid in full for all my grief. His daughter? I would not marry. 171. The daughter of Agamemnon's son of Atreus, if she were as lovely as golden Aphrodite, or could weave like owl-eyed Athena, let him choose some other Achaean more to his lordly taste. If the gods preserve me, and I get home safe, Peleus will find me a wife himself. There are many Greek girls in Hellas and Phthia, daughters of chieftains who rule the cities. I can have my pick of any of them. I've always wanted to take a wife there. A woman to have and to hold, someone with whom I can enjoy all the goods old Peleus has won. Nothing is worth my life. Not all the riches they say Troy held before the Greeks came. Not all the wealth in Phoebus Apollo's marble shrine up in craggy Pytho. Cattle and flocks are there for the taking. You can always get tripods and chestnut horses. But a man's life cannot be won back. Once his breath has passed beyond his clenched teeth, my mother Thetis, a moving silver grace, tells me two fates sweep me onto my death. If I stay here and fight, I'll never return home, but my glory will be undying forever. If I return home to my dear fatherland, my glory is lost, but my life will be long, and death that ends all will not catch me soon. As for the rest of you, I would advise you too to sail back home, since there's no chance now of storming Ilion's height. Zeus has stretched his hand above her, making her people bold. What's left for you now is to go back to the council and announce my message. It's up to them to come up with another plan to save the ships and the army with them, since this one, based on appeasing my anger, won't work. Phoenix can spend the night here. Tomorrow he sails with me on our voyage home, if he wants to, that is. I won't force him to come. 172. He spoke, and they were hushed in silence, shocked by his speech and his stark refusal. Finally the old horseman Phoenix spoke, bursting into tears. He felt the ships were lost. If you have set your mind on going home, Achilles, and will do nothing to save the ships from being burnt, if your heart is that angry, how could I stay here without you, my boy, all by myself? Peleus sent me with you on that day you left Phthia to go to Agamemnon, a child still, knowing nothing of warfare, or assemblies where men distinguish themselves. He sent me to you to teach you this, to be a speaker of words and a doer of deeds. I could not bear to be left behind now. Apart from you, child, not even if a god promised to smooth my wrinkles and make me as young and strong as I was when I first left the land of Hellas and its beautiful women. I was running away from a quarrel with Amintor, my father, who was angry with me over his concubine, a fair-haired woman, whom he loved as much as he scorned his wife, my mother. She implored me constantly to make love to his concubine so that this woman would learn to hate the old man. I did as she asked. My father found out and cursed me roundly, calling on the Furies to ensure that never would a child of mine sit on his knees. The gods answered his prayers, underworld Zeus and dread Persephone. I decided to kill him with a sharp sword, but some god calmed me down, putting in my mind what people would say, the names they would call me, so that in fact I would not be known as a parasite. From then on I could not bear to linger in my father's house, although my friends and my family tried to get me to stay, entreating me, slaughtering sheep and cattle, 173, roasting whole pigs on spits, and drinking jar after jar of the old man's wine. For 9 solid days they kept watch on me, working in shifts, staying up all night. The fires stayed lit, one under the portico of the main courtyard, one on the porch, in front of my bedroom door. On the 10th night, when it got dark, I broke through the latches and vaulted over the courtyard fence, eluding the watchmen and servant women. I was on the run through wide Hellas, and made it to Phthya's black soil, her flocks, and to Lord Peleus. He welcomed me kindly, and loved me as a father loves his only son, a grown son who will inherit great wealth. He made me rich and settled me on the border, where I lived as king of the Dolopians. I made you what you are, my godlike Achilles, and loved you from my heart. You wouldn't eat, whether it was at a feast or a meal in the house, unless I set you on my lap and cut your food up and fed it to you and held the wine to your lips. Many a time you wet the tunic on my chest, burping up wine when you were colicky. I went through a lot for you, because I knew the gods would never let me have a child of my own. No, I tried to make you my child, Achilles, so you would save me from ruin. But you have to master your proud spirit. It's not right for you to have a pitiless heart. Even the gods can bend, superior as they are in honor, power, and every excellence. They can be turned aside from wrath. When humans who have transgressed supplicate them with incense and prayers, with libations and savor of sacrifice. Yes, for prayers are daughters of great Zeus, lame and wrinkled, and with eyes averted. They are careful to follow in folly's footsteps, but folly is strong and fleet, and outruns them all. 174, beating them everywhere and plaguing humans, who are cured by the prayers when they come behind. Revere the daughters of Zeus when they come, and they will bless you and hear your cry. Reject them and refuse them stubbornly. And they will ask Zeus, Cronus' son, to have folly plague you, so you will pay in pain. No, Achilles, grant these daughters of Zeus the respect that bends all upright men's minds. If the son of Atreus were not offering gifts and promising more, if he were still raging mad, I would not ask you to shrug off your grudge and help the Greeks, no matter how sore their need. But he is offering gifts and promising more, and he has sent to you a delegation of the best men in the army, your dearest friends. Don't scorn their words or their mission here. No one could blame you for being angry before. We all know stories about heroes of old, how they were furiously angry, but later on were won over with gifts or appeased with words. I remember a very old story like this, and since we are all friends here, I will tell it to you now. The Curetes were fighting the Aetolians in a bloody war around Calydon town. The Aetolians were defending their city, and the Curetes meant to burn it down. This was all because gold-throned Artemis had cursed the Curetes, angry that Enyeus had not offered her his orchard's first fruits. The other gods feasted on bulls by the hundred, but Enyeus forgot somehow or other only the sacrifice to great Zeus' daughter. So the archer goddess, angry at heart, roused a savage boar with gleaming white tusks and sent him to destroy Enyeus' orchard. The boar did a good job uprooting trees and littering the ground with apples and blossoms. But Enyeus' son, Meleager, killed it. After getting up a party of hunters and hounds, 175 from many towns, it took more than a few men to kill this huge boar, and not before. It set many a hunter on the funeral pyre, but the goddess caused a bitter argument about the boar's head and shaggy hide between the Curetes and Aetolians. They went to war, while Meleager still fought. The Curetes had the worst of it, and could not remain outside Calydon's wall. But when wrath swelled Meleager's heart, as it swells even the hearts of the wise, and his anger rose against Althea his mother, he lay in bed with his wife, Cleopatra, child of Marpessa and the warrior Idas. Idas once took up his bow against Apollo to win Lysimarpessa. Her parents called the girl Halcyone back then, because her mother wept like a halcyon, the bird of sorrows, because the archer god, Phoebus Apollo, had stolen her daughter. Meleager nursed his anger at Cleopatra's side, furious because his mother had cursed him to the gods for murdering his uncle, her brother, that is, and she beat the earth, the nurturing earth, with her hands, and called upon Hades and Persephone the dread, as she knelt and wet her bosom with tears, to bring death to her son. And the Fury, who walks in darkness, heard her from the pit of Erebus, and her heart was iron. Soon the enemy was heard at the walls again, battering the gates. The Aetolian elders sent the city's high priests to pray to Meleager to come out and defend them, offering him 50 acres of Caledon's richest land wherever he chose, half in vineyard, half in clear plowland, to be cut from the plain. And the old horseman Aeneas shook his doors, standing on the threshold of his gabled room, and recited a litany of prayers to his son, 176, as did his sisters and his queenly mother. He refused them all, and refused his friends, his very best friends and boon companions. No one could move his heart or persuade him until the Curetes, having scaled the walls, were burning the city and beating down his bedroom door. Then his wife wailed, and listed for him all the woes that befall a captured people, the men killed. The town itself burnt, the women and children led into slavery. This roused his spirit. He clapped on armor and went out to fight, and so he saved the Aetolians from doom of his own accord, and they paid him none of those lovely gifts, savior or not. Don't be like that. Don't think that way, and don't let your spirit turn that way. The ships will be harder to save when they're burning. Come while there are gifts, while the Achaeans will still honor you as if you were a god. But if you go into battle without any gifts, your honor will be less, save us or not. And strong, swift-footed Achilles answered, I don't need that kind of honor, Phoenix. My honor comes from Zeus, and I will have it among these beaked ships as long as my breath still remains and my knees still move. Now listen to this. You're listening? Good. Don't try to confuse me with your pleading on Agamemnon's behalf. If you're his friend, you're no longer mine, although I love you. Hate him because I hate him. It's as simple as that. You're like a second father to me. Stay here, be king with me, and share half the honor. These others can take my message. Lie down and spend the night on a soft couch. At daybreak we will decide whether to set sail or stay. 177, and he made a silent nod to Patroclus to spread a thick bed for Phoenix. It was time for the others to think about leaving. Big Ajax, Telamon's godlike son, said as much. Son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, resourceful Odysseus, it's time we go. I do not think we will accomplish what we were sent here to do. Our job now is to report this news quickly, bad as it is. They will be waiting to hear. Achilles has made his great heart savage. He is a cruel man, and has no regard for the love that his friends honored him with, beyond anyone else who camps with the ships. Pitiless, a man accepts compensation for a murdered brother, a dead son. The killer goes on living in the same town after paying blood money, and the bereaved restrains his proud spirit and broken heart because he has received payment. But you, the gods have replaced your heart with flint and malice because of one girl, one single girl, while we are offering you 7 of the finest women to be found, and many other gifts. Show some generosity and some respect. We have come under your roof, we few out of the entire army, trying hard to be the friends you care for most of all. And Achilles, the great runner, answered him. Ajax, son of Telamon in the line of Zeus, everything you say is after my own heart. But I swell with rage when I think of how the son of Atreus treated me like dirt in public, as if I were some worthless tramp. Now go, and take back this message. I won't lift a finger in this bloody war. 178, until Priam's illustrious son Hector comes to the Myrmidons' ships and huts, killing Greeks as he goes and torching the fleet. But when he comes to my hut and my black ship, I think Hector will stop, for all his battle lust. He spoke. They poured their libations and headed for the ships, Odysseus leading. Patroclus ordered a bed made ready for Phoenix, and the old man lay down on fleeces and rugs covered with linen, and waited for bright dawn. Achilles slept in an inner alcove, and by his side lay a woman he had brought from Lesbos, with high, lovely cheekbones, Diomede her name, Phorbas' daughter. Patroclus lay down in the opposite corner, and with him lay Iphis, a silken girl Achilles had given him when he took steep Cyrus, Aeneas' city. By now Odysseus and Ajax were in Agamemnon's quarters. surrounded by officers drinking their health from gold cups and shouting questions. Agamemnon, the warlord, had priority. Odysseus, pride of the Achaeans, tell me, is he willing to repel the enemy fire and save the ships, or does he refuse, his great heart still in the grip of wrath? Odysseus, who endured all, answered, Son of Atreus, most glorious Agamemnon, far from quenching his wrath, Achilles is filled with even more. He spurns you and your gifts and suggests that you think of a way to save the ships and the army. He himself threatens, at dawn's first light, to get his own ships onto the water. 179. And he said he would advise the others as well to sail for home, since there is no chance now you will storm Ilion's height. Zeus has stretched his hand above her, making her people bold. This is what he said, as these men here who came with me will tell you, Ajax and the two heralds, prudent men both. Phoenix will spend the night there. Tomorrow he sails with Achilles on his voyage home, if he wants to. He will not be forced to go. They were stunned by the force of his words and fell silent for a long time, hushed in grief, until at last Diomedes said in his booming voice, Son of Atreus, glorious Agamemnon, you should never have pleaded with him, or offered all those gifts. Achilles was arrogant enough without your help. Let him do what he wants, stay here. Or get the hell out. He'll fight later, all right, when he is ready or a god tells him to. Now I want everyone to do as I say. Enjoy some food and wine to keep up your strength, and then get some sleep. When the rosy light first streaks the sky, get your troops and horses into formation. Before the ships, fight in the front yourselves. The warlords assented, taken aback by the authority of Diomedes' speech. Each man poured libation and went to his hut, where he lay down and took the gift of sleep. Iliad 10. All the other leaders of the Greek alliance dozed through the night, subdued by soft sleep. But not Agamemnon. Sleep had no hold on the troubled mind of the army's commander. Think of lightning. Hera's rich hair streams in the sky when her husband builds storms. Heavy rain, or unspeakable hail, or snow that sifts down over cultivated land. Or the barbed wire mouth of a battlefield. Thus Agamemnon, the density of the groans from his heart's deep core, his visceral fear. Whenever he looked out over the Trojan plain, he marveled at how many fires burned before Ilion's walls, and at the din of flutes and pipes, and the dull roar of humanity. And whenever he looked at the Greek ships, he pulled clumps of his hair out from the roots in appeal to Zeus on high, and his heart ached. Nestor came to mind. He would go to Nestor, and the two would find some way to save the army. He sat up and pulled on his tunic. 181. Then laced on his sandals, and threw a lion's skin over his shoulders, a fiery, reddish thing that reached down to his feet. And he took his spear. Menelaus was just as troubled and sleepless. What would happen to all the Argives who had crossed the water for his sake, and come to Troy with war in their hearts? He drew around his shoulders the dappled pelt of a leopard, put a bronze helm on his head, and gripping his spear he went through camp to waken his brother, the great warlord, whom the common folk honored as a god. He found Agamemnon by the stern of his ship, putting on his armor and glad to see his brother. Menelaus, good at the war cry, said to him, Brother, why are you arming yourself? To rouse someone to scout out the Trojans? I am afraid you will find few volunteers for this mission. To go alone by night and spy on the enemy would take a brave man indeed. The warlord Agamemnon answered, You and I need a plan, Menelaus. A good one, to save the army and the ships, now that Zeus has turned away from us. He seems to prefer Hector's sacrifices to ours. I have never seen or heard of any one man ever doing as much harm in a single day as Hector has done today to our boys. By himself alone, and he is not even the son of a goddess or god. Go now, run quickly through the ships and summon Ajax and Idomeneus, while I go to Nestor and see if he will go to the sentinels. and alert them. They would listen to him, for his son is captain of the guard. 182. He and Marion's, Idomeneus' comrade. It was to them especially we gave this command. And Menelaus, good at the war cry. What are you telling me to do? To wait there with them until you come? Or run back after I have delivered your orders? And the warlord Agamemnon. Wait there, or we may miss each other as we cross the camp with all its paths. But give a shout wherever you go. And wake the men up. Call each man by name and by his father's name, honoring them all. Let's you and I not be too proud to work. Zeus gave us this burden when we were born. And so Agamemnon sent his brother off, but went himself to visit Nestor, a shepherd to his people, and found him lying on a soft bed next to his hut. And black ship, beside him lay his rich gear, shield, 2 spears, and gleaming helmet. And the shimmering belt he always wore when he armed to lead his men into battle. Nestor just didn't give in to grievous old age. He rose on his elbow and lifted his head and asked these questions of Atreus' son. Who are you, going alone through camp? In the dead of night, when everyone's asleep? Are you looking for one of your mules? Or one of your friends? Speak out. And don't sneak up on me. What do you want? And Agamemnon, the great warlord. Nestor, son of Neleus, our great glory. 183. You will know Agamemnon, Atreus' son, the man whom Zeus besets with more troubles than any man alive, as long as I draw my breath and my knees still bend. I'm roaming like this because sleep won't come, so worried am I. About the war and the Achaeans' troubles. I'm so afraid for the army, I'm losing my mind. I toss and turn, my heart pounds through my chest, and I can't stop trembling. If you want to help, since it seems you can't sleep either, come with me, and let's go to the sentinels, so we can make sure they haven't fallen asleep from fatigue and forgotten their watch. The enemy are bivouacked close by, and for all we know they might attack by night. And Nestor, the old Gerenian horseman, most glorious son of Atreus, Lord Agamemnon, Zeus in his wisdom will not fulfill all of Hector's hopes. No, his troubles will be worse than ours, if only Achilles would have a change of heart and give up his grudge. Of course I will go with you, but we should wake up some others, Tydeus' son, and Odysseus, and the swift Ajax, and Meges too, and someone should go and summon the godlike Ajax as well, and Idomeneus, for their ships are the farthest. As for Menelaus, dear and honored as he is, and even if it makes you angry, I will not shrink from having a word with him myself, for sleeping at a time like this and leaving you all the work. He should be hard at work beseeching all our best. This is a crisis we can no longer ignore. The warlord Agamemnon answered him. You may remind him of his responsibilities another time, old sir, and with my blessings. 184. He is often unwilling to exert himself, not through sloth or lack of discernment, but in deference to my leadership. Just now, though, he awoke before I did and came to me, and I sent him out to summon the men you are asking for. But we should go. We will find them at the gates among the guards, where I said they should gather. And Nestor, the old Gerenian horseman. This is how he will earn the army's respect and their compliance when he issues commands. So saying, he pulled on his tunic, laced sandals onto his supple feet, and buckled around him a purple cloak, 2-ply and broad, with a thick nap. He grasped a mighty spear, tipped with honed bronze, and went off through the ships. Odysseus, who could match wits with Zeus, was the first the old Gerenian horseman woke up. His voice echoed in Odysseus' dreaming mind, and the Ithacon came out of the hut and said, Why are you going alone through the camp in the dead of night? What's the emergency? And Nestor, the horseman of Gyrnea, son of Laertes in the line of Zeus, Odysseus the strategist, don't be angry. We are under great duress. Come with us, so we can rouse another whom we should consult as we decide whether to fight or flee. And Odysseus, the master strategist, got a shield from his hut and went with them. 185. They came to Diomedes, son of Tydeus, and found him outside his hut with his gear. His men were sleeping all around him, using their shields for pillows, their spears driven upright in the ground on their spikes. The bronze glittered like summer lightning. The hero was asleep on an ox hide, a bright rug under his head. Nestor woke him, rolling him over with his heel, and scolded. "Up, son of Tydeus! Are you going to sleep all night? Don't you know the Trojans are encamped on the rising ground close by the ships?" Diomedes was awake and up in an instant, and his words flew fast as he said to Nestor, "You're tough, old man, and you never quit. Couldn't one of the younger generation make the rounds waking up captains all through camp? You're impossible, though." And Nestor, the horseman of Gyrnea, "That was well said, friend. I myself have perfectly good sons, and there are many others who could make the rounds and do the summoning. But we are very hard-pressed. It all stands on a razor's edge now for the entire army, ruin or survival. Now go rouse swift Ajax and Meges, if you really feel sorry for me." Thus spoke Nestor, and Diomedes threw over his shoulders a tawny lion's skin that reached to his feet. Grasping his spear, he went off to rouse and fetch the warriors. When they joined the sentinels, they found them wide awake, crouching down with their gear. 186. Dogs will watch a sheepfold all night long with bloodshot eyes, but when they hear a predator approaching through the woods, and then the noise of men and hounds around it, their sleepiness completely disappears. So too these human eyes, as the sentinels kept watch through the night, turning toward the plain over and over again, whenever they thought they heard Trojans coming. It warmed Nestor's heart, and the old man encouraged them with winged words. "Just so, my boys, keep your watch. Stay awake, or we will become sport for our enemies." And he hurried on through the trench, followed by all the captains summoned to this council, and by Merion's and Nestor's glorious son, whom they invited also. So they went through and up from the trench and sat themselves down in an open spot where the ground was clear of dead bodies, the very spot where Hector had turned back from slaughtering the Greeks when night enfolded him. Sitting down there, they held council, and Nestor began. "Well, my friends, is no one man enough to go among the Trojans and take captive some straggler, or otherwise overhear what the enemy intends? Will they stay put out here by the ships, or withdraw to the city now that they have beaten the Achaeans back? A man might learn all this and return unscathed, and his glory among men would reach the sky, and he would get gifts from every leader commanding ships here, from each a black ewe with a lamb beneath. 187. What could be finer? And he would forever be invited to feasts and to drinking parties." He finished, and they were hushed in silence. Then Diomedes rose to the occasion. "Nestor, my pride as a man urges me to go into the enemy camp over there. But if another were to go with me, it would help, and I would be more confident. When you work as a team, your partner helps see what will work out best. Solo, you might see, but not as much, and you're short on wits." There was no shortage of volunteers to accompany Diomedes. Both Ajaxes were ready, those servants of war. Ready was Merion's, and Nestor's son, ready Menelaus, the son of Atreus. 188. And Odysseus, who could endure anything, ready to infiltrate the Trojan lines. Then the warlord Agamemnon spoke out. "Diomedes, son of Tydeus, dear to my heart, choose as your comrade whomever you want, the best of all these who put themselves forth. Do not, out of deference, choose a lesser man and leave a better behind, deferring to birth and seniority, even if one is more royal." In truth, he was afraid for red-haired Menelaus. Diomedes, good at the battle cry, said, "If you really want me to make my own choice, how could I pass over godlike Odysseus, who has what it takes for any kind of work, the heart, the courage, and is Athena's friend? If he goes with me, we could make it back through blazing fire. He doesn't miss a thing." And Odysseus, who had endured many campaigns, Diomedes, don't overrate my merits or my faults. You're talking to Greeks who know what's what. We'd better head out. It's very late. Getting on toward dawn. The stars have shifted and more than 2/3 of the night is gone. With that they put on their formidable gear. Thrasymedes gave Diomedes a sword. He had left his own at his ship, and a shield. On his head, he put a leather helmet. Without horn or crest, the kind they call a skullcap and that young warriors wear. Merians gave to Odysseus a bow, a quiver, and a sword, while on his head he put a helmet made of hide, stiffened with numerous taut leather thongs inside, and faced outside with the gleaming white teeth of a tusker boar set thick in alternate rows cunningly and well. It was lined with felt. This helmet had been stolen by Autolycus from a minter's palace in Iliad, and he gave it to Amphidamas of Cythera to take to Scandia, and Amphidamas gave it as a guest gift to Molus, who gave it to his son Merians to wear. Now it protected Odysseus' head. When the two of them had all their gear on, they headed out, hard on their right. Pallas Athena sent a heron flying, and although they couldn't see the bird in the dark, they heard its night cry, glad at the omen. Odysseus said a prayer to Athena. Hear me, child of Zeus, aegis holder. You are ever by my side. 189, in all my troubles, and you look over me wherever I go. Be my friend. Once more, Athena, as never before. Grant that we return to the ships in glory, having done great deeds to confound the Trojans. And Diomedes, good at the battle cry. Hear me also, mystic daughter of Zeus. Go with me now, even as you went with my noble father Tydeus to Thebes, when he went as envoy of the Achaeans. Leaving them by the river Asopus, he bore to the Cadmeans peaceful words, but on his return did violent deeds. With you, divine one, standing beside him, be thou willing to stand by me now, and I will sacrifice upon my return a sleek heifer, broad-browed, unbroken, that man has not yet put under the yoke, and I will gold leaf her horns. Thus the heroes, and Athena heard them. Their prayers said, the two moved forward like two lions at midnight, picking their way through corpses, weapons, and crusted black blood. Hector did not allow the Trojans to sleep either. He called together all their great, all of the Trojan leaders and chieftains, and laid before them this stratagem. Who will volunteer for special duty and a hefty reward? I will guarantee a chariot and 2 high-maned horses, the best in the Achaean beachhead camp, to the man who will dare to win himself glory by going close to the ships and spying out. 190. Whether they are still guarded as they used to be, or whether our enemies, having suffered defeat at our hands, are planning their escape, and are too fatigued to watch through the night. He finished, and they were all hushed in silence. Among the Trojans was a certain Dolon, son of Eumedes, the godly herald, a man rich in gold and bronze, ill-favored, but fast. He was the only brother among 5 sisters, and the only Trojan to respond to Hector. Hector, my pride as a man urges me to go close to the ships and scout around. But lift your staff and swear me an oath that you really will give me the horses and chariot, tricked in bronze, that carry the peerless Achilles. And I will not be a disappointment to you as a scout, but will go straight through their camp until I reach Agamemnon's ship, where their leaders will be deciding in council whether to fight or flee. So Hector took his staff and swore, Zeus be my witness, Hera's thundering lord, that no other Trojan will drive these horses, but you alone will enjoy them forever. He swore an empty oath. Dolon, excited, slung his curved bow around his shoulders, cloaked himself in a gray wolf skin, and put on a weasel cap. Taking a javelin, he left for the ships, but he never returned to bring any information to Hector. He had passed the crowd of horses and men and was moving eagerly along when Odysseus saw him coming and said to Diomedes, 191. There's someone coming from their camp. I don't know whether to spy on our ships or to strip one of the corpses. Let him get past and down the plain a little. Then we can take him. If he starts to outrun us, hem him in toward the ships and away from his camp. We don't want him to escape toward the city." So the two of them laid down among the dead just off the path. Dolan ran by unaware, and had gone about the length of a furrow a mule plows. They are better than oxen at pulling the plow in deep fallow land. When the two Greeks ran after him, he stopped when he heard the sound, assuming they were friends sent from the Trojan camp to call him back, and that Hector had called a retreat. They were within a spear cast before he realized they were hostile. He started to run. Diomedes and Odysseus picked up their speed, like a pair of hounds on a hare or a doe that goes bleating before it out in the woods. They had him cut off and were hard in pursuit. When Dolan was coming up to the sentinels, Athena put a burst of strength into Diomedes so that no other Achaean would be able to score the first blow, and Tydeus' son arrived too late. Diomedes closed the gap and called out, "Hold it! You're in spear range, and as good as dead." And he threw as he spoke, but purposely missed the point of the polished spear, sailing over the Trojan's right shoulder and into the ground. Dolan stopped in his tracks, terrified, stammering, his teeth chattering, and pale with fear. His two pursuers came up, panting for breath, and seized his hands. Bursting into tears, he said, 192, take me alive. I'm good for the ransom. At home we have bronze and gold and well-wrought iron, and my father would give you unlimited ransom if he heard I was alive at the Achaean ships. And Odysseus, as wily as they come. Get a grip, man. No one's going to kill you. But tell me this, and give me a straight answer. What are you doing out here by the ships? Alone at night, when everyone's sleeping? Do you have a mind to strip a corpse or two? Did Hector send you out on espionage? Or are you acting on your own volition? Dolan's knees were shaking as he answered. Hector lured me into this, filling my mind with foolish hopes. He promised to give me Achilles' horses and his chariot. And he sent me out into the dead of night to sneak up close to the enemy's ships, to find out whether they are guarded still, or whether the Greeks, having suffered defeat at our hands, are planning their escape, and are too fatigued to watch through the night. Odysseus smiled at him wisely and said, Your heart was set on a truly great reward, Achilles' horses, but they are difficult for mortal men to control. Only Achilles, born of a goddess, can master them. But tell me this, and give it to me straight. Where did you leave Hector when you left? Where is his battle gear, and where are his horses? How are the Trojans encamped and guarded? And what is their plan? Will they stay put, 193 out here by the ships, or withdraw to the city now that they have beaten the Achaeans back? And Dolan, Eumedes' only son. I'll tell you everything straight. Hector is holding council at the tomb of Elos, away from the turmoil. As for sentinels, none have been posted to guard the camp. The Trojans keep watch around their fires, urging one and another to stay awake. But the allies, coming from many lands, are all asleep, leaving it to the Trojans to keep watch, since their own children are nowhere near, nor their women. Odysseus, full of cunning, continued, Then are the allies camped with the Trojans, or apart by themselves? I want the details. Dolan, son of Eumedes, responded, I'll tell you everything straight. Toward the sea are the Carians and Paeonians, archers, along with the Leleges, Cauconians, and the Pelasgi. Over toward Thymber is the Lycian sector. The Mysians are there too, along with the charioteers from Phrygia and Maeonia. But why all these details? If you want to infiltrate the Trojan camp, the Thracians are here at this edge, just arrived with their king Rhesus, son of Ionius. He has the finest horses I ever saw, the greatest, whiter than snow and as fast as the wind. His chariot is done in silver and gold. And he came with this massive gold armor, amazing to see, not what mortal men wear, but what you'd expect on the deathless gods. 194, but look, take me to the ships now. Or leave me tied up here, so you two can go and see for yourselves if I'm telling the truth. Diomedes looked at him darkly and said, Don't even think about getting off, Dolan, although you've been a fine messenger. You've fallen into our hands. If we let you go, you'll come to the Greek ships another time, either to spy on us or to fight in combat. If I take care of you now and make sure you're dead, you'll never worry the Greeks again." Dolan was reaching up to Diomedes. In supplication, had almost touched his chin when Diomedes sprang and with his sword severed the tendons at the nape of his neck. He was still shrieking when his mouth caught the sand. They stripped the ferret skin cap from his head and took the wolf's hide, the recurved bow, and the long spear. Odysseus held these up and prayed to Athena the despoiler. "Rejoice in these, goddess, first of Olympians to receive our offerings. Guide us once more, now to where the Thracians and their horses sleep." With that, he hoisted the gear into a tamarisk and stashed it there, leaving as a marker a bundle of branches that they couldn't miss on their way back through the black rush of night. Then they went forward through the carnage and weapons until they came to their goal, the Thracian camp. The exhausted soldiers were sound asleep, their gear in 3 neat rows on the ground around them, and by each man stood his chariot team. Rhesus slept in the middle, his thoroughbreds tethered by the reins to the chariot's deck. 195 Odysseus pointed him out to Diomedes. "There he is, Diomedes, with his horses. The man that Dolan told us about. Well, don't just stand there, slouching in your armor. Untie his horses, or you kill the men and leave the horses to me." The gray-eyed one breathed into Diomedes, and he went up and down the row of Thracians, killing them one by one. Their groans were ugly when the sword struck. The ground turned to red mud. A lion comes to an unguarded pen of sheep or goats and leaps in with malice. So Tydeus' son went through the Thracians until he had killed 12. Odysseus, always thinking, pulled each body out of the way by the feet as soon as Diomedes did his work with the sword, so that the combed horses would have an easy path and not be spooked by having to step over dead bodies, which they were as yet unused to. The 13th was Rhesus. As Tydeus' son separated him from the sweetness of life, he gasped for breath. Diomedes stood over him that night, in a bad dream sent by Athena. By now Odysseus had the horses free and roped together with the reins. He drove them out of the Trojan camp with his bow, not having noticed the gleaming whip in the chariot. He whistled over to Diomedes, who was pondering his next reckless move. Should he pull the chariot out by its pole, or dump the gear piled in it, and carry it out? Or should he just kill more Thracians? While he was weighing his options, Athena stood near to him and said to the hero, "Time to get back, son of great Tydeus." 196, to the hollow ships, before some other god rouses the Trojans and you are chased back. He knew it was the voice of the goddess and quickly mounted the horses. Odysseus smacked them with his bow, and they made for the ships. Apollo was out that night too, and when he saw Athena helping Diomedes, he made his silver presence felt in the camp and awakened Hippocoon, a Thracian lord, one of Rhesus' highborn kinsmen. He started from his sleep, and when he saw the place empty where the horses had stood, and the men gasping in pools of blood, he groaned and called his old friend by name. Then everything was confusion and noise, the Trojans running up from all over the camp to view the havoc wreaked by the warriors, who by now were halfway back to the ships. When they reached the spot where they had killed Hector's spy, Odysseus reined in the horses. Diomedes jumped down and handed up to him the bloody spoils, then mounted again, and lashed the horses, who flew on to the ships. Nestor heard the sound first and said, "Friends, Argive commanders and counselors, I may be mistaken, but still I must speak. The sound of horses' hooves strikes my ears. Let us hope that Odysseus and strong Diomedes have rustled some horses away from the Trojans. But I fear in my heart that the best of the Argives have come to harm in the enemy camp." He was hardly finished when they arrived. They got down and were welcomed warmly with handclasps and gentle words. Gerenian Nestor was first with his questions. 196. Praise be, Odysseus, glory of the Greeks. Where did you two come by these horses? In the Trojan camp? Or did you meet some god who gave them to you? They shine like the sun. I'm always among the Trojans. Old I may be for a warrior, but I don't stay with the ships. But I never saw such horses as these. No, I think a god met you and gave them to you. Zeus in the clouds loves you both, as does his gray-eyed daughter who bears the aegis. And Odysseus, wise in every way. Nestor, son of Neleus, glory of the Greeks, a god could easily give us, if he wanted. Even better horses, such as heaven's power. No, these horses, old sir, have just come from Thrace. Diomedes killed their master. And 12 of his comrades, all their best. And we got one more, a scout near the ships, somebody Hector and the Trojan lords. Sent out to spy on our beachhead camp. And he drove the horses across the trench, roaring with laughter. The others followed, in high spirits, and when they came to Diomedes' well-built shelter, they bound them with thongs at the stall where his horses stood champing grain. And on the stern of his ship Odysseus placed the bloody spoils of Dolon, until such time as they could prepare a sacrifice for Athena. Then they waded into the sea and let the waves wash the thick sweat from their legs and necks until they felt refreshed. Then they went to the tubs. After their bath, they rubbed on rich oil and sat down to eat, drawing off wine from the brimming bowl to pour to Athena. Iliad 11. Dawn left her splendid Tithonus in bed and rose to bring light to immortals and men, as Zeus launched Eris, the goddess strife, down to the Greek ships, a talisman of war clutched in her hands. She took her stand near the great black hull of Odysseus' ship, which lay in the middle, so a shout could reach Ajax's huts on one end of camp and Achilles' on the other. These two had beached their ships on the flanks, confident in their manhood. Standing there, she emitted a yell that rose in volume and pitch until it seemed to each Greek that fighting to the death was far preferable to sailing home in their hollow ships. Agamemnon boomed out a command for his men to arm, and did so himself. Strapping on sunlit bronze, his greaves first, works of art, trimmed with silver at the ankles. Then he covered his chest with a corselet, a gift from the Cypriot king, Cinyras. News had reached Cyprus that the Greeks were launching a fleet for Troy, and Cinyras sent this corselet as homage to the warlord. It had 10 bands of dark blue enamel, 12 of gold, and 20 of tin. 199, on either side were 3 enameled dragons with arching necks, iridescent as rainbows, that Zeus anchors in cloud as portents for men. And he slung a sword around his shoulders, golden bolts shining in the hilt. The sheath was silver, fitted with golden straps. Then he took up his shield, a crafted glory of metalwork, ringed with bronze, bossed with white tin, and inlaid with dark cyan, a gorgon flanked by terror and rout, glaring out of the midnight blue center. The shield was hung with a baldric of silver upon which writhed an enameled dragon, with 3 heads twisting from a single neck. He set upon his head a 2-horned helmet with 4 bosses and a horsehair plume that nodded menacingly on its crest. The spears that he took tapered to bronze points honed with light. The sky caught their glare, and Hera and Athena thundered in response, honoring the lord of gold-crusted Mycenae. The drivers had orders to keep their horses in a steady line up and down the trench, while the heroes moved forward on foot. In full battle gear, the shout the troops gave when they finally charged filled the dawn sky. The charioteers let them have a long lead, and then closed the gap from behind. Thunder rolled up from the plain like black dust, and Zeus, soon to be pitching strong souls into Hades, rained drops of blood from the crystal air. Opposite them the Trojans, on rising ground, gathered around their heroes, great Hector, Polydamas, Aeneas, and Antenor's 3 sons, Polybus, Agenor, and young Acamas, all of whom could have passed as immortal gods. Hector, Behind the perfect circle of his shield, shone like a Death Star in a bank of clouds. 200, sometimes passing behind them as he moved from the front lines to the rear, issuing commands, and his bronze flashed like Zeus lightning. Reapers are working toward each other in a rich man's field, cutting huge swaths of barley or wheat, and the grain falls in piles. The Greeks and Trojans kept coming on. Turning their backs would have meant a disastrous rout. They fought on equal terms, head to head, going after each other. Like rabid wolves, Eris looked on rejoicing, the only god who took the field that day. All of the others kept their peace, idle in their homes on Olympus ridges, sulking because the dark cloud, Zeus, meant to cover the Trojans with glory. The patriarch paid them no mind. He sat apart from the others in glorious solitude, looking down at Troy and the Achaean ships, the flash of bronze, men killing and being killed. As long as the holy light climbed toward noon, men were hit and fell on both sides of the battle. Toward evening, the woodsman turns home, his hands sore from swinging his axe, and his heart weary from felling tall trees, and all his desire is for the sweetness of food. About that time in the long afternoon the Danaans broke through, their captains calling each other through the ranks of men, until their valor split the enemy lines. Agamemnon led the way, taking out Biener, a Trojan commander, and his driver, Oileus. Oileus at least had the chance to jump down and face Agamemnon, but as he charged, the warlord's spear drove into his forehead. 201 Oileus' heavy bronze helm had little effect on the spear's sharp point, which penetrated not only the helmet's rim but the skull's bone, scrambling the gray stuff inside. So much for these two. The warlord left them there, their naked chests gleaming in the level light, and went on to kill Isis and Antiphus, two sons of Priam, bastard and legitimate, riding in one car. The bastard held the reins and Antiphus stood by. Achilles once had bound these two with willow branches, surprising them as they watched their sheep on Ida's hills, and later released them for ransom. Now Agamemnon, Atreus' wide-ruling son, hit Isis with his spear above the nipple, and Antiphus with his sword beside his ear, knocking both from the car. As he was busy stripping their armor, he recognized their faces from the time when Achilles had brought them down from Ida and to the beachhead camp. Imagine how easily a lion crushes a pair of fawns in his powerful jaws. He has come to where they lie huddled together on the forest floor and has ripped out their hearts. And though their mother is near, she can do nothing to save them. Trembling herself, she bolts through the thick woods, and sweat glazes her skin as she flees the great cat. The Trojans were chased off, none of them able to help Agamemnon's two victims. Pisander and Hippolochus were next, battle-hardened sons of Antimachus, who in the shrewdness of his heart, and in consideration of Paris' substantial gifts, had argued against surrendering Helen to blonde Menelaus. Agamemnon now took his two sons instead, together in one car. 202, they were trying to get their rearing horses under control. The reins had slipped from their hands when Agamemnon charged them like a lion. They fell to their knees in their chariot's basket. Take us alive, son of Atreus, for ransom. Antimachus' palace is piled high with treasure, gold and bronze, and wrought iron. Our father would give you past counting once he found out we were alive and well among the Greek ships. Sweet words, and they salted them with tears. But the voice they heard was anything but sweet. Your father Antimachus, if you really are his sons, once urged the Trojan assembly to kill Menelaus on the spot, when he came with Odysseus on an embassy. Now you will pay for his heinous offense. He spoke, and knocked Pisander backward out of his chariot with a spear through his chest, and sent him sprawling on the ground. Hippolochus leapt down. Agamemnon used his sword to slice off both arms and lop off his head, sending his torso rolling like a stone column through the crowd. He didn't bother them further, but pressed on to where the fighting was thickest, Greeks in their leg armor crowding in behind him, killing Trojans on foot, from chariots. Dust rolling up from the plain like thunder under the horses' hooves, and all the while in the blood-red bronze, Agamemnon calling to his Greeks, the great warlord. Like fire-consuming dry manzanita when the winds rise up, and the scrub forest is burned to its roots. 203. The Trojans falling as they fled, and the horses, arching their necks. Rattled empty cars along the lanes of war, feeling the absence of their faultless masters who lay sprawled on the ground, dearer now to vultures than to their wives. Zeus drew Hector out of the boiling dust, out of the blood, out of the noise and the slaughter, while Agamemnon pressed on, howling to his Greeks to follow him. Past the ancient tomb of Elos, over the middle of the plain. Beyond the windy fig tree they rushed toward the city. Yearned for it, the son of Atreus calling them, his hard hands spattered with gore. But when they came to the western gate, and the oak tree there, the two armies halted, waiting. There were still some Trojan stragglers being driven across the plain like cattle. In the dead of night a lion rushes a herd, scattering them all, though only one heifer will die. He crushes her neck first in his teeth, then greedily laps up all her soft insides. Agamemnon picked off the hindmost Trojans one by one, toppling them from their chariots, and was coming up to Ilion's steep wall when the father of gods and men came down from heaven and onto Ida's peaks in one step, a thunderbolt in his hands, and sent gold-winged Iris off with a message. Go, swift Iris, and take word to Hector that as long as he sees Lord Agamemnon storming through the ranks and laying them low, he should hold back and order other troops, 204, to engage the enemy. But when at last Agamemnon is wounded by an arrow or spear and mounts his chariot, then will I loan Hector strength to kill and keep killing until he comes to the thwarted ships, and the sun sets and sacred darkness falls. Thus Zeus and Iris moved like rain down from Ida's hills into holy Ilion, seeking Hector, splendor of Priam's house, and found him standing in his chariot. Iris hovered nearby on windy feet. Hector, son of Priam, Father Zeus, has sent me here with a message for you. As long as you see Lord Agamemnon storming through the ranks and laying them low, you should hold back and order other troops to engage the enemy. But when at last Agamemnon is wounded by an arrow or spear and mounts his chariot, then will Zeus loan you the strength to kill and keep killing until you come to the thwarted ships, and the sun sets and sacred darkness falls. Iris spoke and was gone, and Hector vaulted from his chariot with all his gear. Brandishing a pair of spears, he toward the troops and worked them into a frenzy for battle. A ripple moved through their lines as they turned and faced the Greeks. Over against them, the Achaean forces stiffened their lines. The two armies were poised for battle, but one man, Agamemnon, charged forward first, determined to fight far in advance of all. And now, muses, who reside on Olympus, tell me who came, of all the Trojans and their famed allies, to face Agamemnon. It was Iphidamas, one of Antenor's sons, 205, a good man, tall, bred on Thracian farmland. His mother was Theano, and her father, Cisseus, raised the boy from infancy. When he came of age, Cisseus gave him his own daughter in marriage to keep him there. But Iphidamas left her in the bridal chamber and went chasing after glory when he heard the Achaeans were coming. He sailed with 12 trim ships, left them at Percote, and came overland to Troy. Now he faced Agamemnon, son of Atreus. When they closed to within range of each other, Agamemnon cast and missed. Iphidamas stepped in and stabbed him just beneath the corslet, putting his weight behind the thrust, and trusting his strong wrist to drive the spear home through the glittering belt. But the point bent like lead as soon as it hit the silver. The great warlord seized the spear's haft and with a lion's ferocity pulled it toward him and out of Iphidamas' hands. A sword stroke to the neck made his body go slack. And Iphidamas fell in a sleep of bronze, the town hero, far from his wedded wife, who gave him no joy, though he gave much for her, 100 head of cattle, 1,000 sheep and goats on promise from his countless herds. Agamemnon stripped his costly armor and paraded it through the Achaean troops. When Antenor's eldest son, Kun, saw his brother fall, his eyes stung with grief. Working his way to Agamemnon's blind side, he lunged with his spear and hit him below his left elbow, the point piercing the forearm sinew. The great warlord shuddered, but without missing a step jumped at Kun, who was now hauling his brother Iphidamas away by his foot, the son of Atreus' wind-hardened spear. 206 caught him under his shield, and as his limbs went slack, Agamemnon reached over his brother's body to sever his head. So Antenor's 2 sons fulfilled their destiny under the warlord's hands and sank into the gloom. Agamemnon continued his killing rampage with spear, sword, and chunks of rock, as long as blood flowed warm from the wound. But when the wound dried and the blood caked, the pain set in, needling and sharp, as if he were a woman in labor struggling with the stabbing pain Hera's daughters dispense when they preside at a childbirth. Agamemnon, in agony, leapt onto his chariot and told the driver to make for the ships, then boomed out a final order to his men. Commanders of Greece, the battle is yours. Keep the war from our ships. Zeus Almighty has not seen fit to let me fight the whole day. And the charioteer lashed the horses onto the beached ships, many streaming, chests flecked with foam, bellies dust-stained. They bore the wounded warlord from battle. When Hector saw Agamemnon leaving, he called to the Trojans and Lycians. Trojans and Lycians, Dardanian warriors, be men, my friends, and remember your valor. Their best man is gone, and Zeus has granted me a great victory. Drive your horses directly at them and win the power and glory. 207, and he set them on the Greeks, the way a hunter sets his grinning dogs on a boar or a lion. Leading the way himself, Hector, son of Priam, peer of Ares, bane of mortals, falling on the conflict the way a windstorm falls on the sea and churns the violet water. He killed Asius first, and Autonus, and not a few other Danaan leaders, Dolops, son of Clitius, of Pheltius, Agelos, Aesymnus, Orus, Hipponus, then fell on the common soldiery. Imagine the westerly squalls you have seen battering clouds in a silver sky. The waves curl and blister on the sea below, and lines of spray sheer off in the wind. Hector's assault was much like this, with Greek heads toppling everywhere. He might have driven them once and for all back to their ships in a final rout, had not Odysseus called to Tydeus' son, Diomedes, what's the matter with us? Have we forgotten how to fight? Take a stand here with me. There'll be hell to pay if Hector takes the ships. And Diomedes, tough as nails. I'm in it for the long haul, but our fun won't last long. The god in the clouds has decided to boost the Trojans, not us. With that, he knocked Thymbrius from his chariot, a spear cast to his left nipple, while Odysseus took out Molion, his godlike protege. They left them there with no more fight in them, 208, and moved on, working as a team, spilling guts like a pair of boars that fall on a pack of dogs, turning the Trojans back and giving the Greeks a welcome respite from Hector's onslaught. 2 of their more notable victims were from Percote, sons of Merops, a skilled prophet who would not allow his sons to go to war. They went anyway, led on by death's blackness. Diomedes robbed them of their lives and armor. Odysseus did the same for Hippodamus and Hypericus. Zeus, observing from Ida, reached down and stretched the battle line out evenly. The killing continued. Diomedes wounded the hero Agastrophus, Paeon's son, on the hip with a thrust of his spear. Agastrophus looked for his horses, forgot where his driver was holding them, and lost his head. He was dead before long. When Hector spotted Odysseus and Diomedes across the ranks, he mounted a charge. His shout brought with him battalions of Trojans. Diomedes, always there when you needed him, shuddered when he saw Hector coming on, and said to Odysseus, who was a few yards away, "Here comes Hector, like a damned avalanche. Let's hold our ground and beat him off." He spoke, poised his long-shadowed spear, and cast a good, hard shot to Hector's head. The spear point ricocheted off the helmet's rim, bronze off bronze, Apollo had given him this three-ply crest, and never touched his skin. But Hector bounded back an amazing distance and took cover in the crowd, down on his knees with one hand on the ground. He blacked out 209 for some time, and then, while Diomedes was tracking down his spear, revived again, mounted his chariot, and drove off through the throng, escaping a darker fate. Diomedes ran after him with his spear, shouting, "Got away again, didn't you, you dog? By the skin of your teeth. Apollo has bailed you out once more. You must be a regular devotee, praying each time you go out. I'll finish you off next time we meet, if I have a god on my side. Meanwhile, let's see who gets my business now." He spoke, and proceeded to strip the armor from Megastrophus. But Alexander, Helen's fair-haired lord, was aiming an arrow at the son of Tydeus, bracing himself against a pillar on the tomb of Elos, a Trojan elder in days gone by. Diomedes had unstrapped the gleaming corselet from Megastrophus' torso and was busy removing the shield and heavy helmet. When Paris drew the arrowhead back to the grip, released the shaft, and scored a hit, the arrow passing through the instep of Diomedes' right foot and sticking in the ground. Paris laughed and, jumping out of his blind, crowed, "You're hit. My arrow didn't miss. I wish it had gone in your gut and killed you so the Trojans could have some breathing room. They're trembling like goats before a lion." There was no hint of fear in Diomedes' response. "You sissy, curly-haired pimp of a bowman. Why don't you come down and fight me man to man, and see how far your bow and arrow get you? Boasting because you scratched my foot. 210, I might as well have been hit by a woman or imbecile child. A weakling's weapon is blunt. When I throw a spear, it kills you on contact. My throw makes it sharp, and your widow's cheeks are torn with grief. Your children are fatherless, your blood reddens the earth, and you rot, with more birds than women around you." When Diomedes finished, Odysseus stepped in front of him with his spear. Diomedes sat down behind him and pulled the arrow from his foot. The pain was sickening. He limped onto his chariot and told the driver to head for the ships. This left Odysseus alone. Every Greek in the vicinity had fled in fear. Troubled, Odysseus said to no one but himself, "Now what? It will be bad enough if I lose my nerve and run, but worse yet, if I am caught here alone, as I will be, since Zeus has scattered all the Danaans. But why am I talking to myself like this? I know only cowards depart from battle. A real warrior stands his ground whether he is hit or hits another." While he thought it over, the Trojans closed in, encircling their own peril. Dogs and hunters will go after a boar from all sides, and when he comes out of the deep brush, wetting his white tusks in his curving jaws, they charge at him, and although the sound of his gnashing tusks inspires sheer terror, they keep coming at him. So too around Odysseus, dear to Zeus, the Trojans rushed in. Odysseus sprang 211 and hit Diopites first, coming down with his sharp spear onto his shoulder. Thun and Eunomus were no great trouble, and then he stabbed Chersidamas in his navel, under his shield, as he leapt from his chariot. Chersidamas fell and clawed at the dust. Paying these no mind, he put his spear through a man named Charops, whose brother, Socus, now came up to help him. Socus was rich and well-born, a man the equal of a god. He put his face in Odysseus and said, "So this is Odysseus, who can't get enough of cunning and trouble. Today you will either boast you have killed Hippasus' 2 sons, or go down yourself under my spear." And he hit the circle of Odysseus' shield with such force that the spear fought its way all the way through, penetrated the metal of the ornamented corslet, and ripped the flesh from the side of his ribs, but Pallas Athena would not let it pierce his inner organs. Odysseus knew the wound was not fatal. He pulled back a step and said to Socus, "You're as good as dead, you sorry bastard. You may have put me out of commission, but this is the last day on earth for you. Flattened by my spear, you will give glory to me and your life to Hades, famed for his horses." This was enough for Socus. He turned to run, but as he was turning, Odysseus rammed his spear between his shoulders and drove it all the way through to his chest. He fell with a thud, and Odysseus exulted. "Ah, Socus, death was too quick for you, and you couldn't dodge it. Your parents, 212, will not close your eyes on a beer. No, birds will eat your flesh raw, fanning their wings. But if I die, the Greeks will give me burial." So saying, he drew Socus' spear. Out of his flesh and from his boss's shield, blood spurted out. The pain tore at his heart. The Trojans, watching, signaled each other and advanced in a body. Odysseus gave ground, shouting to his comrades still on the field. Menelaus heard each call and said to Ajax, "Telamonian Ajax, that is Odysseus shouting. The Trojans must have cut him off. We've got to get over and lend a hand, or the Trojans may overpower him. Think what his loss would mean to the Greeks." With that he led the way through the turmoil, and Ajax, who was something more than human, followed. They found Odysseus beset by a crowd of Trojans. Yellow jackals in the mountains chased down an antlered stag wounded by a hunter's arrow. The stag has escaped the human and runs quickly, as long as the blood flows warm, and his knees have spring. Eventually, the arrow defeats him, and the jackals tear him to pieces in the green shade. But then a mountain god brings a lion to raven them all, and the jackals scatter while the lion settles down to his meal. With Trojans all over him, Odysseus fell back on experience and instinct. To keep himself alive, shooting his spear out whenever one of his assailants got too close. Then Ajax was there, planting himself with his wall of a shield, and the Trojans, 213, slunk off by ones and twos. Menelaus led Odysseus away, holding him by his hand until his driver wheeled the chariot up. Then Ajax attacked, killing Doricles, one of Priam's bastard sons, and likewise Lysander, Piraeus, and Pilartes. A mountain stream swollen by winter rains empties onto level ground, sweeping along desiccated oaks and pines and other flotsam that it finally dumps into the spreading sea. So too Ajax and spade across the plain, killing horses as well as men. And Hector? As yet he knew nothing of all this. He was doing his fighting on the left flank by the banks of the Scamander, where the fighting was thickest, that is to say around Great Nestor and Idomeneus. It was there that Hector was engaged, using his chariot and spear to terrible effect on the Trojan lines. Even so, the Greeks would not have backed up had not Helen's fair-haired husband Paris stopped Machaon from his valorous exploits with a three-pronged arrow into his shoulder. The Greeks held their breath, terrified that the battle would turn and Machaon be killed. Idomeneus called over to Nestor. "Nestor, son of Neleus, mount your chariot and take Machaon back to the ships. A medic is worth a battalion of men in pulling out arrows and dressing wounds." The old horseman did not need any urging. He mounted his chariot, and Machaon, Asclepius' son and an inspired physician, 214, got in beside him. At a touch of the lash the horses stretched their necks toward the ships. Cebriones saw that on the other side of the plain the Trojans were en route, and he said to Hector, "While we dally with the Greeks over here on the battle's edge, there are Trojans beating a hasty retreat, men and horses, before Ajax, son of Telamon. I know him from that wide shield of his that stretches around his shoulders. Let's drive over there to where the real killing is going on. His lash whistled in the air, and the horses, their manes streaming, pulled the chariot. At top speed over the corpses and shields, their hooves gouging the dead. The axle, beneath and the chariot's rails above, were spattered with blood kicked up by the horses and turning wheels. Hector yearned to penetrate the wall of Greek flesh and shatter it to bits. The battle noise rose, and a moment later Hector was everywhere, making lethal circles with his spear and sword and massive stones, and avoiding only a single man, Telamonian Ajax. But Zeus, from his high vantage point, had decided it was time for Ajax to withdraw. As if in a trance, Ajax swung his 7-ply shield behind him, and with an anxious glance over his shoulder, slunk away like a wild animal, turning around again and again in his slow retreat. Dogs and country folk sometimes drive a tawny lion away from a cattle pen. They watched the whole night through to stop him, 215 from sinking his teeth into the herd's fattest bull, but the ravenous beast advances anyway, only to be met with spears and firebrands which he cannot face, for all his hungry power. At dawn the lion departs in a sullen mood. So too Ajax, resenting every step he took back from the Trojans. He feared for the ships. A donkey is usually too strong for boys who try to keep him out of a wheat field, and will wade right in although they break their sticks on his ribs. The boys keep beating him as he wastes the deep grain, but their childish strength can barely drive him out even after he is full. The Trojans and their allies kept up the pressure on Ajax, hitting his shield with their polished spears. Every now and again Ajax would remember who he was and turn on them, pushing back entire phalanxes of horse-taming Trojans. Then he would give ground, but even in retreat it was big Ajax who kept the enemy from the ships, big Ajax who stood between the Trojans and the Greeks, collecting the spears that were thrown hard enough to reach his enormous shield. Many fell short, sticking in sand instead of the flesh they yearned for. Eurypylus, Euaemon's glorious son, saw the thicket of spears surrounding Ajax and moved over to help. His first throw hit Apisaon, Phausias' son, in the liver. The man crumpled, and Eurypylus leapt upon him to unstrap his armor, but as he was doing so, Paris Alexander saw him and drew his bow. The arrow hit Eurypylus in his right thigh. The shaft broke off, but it was all he could do to drag his leg along as he made his way back to the Greek lines, shrinking from death. 216. Then his shout rang in every Danaan ear. Achaean captains, rally around Ajax and see to it that this day is not his last. He's under pressure from all sides, and won't pull through without our help. Make a stand for great Ajax, son of Telamon. Thus the wounded Eurypylus, who was soon surrounded by Greek troops leaning their shields on their shoulders and holding their spears high. Ajax managed to get over to this group, and when he did, turned and took his stand. So the fight went on, like wildfire burning. Meanwhile, the sweat-glazed Mares of Neleus had pulled Nestor and Machaon with him out of the battle and into the Greek camp, and Achilles saw them as they went by. Achilles was standing on the stern of his ship, gazing out at the blood, sweat, and tears of the Greeks en route, and the great runner called to his comrade Patroclus from the ship, and Patroclus heard him and came out of the hut like the god Ares. This was the beginning of evil for Menoetius' strong son, who now asked, "Why have you called me, Achilles? What do you want?" And Achilles, the great runner, answered, "Son of Menoetius, my heart's companion, if I have it right, the Greeks will soon be groveling before me. They've reached their limit. But I want you to go now and ask Nestor whom he is bringing wounded from battle." From behind, it looked just like Machaon, son of Asclepius, but I didn't see his face. 217. The horses went by at a pretty good clip. Patroclus did as his beloved friend asked and sprinted through the camp. Nestor had just reached his hut and was stepping down from the chariot with Machaon. His squire Eurymedon unhitched the old man's horses, and the two dried the sweat from their tunics by standing in the onshore breeze for a while. Then they went into the hut and sat on chairs while Hecamede prepared a drink for them. This woman, who had long, beautiful hair, Nestor had taken out of Tenedos. When Achilles sacked it, she was the daughter of a great man, Arsenus, and the Greeks had chosen her for Nestor, their best in council. She now drew up for them a polished table with blue enameled feet, and set on it a bronze basket, and next to it an onion grated for their drink, and pale green honey, and sacred barley meal. Then she sat down. A magnificent cup the old man had brought from home, studded with gold rivets. It had 4 handles, with a pair of golden doves pecking at each, and a double base beneath. Anyone else would have strained to lift the cup from the table when full, but old Nestor raised it easily. Into this cup Hecamede, beautiful as a goddess, poured Pramnian wine, grated goat cheese into it with a braised grater, and sprinkled white barley on top. She motioned for them to drink. They did so, and when they had slaked their parching thirst, they began to swap tales and were enjoying themselves when Patroclus stood in the door, more like a god than a man. Seeing him, the old man jumped up from his gleaming chair, took him by the hand, led him inside, and asked him to sit down. 218 Patroclus refused, in no uncertain terms. "No, thank you, venerable sir, no seat for me. I have too much respect for Achilles, who sent me to ask you whom you have brought back wounded. But I see for myself it is Machaon. And I will bring this news back to Achilles now. You know, sir, what a hard man he is. Quick to blame even the blameless. And Nestor, the horseman from Gyrnea. And why does Achilles feel any sorrow? For wounded Greeks? He has no idea of the grief that has spread through the army. Our best men have been hit and are lying wounded in camp. Diomedes is out. And Odysseus, a good man with a spear. Even Agamemnon has taken a hit. Eurypylus, too, an arrow in his thigh. Machaon here I have just brought back with an arrow wound. But Achilles, for all his valor, has no feeling for us. Is he waiting until our ships go up in flames on the shore of the sea, in spite of our efforts, and we are all killed in a row? For my strength is not as it once was in my knotted limbs. Oh, to be young again, with my strength firm, as I was in the cattle wars with the Hellenes when I killed Idomeneus, the valiant son of Hypericus, a man of Elis, during the drive back, leading the charge. In the fight for his cattle, he was hit by my spear and fell, and the country folk all fled in terror. The spoils we corralled from out of the plain. 50 herds of cattle and as many flocks of sheep, as many droves of pigs, as many herds of goats. And 150 chestnut horses, 219, all mares, many with foals underneath. We drove them all into Pylos by night, up to the citadel. And Neleus was glad. I had done so well, going to war as a boy. At the crack of dawn the heralds invited anyone who was owed a debt in Elis to step forth. So the Pylians assembled and divided the spoils. Most claimed debts, since we in Pylos were few and hard-pressed, for Heracles had come in recent years and brought us grief, killing our best. I was one of the 12 sons of Neleus, and I alone was left, the others had perished. Emboldened at this, the Epeans in Elis campaigned against us with reckless violence. Well, old Neleus chose a herd of cattle and a great flock of 300 sheep, herdsmen and all, for he was owed a great debt in Elis, for champion horses, a chariot team that had gone to the games to race for a tripod, but which King Augeas had kept, sending the forlorn driver back. Old Neleus was angry because of this, and took high compensation. The rest he gave for his folk to divide into equal shares. We were in the midst of all this distribution and offering sacrifice throughout the city when on the 3rd day the Epeans arrived, infantry and horse, at breakneck speed. And with them were the 2 Moliones brothers, still just boys who didn't really know war. Now there is a town, Thryoessa, a steep hill way down the Alpheus, Pylos' last outpost. There they encamped, with a mind to destroy it. When they were through the plain, Pallas Athena sped down to us from Olympus by night and told us to arm. The army she assembled from all Pylos was more than eager, but Neleus would not allow me to arm, and hid my horses, for he did not think I understood warfare. 220 Even so, on foot, I distinguished myself among our horsemen, as Athena would have it. There is a river Menyeus that hits the sea close to Arene. There we waited for dawn. The Pylian horsemen and all the tribes on foot. We marched out on the double with all our gear, and at midday reached Alpheus' sacred stream. There we offered sacrifice to Zeus Almighty, a bull to Alpheus, a bull to Poseidon, and a heifer of the herd to the gray-eyed one. Then we had our supper by platoons, and settled down to sleep in full battle gear along the river banks. The Epeans were deployed around the city, determined to destroy it, but before they could a great battle loomed. We attacked at daybreak, saying our prayers to Zeus and Athena, and in that conflict I was first to kill my man and take his horses. This was Mulius, Augea's son-in-law, husband of his eldest daughter, blonde Agamede, who knew every medicinal plant on earth. I hit him with my bronze-tipped spear as he charged, and he fell in the dust. I leapt on his chariot and took my stand with the foremost fighters. The Epeans fled when they saw him fallen, the leader of their horse and best man in battle. I went after them like a black hurricane and took 50 chariots, and beside each one 2 men felled by my spear bit the dust. And I would have killed the 2 Moliones also had not their father, the wide-ruling earth-shaker, saved them from war in a thick shroud of mist. Then Zeus granted the Pylians great power. We followed in pursuit across the broad plain, killing men and culling their fine battle gear, driving all the way to Buprasium's wheat fields, and the rock of Olin, and the hill that is called Elysium, where Athena again turned back the foe. Then I killed the last man and left him. Our men drove their horses from Buprasium to Pylos, 221, praising Zeus among gods, and among men Nestor. That is the sort of man I was. But Achilles? His valor is for himself alone, and yet I think he will sorely lament the army's destruction. Ah yes, my young friend, Menoetius. On the day he sent you forth from Phthia to join Agamemnon, laid a charge on you, mustering the army throughout Achaea. We had come to the well-built house of Peleus, and we found the hero Menoetius inside, with you and Achilles. The old horseman Peleus was burning a bull's fat thigh bones to Zeus out in the courtyard. He held a golden cup and poured flaming wine as the sacrifice blazed. You two were busy with the flesh of the bull when we appeared in the doorway. Achilles jumped up in astonishment, took us by the hand, and led us inside. He had us sit down, then set before us all that guests should have. When we had our fill of food and drink, I began to speak, urging that you come with us. You were both right eager, and your fathers laid on you both many commands. Old Peleus told Achilles to be preeminent always. But to you Menoetius gave this command. My son, Achilles is higher born than you, but you are older, though he is much stronger. Advise him, speak to him wisely, direct him, and he will be better off for obeying. Thus spoke the old man, but you have forgotten. Still, you should speak to Achilles. It is not too late, and he just might listen. Who knows but that with the help of some god, you might rouse his spirit. You are his friend, and it is good for friends to persuade each other. If some oracle, or a secret his mother has learned from Zeus, is holding him back, let him send you out, let you lead a troop of Myrmidons, and light the way for our army. If you wear his armor, and the Trojans think, 222, you are he, they will back off and give the Greeks some breathing space, what little there is in war. Our rested men will turn them with a shout, and push them back from our ships to Troy. This speech put great notions in Patroclus' head, and he went sprinting down the line of ships to Achilles. But when he reached Odysseus' hulls, where the assembly grounds and altars stood, He ran into Eurypylus limping in from battle with an arrow in his thigh. Sweat poured down his neck and shoulders, and black blood pulsed from his terrible wound, but his spirit was strong. When Patroclus saw him, he cried out in dismay. "Ah, you Greek heroes, you were all destined to die far from home and glut Trojan dogs. With your white fat, Eurypylus, tell me, is there any way to hold back Hector now, or will we all go down beneath his spear?" And the wounded Eurypylus. "We'll all be piling into our black ships soon. We have no defense left. All our best have been hit and are laid up in camp, and the Trojans only get stronger. Lend me a hand here. Lead me back to my ship and cut this arrow out of my thigh. Wash the blood off in warm water and put some soothing poultices on it. The good stuff they say Achilles taught you, and that he learned from Chiron, the just centaur. Our medics, Podalirius and Macan. One is laid up wounded and needs a doctor himself, and the other is out there fighting the Trojans." Menoetius' valiant son answered, "What are we going to do, Eurypylus?" 223. "I am on my way to Achilles now with a message from Lord Nestor. But you're hurting, and I won't let you down." He put his arm around Eurypylus' chest and helped him to his hut. His attendant, when he saw them, spread hides on the floor. Patroclus had him lie down, and with a knife cut from his thigh the barbed arrow. He washed the wound off with warm water and patted into it a bitter root that he had rubbed between his hands, an anodyne that took away the pain. The bleeding stopped, and the wound was dry. Iliad 12. While Patroclus doctored Eurypylus, the battle raged on. The Greeks still had the protection of their trench, and the wide wall above it they had built as the last line of defense for their ships, for the time being. When they built that wall and drove the trench around it to protect their ships and all their plunder, they neglected to offer formal sacrifice to the immortal gods. Built against the will of the immortals, the wall could not endure for long. While Hector lived and Achilles raged, and the city of Priam was still unpillaged, the great wall of the Greeks stood firm. But when all the best Trojans had died and many Greeks had fallen or had left, and after 10 years Priam's city had fallen and the Greeks had sailed back to their native land, then Poseidon and Apollo conspired to sweep away the wall, bringing against it the might of all the rivers that flowed down from Ida's mountains to the sea, Rhesus and Heptaporus, Coresus and Rhodius, Granicus and Aesepus, shining Scamander, and Samois, along the banks of which. 225. Many bull-hide shields and helmets fell in the dust, and a generation of men who were half divine. Phoebus Apollo turned all their mouths together, and for 9 days sent their flood against the wall. Zeus poured down rain continually, the sooner to wash the wall into the sea. The earth-shaker led the way, holding a trident in his hands, and pushed into the waves all the foundations of beams and stones the Greeks had laid with toil. He made all smooth along the mighty Hellespont, and again covered the great shore with sand. The wall was gone. He turned the beautiful rivers back to flow in their original channels. This Poseidon and Apollo were to do in time to come. But now the battle raged on both sides of the well-built wall. The beams rang as they were struck, and the Greeks, whipped back by Zeus, were pinned in with their ships, terrified of Hector, who had engineered the rout, and who still fought like a howling wind. When hunters are out with their dogs, their prey, a wild boar or a lion, will suddenly feel its strength and turn. The men close their ranks like a wall and throw their javelins thick and fast, but the valiant animal stands its ground, and though its bravery will be its death, it charges the ranks of men, testing them, and where it charges, the men fall back. Hector kept urging his troops to cross the ditch. His horses stood at its edge, whinnying, but would not advance, spooked by the trench, too broad to leap and too difficult to drive over. The banks hung over the sides, and sharp stakes were planted in the farther, higher edge. 226, a formidable obstacle for a horse and chariot. But the foot soldiers were eager to give it a try. To that end Polydamas drew up to Hector and said, "Hector and Trojan commanders all, it's not very smart of us to drive our horses across this trench, not with those sharp stakes set in it, and the Greek wall just a little beyond. There's not enough space to dismount and fight, and we'll suffer heavy casualties if we try. If the High Lord of Thunder has turned against them, and it is his will to help the Trojans, I would gladly see the Argives blotted out. But if they rally and we have to retreat and crash into the ditch, there won't be a man left even to bring the news back to the city. So this is what I say we should do. Let the squires hold the horses by the trench while the rest of us advance on foot in full armor, massed behind Hector. The Greeks will not withstand us if the noose is tied around them." It was sound advice, and Hector took it. He vaulted to the ground in his armor. And the other Trojans followed his example. They instructed their drivers to keep the horses in good order by the ditch. The troops divided into 5 companies behind their commanders. Hector and Polydamas stood at the head of the 2 largest contingents, elite troops eager to break the wall and fight by the ships. Cebriones joined them in command. Hector stationed a lesser man with his chariot. The second company was led by Paris, 227, along with Agenor and Alcathous. Helenus and Deiphobus, sons of Priam, led the third contingent, joined by Asius, Perdiccas' son, whose huge stallions brought him from Arisbe and the river Selleis. Aeneas led the fourth contingent. Anchises' son with the sons of Antenor, Archelicus and Acamas, as his lieutenants. Sarpedon commanded the allies, and picked Glaucus and Asteropaeus as his lieutenants, judging them to be the best next to himself. Sarpedon knew no peer. Massed behind their leather shields, the Trojans attacked, confident that nothing could stop them now from falling on the black ships. All of them followed Polydamas' strategy except for Asius. This man, Perdiccas' son, had no intention of leaving his horses behind with his squire, but chariot and all drove toward the ships and to his fate. Never in his glory as charioteer to drive back to windy Ilion again with his proud horses. No, his destiny lay on the bronze point of Idomeneus' spear. Making for the left wing of the beachhead camp, where the Greeks returning from battle entered with their horses and cars, Asius drove up to the wide gate and found the doors not yet shut and barred, but held open by men whose comrades were still returning from battle. Asius drove straight for the gates, followed by his howling soldiers, confident that no Greek could keep them from the black ships now. This was all childishness, for at the gates they found 2 of Greece's finest warriors, 228 Lapith spearmen, one a son of Perithous, Polypides by name, and the other, Leontius, a match for brutal Ares himself. They were like a pair of oak trees, planted before the high gates, these 2, trees that withstand wind and rain. Day after day, with roots deep and strong. They met Asius' charge without a tremor, these 2 Lapiths, trusting the strength of their hands to beat off not only Asius, but all his men too, who were lifting their leather shields high around their warlord and his captains, Iamenus and Orestes and Adamas. Who was Asius' son, Thun and Enemaus. The Lapiths had been inside for some time, rousing the Greeks to fight in defense of their ships, but when they saw the Trojans attacking the wall and the Greeks in loud retreat, they rushed out to fight in front of the gate. They fought like a pair of wild boars holding off men and dogs in the mountains. Slanting in, they slashed through trees, cutting them off at the root, and the clashing noise of their tusks rises above the general tumult until someone gets lucky with a spear. The polished bronze clashed on the Lapiths' chests as they took hits face-on from the enemy. They fought strongly, confident in their might and in the support from those on the wall above who rained down stones from the fortifications in defense of their own lives, their huts, and their seafaring ships. The stones fell like snow. 229 down to the ground, falling, like flakes of cold wind from the shadowy clouds. Drives thick and fast upon the bountiful earth. Not only stones, but everything that is thrown by men in war, a steady stream of missiles, flowed from the hands of Greeks and Trojans alike. Helmets and bossed shields rang hoarsely, like bells struck by rough stones. And Asius, son of Hyrtacus, groaned, smacked his thighs, and like a man who has been wronged, spoke. Father Zeus, or should I call you the arch-deceiver? I never thought the Greeks had a chance against us. They're like a swarm of wasps or bees, holed up in a hive they have built near a trail through cliffs and defending their young against hunters. These men, even though they are only 2, will not yield the gate until they kill or are killed. These words had no effect upon the mind of Zeus, who had decided to give all the glory to Hector. Other battles were being fought around other gates. Even if I were a god, I could not tell you all. Suffice it to say there was a firestorm of stone all around the wall, that the Greeks were hard-pressed to defend their ships, and that those gods who abetted the Greeks were sorely distressed. Over on the left, the Lapiths were fighting. Polypoetes, Perithous' son, threw his spear through the bronze cheek piece of Damas's helmet. The point splintered the bone and scrambled the gray stuff inside. He had been eager to fight. Polypoetes killed Pylon and Ormenus next. 230, Leontius meanwhile was doing his own damage, hitting Hippomachus in the belt with his spear, then darting through the crowd with sword drawn and stabbing Antiphates in close fighting, sending him sprawling backward on the ground. Then, in order, he brought Menon, Iamenus, and Orestes down to earth's bounty. While the Lapiths stripped their victims' bronze, the troops with Hector and Polydamas, for all their numbers and valor, and their eagerness to break through the wall and fight by the ships, hesitated on the brink of the trench, paralyzed by an omen, an eagle overhead, that skirted their front lines from right to left, clutching in its talons a huge scarlet snake, still alive and with plenty of fight left. Curling around, the snake struck at the eagle just below its neck, and, in a spasm of pain, the great bird dropped it in the Trojan ranks and flew off shrieking on a blast of wind. The soldiers shuddered at the glistening coils lying in their midst, a portent from heaven. Polydamas turned to Hector and said, Hector, you always lay into me in assembly, even when I give sound advice, since it will not do for a man of the people to cross you in council or in battle, instead of adding to your strength. Even so, I will speak now as seems best to me. We should not fight the Danaans for their ships. It will turn out for us, just as with this bird that came to the Trojans as they were eager to cross. It skirted their front lines from right to left, clutching in its talons a huge scarlet snake, but then let it fall before reaching its nest and never brought it home to give to its young. It will be the same with us. Even if our forces break through the Greek wall and its gates and the enemy falls back, we will find ourselves, 231, beating a disorderly retreat from the ships and leaving behind us many Trojans, killed by the Achaeans in defense of their ships. This is how a soothsayer would respond, one who knows omens well and has the people's trust. Hector's bronze mask leaned toward Polydamas. I don't like the way you're talking now. You know how to speak better than this, but if you really mean what you say, the gods themselves must have addled your wits, telling me to ignore what thundering Zeus has assented to and held out to me. Birds? You want me to obey birds? Polydamas, I don't care which way birds fly, right to the sunrise or left into the dusk. All we have to do is obey great Zeus, Lord of mortals and immortals alike. One omen is best, to fight for your country. Why should you be afraid of combat, even if all the rest of us are killed? At the Argive ships, you will be safe, since you don't have an ounce of fight in you. But if I catch you holding back from battle or talking anybody else out of fighting, you lose your life on the point of my spear. And he led them across the trench. To the noise of their advance, Zeus now added a wind from Ida's mountains that blew dust straight at the ships and the bewildered Greeks. The sky god was giving the glory to the Trojans and to Hector. Trusting these portents and their own strength, the Trojans did their best to breach the wall, pulling down pickets and battlements. They threw them to the ground, 232, and set to work prying up the huge beams the Greeks had used to reinforce the wall. They were dragging these out, hoping to topple the entire structure, but even then the Greeks refused to give way, patching the battlements with bullhide and beating off the invaders. Both Ajaxes were on the wall, patrolling it and urging on the troops, using harsh words, gentle words, whatever it took, to get the men back into the fight. Friends, and I mean everyone from heroes to camp followers, no one ever said, "Men are equal in war. There is work for us all. You know it yourselves. I don't want a single man to return to the ships now that you have heard the rallying cry. Keep the pressure on. Olympian Zeus may still grant us to drive the enemy back to the city." And they roused the Greeks to battle. Snow flurries fall thick on a winter's day when Zeus in his cunning rouses himself to show humans the ammunition he has. He lulls the winds, and he snows and snows until he has covered all the mountain tops, headlands and meadows and men's plowed fields. And the snow falls over the harbors and the shores of the gray sea, and only the waves keep it off. The rest of the world is enveloped in the winter tempest of Zeus. The stones flew thick upon the Trojans and upon the Greeks, and the wooden wall was beaten like a drum along its whole length. For all this, though, Hector and his Trojans would never have broken the barred gate. 233, had not Zeus roused his own son, Sarpedon, against the Greeks, as a lion against cattle. Sarpedon held before him a perfect shield, its bronze skin hammered smooth by the smith, who had stitched the leather beneath with gold all around the rim. Holding this shield and brandishing 2 spears, Sarpedon advanced. The mountain lion has not fed for days, and is hungry and brave enough to enter the stone sheep pen and attack the flocks. Even if he finds herdsmen on the spot with dogs and spears to protect the fold, he will not be driven back without a try, and either he leaps in and seizes a sheep or is killed by a spear, as human heroes are. Godlike Sarpedon felt impelled to rush the wall and tear it down. He turned to Glaucus and said, "Glaucus, you know how you and I have the best of everything in Lycia. Seats, cuts of meat, full cups, everybody looking at us as if we were gods. Not to mention our estates on the Xanthus, fine orchards, and riverside wheat fields. Well, now we have to take our stand at the front, where all the best fight, and face the heat of battle, so that many an armored Lycian will say, so they're not inglorious after all. Our Lycian lords who eat fat sheep and drink the sweetest wine. No, they're strong, and fight with our best. Ah, my friend, if you and I could only get out of this war alive and then be immortal and ageless all of our days, I would never again fight among the foremost or send you into battle where men win glory." 234, but as it is, death is everywhere in more shapes than we can count. And since no mortal is immune or can escape, let's go forward, either to give glory to another man or get glory from him. Thus Sarpedon, Glaucus nodded, and the 2 of them moved out at the head of a great nation of Lycians. Menestheus, Peteo's son, saw them and shuddered, for they were advancing toward his part of the wall and bringing ruin with them. Menestheus looked along the wall for a Greek captain who would be able to avert this disaster. He saw both Ajaxes, who never seemed to tire, and Teucer, who had just come from his hut. They were near enough, but there was no way to make a shout reach them, not with all the noise filling the air, the crash of shields and helmets, and the pounding on the gates, which were all closed now, and before each one of which the enemy stood, trying their best to break them and enter. So Menestheus turned to the herald Thoots. "Run, Thoots, and call Ajax, or better yet call both of them. All hell is going to break loose here. The Lycian leaders are bearing down on us, and they've been awfully tough in the big battles. If the fighting is too heavy for them both to come, at least get Telamonian Ajax here. And Teucer too, who is good with a bow. And the herald was off, running along the wall, until he came to the two Ajaxes, to whom he said, My lords Ajax, captains of the Achaeans, the son of Peteos, nurtured of Zeus, bids you come make a stand, however briefly, in the battle there. Both of you would be best. 235, since all hell is going to break loose there. The Lycian leaders are bearing down on us, and they've been awfully tough in the big battles. If the fighting is too heavy for both of you to leave, at least let Telamonian Ajax come. And Teucer too, who is good with a bow. Telamonian Ajax heard the herald out, and said to his Oilean counterpart, Ajax, stay here with Lycomedes, and keep these Danaans in the fight. I'm going to make a stand over there. When I've helped them out, I'll come back here. Big Ajax left, and with him Teucer, his natural brother, and Pandion, who carried Teucer's curved bow. Moving along the inside of the wall, they came to Menesthius' sector. And to men hard-pressed, the Lycians were swarming up the battlements like black wind. The Greeks pushed back with a shout. In the combat that ensued, it was Telamonian Ajax who first killed his man, Sarpedon's comrade Epicles, hitting him with a jagged piece of marble that lay on top of the heap of stones inside the wall there. You couldn't find a man alive now who could lift that stone with both hands, but Ajax swung it high and hurled it with enough force to shatter the four-horned helmet and crush Epicles' skull inside. He fell as if he were doing a high dive from the wall, and his spirit left his bones. Then Teucer hit a fast-charging Glaucus with an arrow, where he saw his arm exposed. This stopped him cold, and he leapt back from the wall, hiding his wound, 236, from Greek eyes, and his pride from their taunts. It pained Sarpedon to see Glaucus withdraw, but it didn't take away any of his fight. He hit Alcmaeon, son of the Astur, with his spear, jabbing it in, and as he pulled it out again, Alcmaeon came forward with it, falling headfirst and landing with a clatter of finely tooled bronze. Sarpedon wrapped his hands around the battlement and pulled. The whole section gave way, exposing the wall above and making an entrance for many. Ajax and Teucer attacked him together. Teucer's arrow hit his shield's bright belt where it slung across his chest, but Zeus beat off the death spirits. He would not allow his son to fall by the ships. Big Ajax leapt upon him at the same moment, thrusting his spear into Sarpedon's shield, but could not push the point through. He did make him reel backward, though. Sarpedon collected himself a short distance back from the wall. He was not giving up. His heart still hoped to win glory here. Wheeling around, he called to his godlike Lycians. Lycians, why are you slacking off from the fight? Do you think I can knock this wall down alone and clear a path to the ships? Help me out here. The more men we have, the better the work will go. The Lycians cowered before their warlord's rebuke, then tightened the ranks around him even more. The Greeks strengthened their positions on the wall and steeled themselves for a major battle. For all their strength, the Lycians were unable to break the wall, nor could the Greek spearmen push them back once they were close in. They fought at close quarters, like two men. 237, disputing boundary stones in a common field, and defending their turf with the measuring rods they had brought with them to stake their claims. Likewise the Trojans and Greeks, separated by the palisade and reaching over it, to hack away at each other's leather shields. Many were wounded, mostly those who turned their unprotected backs to the enemy, but many threw their shields too, until the whole wooden wall dripped with the blood of soldiers from both sides. But the Trojans could do nothing to drive the Greeks back. An honest woman who works with her hands to bring home a meager wage for her children will balance a weight of wool in her scales until both pans are perfectly level. So to this battle, until Zeus exalted Priam's son Hector, first to penetrate the Achaean wall. His shout split the air. Move, Trojans! Let's tear down this Greek fence and make a bonfire out of their ships. They heard him, all right, and swarmed. right up the wall, climbing to its pickets with spears in their hands, while Hector scooped up a stone that lay by the gates, a massive boulder tapering to a point. It would take 2 men to heave it onto a cart, more than 2 as men are now, but Hector handled it easily alone. Zeus, 238, lightened it for him, so that the stone was no more to Hector than the fleece of a ram is to a shepherd who carries it easily in his free hand. This was how Hector carried it up to the gates. A set of heavy double doors, solidly built and bolted shut by interlocked inner bars. Standing close to these towering doors, Hector spread his feet to get his weight behind the throw and smashed the stone right into the middle. The hinges broke off, and the stone's momentum carried it through, exploding the doors and sending splintered wood in every direction. Hector jumped through, a spear in each hand. His face was like sudden night, and a dark gold light played about the armor that encased his zealous bones. No one could have stopped him, except the gods, in his immortal leap through the ruined gate, and his eyes glowed with fire. Wheeling around in the throng, Hector called to his Trojans, who needed no persuasion, to scale the wall. Those who couldn't swarmed through the gate. And the Greeks, en route to their hollow ships, with a noise like the damned stampeded into hell. Iliad 13. After Zeus had brought Hector and the Trojans to the Greek ships, he left the combatants to their misery and turned his luminous eyes far away, scanning the horse country of Thrace, the Mysians, who fight in tight formation, the Hippomalgi, whose diet is Mara's milk, and the Abi, most righteous of humans. And turned his eyes no more to Troy. He never dreamed that any of the immortals would go to help the Trojans or the Greeks. But Poseidon wasn't blind. He sat high, on the topmost peak of wooded Samothrace, marveling at the war going on beneath him. He could see all of Ida and Priam's city and the Greek ships from where he sat. The sea crawled beneath him. He pitied the Greeks being beaten by the Trojans, and he was furious with Zeus. 3 enormous strides took him down the craggy mountain, and each footfall sent tremors through the wooded massif. As the immortal sea god descended, a 4th step took him to his goal, Igi, where his fabulous palace was built. 240, shimmering gold in the depths of the bay. He harnessed to his chariot a team of horses, bronze-hoofed, gold-maned, and swift, and clothed himself in gold, and gripped his golden whip, and stepped onto his chariot, and went driving over the waves. The sea parted in joy before him, and all its denizens frolicked beneath him, acknowledging their lord. The chariot flew on, the bronze axle below never got wet, and the prancing horses took Poseidon to the Achaean ships. A wide cave is submerged in the deep water midway between Tenedos and rocky Imbris. The earth-shaker reined in his horses there, unhitched them, and threw out ambrosial fodder for them to eat. And he put hobbles of gold on their feet so that they would wait there until their master returned. Then he went off to the Greeks. The Trojans were swarming behind Hector, like flame or rumbling wind, and their howls expressed their belief they would take the ships of the Greeks and kill beside them all their best. But Poseidon, who circles the earth and shakes it, had emerged from the sea to urge on the Argives. He assumed the form and voice of Calchas, and spoke to the Ajaxes, who were ready to hear. You 2 men will save the Greek army, if you just summon your strength and don't panic. The Trojans aren't invincible. The Greek line will hold everywhere else they've climbed the wall. It's only here that I have a premonition we might be hurt, where a firestorm rages. In the person of Hector, son of Zeus, as he says, may some god put in your hearts the will to stand firm yourselves and encourage the others. You could force Hector back from the ships then, even if the Olympian is behind his charge. 241. And the Lord of Earthquakes struck them both with his staff and pumped strength into them, lightening their limbs and their hands and feet. And the god himself rose like a hawk that lifts itself from a sheer precipice and soars downwind after another bird. So Poseidon was gone across the dusty plain. Oily and Ajax took all this in first and said to Ajax, son of Telamon. That was one of the Olympian gods, Ajax, disguised as the seer, ordering us to fight, not Calchas himself, who reads birds for us. I could tell from the tracks he made when he left. Gods are easy to recognize. As for me, I never felt readier for battle. I'm itching to fight all the way down to my fingers and toes. Telamonian Ajax answered him. Me too. I can't wait to wrap my hands around a spear. I'm all pumped up, and my feet are flying beneath me. Bring on Hector. Just me and Priam's fighting machine. That was how they talked to each other, feeling the joy the god put in their hearts. Meanwhile, the Earthshaker was rousing the Greeks who were catching their breath to the rear by the ships. They were all done in by the hard fighting and couldn't take it when they saw the Trojans clambering over the wall in droves. They watched helplessly, tears in their eyes, and thought it was the end. But the Earthshaker slipped in among them and gave heart to the troops. Teucer first, then Leotus, the hero Peneleus, 242. Thoas and Deipyrus, Marians and Antilochus. He came to them all, and his words had wings. Shame on you, Argives. To think I trusted you raw recruits to fight for our ships. If you're backing off when the going gets tough, then this is the day we get beaten by the Trojans. I can't believe what is before my eyes. A disaster I thought would never happen. The Trojans going for our ships. Up until now, they've been like spooked deer that dodge through the woods to become dinner for jackals, panthers, and wolves, totally defenseless, no fight in them. That's how the Trojans have been with us, unwilling to offer the slightest resistance. But now they're out fighting for our hollow ships because, thanks to our leaders' cowardice and dissension in the ranks, we would rather be killed beside our seagoing vessels than defend them. But even if Agamemnon is completely to blame for all this, because he dishonored Achilles, that's no reason for us go slack in war. Let's do what good men do and make amends. It's no longer right for you to slough off. Not you. Our army's best. I wouldn't bother with some sad sack who was sitting out the war. But with you I couldn't be angrier. You've gone soft, and the upshot of your laxness is going to be worse trouble to come, and soon. Don't you remember what shame is, or retribution? Do you think this is some minor skirmish? This is Hector, showing his strength. He's smashed the gates open and has taken the war to our ships. In this way the Earthshaker roused the Achaeans. The columns that formed around the two Ajaxes were so tight, they could have passed inspection from Ares, or from Athena, the soldiers' goddess. These were hand-picked troops, Greece's best, 243, who awaited the Trojans and godlike Hector. Spear on spear, shield overlapping shield, they stood helmet to helmet, the horsehair plumes on the burnished crests brushing each other when they nodded, and when they shook their spears the shafts tickered against each other. Their minds were fixed on the fight ahead of them. The Trojans closed ranks and charged. Hector led them, driving straight ahead like a boulder from a cliff. A river swollen by winter rains. We'll push a stone from a high crest, breaking it loose from its foundation. By the sheer force of the water, the stone knows no shame as it caroms downstream. Bounding high, the woods echo its sound, and nothing can stop it until it reaches level ground. But then it rolls no more. So too with Hector. For a while he threatened to cut his way to the sea through the ships and huts, killing as he went, but when he hit the Greek line he was stopped cold, and the sons of the Achaeans, thrusting with swords and spears, pushed him back. Shaken, Hector gave way, but his voice boomed out to the Trojans and their Lycian allies. Stand your ground, men. This tight Greek formation cannot contain me. They'll fall back under my spear all right, if it is true that the best of the gods, Hera's thundering husband, has urged me on. Hector's speech aroused their enthusiasm. Deiphobus, Priam's son, strode out. Almost danced out, behind the disk of his shield. Marians took aim at him with a polished spear and cast. The spear hit the top bull's hide but didn't pierce it, the long shaft shattering. 244, at its metal socket. Deiphobus held the shield at arm's length, afraid the point would come through. Marius made his way back to his own people, angry because he had been cheated of victory and had broken his spear. He made his way back through camp to retrieve a spear from his hut. The others fought on in the eye of war. Teucer, son of Telamon, killed his man first, the spearman Imbrius. His father Mentor raised horses, and he lived in Pigeon before the war with his wife, Medicast, one of Priam's bastard daughters. When the Danaans came with their curved ships, he moved back to Iliad and had quarters in the house of Priam, who accorded him the same honor as his own natural children. Teucer jabbed his spear into his jaw, and when he pulled it out, Imbrius fell. He fell as an ash tree falls, a tree. That is a landmark on a mountain crest. And when it is cut through with bronze axes, it brings all its soft leafage down to the ground. Imbrius' tooled bronze clattered around him, and Teucer rushed up to relieve him of it. Hector cast at the moving target he made, but Teucer had his eye on the bright spear and managed to dodge it. No matter. It hit Amphimachus instead, whose lineage went back through Thyestes to Poseidon. Square in the chest, as he entered battle. He crashed to the ground, bronze clattering, and Hector ran up to rip the helmet from Amphimachus' noble head. But he didn't get that far. Big Ajax lunged with his spear as Hector charged. The point never reached his bronze-cased skin, but it struck Hector's shield with enough force, 245, to drive him back from both fallen bodies, which the Greeks proceeded to drag away. Two Athenians, Stichius and Menestheus, hauled Amphimachus off to the Greek side, while the two Ajaxes did the same for Imbrius. Two lions have snatched a goat from snarling dogs and are carrying it off through thick underbrush, holding it in their jaws high above the ground. They held Imbrius high and stripped him. When they got the armor off, Oilean Ajax, angry for Amphimachus, lopped off his head and whirled it like a ball through the crowd. It fell in the dust before Hector's feet. Poseidon was pulsing with anger. His son's son had fallen in the hard fighting. He went through the ships and huts to rally the Greeks and to build trouble for the Trojans. Idomeneus, the great spearman, bumped into him as he came from a friend who had been wounded, a gash in the knee, and carried out of battle. He had just briefed the medics and was going back to his hut, anxious to return to the fight, when the Earthshaker spoke to him, likening his voice to that of Andremon's son, Thoas, lord in Pleuron and steep Calydon, and honored as a god by the Aetolians there. Idomeneus, you, the Cretan commander, what has happened to all the threats the Greeks once issued against the Trojans? And Idomeneus, commander of the Cretans. Thoas, there's not a Greek here at fault, as far as I know. We're all experienced. No one has panicked, no one has deserted. 246. My guess is that it is great Zeus' pleasure that the Achaeans die a nameless death here, far from Argos. But look, Thoas, you have always held your own in battle. And now you're rallying others. Keep it up. Don't let anyone hang back from the fight. And Poseidon, who shakes the continents. Idomeneus, may the man who willingly shirks battle today never return from Troy, but become a ragbone for the dogs of Iliad. Get your armor on, and let's head out. We have to work together and do our best to help out, even though we are only two. Teamwork makes even riffraff do well. And you and I know how to fight with the best. He spoke and returned, a god, to men's toil. When Idomeneus reached his well-built hut, he strapped on his armor, took 2 spears, and walked out like a lightning bolt. That Zeus shakes down from Olympus glare as a sign to humans, blinding forks of light. The bronze on this hero's chest as he ran. Marius, his second in command, met him near the hut, where he was going to get a spear for himself. Idomeneus boomed out at him. Marius, son of Molus, old friend, what's this sprint away from the battle? Are you wounded? Were you nicked? Or do you have a message for me? Myself, I'm not for sitting in the huts, but for fighting. And Marians, who knew what to say? 247. I came here for a spear, Idomeneus, if there are any left in your hut. The one I had shattered when it hit Deiphobus' shield. And Idomeneus, the Cretan commander. Spears? You can have 20 if you want, standing along the white plaster wall. As you go in, spears I take off, Trojans I kill in close combat. I have plenty. Shields too, and helmets, and breastplates. Marians knew how to respond. The hut by my tarred ships is also filled with Trojan spoils, but it's not close by. I know what it means to fight up front and win my share of glory in war. There might be 1 or 2 Greeks around who haven't noticed, but not you. And the Cretan commander. I know you're good. Why talk about it? Look, suppose we were all lined up for an ambush. At times like that, it's obvious who has what it takes and who doesn't. Your coward will turn 10 shades of green. He's unsteady, shifting his weight. From one foot to another, his heart thumps. So loud you can hear it, and his teeth chatter as he keeps imagining his death. The brave man, though, doesn't blanch, and is not too afraid when he gets in position. His only prayer is to get on with the battle. At a time like that, no one would slight you. If you were hit in battle or took a shot, it wouldn't be in the back or the neck, but in your chest or belly as you came on hard. 248. In the front lines. Come on, though, let's not stand around talking like kids. Someone might see us and really blow up. Go on in and get yourself a spear. Marians ducked into the hut, got a spear, and followed Idomeneus, intent on war. Ares himself sometimes goes to war and takes with him his son, Rout, who is as valiant as his father and can turn even the bravest man to flight. They arm themselves and go forth from Thrace to join either the Ephyri or Phleges, but do not really care which side wins. Thus the 2 human captains going to battle in their bronze, Marians saying to Idomeneus, "Where to, son of Deucalion? Should we enter on the right, center, or left, where the Greeks will likely need help the most?" And Idomeneus, the Cretan commander, "We have some good defense in the central ships, both Ajax's and Teucer, our best bowmen, and a good man in hand-to-hand combat. These will give Hector all he wants and more, no matter how tough he is. He'll be fighting uphill all day trying to beat them back, and burn the ships, and won't be able to, unless Zeus himself throws a torch on the hulls. Ajax won't yield to anything human, that's for sure. Anything that eats bread can be split with bronze or crushed with stones. He wouldn't even give way to Achilles. Not in a close fight anyway, although no one 249 could touch Achilles in the open field. As for us, let's do as you suggest, and go left so we can find out whether we'll give glory to another or another to us." He spoke, and Marians, moving like Ares, led the way to the left side of the camp. When the Trojans saw Idomeneus and his lieutenant in their buffed armor, it was as if they had spotted a fire. Calling to each other, they converged on the pair, another knot in the battle by the sterns of the ships. Howling winds with gusts up to 50. On a day when the gravel roadbeds are dry will raise up indiscriminate clouds of dust. That was how they closed with each other, and all their blind desire was to shred flesh with stropped bronze, eyes squinting against the glare of helmets and corselets, just polished that morning, and the confusion of shields, like so many suns shining through a bristling forest of spears. It was glorious to see, if your heart were iron, and you could keep from grieving at all the pain. There were 2 strong sons of Cronus out that day, with opposing purposes, as to which human heroes they should afflict. Zeus planned victory for Hector and the Trojans, to honor Achilles. He had no desire to destroy the Greeks on Troy's dusty plain, but meant only to honor Thetis and her son. Poseidon, rising secretly from the gray salt sea, went among the Greeks, urging them on, hating to see them beaten by the Trojans, and was strongly resentful of his brother, Zeus. They were born of the same stock, but Zeus, 250, was born first, and he knew more, and so Poseidon avoided giving aid openly, but spurred on the Greeks disguised as a man. So these two tightened the cords of war and tied around each army in turn, a knot that brought many down to their knees. Idomeneus, hair flecked with gray and yelling for Greeks to back him up, jumped at the Trojans and scattered them with his first kill. This was Othryoneus, who, though from Cabesus, was one of Troy's inner circle. Smelling war, he had come to the capital and asked to marry Priam's most beautiful daughter, Cassandra herself, promising no wedding gifts, but one great deed, that he would drive the Greeks from Trojan soil. Old Priam promised her with a nod of his head, and Othryoneus, putting his faith in promises, went out to fight, swaggering along. He made a perfect target for Idomeneus' spear, which lodged in his belly under his useless corslet. He fell heavily, and Idomeneus taunted him. "You'll be the happiest man on earth, Othryoneus, if you accomplish all you promised Dardanian Priam. We hear he promised you his own daughter. We could match his offer, you know, and give you Agamemnon's loveliest daughter, ship her here from Argos for the wedding. If only you'd switch to our side and conquer Troy. Come on over to the ships so we can negotiate this marriage. You'll find we offer easy terms." And he started to drag him off by one leg through the crowd, but Asius came to the dead man's aid, advancing on foot just in front of his horses, which his charioteer drove so closely behind him that their breath warmed his neck. He never got off, 251, the shot he wanted. Idomeneus was too quick, catching him in the throat beneath the chin and slicing the bronze clean through. Asius fell. A tree, oak, say, or poplar, or spreading pine, falls in the forest when carpenters cut it down with their bright axes to be the beam of a ship. Asius lay before his horses and chariot, groaning heavily and clawing the bloody dust. His charioteer lost his wits completely, and in his terror didn't even have enough nerve to turn the horses around and run for it. Antilochus stitched him through the belly, a neat shot just below his corslet, and he fell gasping from his crafted chariot. Antilochus drove the horses back to the Greeks. Deiphobus took Asius' death hard. He closed in on Idomeneus and cast, but Idomeneus saw his shot all the way, and ducked behind his shield, a huge double oval of leather and bronze, fitted with 2 rods. Deiphobus' spear grated on the rim and sailed over, but, with all of Deiphobus' weight behind it, kept going and hit Hypsenor, Hippasus' son, in the liver. His knees buckled, and Deiphobus crowed over him. Asius is avenged. When he goes down to Hades' cold gates, he can be glad that at least I have sent him some company. The Greeks winced at this boast, and no one more so than Antilochus, who did what he could for his fallen comrade, standing over him and sheltering him. 252, with his shield until 2 of his men, Mecisteus and Alastor, bore Hypsenor, groaning heavily, to the hollow ships. Idomeneus was still going strong, doing his best to get the drop on some Trojan or just pound himself against their general menace, when the hero Alcathous appeared before him. This man, son of Aesites, beloved of Zeus, had married Anchises' eldest daughter, Hippodamia, darling of both her parents. Beautiful, clever with her hands, and wise, and now wife of the best man in all Troy. This Alcathous Poseidon now mastered, putting a spell on his shining eyes and paralyzing him so that he stood, rooted to the spot like a gravestone or tree, unable to move or dodge the spear that Idomeneus now put through his chest, cleaving the bronze breastplate that had always protected his flesh from fatal harm, but that now rasped dryly around the wooden shaft. He fell backward, the spear's point fixed deep in the still beating heart, so that the upright shaft quivered a while until at last Ares put its fury at ease. Idomeneus gloated over him loud and long. "Are we even yet, Deiphobus, 3 deaths for 1? Do you want to boast some more?" Why don't you get out here and face me so you can see a true descendant of Zeus? Minos, my grandfather, was his son, overlord of Crete by his divine will. And his son Deucalion fathered me, lord over many in the wide land of Crete. And now the ships have brought me here, as a curse to your father and the other Trojans. 253, he spoke, and Deiphobus couldn't decide whether he should step back and get help, or take Idomeneus on by himself. He decided he'd better go get Aeneas, and found him in the rear, the last man there, angry as always with Priam, who utterly failed to honor his worth. Deiphobus drew near, and his words flew fast. Aeneas, counselor of the Trojans, Alcathous is down, and you have to help. If you have any feeling at all for a kinsman, your sister's husband, who cared for you when you were little, come on, let's go. Idomeneus has killed him with his spear. This wrung Aeneas' heart, and he moved up to find Idomeneus. The war mattered to him now a great deal. Idomeneus was not one to run like a spoiled child, but stood his ground. A boar in the mountains is sure of his strength, and when gangs of hunters try to flush him out in some desolate spot, he waits as they come, bristling his back, eyes blazing, whetting the tusks he will use to scatter the men and their dogs. Idomeneus, famed for his spear, waited as Aeneas came on. He didn't yield an inch, but he called to his friends, Ascalaphus, Aphareus, Deipyrus, Marians, and Antilochus, masters of the war cry. His words flew out to them as he urged, "Come help me out, friends. I'm by myself and scared to death of this Aeneas, who's closing in fast. He's a hell of a fighter, 254, and in his prime. If we were his age and in the mood we're in, it'd be over fast. He might still win big, but so might I." And they closed ranks, locking their shields. Opposite them, Aeneas called to his comrades, to Deiphobus and Paris and Agenor, his peers in the Trojan command. Their troops flocked behind them, sheep following rams from pasture to water, the shepherd's joy. Aeneas that glad when he saw a nation of soldiers at his back. They fought over Alcathous with their long pikes, and the bronze plate on their chests rang like gongs, and above them all two men, Idomeneus and Aeneas, like gods of war, strained to shred each other's flesh with cold metal. Aeneas cast first, but Idomeneus, watching him all the way, sidestepped the missile, which, launched by a strong arm, but with nowhere to go, burrowed, quivering, into the earth. Idomeneus' throw hit Oenomaus, full in the belly, smashing the plates on his corslet and letting his entrails gush through the hole. He fell, clawing at the dust, Idomeneus' spear casting a long shadow on the plain. He pulled it from the corpse, but could not get the armor off with all the pressure he was under. The veteran could no longer trust his feet in a charge, either to follow his own throw or dodge another's, and so, unable also to get away quickly, he had no choice but to stand and fight and beat off the pitiless day of doom. As he inched his way back, Deiphobus, whose anger toward him had not lost its edge, 255, took a shot at him. His spear burned the air but missed Idomeneus again, hitting instead Ascalaphus, Ares' son, stitching his shoulder. He fell to the ground and clawed at the dust. Ares as yet knew nothing of his son's fall. The blaring god sat under golden clouds on Olympus' peak, constrained from war by Zeus' will, along with the other immortals. The fighting began over Ascalaphus' body. Deiphobus managed to tear off his helmet, but dropped it when he was hit in the arm by Marian's spear. It fell with a clang. Marian sprang again, like a vulture, pulled his spear out of Deiphobus' arm, then drifted back into the ranks. Polites, Deiphobus' brother, wrapping his arms around his waist, escorted him out of harm's way and to the rear, where his horses stood waiting to pull him groaning in his ornamented chariot back to the city, blood dripping from his arm. The rest fought on, drowning in their own noise. Aeneas jumped to Phareus, Calidar's son, and, having a good angle on his throat. Sliced through it with his spear. Apharius' head sank to one side, and his helmet clanged on his shield as death hammered at his soul like a tinsmith. Antilochus, waiting for his moment, caught Thun turning his back. His quick thrust severed the vein that runs up to the neck, and Thun was left supine in the dust, stretching his arms out to his comrades. Antilochus leapt on top of him and began unbuckling the armor from his shoulders, keeping an eye on the Trojans who circled him. They kept poking at his big, bright shield, 256, from every direction, but couldn't stick a point into his flesh. This the doing of Poseidon, who guarded Nestor's son with all his power no matter the spear points around him. Antilochus was constantly engaged with the enemy, his spear never at rest, but always quivering with his desire to cast or thrust it home. He was taking dead aim at someone in the throng when Adamas, Asia's son, zeroed in on him and hit his shield from point-blank range. The blue-maned sea god canceled the shot and denied it the life of Antilochus. Half the spear stuck in the shield like a charred steak, the other half lay on the ground. Adamas knew fate when he saw it and backed away. But Merians went after him, and his throw caught Adamas where Ares hurts men worst, sticking him between the navel and the genitals. He doubled over, leaning into the shaft, and writhed and twisted the way a bull will when mountain men tie it and drag it along. So too Adamas, but only for a while, until the hero Merians drew the spear from his gut. Then darkness drifted like a veil on his eyes. In the hand-to-hand fighting, Helenus hit Deipyrus' temple with a huge Thracian sword, ripping the helmet from his head and sending it rolling through the combatant's feet, until one of the Greeks scooped it up. By then Deipyrus' eyes had gone black. The son of Atreus took his death hard. Menelaus, good at the war cry, and he strode menacingly toward the Trojan hero, brandishing his sharp spear as Helenus drew back his bow. They each shot at once, the spear and arrow crossing in midair. Helenus needling arrow going on to hit Menelaus' breastplate and clang off the bronze. 257 Think of dark beans, or lentils, bounding up from the broad shovel a winnower wields, in a great threshing floor swept by shrill winds. Thus the arrow that ricocheted off Menelaus' corslet and went flying away. But Menelaus' own shot wasn't wasted. The sharp spear point hitting Helenus' bow hand and going through it into the polished wood. He fell back among his comrades, avoiding death, the ash-wood spear trailing from his hand, until great Agenor pulled it out for him and bound the hand with a strip of twisted wool, a sling actually, from his squire's kit. Pisander now made straight at Menelaus, death drawing him on toward his fated end, to be killed by you, Menelaus, in the melee. When they were within range of each other they each cast, Menelaus' spear missing wide, Pisander's hitting his shield but shattering at the socket against its metal face. Pisander still had hope for victory, and when the son of Atreus leapt at him with his silver-studded sword, Pisander drew from beneath his shield an axe of fine bronze with a long haft of polished olive wood. They struck each other at the same moment, Pisander's axe hitting Menelaus' helmet on the horn, just beneath the horsehair plume, Menelaus' sword smashing Pisander's brow, just above the nose. The bone snapped, both eyeballs popped out in blood and dropped at his feet in the dust, and Pisander doubled over and fell. Menelaus put his foot on his chest, and as he ripped off his armor and gloated over him, "All you Trojans will be leaving our ships like this, you arrogant bastards. You can't get enough, 258 of fighting, can you? Can't get enough of abusing people, as you've abused me. No room in your heart for the anger of Zeus, the Lord of Thunder, God of Host, and Guest, whose wrath will destroy your towering city. You came and took my bride, made off with all my stuff, and after you were her guest. And now you're all hot to burn our ships, cut us off from the sea, and kill our men. But you won't, for all your eagerness to fight. Father Zeus, they say you are the wisest of gods and men, yet all this is from you. Somehow you honor these violent men. These Trojans, with their reckless strength and insatiable appetite for the horrors of war. When it comes to getting enough, everyone else would rather have all they want of sleep or love, of sweet song or fine dancing. But the Trojans are gluttons for war and cannot get enough. Thus Menelaus, as he stripped off the last bit of bloody gear and gave it to his men, then went back and took his place in the front. He was attacked immediately by Harpalion, who followed his father, King Pylaemenes, to Troy in the war, but never returned home. His spear hit Menelaus' shield from close range, but not hard enough to go through. Unnerved, Harpalion drifted back to his comrades, glancing warily over his shoulder, half expecting to feel bronze in his skin. As he retreated, Merion shot at him. The bronze-tipped arrow hit his right buttock, sliding beneath the bone and into his bladder. Harpalion sank into his comrade's arms and breathed out his life, stretched on the ground like an earthworm in a pool of black blood. 259. The Paphlagonians tended to him and took him on a chariot to sacred Iliad. In sorrow, his father went with them, weeping. Nothing would ever replace his dead son. Paris was enraged at his killing. Among the Paphlagonians, Harpalion had been his host, and in anger for his sake, he let fly an arrow tipped with bronze. And a man named Euchenor got in its way. He was the son of the prophet Polyidus, rich, with estates in Corinth, a good man. When he boarded ship for Troy, he knew well he was embarking on death, for his father, old Polyidus, had told him often that he must die of painful disease at home or be killed by Trojans amid Achaean ships. He chose to avoid both the heavy Greek fine for avoiding service and the loathsome disease. Paris' arrow hit him behind his jawbone. His soul crawled out, and the world went dark. The fight went on, like wildfire burning. Hector, whom Zeus loved, did not know that on the left side of the ships his army was succumbing to the Greeks, who were not far from winning the day. The god who laps the earth and makes it tremble was urging them on, and adding his own strength to their efforts. Hector was still where he had first burst through the gate and shattered the Greek ranks, close to where Ajax's and Protesilaus' ships were drawn up on the beach of the gray salt sea, and the wall was lowest. Horses and men fought furiously there, in the vortex of battle. There the Boeotians and fringed Ionians, the Locrians, Thyians, and proud Epeans had their hands full trying to repel 260 Hector's attack on the ships. Hector was like a bright flame and could not be stopped, not even by the Athenian elite, whose captain was Menestheus, Peteo's son, and who had with him men like Phytus, Stichius, and valiant Bias. The Epeans were led by Meges, son of Phyleus, and by Amphius and Dracius, the Thyians by Medon and steady Podarces. Medon was a bastard son of Oileus, and Ajax's brother, but he lived in Phylace, far from his homeland, because he had killed a relative of Areopes, his stepmother, whom Oileus had married. Podarces was Iphiclus' son and Phylacus' grandson. Armed, and in the front of the Thyian forces they fought alongside the Boeotians to defend their ships. Oileus' other son, the swift Ajax, was inseparable from Telamonian Ajax and would not leave his side even for an instant. A team of oxen with faces dark as wine strained together at the jointed plow, pulling it through a field that has not been worked in years. Sweat oozes up from the roots of their horns, and only the polished yoke holds them apart as they cut the furrow to the field's far edge. The two Ajaxes stood side by side in battle. Telamonian Ajax had his cadres with him, and there was always someone to relieve him of his heavy shield when he began to tire. But the Locrians commanded by Oilean Ajax were not at his side. They were not trained to stand and fight at close range, nor equipped. They had no bronze, plumed helmets, no shields, 261. No ashwood spears, but trusting to the bows and twisted wool slings they had brought. When they followed him to Troy, they now shot thick and fast, trying to break the Trojan lines. In the front, troops in full battle gear engaging Hector and his Trojans. In the rear, archers. And the Trojans, confounded by their arrows, were losing the will to fight. They would have been beaten miserably. From the beachhead camp back to windy Ilion had not Polydamas approached Hector and said, "Hector, you are a difficult man to persuade. Because Zeus has made you preeminent in war, you want to excel in council too. But you can't have everything. Zeus makes one man a warrior, another a dancer, another a singer, and in another's heart he puts wisdom, by which many profit, and which saves many, as the god himself knows best. So I will say to you what seems best to me. All around you blazes a ring of war. The Trojans have passed over the wall, but some are standing on the sidelines, and others are fighting in skirmishes throughout the ships against superior numbers. Let's fall back and regroup, weigh our options, and decide whether to attack the ships, in the hope of victory from the god, or at least a safe retreat. As for myself, I fear the Greeks will pay us back for yesterday. He is still waiting back there, you know, and he loves to fight. He won't sit out the whole war." This seemed like sound advice to Hector. He leapt to the ground with his gear, and his words flew to Polydamas. 262. Draw back all our best, and keep them here while I go off to pass the word. I'll be back as fast as I can. And he went off like an avalanche, down a mountain, speeding through the Trojans and their allies and shouting as he went. At the sound of his voice they all went back toward Polydamas. Hector moved up to the fighters at the very front. He was looking for Deiphobus, for Helenus, for Adamas and Adamas' father Asius, and hardly found them unscathed. They were either dead beside the Greek ships or nursing wounds inside the city walls. He did find Paris, though, Helen's lord, urging on his men at the left side of battle, and started in on him with abusive epithets. "Paris, you desperate, preening pretty boy, where is Deiphobus? And where are Helenus and Adamas' father Asius? And where is Othryoneus? Troy is doomed, the whole towering city as good as gone. And Paris, who could have passed for a god? I see you're in a testy mood, Hector. I may have held back from battle before, but not now. My mother didn't raise. A total weakling, ever since you started this attack on the ships. We've been right here engaging the Greeks. As for our comrades you're asking about, they are dead, except for Deiphobus and Helenus, who have gone off with spear wounds in their arms, saved by Zeus from death. Now, lead on wherever you will, and we will follow. I don't think you will find us, 263, lacking in determination, and we will fight to the best of our ability. No man can do more." Spoken like a hero, Hector calmed down, and they plunged into the brutal eye of combat, which was around Cebriones and Polydamas, and Phalces and Artheus, godlike Polyphetes, Ascanius and Mores, son of Hippotion. These had come from Ascania's farmland the morning before as replacement troops, and now Zeus roused them on to battle. Aching winds sweep down to the ground, under rolling thunder from the patriarch Zeus, and then clash with the sea. The water moans and is whipped into wave after wave of arching, seething breakers capped with white foam. The Trojans kept coming, rank on rank flashing with bronze, behind their captains. Hector, son of Priam, led them all, and he was like the war god himself. Behind his balanced shield, thick with hide and layered with welded bronze, and on his head the crest of his helm rippled in shining wind. He kept testing the Greek lines here and there to see if they would yield before him as he came on behind his shield, but the Greeks didn't flinch. Then big Ajax strode forward. "Come closer, sweetheart. No need to be coy. We're not exactly inexperienced in war. You know, it was Zeus who whipped us before. I'm sure you'd like to rip our ships apart, but be just as sure we have hands to defend them. Your city, with all its people, will likely fall a lot sooner, captured by us and plundered. As for you, the day will soon be here, 264, when you pray to Zeus and all immortals for your combed horses to outfly falcons, and take you through the dusty plain to Troy." His words were not out before a bird flew past on the right, a high-soaring eagle. The Achaeans shouted, taking heart at the omen. But Hector answered him, "You bumbling ox, what a stupid thing to say. I wish it were as certain that I were Zeus' son and Hera my mother, and that I were honored equally with Apollo and Athena, as it is that this day will bring doom to every last Greek, and you among them, killed by my long spear, if you have the guts to wait for it to pierce your lily-white skin and leave your larded flesh to glut the dogs and birds of Troy, after you have fallen amid the ships." With that he led the charge, followed by Trojans shrieking at the top of their lungs. The Greeks answered with cries of their own, digging in their heels as Troy's best came on, and the noise from both armies blended together and rose through the air to the brightness of Zeus. Iliad 14. Nestor, drinking wine with Machaon, could not help but hear the screaming, and said, "Son of Asclepius, what do you make of this? Our boys are shouting much louder by the ships. Now don't get up. Just keep sipping that wine until pretty Hecamede heats up a warm bath and washes off all that clotted blood. Myself, I'll go to a lookout point now." With that, he picked up a metal-plated shield, one of Thrasymedes that was lying in the hut, and a heavy spear with a honed bronze point. He stepped outside and saw an ugly scene, the Greeks en route and behind them the high-hearted Trojans pouring through the wall. As the dark sea broods with a silent swell and only a faint premonition of wind is traced on its surface, and no crest forms until a decisive breeze comes down from Zeus. So the old man pondered which way to go, to join the Greek troops or to get Agamemnon, the son of Atreus, shepherd of his people. 266. He thought it over and went for Agamemnon. The fighting continued, and the killing. Armor rang under sword blades, and spear points nosed busily past plated shields. The wounded kings were coming up from their ships, Diomedes, Odysseus, and Agamemnon, and met Nestor on the way. Their ships were drawn up far from the battle on the sand by the gray sea, in the first row, and the wall was built near the last row, inland. The beach was wide but could not hold all the ships, so they were drawn up in rows toward the plain and filled the space between the two headlands. So the kings were coming up together, leaning on their spears, to see the fighting, and their hearts were grieved. Old Nestor met them, and was hailed by Agamemnon. "Nestor, son of Neleus, glory of our army, why have you left the battle and come here? I fear that Hector will make good on the threats he leveled against us in the Trojan muster, that he would not return to Ilion until he had burned our ships and killed our men. It's all coming true, just as he said. And the worst part is that all of the Greeks are angry with me, just like Achilles. None of them is willing to defend our ships." And Nestor, the Gerenian horseman, answered, "Yes, this is how things are, and Zeus himself, the Thunder Lord, could not make them otherwise. For the wall is down. We put our trust in it as a bulwark for our ships, and now the enemy is at our ships, fighting relentlessly. You cannot even tell in which direction. 267. Our men are retreating, so confused. Is there slaughter, the air so filled with the noise of battle, up to the sky? We must take counsel in this situation, not enter the battle ourselves. It is not possible for wounded men to fight, and Agamemnon, the warlord. Well then, Nestor, the ships are under attack, and neither the wall nor the trench, which we trusted to be a bulwark for our beachhead camp, has been of any avail. It must be the pleasure of Zeus Almighty for us to die here, nameless and far from Argos. I knew it when he was favoring the Greeks, and I know now that he is giving the Trojans glory from above and has tied our hands. So this is what I say we should all do now. Let's haul the first line of ships to the water, get them afloat, and moor them with anchors until darkness comes. If and when the Trojans stop for the night, we can drag down the rest. It is no shame to flee ruin, even by night. Better to give evil the slip than be caught by it. Odysseus looked him up and down and said, "What kind of thing is that to say? You're a ruined man, son of Atreus, fit to command some ragtag army, but not to rule over men like us, to whom Zeus has granted just one thing in life, to wind up wars like skeins of wool. From youth to old age, until the last of us dies. Do you really want to leave Troy behind? The great city that we've suffered so much for? Stop that talk before somebody hears you. Words like that should never make it past your mouth. You're a sceptered king commanding the loyalty, 268, of an army of Greeks. You must have lost your mind, ordering us to launch ships while the battle is raging. The Trojans, who are winning as it is, will have all their prayers answered, and our army will be utterly crushed. Draw the ships to the sea, and the Greeks will be looking over their shoulders and give up the fight. Your plan will ruin us, Lord Agamemnon." To which Agamemnon briefly replied, "That cuts deep, Odysseus. I am not suggesting that the ships be launched against the Achaeans' will. I wish there were someone, young or old, with a better plan than mine. I would welcome that." Diomedes, the bull-roarer, had a response. "The man is here. No need for a long search, if you are willing to listen, and if none of you will be upset because I am the youngest in years. There's nothing wrong with my lineage. My father was Tydeus, who lies buried at Thebes. My great-grandfather Portheus had 3 peerless sons who lived in Pleuron and steep Calydon. Agrias, Melas, and the horseman Oeneus, my father's father, the bravest of the 3. My father left home and wandered to Argos, as Zeus and the other gods no doubt willed. He married one of Adrastus' daughters, and lived in a rich house with many acres in wheat and orchards, and many sheep. And he was the best spearman in all Argos. You will have heard of all this and know it is true, so don't think I'm a coward by birth, and reject anything worthwhile I might have to say. We must go down to the battle, injuries and all, not to fight. We will stay out of range, to avoid taking wounds on top of wounds. 269, but to spur the others on and send them in, those who have been on the sidelines, nursing their resentment and failing to fight." They heard him out and agreed. Agamemnon led the way as they started out. Poseidon was not blind to any of this, but went with them disguised as an old man. He took Agamemnon by his right hand, and spoke to him words that winged home. "Well, son of Atreus, Achilles' dark heart must be laughing now as he sees the panic and slaughter of the Greeks. The man hasn't a shred of sense left, none, damn him. May some god cripple him. But the blessed ones aren't angry with you, not yet. There's still a chance you will see the Trojan generals raise dust on the wide plain as they beat a retreat from your ships and huts." And as he sped over the plain, Poseidon yelled, so loud it seemed that 10,000 warriors had been enlisted by Ares, and shouted at once. And the god's yell put into each Greek's heart the strength to fight and battle on without pause. Standing on a crag of Olympus, gold-throned Hera saw her brother, who was her husband's brother too, busy on the fields of human glory, and her heart sang. Then she saw Zeus, sitting on the topmost peak of Ida, and was filled with resentment. Cow-eyed Hera mused for a while on how to trick the mind of Zeus' aegis-holder, and the plan that seemed best to her was to make herself up and go to Ida. 270 seduce him, and then shed on his eyelids and cunning mind a sleep gentle and warm. She went to the bedroom her darling son Hephaestus had built for her, and closed behind her the solid, polished doors he had fitted out with a secret latch and that no other god could open. First she cleansed her lovely skin with ambrosia, then rubbed on scented oil so immortally perfumed that if the jar were just shaken in Zeus' bronze-floored house the fragrance would spread to heaven and earth. She rubbed this into her beautiful skin, and she combed her hair and plaited the lustrous, ambrosial locks that fell gorgeously from her immortal head. Then she put on a robe that Athena had embroidered for her, pinning it at her breast with brooches of gold. A sash with 100 tassels circled her waist, and in her pierced ears she put earrings with 3 mulberry drops, beguilingly bright, and the shining goddess, veiled over everything with a beautiful veil that was as white as the sun, and bound lovely sandals on her oiled, supple feet. When everything was perfect, she stepped out of her room and called Aphrodite and had a word with her in private. "My dear child, will you do something for me, I wonder, or will you refuse, angry because I favor the Greeks and you the Trojans?" And Zeus' daughter Aphrodite replied, "Goddess revered as Cronus' daughter, speak your mind. Tell me what you want." 271, and I'll oblige you if I possibly can. And Hera, with every intention to deceive, give me now the sex and desire you used to subdue immortals and humans. I'm off to visit the ends of the earth, and Father Ocean and Mother Tethys who nursed and doted on me in their house. When they got me from Rhea, after Zeus had exiled Cronus to the regions below, I'm going to see them and try to resolve their endless quarrel. For eons now, they've been angry and haven't made love. If I can talk to them and have them make up and get them together in bed again, they will worship the ground I walk on. And Aphrodite, who loved to smile, how could I, or would I, refuse someone who sleeps in the arms of almighty Zeus? And with that she unbound from her breast an ornate sash inlaid with magical charms. Sex is in it, and desire, and seductive sweet talk, that fools even the wise. She handed it to Hera and said, "Here, put this sash in your bosom. It has everything built in. I predict you will accomplish what your heart desires." She spoke, and ox-eyed Hera, smiling, tucked the sash in her bosom. Then Zeus' daughter Aphrodite went home, but Hera streaked down from Olympus' peak, used Pieria and Amathia as stepping stones. 272, and sped over the snow-capped mountains of Thrace. Her feet never touched earth. At Athos she stepped on the billowing sea and so came to Lemnos, though a city, where she met Sleep, the brother of Death. She took Sleep's hand and said to him, "Sleep, lord of all, mortal and immortal, if ever you've listened to me before, listen now, and I will be grateful forever. Lull Zeus' bright eyes to sleep for me. As soon as I lie beside him in love, I will give you gifts, a handsome throne of imperishable gold that Hephaestus, my strong-armed son, will build you. It comes with a stool to rest your feet on as you sit at banquet and sip your wine." Sweet Sleep answered her, "Goddess revered as Cronus' daughter, if this were any other of the gods eternal, I'd lull him to sleep without any trouble. Even if it were the river Ocean, which was the origin of them all, but not Zeus, I wouldn't go near the son of Cronus, much less lull him to sleep, unless he himself asked me. I learned my lesson from your last request, that day Heracles, Zeus' high-hearted son, sailed from Troy, having wasted the city. Yes, I slipped my sweet self around the mind of Zeus' aegis-holder, while you brewed up storms at sea to drive his son Heracles off course to Kos, far from his friends. And when Zeus woke up, was he angry, throwing gods all over the house, and looking for me especially. He would have pitched me 273 from ether to sea, no more to be seen, if Night, the mistress, had not saved me. I ran to her, and he relented, reluctant to do anything to offend swift Night. And now this, another impossible mission. Hera, the ox-eyed lady, said to him, "Sleep, what are you worried about? Do you think that Zeus will help the Trojans and be as angry now as he was then? For Heracles, his own son? Come on. Look, I'll give you one of the young graces to have and to hold, and be called your wife, Pasithea, the object of all your desire." Sleep's mood brightened at this. He said, "Swear by the inviolable water of Styx, one hand on fertile earth and the other on glistering sea, so that all the gods below with Cronus will be witnesses, that you will give me one of the graces. Pasithea, the object of all my desire." The white-armed goddess Hera agreed and swore the oath, naming all the gods in Tartarus below. Titans they are called. When she had sworn and finished the oath, the two of them left Lemnos and Imbris and came like swirling fog to Ida, a mountain wilderness dotted with springs. They left the sea at Lecton and headed inland. The treetops quivered under their feet. Sleep halted before Zeus could see him, perching in the highest fir tree on Ida, that rose through mist to pure bright air. 274 Sleep nestled in its long-needled branches and looked just like the shrill mountain owl gods called Chalcis and Mensamindus. Hera was fast approaching Gargarus, Ida's highest peak, when Zeus saw her. And when he saw her, lust enveloped him, just as it had the first time they made love, slipping off to bed behind their parents' backs. He stood close to her and said, "Hera, why have you left Olympus? And where are your horses and chariot?" And Hera, with every intention to deceive, "I'm off to visit the ends of the earth. And Father Ocean and Mother Tethys, who nursed and doted on me in their house. I'm going to see them and try to resolve their endless quarrel. For eons now. They've been angry and haven't made love. My horses stand at the foot of Ida, ready to bear me over land and sea. I came here from Olympus for your sake, so you wouldn't be upset that I left. To visit Ocean without a word to you, and Zeus, clouds scudding about him. You can go there later just as well. Let's get in bed now and make love. No goddess or woman has ever made me feel so overwhelmed with lust, not even when I fell for Ixion's wife, who bore Perithous, wise as a god, or Danae, with lovely, slim ankles, who bore Perseus, a paragon of men, or the daughter of far-famed Phoenix, who bore Minos and godlike Rhadamanthus. 275, or Semele, or Alcmene in Thebes, who bore Heracles, a stout-hearted son. And Semele bore Dionysus, a joy to humans. Or Demeter, the fair-haired queen, or glorious Leto, or even you. I've never loved anyone as I love you now. Never been in the grip of desire so sweet. And Hera, with every intention to deceive. What a thing to say, my awesome lord. The thought of us lying down here on Ida, and making love outdoors in broad daylight. What if one of the immortals saw us asleep and went to all the other gods and told them I could never get up and go back home? It would be shameful. But if you really do want to do this, there is the bedroom your dear son Hephaestus built for you, with good solid doors. Let's go there and lie down, since you're in the mood." And Zeus, who masses the clouds, replied, "Hera, don't worry about any god or man. Seeing us, I'll enfold you in a cloud so dense and golden not even Helios could spy on us. And his light is the sharpest vision there is." With that he caught his wife in his arms. Beneath them the shining soil sprouted fresh grass, and dewy lotus, and crocus, and hyacinth, soft and thick, that kept them up off the ground. And as they lay there, a beautiful, golden cloud enfolded them and precipitated drops of glimmering dew. And so the father slept soundly on Gargeran's peak, mastered by sleep and love, and held his wife close. But sweet sleep ran down to the Achaean ships, 276, with a message for Poseidon the earth-shaker. He stood close to him, and his words winged home. "Help the Greeks all you want now, Poseidon, and give them their glory, however brief. While Zeus still sleeps, for Hera has bedded him, and I have wrapped him in downy slumber." Saying this, sleep went off to the human world, leaving Poseidon more determined than ever to aid the Greeks. He sprang to the front and cried, "Achaeans, are we going to concede victory to Hector so he can take our ships and claim the glory?" That's how he's talking, now that Achilles is nursing his wrath on the beach by his hulls. But we won't miss him too much if the rest of us all pull together and help each other. Now here's what I want all of us to do. Get the biggest and best shields in the army, strap on full metal helmets, arm yourselves with the longest spears you can find. And let's move out. You have my word that Hector, no matter how eager he is, won't hold his ground. Now let's go, and exchange gear if you have to, so that our best fighters have the biggest shields." He spoke, they listened, and they did as he said. And the kings, though wounded, Diomedes, Odysseus, and Agamemnon, marshaled them, going through the ranks and switching armor, so that the best men were using the best gear. When their bodies were covered with burnished bronze, they moved out, led by Poseidon, who held in his clenched fist a terrible sword, its long edge like lightning, a weapon outlawed in mortal combat, sheer terror for men. Opposite him, Hector marshaled the Trojans, and the two of them tightened the cords of war. 277 Poseidon tossing his dark blue mane and Hector standing in a cone of cold light, while the sea surged up to the Greek ships and huts. The two sides closed with a pulsating roar. The pounding of surf when arching breakers roll in from the deep under painful northern winds, or the hissing roar of a forest fire when it climbs the hills to burn all the woods, or the howling of wind when it is angry with oaks and moans and shrieks through their leafy branches, will give you some idea of the uncanny noise the Greeks and Trojans made when they clashed. Hector struck first, a spear cast at Ajax, who was in his line of fire. He didn't miss. But the spear hit Ajax where his two belts, one for his shield, one for his silver-studded sword, formed a protective cross over his skin. Angry that he had made a good throw for nothing, Hector backstepped into the ranks of his army, avoiding fate. But as he withdrew, big Ajax picked up one of the stones that had rolled underfoot. There were many of these, used as chocks for the ships, and caught Hector on the chest, above his shield's rim just under the neck, and sent him spinning like a top. He fell as a tree falls, an oak tree blasted by lightning from Zeus. The tree is uprooted and the air reeks of brimstone, and no one who sees this from close up has any desire to be near Zeus' thunderbolts ever again. So Hector fell to the ground in the dust. The spear was knocked from his hand, but his shield and helmet flew up in the air and then came down clattering on the rest of his embellished armor. The Greeks ran up screaming with delight. 278, hurling javelins thick and fast, and hoping to drag him off. But they couldn't touch him. All Troy's best crowded around their hero, Polydamas, Aeneas, Agenor, Glaucus, Sarpedon, the Lycian commander. No one neglected Hector. They circled him with shields and lifted him up and away from war's toil, until they brought him to the rear of the battle where his horses stood with his charioteer and rig, which took him groaning back toward the city. But when they reached the ford of the Xanthus, the beautiful, swirling river that Zeus begot, they lifted him from the chariot to the ground and poured water on him. This brought him around. His eyes opened, and kneeling on his knees, he vomited up a cloud of black blood. Then he sank back to the ground, and darkness covered his eyes. The blow still mastered his spirit. When the Greeks saw that Hector was gone, they remembered how much they loved to fight. First to draw blood was oily and Ajax. A quick leap and thrust of his spear brought down Satnius, son of Enops, and a peerless Naiad who lived in the river, the Satniois, where he tended his flocks. When Ajax's spear hit him on the flank, he fell on his back and became the center of some hard fighting. Polydamas, Panthus' son, came up to help him, and put his spear through the right shoulder of Prothuanor, Areilycus' son. The spear's weight carried it clear through, and he fell to the earth clawing at the dust. Polydamas gloated over him loudly. "Huh, another great throw from the strong hand of the heroic son of Panthous. And another Greek has my spear in his flesh." 279. Use it as a crutch on your way down to hell. This boast pained the Greeks, no one more so than Telamonian Ajax, who was closest to the man when he fell. Ajax's bright spear was in the air instantly, hurtling at Polydamas, who managed to dodge both its point and his death. No matter. The spear lodged in Archelicus, Antenor's son, whom the gods wanted to die. Just where the neck splices into the spine, at the topmost vertebra, the spear blade sheared through the double tendon. His mouth and nose hit the earth before his legs and knees. It was Ajax's turn to call to Polydamas. What do you think, Polydamas? Was this man worthy to be killed in return for Prothoener? He wasn't simply a nobody, was he? Looks like he might be Antenor's brother or his son. There's a family resemblance. He knew perfectly well who it was. The Trojans felt their chests tighten. Then Acamas, straddling his brother's body, stitched his spear through Promachus, the Boeotian, who was trying to drag the corpse by its feet into the clear. Acamas was exultant. Try fighting sometime instead of issuing threats. We're not going to be the only side to suffer. We're going to give as good as we get. How do you like the nap Promachus is taking, courtesy of my spear? I didn't waste any time collecting the price for my brother's blood. That's what family is for, to beat off ruin. The Greeks winced when they heard this, no one more so than the warrior Peneleos. He charged, and when Acamas did not wait for his onslaught, he hit Ilioneus instead. 280. This man's father was Phorbas, whom Hermes loved more than any other Trojan, and who had the flocks and wealth to prove it, but only one child. Ilioneus, Peneleos' spear, went through his eye socket, gouging out the eyeball and going clear through the nape of the neck. Ilioneus stretched out his hands as he settled slowly to earth. Peneleos took out his sword and hacked at his neck, severing the head, helmet and all. The great spear was still stuck in the eye socket. Peneleos held it up like a poppy, and showing it to the Trojans, said, "Kindly take word to Ilioneus' parents to lament their prince in his family's halls, as the wife of Promachus, Agenor's son, will lament the absence of her cherished husband when the Greeks return on their ships from Troy." He spoke, and the Trojans began to tremble, eyes searching for an escape from death. Muses who dwell on Olympus, tell me, who was the first Greek to bear away spoils? Once Poseidon had turned the battle's tide, Telamonian Ajax, who wounded Hirtius, son of Jertius, leader of the Mysians. And Antilochus despoiled Phalces and Murmurus, and Marion slew Mores and Hippotion. And Teucer stripped Prothon and Periphetes. And the son of Atreus wounded Hipporenor in the flank, and when the bronze clove through all the bowels spilled out, and his soul rushed through the gaping wound, and night covered his eyes. But Ajax, Oileus' swift son, killed the most. No one could chase down men in a rout faster than he, when Zeus makes them panic. 281 Iliad 15. The Trojans had retreated through the palisade and trench, a beaten army, and had halted beside their chariots, their faces pale with terror, when Zeus awoke. On Ida's summit with Hera by his side. He jumped to his feet and saw the Trojans being routed by howling Greeks with Poseidon lord among them. And Hector lying on the plain, his friends crouched around him while he gasped for breath in a haze of pain and vomited blood. It was no flyweight Greek who had hit him. The father of gods and men felt pity for him, and, scowling at Hera, delivered this speech. "Hera, you scheming bitch, this trick of yours has taken Hector out and routed his army. And you may be the first to profit from your plot when I whip the living daylights out of you. Or don't you remember when I strung you up, with anvils hanging from your feet and gold unbreakable bands on your wrists? You dangled in the air among the clouds, and all the gods on high Olympus protested, but none could come to your rescue, if anyone tried. 282, I'd send him sailing off our balcony. There wouldn't be much left when he hit the ground. Even so, my heart still ached for Heracles. You and Boreas, whose squalls you suborned, had maliciously driven him over the desert sea and brought him later to the great city of Kos. I got him out of there and led him back to bluegrass Argos, after many labors. I remind you of this so you'll quit playing games and see where this gets you. Making love to me the way you did just now, and tricking me. The ox-eyed lady Hera stiffened at this, and she feathered her words home carefully. All right, I swear by earth and heaven above, and the subterranean water of Styx, the greatest and the most awesome oath a god can swear, by your sacred head and by our marriage couch, upon which I would never perjure myself, that it is not by my will that Poseidon is hurting the Trojans and helping the Greeks. He's acting of his own free will, out of pity for the beating the Greeks are taking by their ships. But I would advise even him to toe the line and follow wherever you lead, dark cloud. Zeus, the father of gods and men, smiled at this and issued a swift reply. Well, my ox-eyed lady, if your mind really were to be the same as mine, Poseidon would find it difficult not to follow us. So if you mean what you say, go back now to the gods and send Iris here, and Apollo, she to go down to the bronze-coated Greeks. And tell Lord Poseidon to desist from the war, and Phoebus Apollo to rouse Hector to fight. Breathe strength into him again, so that he may 283 forget the pain that now distresses him and drive the Achaeans back once more in flight. So shall they flee in panic and fall dead among the hollow ships of Peleus' son Achilles, who will send forth his comrade Patroclus, whom illustrious Hector will kill with his spear before Iliad, after Patroclus himself has killed many a youth, among them Sarpedon, my son. In wrath for Patroclus Achilles will kill Hector. From that time on I shall cause the Trojans to be driven back from the ships, until the Greeks capture steep Ilion through Athena's counsel. But until that time comes I will not cease from my wrath, or allow any immortal to bear aid to the Danaans until the desire of the son of Peleus is fulfilled, as I promised at the first with a nod of my head. On the day when Thetis begged me by my knees to honor Achilles, sacker of cities, white-armed Hera was obedient to his word, and went from Ida's mountains to long Olympus. The thought of a man who has seen the world travels quickly to any spot on the globe, when he wishes he were there. So Hera flew with the speed of desire and came to Olympus. She found the immortal gods assembled in the house of Zeus. When they saw her, they were quick to toast her arrival. She ignored them all, but did take a cup from lovely Themis, who had run up to greet her and who now addressed her with winged words. Hera, why have you come? You look so upset. Zeus must have really frightened you. Your own husband. 284. The goddess, ivory-armed Hera, replied. Don't get me started, Themis. You know yourself what a bully he is, and how stubborn. No. Let's get on with the feast, and you will hear along with the others what Zeus means to do. It's not very pretty, and I rather doubt that anyone, mortal or god, will be pleased, or if anyone will still have an appetite left. Hera composed herself and sat down. The god's mood darkened. Hera smiled with her lips, but her dark brows were tense, and at last she burst out indignantly. We're all simpering idiots to be angry with Zeus. We all want to get to him, to talk him down, to beat some sense into him, but does he care? He doesn't even notice. No, he sits apart, secure in his supreme, almighty power. You'll just have to take whatever grief he dishes out to you. I'm afraid that now it's Ares' turn to suffer, seeing that his son, whom he loves more than any mortal man, his dear Ascalaphus, has died in battle. When Ares heard this, he smacked his muscled thighs with the flat of his hands and wailed out loud. None of you Olympians can blame me now. If I go to the Greek ships and avenge my son, not even if I am to be blasted by Zeus and lie among corpses in the blood and dust. And he ordered his sons, Panic and Rout, to yoke his team while he buckled on armor. The hostility between the gods and Zeus would have reached new heights then. 285, had not Athena, afraid for them all, jumped from her throne, sped through the door, and disarmed Ares. She plucked the helmet from his head, the shield from his shoulders, took the stiff, bronze spear from his hands, and gave the furious war god a tongue lashing. Are you out of your mind? Didn't you hear what Hera just said? Or don't you care? Do you want more trouble than you can handle, forced to crawl back to Olympus yourself, and sowing disaster for the rest of us? He'll leave the Trojans and Greeks, you know, and come back here to raise hell with us, mauling us all in turn, guilty or not. So please get over your anger for your son. Better men than he have been killed or will be. Human offspring are hard to save. Ares gave in and sat back down on his throne. Then Hera called Apollo out of the palace, and Iris, too, the immortal's messenger, and said to them in a quick flurry of words, Zeus wants you to go to Ida immediately. When you arrive, you will look upon his face and do whatever he orders you to do. Having said that, Lady Hera turned away and sat down on her throne. The pair darted off and came to Ida, mountain mother of beasts, and found Cronus' son on Gargerin Peak, sitting in a wreath of fragrant cloud. They stood respectfully before the face of Zeus, and his mood brightened when he saw how promptly the two of them had obeyed his wife's words. He addressed Iris first, with words on wings. 286. Go, swift Iris, to Lord Poseidon and tell him this as true messenger. Bid him cease from war and battle, and go off to the other gods, or to the bright sea, if he is inclined to disregard my words. Have him consider in his mind and heart that strong as he is, he cannot withstand my onset, since I am mightier by far. An elder born, yet he has the gall to claim he is equal to me, whom all the gods dread. He spoke, and Iris was off in a blur of wind, moving down Ida's mountain to holy Troy, like snow or hail flying from the clouds under a cold blast from the brilliant north. So Iris flew with the speed of desire, and confronted the glorious shaker of earth. A message for you, blue-maned sea god. I come here from Zeus, who bears the aegis, and who bids you cease from war and battle and go off to the other gods, or to the bright sea. If you are inclined to disregard his words, he threatens to come here himself and wage war against you, and he strongly advises you to avoid his hands, since he is mightier by far and elder born. Yet you have the gall to claim you are equal to him, whom all the gods dread. The Earthshaker made this angry reply. He may be strong, but this is outrageous. To force me, his peer, to stop against my will. We three brothers, whom Rhea bore to Cronus, Zeus, myself, and Hades, Lord of the dead, divided up the universe into equal shares. When we shook the lots, I got the gray sea as my eternal domain, Hades, the nether gloom. 287 Zeus, the broad sky with clouds and bright air. Earth and high Olympus remain common to all. I will not follow Zeus' whims. Mighty as he is, let him remain content with his third share, and not try to frighten me as if I were a coward. Better for him to threaten his own children with abusive language, the sons and daughters he begot himself, who will listen because they must. And Iris, her feet soft in the offshore wind. Is this the message, blue-maned sea god, I should take to Zeus, this hard, unyielding speech? Will you not relent, as noble hearts often do? You know how the Furies always side with the elder. And Poseidon Earthshaker answered her. That is very well spoken, Iris. It is good when a messenger understands how things are. But bitter pain comes to my heart and soul whenever anyone attacks an equal, a peer of equal status, with angry words. Although I am offended, I will yield for now. But I will say this, and make this threat from my heart. If in spite of me and Pallas Athena, and Hera and Hermes and Hephaestus Lord, he spares steep Ilion, and is not willing to lay it waste, nor give power to the Greeks, he can be sure of eternal strife between us. And with that Poseidon left the Greek army and dove into the sea. They missed him sorely. Cumulus clouds piled high on Ida's summit. Zeus turned and spoke to Apollo. Go now, Phoebus, to bronze-clad Hector. Tremendous Poseidon has gone into the sea. 288. that laps the earth, avoiding my precipitous wrath. Too bad. The fight would have been legend, even among the gods below with Cronus. But it was better for us both that he yielded before me, angry and indignant as he was. It would not have been settled without some sweat. At any rate, take the tasseled aegis in your hands and shake it over the Greeks to rout their heroes. And see to Hector yourself. Fortify him. Until the Greeks have run back to their ships on the Hellespont. I'll take it from there. And see the Achaeans get some breathing space. Apollo did not disobey his father's words. He came down from Ida's peaks like a falcon that bloodies doves in flight, swift on the wing, and found Hector, light of Troy, sitting up. He no longer lay down, and catching his breath. He recognized his friends, and his gasping. And sweating had stopped, since Zeus now had a mind to revive him. Apollo stood close and said, "Hector, son of Priam, why are you sitting here apart from the rest, scarcely alive? What is wrong?" Hector's helmet shone in the light. He said weakly, "Which god are you, questioning me face to face? Haven't you heard that while I was killing his friends at the rear of the ships, booming Ajax hit me in the chest with a stone and took the fight out of me? I thought I would see the dead in Hades' house this very day, after I had breathed forth my last. And Apollo, lord of bright distances, courage, the son of Cronus has sent me from Ida to help and stand by you. No one less than me. Phoebus Apollo, the gold sword, who has in the past 289 saved both you and your steep citadel. Come now and rally your many charioteers to drive their horses against the hollow ships. I will go ahead and smooth all the ground for the chariots, and I will turn the Greek heroes." And he breathed strength into the man who tended Troy's army as a shepherd his flock. Picture a horse that has eaten barley in its stall breaking its halter and galloping across the plain, making for his accustomed swim in the river, a glorious animal, head held high, mane streaming like wind on his shoulders. Sure of his splendor he prances by the horse runs and the mares in pasture. That was Hector, knees and feet like wind. As he rallied the chariots, he had heard the god's voice. And the Greeks? Hunters and hounds have been hot on the trail of an antlered stag or a mountain goat. But a sudden sheer rock or a tangled wood saves the animal, which was not theirs to catch, and their shouting brings a bearded lion into their path. Then the eager hunters turned back. Hordes of Greeks had been advancing relentlessly, carving their way forward with spears and swords. But when they saw Hector patrolling the ranks, they tensed up with fear and stopped in their tracks. Thoas assessed the situation for them. This man, son of Andremon and by far the best of the Aetolians, was not only good with javelin and sword, but very few Greeks of his generation, 290, could vie with him when the young men debated. Now he addressed the Greek command. "Is this a miracle my eyes are seeing? Hector has risen from the dead. At least, we all hoped he had died under Ajax's hands. One of the gods has delivered Hector again. And he's going to go doing what he's always done, cut the legs out from under many Danaans. Since he's not standing out there as a champion contrary to the will of thundering Zeus. Now listen to what I say we should do. Let's have the troops fall back to the ships and have all of our best take a stand here. So we can hit him first and push him back. With a phalanx of spears. That should stop him from being so eager to get to our troops." They heard him out and did as he said. The leaders of this action were big Ajax, Idomeneus, Teucer, Marians, and Meges. Collecting a few good men, they took up a position opposite Hector. As the main troops fell back to the ships, the Trojans attacked en masse, Hector out front advancing with long strides, and before him Apollo, shining, his shoulders capped with cloud, the aegis he bore in his hands a shaggy, electric glow, this the craft of Hephaestus, and given to Zeus for the routing of armies, but now Apollo bore it in his hands before the Trojan army. The tight knot of Greeks met them, and a shrill cry rose from each side. Arrows jumped from bowstrings, and spears hurled by bold hands either stuck in young men fast, but not fast enough, in battle or stopped halfway before touching white skin and stood quivering in the ground, lusting for flesh. 291. As long as Apollo held the aegis still, soldiers on both sides were hit and went down. But when he looked the Greeks full in the face and shook the aegis, and yelled as only a god can, he shriveled their hearts, and they lost their nerve. They became like cattle or a flock of sheep when a pair of wolves attacks them at midnight out of the darkness, and no herdsman is near. These pathetic, running Greeks, panicked by Apollo, who gave all the glory to the Trojans and Hector. The fighting was scattered, man to man. Hector took out Stichius and Arcesilaus. One was leader of the bronze-shirt Boeotians, the other a comrade of the hero Menestheus. Aeneas' victims were Medon and Iasus. Medon was a bastard son of Oileus, and Ajax's brother, but he lived in Phylace, far from his homeland, because he had killed a relative of Areopes, his stepmother, whom Oileus had married. Iasus, an Athenian captain, was son of Sphelus Bucolides. Polydamas took out Mecisteus, Polites, killed Echius in the forefront of the fighting, and Clonius fell to brilliant Agenor. Paris got Diaicus from behind, hitting him below the shoulder as he ran back through the front lines and driving the bronze home. While they were stripping the armor from these, the Greeks were crowding madly into the trench against the stakes and, by sheer pressure, through the wall. Hector called to the Trojans, making his voice carry, "Forget the spoils and go for the ships. If I catch any man hanging back on this side, he's dead on the spot with no family funeral. Dogs will tear his body apart before the city." 292. He brought the whip down on his horses' backs and called to the Trojans along the ranks. They answered his shout and held their horses even with his. The noise was deafening. Before their rolling chariots, Phoebus Apollo danced on the banks of the trench and pushed the earth into the cavity, making for them a causeway, as wide as a field for the javelin throw. They poured over it, rank after rank, Apollo leading the way with the priceless aegis, and casting down the Achaean wall with ease. A child playing on the seashore will build the sand into fantastic shapes, then gleefully knock them down with his feet. Yes, Apollo, all that Achaean toil went down like sand, and you made them run all the way back to their ships. Stopped by the line of vessels, they cried out to each other, but mostly to the gods, lifting their hands, each man praying, and Nestor of Gyrnea praying the hardest, hands outstretched to the starry sky. "Father Zeus, if ever any man of us burned to thee in wheat-bearing Argos fat thigh bones of bulls and of rams, and prayed to return, and thou didst promise and nod thy head, remember it now, and deliver us, O God of Olympus, from the day of doom, nor allow the Achaeans thus to be vanquished by the men of Troy." Zeus heard the old man's prayer, and the sky pealed with thunder. But when the Trojans heard the rumbling overhead, they redoubled their efforts against the Greeks. 293. Far out at sea, a huge wave washes over the gunwales of a ship driven by a gale, and the wind is whipping the waves even higher. The Trojans shrieked as they rushed over the wall, driving their chariots into the Greek camp. To fight at the ship's sterns with bladed spears, they from their cars, the Greeks from the decks of the tarred ships to which they had climbed and from which they fought with the long naval pikes they had on board for battles at sea, huge jointed poles armed with bronze tips. And Patroclus, all during the fight for the wall, which took place some distance from the beached ships, sat in the hut of Eurypylus, his wounded host, cheering him up with small talk and rubbing ointments onto his ugly wound to ease his dark pangs. But when he saw the Trojans rushing onto the wall and the Greeks beating a noisy retreat, he groaned and slapped his thighs with his hands, saying, "Eurypylus, I know you're hurting, but I can't stay with you here any longer. A big fight is brewing. Have your man take care of you. I'm off to see Achilles, to try to talk him into fighting." God willing, I may be able to persuade him. Persuasion works when it comes from a friend. As Patroclus ran off, the Greeks withstood the Trojan onslaught, but could not push them back from the ships, even with their superior numbers. Nor could the Trojans break their resistance and get into the middle of the ships and huts. The battle was stretched as taut as a carpenter's cord snapped onto a beam to mark a straight line. 294. So even was the tension along the line of ships, though at each ship there were different engagements. Hector had made straight for Ajax. Ajax stood, as if scissored out of the sky, on a black ship, and he and Hector now fought for that ship. Hector trying to push him back and burn it, Ajax holding him off. Neither could do much about the other, so Ajax cast and hit Caeltor, son of Clitius, who was bringing up fire. He fell heavily, the torch dropping from his hand. He was Hector's cousin, and when Hector saw him go down in the sand before the ship, he called to the Trojans and Lycians, "Stand your ground and fight for Clitius' son. Don't let the Greeks strip him of his armor just because he has fallen by the ships." As he spoke, his spear flashed toward Ajax, missing him but hitting Lycophron, master's son and one of Ajax's lieutenants, who lived with him because he had killed a man in sacred Cythera. Hector's spear caught him above the ear as he stood near Ajax, and he fell backward from the ship's stern. He was dead when he hit the ground. Ajax stiffened, and he said to his brother, "Teucer, we've lost a true friend, Lycophron, whom we honored as we did our parents, when he came from Cythera to live with us. Hector killed him. Where are your arrows and the bow that Phoebus Apollo gave you?" Teucer lost no time in coming up to him with his strung bow and quiver of arrows, shooting rapid fire at the Trojans. 295. He hit Clitus, who was the son of Paesinor and Polydamas' friend, as he drove, busy with the reins, into the thick of battle, rendering service to Hector and the Trojans, none of whom could help him now. The arrow whizzed into his neck from behind, and he fell from the chariot. The horses swerved, rattling the empty car. Polydamas saw it all and got to the horses first, handing them over to Astinus, son of Procyon, with strict orders to hold them close and keep an eye on them. Polydamas then returned to the front. Teucer drew out another arrow, this one for Hector, and it would have stopped that hero from fighting by the ships, if it had only hit him and taken his life. But Zeus, who protected Hector, was watching closely and robbed Teucer of his glory, breaking his twisted bowstring just as he was drawing it against Hector. The bronze-armored arrow was shunted aside, and the bow dropped from his hand. Teucer shuddered, and he said to his brother, "Damn, so much for our battle plans. Some god is cutting them pretty short." Knocking the bow from my hands and snapping the new string I tied on this morning, so it would hold up to repeated rounds. Telamonian Ajax answered him, "That's too bad, but leave your bow and stash of arrows here, since a god has tampered with them and begrudged us their use. Pick up a spear, get a shield on your shoulders, 296, and battle the Trojans that way. They may beat us, but they're not going to take our ships without a fight. Let's keep our minds on what we have to do." So Teucer laid his bow up in his hut. He put a 4-ply shield around his shoulders, and on his mighty head a helmet crafted with a horsehair plume that nodded grimly. And he took a stout spear tipped with bronze and ran to take his place at Ajax's side. When Hector saw Teucer's arrows fail, he called to his men and made his voice carry. "Trojan, Lycian, and Dardanian soldiers, remember to be the warriors that you are. In this fight for the ships, my eyes have seen the shafts of one of their best blasted by Zeus. It is easy to see whom Zeus protects, to whom he gives glory and grants the victory, and whom he lays low and will not protect, even as now he lays low the Argives and gives his protection to us. So close your ranks and fight along the ships, and if any of you is hit and dies, then so be it. Death in defense of your homeland is no dishonor. Your wife is safe and your children's future Your house and estate are inviolate, if the Greeks sail off to their own native land." With these words he raised their spirits. And Ajax did the same for the Greeks. "Shame on you, Argives. It's do or die now. If Hector takes the ships, do you think we'll all be walking home? Didn't you hear him screaming at his men to burn our fleet? He's not inviting them to a dance, you know. Our only strategy is this, to take them on. 297 hand to hand, our muscle against theirs. Better to get it over with, live or die, than to be strung out here along the ships, pecked to death by inferior men." This bolstered their spirits, and the killing began. Hector took out a Phocian commander named Schedius, Perimedes' son, and Ajax killed Letimus, an infantry captain and son of Antenor. Polydamas laid low Ottus of Cyllene, a comrade of Meges, the Epean commander. Meges saw this and jumped at him. But Polydamas ducked and Meges missed. Apollo would not allow Polydamas to be killed in the front lines. But Meges did kill Croesmus with a thrust to the chest. Croesmus fell heavily, and as Meges got busy stripping his armor, Dolops, who knew what to do with a spear, rushed at him. This man was the grandson of Laomedon and the son of Lampus, his bravest son and a furious fighter. His spear ground through Meges' shield from close range, but the corslet saved him, the intricate, plated corslet he wore. His father Phyleus had brought it home from Ephyre, on the river Selleis, having received it from Lord Euphetes, a guest friend, to protect him in war. It now saved his son's life. Meges thrust back and got his spear onto Dolops' bronze helmet, shearing the horsehair plume from its socket. The whole plume, bright with its fresh scarlet dye, fell in the dust. Meges continued fighting his still confident opponent until Menelaus came up to help him, unnoticed by Dolops. Standing slightly behind him, Menelaus heaved his spear through Dolops' shoulder. 298, and the spear, with an eager life of its own, punctured his sternum. Dolops fell on his face, and his two antagonists moved to strip him. But Hector called to his many kinsmen, beginning with Melanippus, Hystaean's son. This man used to pasture his shambling cattle off in Percote when there was no enemy near. But when the curved prows of the Danaans appeared, he moved back to Ilion, a distinguished Trojan, and lived in the house of Priam, who treated him as a son of his own. Hector prodded him now. "Melanippus, are we going to slack off like this? Don't you have any feeling for your dead kinsmen? Look at how they are handling Dolops' armor. Come on, we can no longer fight the Greeks from long range. Either we kill them, or they take Ilion's heights and murder our people." Melanippus went with him, moving like a god, and Telamonian Ajax urged on the Greeks. "Be men, my friends, and show some shame. You should feel shame before each other in battle. More men with shame are saved than are slain. There's no glory or power in shameless flight." They were already eager to ward off the enemy, but they took his words to heart and fenced in the ships with a hedge of bronze, against which Zeus urged on the Trojans. Then Menelaus, good at the war cry, shouted to Antilochus, "Antilochus, there is none of us younger, faster, or braver than you in battle. Get moving and take some Trojan out." Menelaus melted back into the ranks when he had said this, but he inspired Antilochus, who jumped out into no man's land. 299, with a quick look around, he hurled his spear. The Trojans recoiled from the flare it made, but the throw was not wasted. It hit Melanippus, Hystaean's high-hearted son, right in the chest, beside his nipple, as he came into battle. He fell heavily, and the light left his eyes. Antilochus was all over him. A dog goes after a wounded fawn a hunter hits with unerring aim as it jumps from its lair. That was how Antilochus leapt at you, Melanippus, to strip off your armor. But Hector saw him, and came running over to meet him in battle, and Antilochus, for all his speed as a combatant, fled. A marauding animal that has killed a hound, or a drover beside his herd, will sometimes flee even before the crowd of men has gathered. As Nestor's son Antilochus was running, Hector and the Trojans showered him with a whining barrage of missiles. He didn't turn and stand until he reached his own lines. It was then that the Trojans, like lions who have tasted raw meat, charged the ships and completed this part of Zeus' design. He steadily turned up the Trojans' intensity and softened the Greeks' resolve to win. Hector would win all the glory for now. Priam's son would burn the beaked ships with fire from heaven and so fulfill the last syllable of Thetis' prayer. It was for this that Zeus waited, the glare from a burning ship. From then on he would will the Trojans back from the ships and shift glory to the Greeks. With this intent he roused Hector against the hollow ships. 300, and Hector needed no urging. Hector raged like the war god, the spear wielder. Fire that consumes a wooded mountainside. Foam flecking his mouth, eyes burning under fierce brows, and the helmet encasing his face a sinister glitter as Hector fought, as Zeus himself shed a cone of light from the ether around the solitary warrior, but only for this brief moment. Pallas Athena was hastening his doom under Achilles' hands. Yes, Hector was eager, but for all his efforts, probing the Greek lines where he saw the greatest concentration of fine weapons, he could not break their ranks. They were as solid as a wall, or an iron cliff that drops sheer into the gray sea and withstands whistling winds and swollen waves that break against its rock face. The Greeks were not going to budge. So Hector, with a nimbus of fire about him, leapt high and fell upon their bulk. Waves driven by winds sometimes reach tsunami proportions when one breaks over a ship. The entire vessel is hidden by foam, and the wind roars like devils in the sail. The crew shudders, and their hearts turn to ice, so narrow is their passage out of death. So too the Greeks under Hector's charge. A maleficent lion charges a herd of cows grazing in the bottom land of a great marsh. There is no counting how many, and with them 301, is only a single herdsman, inexperienced at contesting a heifer's carcass with a wild beast. The herdsman walks at the front or rear, but the lion attacks in the middle and is soon feeding on its kill. The others stampede off. It was marvelous to see the Greeks scattering before Hector and Father Zeus. Even though Hector killed only one man, Periphetes of Mycenae, the son of that Coprius who used to shuttle messages from Eurystheus to Heracles, his son was better in every way, whether it came to running or fighting. And he had one of the best minds in Mycenae. Now he yielded the glory to Hector. As he turned, he tripped on the rim of his own shield, a Mycenaean style that went down to his feet, and protected him from spears, but not from himself as he stumbled and fell backward, his helmet ringing like a gong in his astonished ears. Hector was quick to take advantage, putting a spear into his chest before his watching comrades were able to react. They grieved for their friend, but were too afraid of shining Hector to help him. The Greeks regrouped within the ship's perimeter, but the Trojans kept coming. The outermost ships were conceded, but the Greeks did take a stand by their huts. They were massed now, too afraid to spread out through the camp. And they kept calling back and forth to each other. Nestor of Gyrnea, the old general, implored them all in the name of their parents. Fight like the men that you are, my friends, and feel some shame before the men around you. Remember your children, your wives, your possessions, and your parents, whether they are dead or alive. For the sake of those who are not here, I beseech you to stand firm and fight, and not retreat. 302, this helped, but Athena helped them more, pushing aside the wondrous cloud of mist. From their eyes, light flooded in from both sides, from the ships behind and the battlefield in front. They could all see Hector now, and his men. The entire Greek army, from the idol in the rear to the champions in front, could see the enemy. Ajax decided it was time to make his move. Separating himself from the rest of the Greeks, he boarded a ship and strode along its deck, wielding a long pike made for naval warfare. some 40 feet in length, jointed with iron rings. And then, as skillfully as a stunt rider, jumps from horse to horse as his chariot, drawn by a team of hand-picked thoroughbreds, speeds from plain to city down a highway, lined with spectators who cheer him on. Ajax leapt from ship to ship, and his voice, like a shock wave from the wide, blue sky, admonished the Greeks to defend their ships and the huts clutched beneath them. Hector reacted quickly, a streak of bronze armor flashing out from the general sea of bronze, like a golden eagle dive-bombing down to a riverbank where a flock of wild geese, or cranes, or long-necked swans are feeding. Hector made like that for a dark proud ship, and a great hand reached down from Ida and pushed him on, and his army with him. The fighting began again beside the ships, so keenly you would have thought the troops on both sides were fresh and had just entered battle. 303, their minds were different, though. The Greeks fought as if they would never get out of this battle alive, while every Trojan heart beat with the hope of burning the ships and killing Greek heroes. Such were their thoughts as they faced off in battle. Hector laid hold of the stern of a ship, a beautiful vessel that had brought Protesilaus over to Troy, but would not bring him back home. It was about this ship that the Greeks and Trojans fought in close combat. Instead of withstanding assaults from arrows and javelins in flight, they fought toe-to-toe here, of one heart in battle, hacking at each other with axes and hatchets, enormous swords and double-edged spears. Many fine blades with black leather ferrules fell to the ground, some from the hands, others from the shoulders of men as they fought. The earth flowed black with their blood. Hector, once he had grasped the horn of the ship's stern, would not let go, and he called to the Trojans, "Fire, bring fire, and raise the war cry all together. Zeus has given us this day, as payment for everything, to seize the ships that came here against the gods' will, and have brought us endless trouble, because of the cowardice of our elders, who, when I wanted to bring the fight here, kept me back and withheld the army. But if Zeus clouded our minds then, there is no doubt he is urging us on now." At this, the Trojans intensified their attack. Ajax, battered by everything they could throw, and sensing death if he stayed where he was, inched back along the 7-foot crossplank he had been standing on and jumped from the deck. He took up a position guarding the ship. 304, his spear point menacing any Trojan who tried to bring up fire, and his voice kept booming out alarms to his compatriots. "Soldiers of Greece, be men, my friends. We have to dig in on defense now. Do you think we have allies to back us up, or some stronger wall that will protect us? There's no fortified city behind us now, with reinforcements there to turn the tide. We're out here on the plain of Troy, with the sea at our backs, far from home, surrounded by armed men. If there's a way out, it's in our own hands, not in slacking off." And as Ajax spoke, his spear carved holes in the various Trojans who thought that they might please Hector by bringing fire to the ship. He mangled a good dozen at close range like this. Iliad 16. While they fought for this ship, Patroclus came to Achilles and stood by him weeping, his face like a sheer rock where the goat trails end and dark spring water washes down the stone. Achilles pitied him and spoke these feathered words. "What are all these tears about, Patroclus? You're like a little girl, pestering her mother to pick her up, pulling at her hem, as she tries to hurry off and looking up at her with tears in her eyes until she gets her way. That's just what you look like, you know. You have something to tell the Myrmidons? Or myself? Bad news from back home. Last I heard, Menoetius, your father, and Peleus, mine, were still alive and well. Their deaths would indeed give us cause to grieve. Or are you broken-hearted because some Greeks are being beaten dead beside our ships? They had it coming. Out with it, Patroclus, don't try to hide it. I have a right to know." And with a deep groan you said to him, "Patroclus, Achilles, great as you are, don't be vengeful. They are dying out there. 306, all of our best, or who used to be our best. They've all been hit, and are lying wounded in camp. Diomedes is out. And Odysseus, a good man with a spear. Even Agamemnon has taken a hit. Eurypylus, too, an arrow in his thigh. The medics are working on them right now, stitching up their wounds. But you are incurable, Achilles. God forbid I ever feel the spite you nurse in your heart. You and your damned honor. What good will it do future generations if you let us go down to this defeat? In cold blood? Peleus was never your father or Thetis your mother. No, the gray sea spat you out onto crags in the surf, with an icy scab for a soul. What is it? If some secret your mother has learned from Zeus is holding you back, at least send me out. Let me lead a troop of Myrmidons and light the way for our army. And let me wear your armor. If the Trojans think I am you, they'll back off and give the Greeks some breathing space, what little there is in war. Our rested men will turn them with a shout and push them back from our ships to Troy. That was how Patroclus, like a child, begging for a toy, begged for death. And Achilles, angry and deeply troubled. Ah, my noble friend, what a thing to say? No, I'm not in on any divine secret. Nor has my mother told me anything from Zeus. But I take it hard when someone in power uses his authority to rob his equal and strip him of his honor. I take it hard. The girl the Greeks chose to be my prize, after I demolished a walled city to get her, Lord Agamemnon, son of Atreus, just took from my hands, as if I were some tramp. 307, but we'll let that be. I never meant to hold my grudge forever, but I did say I would not relent from my anger until the noise of battle lapped at my own ship's hulls. So it's on your shoulders now. Wear my armor and lead our Myrmidons into battle. If it is true that a dark cloud of Trojans has settled in over the ships and the Greeks are hemmed in on a narrow strip of beach. The Trojans have become cocky, the whole city, because they do not see my helmeted face flaring close by. They would retreat so fast they would clog the ditches with their dead, if Lord Agamemnon knew how to respect me. As it is, they have brought the war to our camp. So Diomedes is out, eh? It was his inspired spear work that kept the Trojans at arm's length. And I haven't been hearing Agamemnon's battle cry, as much as I hate the throat it comes from. Only Hector's murderous shout breaking like the sea over the Trojans, urging them on. The whole plain is filled with their whooping as they rout the Greeks. Hit them hard, Patroclus, before they burn the ships and leave us stranded here. But before you go, listen carefully to every word I say. Win me my honor, my glory and my honor from all the Greeks, and, as their restitution, the girl Briseis and many other gifts. But once you've driven the Trojans from the ships, you come back, no matter how much. Hera's thundering husband lets you win. Any success you have against the Trojans will be at the expense of my honor. And if you get so carried away with killing the Trojans that you press on to Troy, one of the immortals may intervene. Apollo, for one, loves them dearly. So once you have made some daylight for the ships, you come back where you belong. The others can fight it out on the plain. 308. O Patroclus, I wish to Father Zeus, and to Athena and Apollo that all of them, Greeks and Trojans alike, every last man on Troy's dusty plain, were dead, and only you and I were left to rip Ilion down, stone by sacred stone. And while they talked, Ajax retreated. Zeus saw to it that everything the Trojans threw at Ajax hit him, and his helmet tickered and rang from all the metal points its bronze deflected from his temples and cheeks. His left arm was sore from holding up his shield, but the Trojans could not, for all their pressure, force it aside. Gulping in air, sweat pouring down his limbs, he could scarcely breathe and had nowhere to turn. Tell me now, muses who dwell on Olympus, how fire first fell on the Achaean ships. It was Hector who forced his way to Ajax's side, and with his heavy sword lopped through the ashwood shaft of his spear at the socket's base, sending the bronze point clanging onto the ground far behind him, and leaving in Ajax's hands a blunted stick. Ajax knew that this was the work of the gods, that Zeus had canceled Ajax's battle plans and planned instead a Trojan victory. No one could blame him for getting out of range, and when he did, the Trojans threw their firebrands onto the ship, and she went up in flames. Achilles slapped his thighs and said, "Hurry, Patroclus. I see fire from the ships. Don't let them take the fleet and cut off our escape. Put on the armor while I gather the troops." 309. And so Patroclus armed, putting on the bronze metalwork tailored to the body of Aeacus' swift grandson, the greaves trimmed with silver at the ankles, the corselets spangled with stars, the silver-studded sword, the massive shield, and the crested helmet that made every knot a threat. He took 2 spears of the proper heft, but left behind the massive battle pike of Aeacus' incomparable grandson. No one but Achilles could handle this spear, made of ash, which the centaur Chiron had brought down from Mount Pelion and given to Achilles' father to be the death of heroes. Patroclus left the horses to Automedon, the warrior he trusted most, after Achilles, to be at his side in the crush of battle. Automedon led beneath the yoke. The wind-swift horses Xanthus and Belius, immortal horses the gods gave to Peleus when he married Silver Thetis. The harpy Podarge had conceived them when the west wind blew through her, as she grazed in a meadow near ocean stream. As trace horse Automedon brought up Pedasus, whom Achilles had acquired in the raid on Aeacian city. This faultless animal, though mortal, kept pace with immortal horses. Achilles toured the rows of huts that composed the Myrmidons' camp and saw to it the men got armed. Think of wolves, ravenous for meat. It is impossible to describe their savage strength in the hunt. But after they have killed an antlered stag up in the hills and torn it apart, they come down with gore on their jowls, and in a pack, 300 go to lap the black surface water in a pool fed by a dark spring, and as they drink, crimson curls float off from their slender tongues. But their hearts are still, and their bellies gorged. So too the Myrmidon commanders flanking Achilles' splendid surrogate. And in their midst stood Achilles himself, urging on the horses and the men. Achilles had brought 50 ships to Troy. Each ship held 50 men, and the entire force was divided into 5 battalions, whose 5 commanders answered to Achilles. Menestheus led the 1st battalion. His mother, Polydore, a daughter of Peleus, had lain with the river god Spercheius, whose sky-swollen waters engendered the child. His nominal father was a man called Boros, who gave many gifts to marry Polydore. The 2nd battalion was led by Euterus, Polymeel's bastard son. This woman once caught Hermes' eye as she danced in Artemis' choir, and the god later went up to her bedroom and slept with her. The son she bore shone like silver in battle. After childbirth, actor's son Echecles led her to his house in marriage, and her father, Phyllis, kept the boy and brought him up as if he were his own. Pisander led the 3rd contingent. He was, next to Patroclus, the best of all the Myrmidons with a spear. Old Phoenix led the 4th contingent, and Alcimedon, Laerces' son, the 5th. When Achilles had the troops assembled by battalions, he spoke to them bluntly. "Myrmidons, I would not have a man among you forget 311 the threats you have been issuing against the Trojans from the safety of our camp while I was in my rage. All this time you have been calling me the hard-boiled son of Peleus and saying to my face that my mother must have weaned me on gall or I wouldn't keep my friends from battle. That, together with hints you'd sail back home if all I was going to do was sit and sulk. Now, however, that there is a major battle to hold your interest, I hope that each of you remembers what it means to fight." The speech steeled their spirit. The Myrmidons closed ranks until there was no more space between them than between the stones a mason sets in the wall of a high house when he wants to seal it from the wind. Helmet on helmet, shield overlapping shield, man on man, so close the horsehair plumes on their bright crests rubbed each other as their heads bobbed up and down. And in front of them all, 2 men with one heart, Patroclus and Automedon made their final preparations to lead the Myrmidons into war. But Achilles went back to his hut and opened the lid of a beautiful, carved chest his mother Thetis had put aboard his ship when he sailed for Troy, filled with tunics and cloaks and woolen rugs. And in it too was a chalice that no one else ever drank from, and that he alone used for libation to no other god but Zeus. This chalice he now took from the chest, purified it with sulfur crystals, washed it with clear water, then cleansed his hands and filled it with bright red wine. And then he prayed, standing in his courtyard pouring out the wine as he looked up to heaven. And as he prayed, Zeus in his thunderhead listened. Lord Zeus, god of Dodona, Pelasgian god who dwells afar in the snows of Dodona, with your barefoot priests who sleep on the ground around your sacred oak. 312. As you have heard my prayer before, and did honor me, and smite the Achaeans, so now too fulfill my prayer. As I wait in the muster of the ships, and send my Patroclus into battle with my men, send forth glory with him. Make bold the heart in his breast, so that Hector will see that my comrade knows how to fight and win without me. And when he has driven the noise of battle away from our ships, may he come back to me unharmed, with all his weapons and men. Zeus in his wisdom heard Achilles' prayer and granted half of it. Yes, Patroclus would drive the Trojans back from the ships, but he would not return from battle unharmed. Achilles placed the chalice back in the chest and stood outside his hut. He still longed to see the grim struggle on Troy's windswept plain. The Myrmidons under Patroclus filed out and swarmed up to the Trojans. Boys will sometimes disturb a hornet's nest by the roadside, jabbing at it and infuriating the hive, the little fools, until the insects become a menace to all and attack any traveler who happens by, swarming out in defense of their brood. So too the Myrmidons. Patroclus called to them over their shouts. Remember whose men you are, and for whose honor you are fighting. And fight so that even wide-ruling Agamemnon will recognize his blind folly. 313. In not honoring the best of the Achaeans. For Achilles, this raised their spirits even higher. They were all over the Trojans, and the ships' hulls reverberated with the sounds of their battle cries. The Trojans, when they saw Patroclus gleaming in his armor, fell apart. Convinced that Achilles had come out at last, his wrath renounced and solidarity restored. Each of them looked for a way to save his skin. Patroclus' spear shot out like stabbing light to where the Trojans were clustered, around the stern of Protesilaus' ship, and hit a certain chariot commander named Perechmes, a Paeonian who had led a contingent of chariots from the Axius River in Amydon. He went down now, groaning in the dust with Patroclus' spear in his right shoulder. Having lost their leader and best fighter, the Paeonians panicked, and Patroclus drove them from the ships and doused the fire. The half-burnt ship was left there. The Trojans, frantic and screaming, were on the run, and the Greeks poured in with an answering roar. Zeus will at times rain in his lightning and remove a dense cloud from a mountain top, and all the crests and headlands and high glades break into view, and brightness falls from the air. The Greeks had repelled the enemy fire from the ships and could catch their breath. 314, but only for a while. The battle was not over. The Trojans had withdrawn from the black ships, but were not giving up. They had taken a stand and would have to be pushed back by force. The fighting was scattered at first, as heroes killed each other in individual combat. Menoetius' brave son struck first, hitting Areilycus in the thigh just as he turned. The bronze sheared through the flesh and shattered the bone. He pitched forward into the dirt. Then the warrior Menelaus drove his spear into Thoas' chest, where it was unprotected by his shield. As Thoas sagged to the earth, Phyleus' son was watching. Amphiclus bare down on him, but beat him to the punch, getting his spear into the thick muscle at the base of his thigh. The point skewered the sinews and split them, and Amphiclus blacked out. Then Nestor's son, Antilochus, sliced into Autumnius' flank with his bronze spear and drove it through, sending him sprawling. Maris wasted no time getting his spear between Antilochus and his brother's corpse, but Thrasymedes, another of Nestor's sons, was even quicker. Thrasymedes' spear blade cut through Maris' arm where it joined the shoulder, neatly flaying the muscle off and crushing the bone. He fell heavily, eyes leaning into the dark. So these two brothers, killed by brothers, entered the undergloom, comrades of Sarpedon, spearmen sons of Amisodorus, who had reared the raging chimera, an evil for many. In the confusion Oilean Ajax jumped Cleobulus, taking him alive, and in the same instant ending his life, 315, with a sword stroke to the neck. The blade ran warm with blood up to the hilt, and death's haze lay heavy on his eyes. Peneleos and Lyco both cast, both missed, both drew their swords and charged each other. Lyco's sword landed hard on Peneleos' helmet, but the heavy crest shattered the blade to the hilt. Peneleos' sword caught Lyco under the ear and sliced through the neck, leaving only a ribbon of skin from which the head dangled. Lyco collapsed in a heap. Meanwhile, Marius, sprinting hard, caught up with Acamas. As he was mounting his chariot and nailed him in his right shoulder, he fell from the rig and mist poured over his eyes. Idomeneus plugged Arima's mouth with cruel bronze, the spear point passing beneath the brainpan, shattering all the bones. His teeth rattled out. His eyes filled with blood, and he spurted blood out through his nostrils and gaping mouth until death's black nimbus enveloped him. In this way, each Greek leader took out his man. Wolves will unerringly pick off lambs or kids that have become separated from the flock through the shepherd's lack of attention, the marauding predators making swift havoc of the defenseless young animals. So too the Greeks had their way with the Trojans, whose only tactic now was dishonorable flight. All this time Big Ajax was trying to get a shot off at Hector, who, knowing the ways of war, kept his shoulders under his oxhide shield and listened for the whistling of arrows and thud of spears. 316, he knew the fight was not going his way, but he held his ground and tried to save his friends. A cloud detaches itself from Olympus and moves across the clear blue sky. When Zeus is about to unleash a storm. The rout from the ships had begun, and in no good order. Hector's horses got him across the trench, but he left his army behind it. The Trojans drove team after team into the trench, only to see the horses break their poles, struggle free, and leave their lords stranded in their chariots. Patroclus called his men in for the kill. The Trojans were screaming and running in every direction, while a cloud of dust rose high over their horses as they left the ships behind and strained for the city. Patroclus drove his chariot to wherever the routed Trojans were thickest, shouting as he plowed over broken chariots and the drivers who fell beneath his wheels. The horses the gods had given to Peleus jumped the trench in one immortal leap, and Patroclus steered them after Hector, in whose back he longed to plant his spear, but Hector's horses had too big a lead. When the storm finally breaks, on a day during harvest, the black earth is soaked until it can hold no more, and still the rain comes down in sheets as Zeus' judgment on men who govern by violence and drive justice out with their crooked verdicts, as if they have never heard of an angry God. All the rivers flood their banks, and every hill is rutted with torrents that feed the rivers. 317, and down from the mountains the waters roar and sweep men's tillage into the shining sea. The Trojan mares were thundering down the plain. Patroclus let them go, but when he had cut off the foremost battalions, he hemmed them back toward the ships, blocking their frantic retreat toward the city, and in the space defined by the ships, the river, and Troy's high wall, he made them pay in blood. Cronus was first, Patroclus' spear hitting him like searing light where his shield left part of his chest exposed. His limbs were unstrung, and he fell with a thud. Leicester, son of Enops, was next, crouching in his polished chariot basket, Half out of his mind with terror, the reins slack and trailing out of his hands. Patroclus eased up alongside him and shattered his right jaw, with his spear driving the point through his teeth. Then, gripping the shaft, levered him up and over his chariot rail, the way a man sitting on a jutting rock with a fishing rod flips a flounder he has hooked out of the sea. So the Ister was prized gaping from his chariot and left flat on his face. His soul crawled off. Erelaw's Patroclus got with a stone. As he charged, crushing helmet and skull, death sifted around him as he pitched to earth. And then, and in quick succession, Patroclus killed Aramis, Amphoterus, Epalus, Echius, Pyrrhus, Lipolemus, son of Damastor, Iphias, Euippus, and Polymelus, Argia's son, making Troy's rich earth fat with their blood. Sarpedon saw his comrades running with their tunics flapping loose around their waists, 318, and being swatted down like flies by Patroclus. He called out, appealing to their sense of shame. Why this sudden burst of speed, Lycian heroes? Slow down a little, while I make the acquaintance of this nuisance of a Greek who seems by now to have hamstrung half the Trojan army. And he stepped down from his chariot in his bronze as Patroclus, seeing him, stepped down from his. High above a cliff, vultures are screaming in the air as they savage each other's craws with their hooked beaks and talons. And higher still, Zeus watched with pity as the two heroes closed, and said to his wife Hera, who is his sister too, Fate has it that Sarpedon, whom I love more than any man, is to be killed by Patroclus. Shall I take him out of battle while he still lives, and set him down in the rich land of Lycia, or shall I let him die under Patroclus' hands? And Hera, his lady, her eyes soft and wide. Son of Cronus, what a thing to say! A mortal man, whose fate has long been fixed, and you want to save him from rattling death? Do it, but don't expect all of us to approve. Listen to me. If you send Sarpedon home alive, you will have to expect other gods to do the same and save their own sons, and there are many of them in this war around Priam's great city. Think of the resentment you will create. But if you love him and are filled with grief, let him fall in battle at Patroclus' hands, and when his soul and life have left him, send sleep and death to bear him away. 319, to Lycia, where his people will give him burial with mound and stone, as befits the dead. The father of gods and men agreed. Reluctantly, but shed drops of blood as rain upon the earth in honor of his own dear son, whom Patroclus was about to kill. On Ilion's rich soil, far from his native land. When they were close, Patroclus cast, and hit not Prince Sarpedon, but his lieutenant Thrasimilus, a good man, a hard throw. Into the pit of his belly, he collapsed in a heap. Sarpedon countered and missed. His bright spear sliced instead through the right shoulder of Pedasus, who gave one pained, rasping whinny, then fell in the dust. His spirit fluttered off. With the trace horse down, the remaining two struggled in the creaking yoke, tangling the reins. Automedon remedied this by drawing his sword and cutting loose the trace horse. The other two righted themselves and pulled hard at the reins, and the two warriors closed again in mortal combat. Sarpedon cast again. Another miss. The spear point glinted as it sailed over Patroclus' left shoulder without touching him at all. Patroclus came back, leaning into his throw, and the bronze point caught Sarpedon just below the rib cage where it protects the beating heart. Sarpedon fell. As a tree falls, oak, or poplar, or spreading pine, when carpenters cut it down in the forest with their bright axes to be the beam of a ship. And he lay before his horses and chariot, groaning heavily and clawing the bloody dust. Like some tawny, spirited bull a lion has killed in the middle of the shambling herd, groaning as it dies beneath the predator's jaws. 320. Thus beneath Patroclus the Lycian commander struggled in death, and he called his friend. Glaucus, it's time to show what you're made of and be the warrior you've always been. Heart set on evil war, if you're fast enough. Hurry, Rally our best to fight for my body, all the Lycian leaders. Shame on you, Glaucus, until your dying day, if the Greeks strip my body bare beside their ships. Be strong and keep the others going." The end came as he spoke, and death settled on his nostrils and eyes. Patroclus put his heel on Sarpedon's chest and pulled out his spear. The lungs came out with it, and Sarpedon's life. The Myrmidons steadied his snorting horses. They did not want to leave their master's chariot. Glaucus could hardly bear to hear Sarpedon's voice. He was so grieved that he could not save him. He pressed his arm with his hand. His wound tormented him, the wound he got when Teucer shot him with an arrow as he attacked the wall. He prayed to Apollo, Lord of bright distances. "Hear me, O Lord, wherever you are. In Lycia or Troy, for everywhere you hear men in their grief, and grief has come to me. I am wounded, Lord, my arm is on fire, and the blood can't be staunched. My shoulder is so sore I cannot hold a steady spear and fight the enemy. Sarpedon is dead. My Lord, and Zeus will not save his own son. Heal my wound and deaden my pain. And give me the strength to call the Lycians and urge them on to fight, and do battle myself about the body of my fallen comrade." Thus Glaucus' prayer, and Apollo heard him. 321. He stilled his pain and staunched the dark blood that flowed from his wound. Glaucus felt the god's strength pulsing through him, glad that his prayers were so quickly answered. He rounded up the Lycian leaders and urged them to fight for Sarpedon's body, then went with long strides to the Trojans, to Polydamas, Agenor, Aeneas. And then saw Hector's bronze-strapped face, went up to him, and said levelly, "Hector, you have abandoned your allies. We have been putting our lives on the line for you far from our homes and loved ones. And you don't care enough to lend us aid. Sarpedon is down, our great warlord, whose word in Lycia was Lycia's law, killed by Patroclus under Ares' prodding. Show some pride and fight for his body, or the Myrmidons will strip off the armor and defile his corpse in recompense. For all the Greeks we have killed by the ships." This was almost too much for the Trojans. Sarpedon, though a foreigner, had been a mainstay of their city, the leader of a large force and its best fighter. Hector led them straight at the Greeks, for Sarpedon, and Patroclus, seeing them coming, urged on the already eager two Ajaxes, "Let me see you push these Trojans back with everything you've ever had and more. Sarpedon is down, first to breach our wall. He's ours, to carve up his body and strip the armor off, and all his little saviors are ours to massacre with cold bronze." They heard this as if hearing their own words. 322. The lines on both sides hardened to steel. Then Trojans and Lycians, Myrmidons and Greeks began fighting for the corpse, howling and cursing as they threw themselves into the grinding battle. And Zeus stretched hellish night over the armies so they might do their lethal work over his son. The Trojans at first pushed back the Greeks when Epigeus was hit, Agacal's son. This man was far from the worst of the Myrmidons. He once lived in Bedium, but having killed a cousin of his, came as a suppliant to Peleus and silver-footed Thetis, who sent him with Achilles to fight at Troy. He had his hand on the corpse when Hector brought down a stone on his head, splitting his skull in two inside his heavy helmet. He collapsed on Sarpedon's body, and death drifted over him. Patroclus ached for his friend and swooped into the front like a hawk after sparrows. "Yes, my Patroclus," and they scattered like birds before your anger for your fallen comrade. Stheneleos, Ithymene's beloved son, never knew what hit him. The stone Patroclus threw severed the tendons at the nape of his neck. The Trojan champions, including Hector, now withdrew, about as far as a javelin flies when a man who knows how throws it hard in competition or in mortal combat. The Greeks pressed after them, and Glaucus, the Lycian commander now, wheeled around and killed Bathicles, a native of Hellas and the wealthiest of the Myrmidons. He was just catching up with Glaucus when the Lycian suddenly pivoted on his heel and put his spear straight into Bathicles' chest. He fell hard, and the Greeks winced. A good man was down, much to the pleasure of the Trojans, who thronged around his body. 323, but the Greeks took the offensive again, and Marians killed Laogonus, a priest of Idaean Zeus who was himself honored as a god. Marians thrust hard into his jaw, just beneath the ear, and he was dead in the hated dark. Aeneas launched his spear at Marians, hoping to hit him as he advanced, under cover of his shield, but Marians saw the spear coming and ducked forward, leaving it to punch into the ground and stand there quivering, as if Ares had twanged it, so it could spend its fury. Aeneas fumed. That would have been your last dance, Marians, your last dance, if only my spear had hit you. And Marians, himself famed for his spear. Do you think you can kill everyone who comes up against you, Aeneas? And defends himself? You're mortal stuff too. If I got a solid hit on you with my spear, you'd be down in no time, for all your strength. You'd give me the glory, and your life to Hades. Patroclus would have none of this, and yelled, Cut the chatter, Marians. You're a good man, but don't think the Trojans are going to retreat from the corpse because you make fun of them. Use hands in war, words in council. Save your big speeches, we've got fighting to do. And he moved ahead, with Marians, who himself moved like a god, in his wake. Woodcutters are working in a distant valley, but the sound of their axes and of trees falling can be heard for miles around in the mountains. 324. The plain of Troy thrummed with the sound of bronze and hide stretched into shields, and of swords and spears knifing into these. Sarpedon's body was indistinguishable from the blood and grime and splintered spears that littered his body from head to foot. But if you have ever seen how flies cluster about the brimming milk pails on a dairy farm in early summer, you will have some idea of the throng around Sarpedon's corpse, and not once did Zeus avert his luminous eyes from the combatants. All this time he looked down at them and pondered when Patroclus should die, whether shining Hector should kill him then and there in the conflict over godlike Sarpedon, and strip the armor from his body, or whether he should live to destroy even more Trojans. And as he pondered, it seemed preferable that Achilles' splendid surrogate should once more drive the Trojans and bronze-helmed Hector back to the city and take many lives. And Hector felt it, felt his blood turn milky, and mounted his chariot, calling to the others to begin the retreat that Zeus' scales were tipping. Not even the Lycians stayed, not with Sarpedon lying at the bottom of a pile of bodies that had fallen upon him in this note of war. The Greeks stripped at last the glowing bronze from Sarpedon's shoulders, and Patroclus gave it to some of his comrades to take back to the ships. Then Zeus turned to Apollo and said, 325, Sun God, take our Sarpedon out of range. Cleanse his wounds of all the clotted blood, and wash him in the river far away. And anoint him with our holy chrism. And wrap the body in a deathless shroud, and give him over to be taken swiftly by sleep and death to Lycia, where his people shall give him burial with mound and stone, as befits the dead. And Apollo went down from Ida into the howling dust of war, and cleansed Sarpedon's wounds of all the blood, and washed him in the river far away, and anointed him with holy chrism, and wrapped the body in a deathless shroud, and gave him over to be taken swiftly by sleep and death to Lycia. Patroclus called to his horses and charioteer, and pressed on after the Trojans and Lycians, forgetting everything Achilles had said and mindless of the black fates gathering above. Even then you might have escaped them, Patroclus, but Zeus' mind is stronger than men's, and Zeus now put fury in your heart. Do you remember it, Patroclus, all the Trojans you killed as the gods called you to your death? Adrastus was first, then Autonus, and Echeclus, Perimus, son of Megas, Epister, Melanippus, Elasus, Mulius, and last, Pilardes, and it would have been more, but the others ran back to Troy, which would have fallen that day by Patroclus' hands. But Phoebus Apollo had taken his stand on top of Troy's wall. 326. 3 times Patroclus reached the parapet, and 3 times Apollo's fingers flicked against the human's shield and pushed him off. But when he came back a 4th time, like a spirit from beyond, Apollo's voice split the daylight in two. Get back, Patroclus, back where you belong. Troy is fated to fall, but not to you, nor even to Achilles, a better man by far. And Patroclus was off, putting distance between himself and that wrathful voice. Hector had halted his horses at the western gate, and was deciding whether to drive back into battle or call for a retreat to within the walls. While he pondered this, Phoebus Apollo came up to him in the guise of Asius. This man was Hector's uncle on his mother's side, and Apollo looked just like him as he spoke. Why are you out of action, Hector? It's not right. If I were as much stronger than you as I am weaker, you'd pay dearly for withdrawing from battle. Get in that chariot and go after Patroclus. Who knows? Apollo may give you the glory. Hector commanded Cebriones, his charioteer, to whip the horses into battle. Apollo melted into the throng, a god into the toil of men. The Greeks felt a sudden chill, while Hector and the Trojans felt their spirits lift. Hector was not interested in the other Greeks. He drove through them and straight for Patroclus, who leapt down from his own chariot. With a spear in one hand, and in the other a jagged piece of granite he had scooped up, 327, and now cupped in his palm, he got set, and without more than a moment of awe. For who his opponent was, hurled the stone. The throw was not wasted. He hit Hector's charioteer, Cebriones, Priam's bastard son, as he stood there holding the reins. The sharp stone caught him right in the forehead, smashing his brows together and shattering the skull, so that his eyeballs spurted out and dropped into the dirt before his feet. He flipped backward from the chariot like a diver, and his soul dribbled away from his bones. And you, Patroclus, you, my horseman, mocked him. What a spring the man has. Nice dive. Think of the oysters he could come up with if he were out at sea, jumping off the boat in all sorts of weather, to judge by the dive he just took from his chariot onto the plain. And with that he rushed at the fallen warrior. Like a lion who has been wounded in the chest as he ravages a farmstead, and his own valor destroys him. Yes, Patroclus, that is how you leapt upon Cebriones. Hector vaulted from his chariot, and the two of them fought over Cebriones. Like a pair of lions fighting over a slain deer in the high mountains, both of them ravenous, both high of heart, very much like these two. Human heroes hacking at each other with bronze. Hector held Cebriones' head and would not let go. 328. Patroclus had hold of a foot, and around them Greeks and Trojans squared off and fought. Winds sometimes rise in a deep mountain wood from different directions, and the trees, beech, ash, and cornelian cherry, batter each other with their long, tapered branches, and you can hear the sound from a long way off, the unnerving splintering of hardwood limbs. The Trojans and Greeks collided in battle, and neither side thought of yielding ground. Around Cebriones many spears were stuck, many arrows flew singing from the string, and many stones thudded onto the shields of men fighting around him. But there he lay in the whirling dust, one of the great, forgetful of his horsemanship. While the sun still straddled heaven's meridian, soldiers on both sides were hit and fell. But when the sun moved down the sky and men all over earth were unyoking their oxen, the Greeks' success exceeded their destiny. They pulled Cebriones from the Trojan lines and out of range, and stripped his armor. And then Patroclus unleashed himself. 3 times he charged into the Trojan ranks with the raw power of Ares, yelling coldly, and on each charge he killed 9 men. But when you made your 4th, demonic charge, then, did you feel it, Patroclus? Out of the mist, your death coming to meet you. It was Apollo, whom you did not see in the thick of battle, 329, standing behind you, and the flat of his hand found the space between your shoulder blades. The sky's blue disk went spinning in your eyes as Achilles' helmet rang beneath the horse's hooves and rolled in the dust. No, that couldn't be right. Those handsome horsehair plumes grimed with blood. The gods would never let that happen to the helmet that had protected the head and graceful brow of divine Achilles. But the gods did. Let it happen, and Zeus would now give the helmet to Hector, whose own death was not far off. Nothing was left of Patroclus' heavy battle spear but splintered wood. His tasseled shield and baldric fell to the ground, and Apollo, prince of the sky, split loose his breastplate. And he stood there, naked, astounded, his silvery limbs floating away, until one of the Trojans slipped up behind him and put his spear through, a boy named Euphorbus, the best his age with a spear, mounted or on foot. He had already distinguished himself in this war by knocking 20 warriors out of their cars the first time he went out for chariot lessons. It was this boy who took his chance at you, Patroclus, but instead of finishing you off, he pulled his spear out and ran back where he belonged, unwilling to face even an unarmed Patroclus, who staggered back toward his comrades, still alive, but overcome by the god's stroke and the spear. Hector was watching this, and when he saw Patroclus withdrawing with a wound, he muscled his way through to him and rammed his spearhead into the pit of his belly and all the way through. Patroclus fell heavily. You could hear the Greeks wince. A boar does not wear out easily, but a lion will overpower it when the two face off 330 over a trickling spring up in the mountains. They both want to drink from. The boar pants hard, but the lion comes out on top. So too did Hector, whose spear was draining the life from Menoetius' son, who had himself killed many. His words beat down on Patroclus like dark wings. So, Patroclus, you thought you could ransack my city and ship our women back to Greece to be your slaves. You little fool, they are defended by me, by Hector, by my horses and my spear. I am the one, Troy's best, who keeps their doom at bay. But you, Patroclus, the vultures will eat you. On this very spot, your marvelous Achilles has done you no good at all. I can just see it, him sitting in his tent and telling you as you left, don't bother coming back to the ships, Patroclus, until you have ripped Hector's heart out through his bloody shirt. That's what he said, isn't it? And you were stupid enough to listen. And Patroclus, barely able to shake the words out. Brag while you can, Hector. Zeus and Apollo have given you an easy victory this time. If they hadn't knocked off my armor, I could have made mincemeat of 20 like you. It was fate and Leto's son who killed me. Of men, Euphorbus, you came in third at best. And one more thing for you to think over. You're not going to live long. I see death standing at your shoulder, and you going down under the hands of Peleus' perfect son. Death's veil covered him as he said these things, and his soul, bound for Hades, fluttered out 331 resentfully, forsaking manhood's bloom. He was dead when Hector said to him, "Why prophesy my death, Patroclus? Who knows? Achilles, son of Thetis, may go down first under my spear." And propping his heel against the body, he extracted his bronze spear and took off after Automedon. But Automedon was gone, pulled by immortal horses, the splendid gifts the gods once gave to Peleus. Iliad 17. When Menelaus saw Patroclus go down, he shouldered his way through the heroes in front and stood over the body the way a lowing heifer stands over the first calf she has given birth to. Red-haired Menelaus above Patroclus with his spear out and shield over him, determined to kill anyone who approached. Panthus' son Euphorbus was still interested in the fallen Patroclus. He came up, planted himself close to Menelaus, and said, "Back off, son of Atreus. Leave the corpse and forget the blood-soaked spoils. No Trojan or Trojan ally hit Patroclus before I did in the heat of battle. So let me have the glory that is mine if you value your sweet life." This was too much for Menelaus, who said, "It's not good to boast beyond your strength, Euphorbus. Leopards and lions, 333, and razorback boars, the wildest of beasts, may be nothing compared to Panthus' sons." But mighty Hipporenor did not live. to enjoy his youth when he made light of me as the weakest warrior in all of Greece. He's not going home under his own power to gladden his wife and devoted parents. I'll unstring you too if you stand against me. Take my advice and get back to your troops before you get hurt. Fools learn the hard way. Euphorbus was not convinced. He answered, "Now, Menelaus, you're going to pay the price for killing my brother and boasting about it, and for widowing his young bride and causing our parents unspeakable pain. But I could relieve their suffering for a while by bringing back your head and armor, and placing them in Panthus and Phrontis' hands. But it won't take long to settle this. Either put up a fight or clear out of here." His ash spear hit the disc of Menelaus' shield, but the point bent and didn't break through the heavy bronze. Menelaus charged with a prayer to Zeus, and as Euphorbus stepped back, put his spear through the base of his neck. Leaning into the thrust with a strong grip on the shaft, the point passed right through his soft neck, and he fell heavily with a clatter of armor. His hair, braided like twisted myrtle, with gold and silver, was drenched with blood. A man has been rearing an olive sapling in a lonely place where it has enough water. It is beautiful and growing well, quivering in the breeze, its white buds blossoming. One day a storm comes with violent winds, tears it from its trench, and leaves it on the ground. 334. So too Panthus' son, Euphorbus. Menelaus moved in to strip off the armor. A mountain lion, supremely confident, has seized the finest heifer in the grazing herd. First he crunches her neck in his strong jaws, then greedily laps her blood and soft innards. The herdsmen and their hounds shout at him from a safe distance, but, pale with fear, they lack the will to take him on. Not a single Trojan opposed Menelaus, and he would have carried off Euphorbus' armor easily, had not Apollo begrudged it. Taking the form of Mentes, a Ciconian commander, he went to work on Hector, and his words flew fast. "Hector, you're chasing something you'll never catch, the horses of Peleus, a team hard to handle for any mortal except Achilles, a goddess's son." Meanwhile, Atreus' son Menelaus has gotten in position over Patroclus and killed the best man we've got. Euphorbus, Panthus' son, stopped him cold, and the god went back into the toil of men. A dark shadow of grief passed over Hector. He scanned the lines and saw one figure bending over another, stripping off armor, the other beneath him in a pool of blood. He strode forward though the men in front, his armor blazing, and the cry from his lips was like Hephaestus' inextinguishable flame. Atreus' son heard it and said to himself, "Ah me, if I leave behind the fine armor and Patroclus too, who fought for my honor." 335. All of the Greeks will hold it against me. But if I fight Hector and the Trojans alone out of a sense of shame, I'll be surrounded. One against many. Hector is leading the whole Trojan army in this direction. But why am I talking to myself this way? There's nothing but trouble and bucking heaven and fighting a man with a god on his side. No Greek looking on will hold it against me. If I pull back from Hector, who has divine help. But if I could just find Ajax, the two of us could go back in and think about fighting, even against heaven's will, make the best of a bad situation, and see if we can save Patroclus' corpse for the son of Peleus. While he thought it over, the Trojan ranks closed in behind Hector. Menelaus pulled back, leaving the corpse and constantly turning around, like a bearded lion that men with dogs drive from a pen with spears and shouts. His heart is like ice, and he leaves reluctantly. Red-haired Menelaus left Patroclus, but when he reached his own lines, he looked around for Telamonian Ajax and spotted him on the army's left flank, cheering on his men and urging them to fight, for Phoebus Apollo had panicked them. Menelaus ran over and said to him, "Ajax, old friend, Patroclus is dead. We'll have to hurry if we're going to get his body back to Achilles, that is, the naked corpse. Hector has the armor." Ajax was moved when he heard this. He strode to the front, Menelaus at his side. 336. Hector had stripped the armor from Patroclus' body and was pulling at the corpse. He meant to sever the head and feed the trunk to the dogs of Troy, when Ajax stood before him like a city wall. Hector gave ground and vaulted into his chariot, handing the exquisite gear to some Trojans to take back to town, where he could glory in it. Ajax covered Menelaus' son with his shield. A lioness stands over her cubs. She had been leading the little ones through the forest when hunters came across her, and now, savoring her strength, she narrows her eyes to cold yellow slits. Ajax stood over the fallen hero, and Menelaus came up beside him, nursing his grief. Then Glaucus, the Lycian captain, glared at Hector and said angrily, "You're all good looks, Hector, and no fight, just another big name attached to a quitter. Well, you'd better think now how to save your city with homegrown Trojans and nobody else. No Lycians, at least, are going to fight the Greeks to rescue Troy, since there's no gratitude for non-stop combat with the enemy forces. Are you likely to save an ordinary soldier in the press of battle when you left Sarpedon, your comrade and guest, as pickings for the Greeks? After all he'd done for you and your city. While he was still alive, you didn't have the heart to keep the dogs off his head. That's why now, if any of the Lycians will listen to me, we're heading home. Then Troy will be done for. If only the Trojans showed the sort of courage real men have when they fight for their country against foreign invaders, laying it all on the line, we would drag Patroclus to Troy in no time. 337. And if we did, if we got that man's corpse out of battle and into Priam's great city, the Greeks would give back Sarpedon's armor, and we could bring his body into Iliad. That's how great a man the dead Patroclus served, the best of the Achaeans, and his soldiers too. But you didn't have the guts to stand up to Ajax and look him in the eye just now, much less fight him, the reason being that he's stronger than you. Hector, helmet shimmering, responded, "Glaucus, this insolence is not like you at all. I've always thought you were the most intelligent of all the Lycians, but I have no use for nonsense like this. What a thing to say. That I wouldn't take on big hulking Ajax. I don't rattle, Glaucus, or freeze up in combat. Sure, Zeus can overpower the greatest hero, make him panic, and rob him of victory, just as he can make men get up and fight. So come along if you want to see how I do. All day long, whether I'm the coward you say I am, or stop a Greek or two cold, for all their fury, from fighting in defense of Patroclus' corpse." Then Hector made his voice carry. "Trojan, Lycian, and Dardanian soldiers, be men, my friends, and remember your strength while I put on Achilles' resplendent armor, that I took off Patroclus when I cut him down." And his helmet flashed gold as he turned and ran out of the battle. He soon caught his comrades. They were not far, and he was running hard, as they carried Achilles' gear back to Troy. There, on the edge of war's horrors, he changed armor. He gave his own to be carried back to the city by his fighting men, and he put on the inhuman gear, 338, of Peleus' son Achilles that the gods of heaven had given to his father, and he to his son, when he had grown old in them, as his son would not. Zeus saw him from his seat high in the clouds as he buckled on Achilles' armor. Shaking his head, the god said to himself, "Unhappy man, you have no thought of death. Yet death is close. You are putting on the immortal armor of a man who makes you." And many others tremble. You killed his comrade, gentle and strong, and you violated the order of things when you took the armor from his shoulders and head. Yet I will grant you strength in recompense for this. Andromache will never welcome you home, wearing the glorious armor of Achilles. And the son of Cronus nodded, his brows darkening the air. He made the armor, fit Hector like his own skin, and Ares in all his dread power entered into him, packing every muscle in his body with strength. Hector returned to the field with a great shout and went among his allied forces, a gleaming image in Achilles' armor. He encouraged them all, singling them out, speaking to Mesthles and Glaucus and Medon, Thersilochus, Astropaeus, and Dacenur, Hippothus, Phorcys, and Chromius. And to Ennomus who read the flight of birds, giving them heart with these soaring words. Hear me, my valiant allies and neighbors. I did not invite you to come here from your cities because I was looking for or needed a crowd, but because I thought you would fight with willing hearts to save the Trojan women and children from these warmongering Greeks. This is why I have been feeding you at our expense. 339, and giving you gifts to keep up your morale. So face the enemy and fight. Maybe you'll pull through, and maybe you won't. That's the charm of battle. Whoever gets Patroclus, mere corpse that he is, back to our lines, and makes Ajax give in, gets half the spoils. I'll split them with him. Right down the middle, and he'll have glory like mine. This inspired them to charge the Greeks en masse, spears held high, thinking they would surely pull the corpse from under Telamonian Ajax, the fools. Ajax killed many over that corpse, but finally turned to Menelaus and said, Menelaus, old friend, I don't have much hope of us two getting out of this battle alive. I'm not only afraid that Patroclus' body is soon going to glut Trojan dogs and birds, but that you and I are going to get it in the neck. There's a cloud of war covering everything. Hector, with one thing clear, our sudden death. Call in our heroes. Maybe someone's within earshot. And Menelaus, who had a good battle cry, split the air with a shout to the Greeks. Argive leaders, everyone who drinks at Agamemnon's table, commands a troop and has honor and glory from Zeus. I can't make out every single captain in this battle's firestorm, but get out here on your own, out of shame that Patroclus is becoming a rag bone for Trojan dogs. The Ajax that was Oileus' swift son heard him clearly and was the first man out. Sprinting behind him were Idomeneus and his comrade Marians, a real killer. As for the rest, who could remember? All of the Greeks who swarmed into battle? 340, bunched behind Hector the Trojan struck. A great wave sometimes rolls into the mouth of a swollen river, pushing against its current. The headlands resound as the sea roars to get in. The Trojans came on, but the Greeks stood firm around Menoetius' son, their hearts united, their bronze shields locked. And from above, Zeus poured over their dark gold helmets a profound mist, for Menoetius' son had been far from hateful when in life he was Achilles' companion. Now he loathed the thought of his enemy's dogs playing with his body, and so he roused his comrades to fight for him. At first the Trojans drove the wild-eyed Greeks back from the body, and although for all their efforts and high spirits they failed to land a spear on anyone, they started to pull the corpse away. The Greeks, however, were back soon, rallied by Ajax, who looked and acted more like a hero than any living Greek, except peerless Achilles. Ajax split the Trojan front lines as a wild boar in the mountains tosses dogs and men when he turns on them in a clearing. This was the son of Telamon, glorious Ajax, scattering the Trojan platoons that stood around Patroclus and wanted nothing else more than the glory of dragging him back to their city. Hippothus, a Pelasgian, had tied his war belt around the corpse's ankles and was hauling it, inch by inch through the fierce fighting, much to the satisfaction of Hector and the Trojans. None of them could have stopped what happened next. 341 Ajax's spear coming from nowhere and smashing through his plumed helmet. Hippothus' brains, clotted with blood, spurted out from the wound along the spear's socket. He dropped Patroclus' foot and then fell himself face down on the corpse, far from Larissa. And his father Lethus, his debt to his parents unpaid, his life cut short by great Ajax's spear. Hector countered, but Ajax kept his eye on the bright flare his spear made and managed, although just barely, to dodge the bronze point. Hector's spear went on to kill Schedius, son of Iphitus and the best of the Phocians, who ruled over many from his home in Panopeus. The bronze point passed through his collarbone and went straight through to the base of his shoulder. He fell with a heavy clanging of armor. Ajax then hit Phorcys, Phaenop's son, right in the belly as he straddled Hippothous. The spear point broke the corslet plate, and his guts oozed through the bronze. After he had fallen, his hands still clawed at the dust. The Trojan champions, including Hector, had enough. They backed off, and howling Greeks dragged off the dead, Phorcys and Hippothous, and got busy stripping off their armor. It would have been another defeat for the Trojans, driven by the Greeks, with Ares on their side. Back to Iliad, and an Argive victory, power and glory beyond Zeus' allotment, had not Apollo himself aroused Aeneas, assuming the form of a herald, Periphas, son of Ephitos, a courteous man, who had grown old in Anchises' service. Apollo, a son of Zeus, spoke in his guise. Aeneas, admittedly you will never defend. Steep Ilion in defiance of a god, although indeed I have seen other men trust their prowess and strength. 342. Their courage and their superior numbers, and defend their people against all odds. But in our case, Zeus wants victory for us, not for the Greeks, and yet you hang back in fear. Aeneas knew it was the god Apollo when he looked him in the face. He called to Hector. Hector, Trojan leaders, and allied commanders, shame on us all if we are beaten back to Ilion by the Achaeans without defending ourselves. One of the gods has just whispered in my ear that Zeus on high is on our side in this fight. Let's go straight at the Danaans. Don't let them take dead Patroclus to their ships at their leisure. With that, he bounded to the front of the fight and took his stand. The Trojans rallied and faced the Greeks. Then Aeneas thrust, getting his spear into Leocritus, Arisba's son and worthy comrade of Lycomedes. When his friend went down, Lycomedes felt for him, and, standing right beside him, cast his bright spear and hit Apisaon, son of Hippasus, under the ribs and the liver. The man crumpled, the best warrior, in deep-soiled Paeonia, after Asteropaeus, who watched him fall, pitied him, then charged the Greeks with everything he had. But there was nothing he could do. The Greeks had formed around Patroclus a wall of shields, forward from which they held their spears. Ajax was everywhere among them, seeing to it that not a man took one step backward from the body, or went out in front to show off, but that all stood together and fought close in. That was how big Ajax managed it, and the earth grew wet with dark blood as the dead fell thick and fast on both sides. Trojans, allies, 343 Greeks too, who shed blood, but less of it, and with fewer casualties, because they fought in a tight group and protected each other. So the battle burned on, but you would have thought the sun had gone out, and the moon too. For they fought in dark air, all the heroes clustered around Menoetius' slain son. The rest of the Trojans and Greeks had their war under the open sky and in brilliant sunlight, not a cloud on the horizon. They took breaks from the fighting, avoiding each other's groaning shafts, making some open space in battle. But those in the center suffered the agony of combat in darkness with merciless bronze. All the best were there, except for two Greeks, Thrasymedes and Antilochus. They did not know. Blameless Patroclus was dead, and assumed he was still alive and fighting the Trojans in front. These two were struggling to keep their men alive and in combat, fighting off at some distance, where Nestor had ordered them when they left the ships. The day was passing. Men hacked slowly at each other in pain, the sweat from their labor coating their thighs and knees, pooling under their feet, spattering from their arms into their glazed eyes, as the two armies fought over Achilles' surrogate. A tanner gives his men an ox hide to stretch, having first drenched it in oil. They stand in a circle and pull at it until its moisture is squeezed out by all of their tugging, and the oil has a chance to penetrate the taut leather's pores. So too the tight circle of men on either side tugging at the corpse, the Trojans with high hopes of dragging it back to Ilion, the Greeks with their own hopes of getting it back to the ships. 344. It was a savage fight, and not even Ares or Athena, in their most belligerent moods, could have watched it with disdain. Such was the labor for men and horses Zeus stretched over Patroclus that day. But all this time, Achilles did not know Patroclus was dead, for they were fighting far from the ships, under Troy's walls, and Achilles never dreamed he would die there, but thought he would return alive after he reached the gates. Nor did he think Patroclus would take Troy without him, or with him for that matter. He had heard this many times from his mother when they had their talks, and she would tell him the intentions of Zeus. But his mother did not tell him now of this great evil, his dearest friend dead. Around the corpse, they kept pressing hard with sharp spears and killing each other. Some Greek would say from his bronze mask, "Friends, there's no point in returning to the hollow ships. It would be better for the black earth to swallow us here, if we're going to let the Trojans haul him back to the city and win all the glory." Or some Trojan would say, "Friends, even if we're all fated to die by this body, don't take a step back." These words would lift everyone's strength, while they fought on, and as the iron noise rose through the barren air to the bronze sky, Achilles' horses, some distance from the battle, were weeping, and had been since first they learned 345 that their charioteer had fallen in the dust under the hands of manslaying Hector. Automedon, Dior's valiant son, was doing everything he could with lash, gentle words, and curses to get them moving, but the pair would not go back to the ships by the level sea, or back into battle with the Achaeans. They stood still as stone, still as a post on a man's or woman's tomb, there in front of the beautiful chariot, their heads bowed to the earth, their tears rolling warm from their eyes to the ground, as they wept in longing for their charioteer. And their lustrous manes were fouled in the dust as they streamed to either side of the yoke. When he saw them mourning, the son of Cronus felt pity. He shook his head and said to himself, "Ah, why did we give you to Lord Peleus? To a mortal, while you are deathless and ageless. Was it so you could share men's pain? Nothing is more miserable than man of all that breathes and moves upon earth. But Priam's son Hector will not drive you, or your wrought chariot. That I will not allow. Is it not enough that he has the armor, and struts vainly in it? No, in your knees and in your heart I will put strength, so you may bear Automedon out of the war, to the hollow ships. For I will continue to give the Trojans glory to kill, until they reach the ships, and the sun sets, and sacred darkness comes on." And he breathed into the horses great strength. The two shook the dust from their manes, and raced with the chariot through the combatants. Automedon kept trying to fight, though grieving for his comrade, swooping with the horses, like a vulture on a flock of geese, easily leaving the clamor of the Trojans behind. 346, and just as easily bearing down on them. But he could not kill any of his quarry, since he was alone in the haunted chariot and could not handle a spear and drive too. Finally a friend saw him and caught his eye, Alcimedon, son of Laerces Haemonides, who now stood behind the chariot, and said, "Automedon, which god has put this bad idea into your head and robbed you of your good sense, fighting the Trojans up here in the thick of things all alone? Your companion is dead, and Hector is strutting around in old Peleus armor." Dior's son Automedon answered, "Alcimedon, is there a man in the army who could control these immortal horses? Besides Patroclus, he had a will like a god's while he lived. Now death has caught up with him. But take the lash anyway, and the reins, and I will dismount so I can fight." Alcimedon swung into the fast war chariot and took the reins and lash in his hands. Automedon jumped off. Hector saw the move, and said to Aeneas, who was at his side, "Aeneas, I've just spotted Achilles' horses coming into battle with a pair of weak drivers. I think I could take them, if you would help. Their drivers couldn't stand up to men like us." Aeneas was willing, and the two went forward, shoulders hunched behind their shields. pounds of bronze welded to hardened leather. With them went Chromius and godlike Aretas, who fully expected they would kill the men and drive off the high-necked horses, but Automedon would extract blood. 347 For these childish hopes, he prayed to Lord Zeus, and felt a dark surge of power within him. Then spoke quickly to his trusted driver. Alcimedon, keep the horses close enough that I can feel their breath on my back. Hector won't stop until he mounts the chariot behind Achilles' horses, with us dead, and the rest of the Argive army en route, or until he himself goes down in the front. And he called to both Ajaxes and to Menelaus. Ajax, both of you, and Menelaus too, leave the body for the best men you have to defend it against the Trojan onslaught, and come help us out while we're still alive. Hector and Aeneas have weighed in here. The best Troy has. Well, it's in the gods' laps. I'll do what I can and leave the rest to Zeus. He balanced his long-shadowed spear and threw, hitting Aretas' shield, which did not stop the bronze point from penetrating all the way through and into his belly just below his belt. When a strong man swings a sharp axe onto a bull's neck just behind the horns and cuts through all the sinews there, the animal pitches forward as it falls. Aretas pitched forward and fell on his back, undone by the razor-sharp spear that stuck quivering in his entrails. Hector rifled his polished spear at Automedon, but Automedon saw it all the way and ducked, leaving it to punch into the ground and stand there trembling, until Ares finally stilled its fury. They would have closed on each other with swords, but the two Ajaxes, responding to their comrades' call, 348, stepped between them, sending cold chills through Hector, Aeneas, and Chromius, who all withdrew, letting Aretas lie there, mangled and dead. As Automedon stripped him, he said with grim satisfaction, "This makes up for the death of Patroclus, though it is a lesser man I have killed." And he swung the bloody spoils into the chariot and mounted, his feet and arms smeared with gore, like a lion that has just eaten a bull. The tense fight over Patroclus went on, made even more tense now by Athena, who stepped down from the sky, sent by Zeus. Zeus sometimes sends a shimmering arc from the sky as a portent of war, or of a cold rainstorm that brings men in from the fields and vexes the flocks. Athena wrapped herself in an iridescent mist and entered the Greek throng, urging on each man, beginning with Atreus' son, Menelaus, standing by his side and speaking to him in the guise of Phoenix and using his voice. "The shame and dishonor will be mostly yours, Menelaus, if Lord Achilles' faithful comrade is savaged by dogs under Ilion's walls.